Yes, we're here in Thornton-le-Dale, just inside the borders of the North Yorkshire National Park. And just 10 miles up the road is Dalby Forest, the scene of today's action in the British Gravel Bike Championships presented with Ribble. I'm David Reeve. Alongside me is James McCallum. James, it's not quite as warm and dry as it has been over the last few months.
Yeah, the last 24 hours, the rain and the heavens have opened, so it's going to make conditions potentially pretty tricky for this national championship, that's for sure.
Well, whatever happens in the race because of the weather, the field is absolutely stellar.
Yeah, it's absolutely stacked. You've got everyone who could possibly want to be here, coming from all the different series that have been happening to this point in the UK. This is the only where it's really going to matter. National championships get a chance to wear those stripes at every single gravel event in the world. It's going to be pretty special, I think.
Well, coming up very shortly will be the live coverage of the British Gravel Championships presented alongside Ribble. This television coverage is brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. Yes, welcome this morning to Dalby Forest. As we just mentioned, the weather actually, well, it's foggy rather than rainy today. I'm David Reeve. James McCallum is alongside me. We'll be bringing you all the coverage of the racing today in the men's, women's and elite. The British Gravel Championships presented by Ribble, and the television coverage is being brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. It's a pretty nasty day out there today. I'm not sure it's going to be great racing. You raced yesterday, James. It's sticky, it's nasty. It's certainly not what we've had all this summer.
Yeah, it's way more difficult than it looks on paper. I was scanning through VeloViewer, Strava, everything I could to get as much information. And to be honest with you, the fact that it has rained as well has really made the surface pretty heavy. Overnight we've had even more rain, so we're going to have it's not just gravel as well today. We're dealing with a little bit of tarmac. We've got quite a bit of mud on course as well, and there's maybe some standing water potential in sections just before the finish as well, so that could be key absolutely at that finishing line.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the sprint, it looks to me as though it might be, it's one of those two scenarios. It's going to be somebody who's going to go out and be a long way ahead, or you're going to come into that bunch finish at the end, and it's a pretty tricky bunch finish.
Yeah, I mean, it's the finish itself is, you've got a nice asphalt section, but then you pop off the asphalt onto the home straight.
Yeah.
And you're on loose gravel, so if you're coming in there too hot, and you're going to come in on that final lap quicker than you come into it in any other lap, aren't you, if you're going for a sprint? So, but from the aspect of the dynamic of the race, I think it's going to be absolutely attritional. I mean, yesterday, for all the people out there who are into data, etc., my race took just under 4 hours for 120k, almost 2,500 metres of climbing. My training stress for that day was 355, which is almost 4 hours at threshold. So it's an absolute beast out there, and I think it's going to catch quite a few people out, if I'm honest.
It could well do. Dalby Forest, of course, has a long history of bike racing. We've had world championships here in mountain biking. Everybody comes up here for just for their leisure riding. It's a wonderful place to be. But gravel roads, they're on essentially forest roads, forest fire roads, or rides, they call them, between each of the forest roads, and it would have been a lot more dusty during the summer. It's a little bit more sticky now and gravelly. We've taken some riders out to have a good look at what the course is actually like. In fact, we've been working with our partners Ribble, and we've had one of their riders out this weekend just giving us a really decent preview of exactly what's going on. Well, first 5Ks, thanks Methven for doing that yesterday, day before yesterday actually. As you can see, it was dry. And Jimmy, you were out yesterday, it was a lot different from that.
Yeah, I think one of the main things we've got to think about here is that the conditions have changed, but also yesterday there was a lot of traffic on course. And there will be an established line, but the rain overnight is going to do one of two things. It's going to make some parts of the course way more grippy. Other parts of the course, not so grippy, but that first 5 kilometres is going to be absolutely chaotic. It's not overly wide. I think we've probably got maybe 3 metres wide at a max. But from the point of view of trying to move up, and it's going to be panic stations for that first 5K. Probably the best way to describe it is going to be an anxiety attack for 5K. And just to get to the bottom of that first climb and just be in a good position, get down safe, no issues with the bike, no crashes, so it's going to be high stress that first 5K.
But it's very much a feature of this sort of racing. It was always the same with mountain bike racing, is that first 5K, or first 2K in fact, especially if you were going into a hill straight away, not quite the same here. Everybody's on the rivet trying to get a position because they want to be at the front, out the trouble. And I guess you found the same yesterday, even in your age group. Everybody's like bang, 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 trying to get up there.
Yeah, I mean, and people are trying to squeeze into gaps which don't exist.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that especially in that first lap is that everyone just gets they lose all concept of what they're trying to achieve, is that they're just so desperate to get in position because it's just sheer panic. That's not going to make you win the race. The race is won in the last lap and a half to 2 laps, but you can make a heck of a lot of mistakes in that first lap by just overcommitting to doing things and just putting yourself in bad positions. And obviously the rides are in about you. We all want to stay upright, we all want to finish, so that's the most important part of it.
Well, we've seen what the first 5K is going to be like. Let's have a look at one of the other crucial areas of the circuit. This is the Hordale climb. Methven's out on his bike again in the dry, remember. Yeah, so the Hordale climb, absolutely key. It's because we're doing laps here, of course. It's not like something like the Gralloch, which of course Red On events do as well, which is a big one separate loop. This is like course after course after course. They call it the fingers, don't they? They're going up and down, back and back, back. Absolutely crucial, Hordale. Yeah,
and it's not even just the length of the climb. The gradient's not so bad. I think we're talking about maybe between 4 and 6%, which doesn't sound an awful lot on paper, but when you've been doing that for 3K, 4K, and you've also been getting, trying to fight for position, the last section, actually, there's a really horrible little kick up towards the sort of the KOM point, and there's only one line. You're on the left, you're on the right, you're in all the rubble, all the rough stuff, and everyone's going to be fighting to be in that line. And undoubtedly, there's going to be someone on the wrong line, laying down the power, sliding out. So there's more to that climb than it just being 3 to 6%, but it's an absolute challenge. And after like 2 or 3 laps, that's going to be a point where it's going to be breaking people.
If you're just joining us here, this is our coverage of the British Gravel Championships with myself, David Reeve, and James McCallum sitting next to me. He rode the course yesterday. We've just been talking about a little bit of a preview about the first 5K and the importance of the Hordale climb. But this is a sport that's just evolving still. There's still no hard and fast way of doing it. It doesn't have the history of road racing. It doesn't have the establishment now of mountain biking. And it really is something that's been coming on in the last 20 years. An American sport originally, but I think it's partly that the technology has changed. Disc brakes in particular have allowed bicycles to become completely different to what we would have been riding 15 or 20 years ago. It's really an exciting time in this, isn't it? It reminds me of that early 90s, late 80s mountain biking. Everybody's really into it.
Yeah, some people describe it a little bit like the Wild West at the moment. People are just running so many different setups constantly. You've got everyone's all like 700c now, disc brake, how big are your rotors, what kind of tyres are you riding, how much clearance is in your frame. And talking to a lot of people yesterday about today, even on the time trial just the other day, the difference in the setups from like wheel depth, tyre width, tyre pressure was off the scale. You went from like a 2.1, what could have been a mountain bike tyre, to a 35, 36 millimetre almost slick. So it's still evolving, and that's one of the great sort of romantic parts of gravel, is that everyone's trying to work it out, and there's no one thing that always works. As an example, on the road you'll have like a 40 mil tyre, 50 mil wheel, a really fast running tyre, and there's only a few you can pick from which will work really, really well, especially at that top level. But when it comes to gravel, there's so many options, and you can kind of bamboozle yourself a little bit with all that tech as well.
Well, you've been involved in the sport since its inception here in this country, really. I mean, it's been gaining momentum. I would say it really started off as a sort of bike packing type of thing to do. And then it moved over into racing. And a lot of you guys who spent most of your time on the road, or a lot of your time on the road, professional time on the road, came over to this. I mean, we saw this in mountain biking in the early 90s. People, Johnny Clay and Adrian Timmis, who was racing yesterday, they moved over to mountain biking. And we saw bikes evolve into something that was, slammed down and more like road positions. That's not quite the same here. Everybody's a little bit more free and easy. How did you find the crossover?
I'd done quite a lot of cyclocross as well, so you were trying to almost use your cyclocross position, but then the setup of the bike's very different. The angles and the geometry is very different on a gravel bike, but the first gravel bikes were ultimately your cross bike, so you kind of had to make do with what you've got. But now geometry's totally changed. Bikes are a lot longer. Steering stems are getting shorter to be more compliant, and I think that just the general tech right now, it's the evolution on this side of the sport is it's non-stop right now, and it's really, really exciting to be part of it. But even like the event of the national championships, the first one down in King's Lynn several years ago, on a relatively flat course, small loop, and to look at the size of this national championship here in Dalby Forest today, the growth that Redon's been doing across all of these events in the UK it's been brilliant to be part of as an athlete. But even better to be here today doing this.
Well, I mean, even the job I'm doing, which is either here or on stage, and I'm glad not to be racing anymore. To be honest, people have said, "Are you going to do any age category?" No, I'm quite happy.
I don't recommend it. It was pretty horrible yesterday.
Absolutely, but I mean, Redon have done the most extraordinary job in bringing these races to a sort of level that are, UCI race standards, and in fact leading the world in terms of what we've got television coverage here. We've got the really top times. We've got World Pro Tour teams here, World Tour teams, and doing stuff that simply isn't happening elsewhere.
Oh, it's 100% legit. I remember going to the first Gralloch down in Great House of Fleet, and coming into Gatehouse, I was like, I couldn't believe the scale of the event. It absolutely, sucker punched you. Like, oh my, the whole town was shut down, massive village, and everyone was there. It was such a buzz, and the Gralloch's now got that sort of pull to riders now. That's what motivates them to ride their bike in the winter. There's always been races in the UK, whether it's been on the road like the Girvan or something like that from a domestic point of view. This is like the new event which makes people get in the house on the turbo trainer on like a freezing cold February and jump on Zwift or whatever they're using and aim for something. And that's all people talk about now. You're doing the Gralloch. Oh, I can't wait for the Gralloch. And it's just so great, and it's made another community from the road onto the gravel, and everyone's now pulling together, especially by me. We've got loads of people now who meet up and go and do plenty of gravel riding. It's just such a nice place to be as well.
What I find really interesting, the other great Redon event you've just mentioned at the Gralloch, is that although it's a UCI World Qualifying event, of course the World Championships in the Netherlands in October, a lot of the people who are coming here in their age categories have qualified for that, and of course the national champions will be wanting to go there and wear that jersey to represent Britain. But the Gralloch, although it's a UCI qualifying event and mainly for the UK, we're having international riders coming just because Redon have provided a brilliant race, not because they need to qualify.
Yeah, it's a level above, let's be honest with you, the level above of every other kind of gravel event. And it's great to have that because everyone needs something to look at and aim at. And I think that across the board, the scale, the professionalism, the courses, they're very dynamic. And today's another example of gravel, no two courses will ever be the same. And it's been so good to see the diversity across your initial national championship, what the Gralloch was like and how that's changed as well, and then the British being there last year in Gatehouse of Fleet and then here in Dalby Forest this weekend. The Gralloch course is arguably one of the toughest courses you're going to do. Technically it's really hard, there's all manner of rocks, there's big rolling hillsides as well, and I think that it's probably the most subscribed UCI event in Europe at the moment, which is amazing to think that it's only really a few years old. So yeah, it's been really, really exciting to be part of that.
Well, Connor Swift, our defending champion, is here racing. We didn't think he might have not raced. He had a bit of a shoulder injury, and the Ineos Grenadier team made the call at the very, very last minute. Just yesterday, we heard that Connor is going to defend his title, but they'll be wearing that jersey of British champion in the World Championships in the Netherlands in October, and a stellar field in the men's and the women's, of course. Now, we were talking a little bit about how the technology is still a little bit Wild West. Things are changing all the time, and our partners, Ribble, who are presenting this event, have given us a little bit of a rundown on the state-of-the-art gravel bike with Ben Thomas.
Yeah, good, thank you. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so probably the biggest thing and the most obvious thing is the tyres.
Yeah.
So I think one of the big things with gravel bikes recently is the evolution of like the tyre size. So on these ultra grip bikes we can fit up to a 50mm Swarby tyre or any tyre. For most of the races we've done this year we've used 50s.
Yeah.
I think that's the way the industry's going, just having that extra body, we can run lower tyre pressure, a bit more comfort, a bit more fun really. Yeah, definitely. Like some of the descents here at Dalby, like they're not technical, but they're super fast. And when you get to the bottom of the descents, you've got some pretty sharp, like 180 turns, which sharpen up as you go through them. So you definitely need something that's, you know, comfortable, confidence inspiring to ride. Because if you go into those corners too fast and you're on a road bike, for example, you just wouldn't have the confidence to get on the brakes and get that turn done. Yeah, so we've got the integrated bar and stem, but probably the biggest difference on the front of our bikes, we're lucky enough to have two different bikes. One of them's got the carbon fork, which you can see here, and then one of them's got the suspension fork. So then we pick and choose for which event we're doing, whether we're going to use the suspension fork. But I've said to so many people, and I think this is probably me coming from a mountain bike background, like I don't see why people now would buy a gravel bike without the suspension fork.
Really?
Honestly, it's so much fun to ride.
Really?
Like, for the general public, unless you're really concerned by the weight, the suspension fork is amazing to ride. Like, you can properly send it almost like a mountain bike hardtail. Yeah, so I think on the Ribble Ultra Grit they have the Rival, Force and Red available now in 13-speed electronic. So yeah, I've been loving using that the last couple of years. The Red's definitely a big step forwards as well. So yeah, we've all had a really good year using that. Battery life seems a lot better as well than the previous edition. Like literally I can probably do like a 20 to 30 hour training week and just not even have to worry about the batteries.
Saddle set up pretty much like a road bike you'd see.
Yeah, pretty standard. We get, we've got Toys and Selly Italia saddle, inline seat post or layback seat post. So.
Let's talk about these rims and these tyres then.
Yeah.
The advent of the disc brake has meant over the last 10 years has meant that you can ride those frames and ride those forks. There's no rim brakes restricting your sort of tyre and rim.
Yeah.
This is the thing that's made a really big difference.
Yeah, so new for this year is the Zip XPLR wheels. So this is like the aero wheel that they offer, so it's a lot wider. Means that the kind of like contact surface or the shape between the rim and the tyre when you're using a 425 or a 50 is a lot more aero. You can see they're a lot deeper. So we have the option between these Zip XPLR wheels and the 303 Firecrest. The Firecrest being a bit lighter, so maybe like the super hilly race, like we've done a few mountain races, we might use a lighter one. But for most races we've used these, they're a bit stiffer, a bit more responsive when you're accelerating. For this kind of course at Dalby, perfect. Yeah.
What's your spread at the back?
So we've got 46 at the back, which is the standard thing on the SRAM, 13 speed. And on the front, we've got full selection. I think the ladies are going to be on like a 42 or 44 here.
Yeah.
And then us men, we're on like a 46 or a 48.
Well, nice to see Ben looking so relaxed. He been out sprinted in the Gralloch in the earlier this year. He's looking very relaxed now. He's signed up with Ribble. Just a couple of reflections on what we were talking about there. We didn't really mention rims too much towards the end, but you know, deep section carbon rim there. How stiff do you need a rim on these sort of courses?
I think with carbon, you've always got the balance between the stiffness but also the compliance. And the great thing about the technology nowadays is it's all got to do with the layering and the actual structure of the actual wheel. I personally use the same wheels as Ben's got, and they're absolutely brilliant. And I think that even the evolution of internal rim width as well, the wider the rim goes, the tyre ends up being more of a dome, whereas the narrower the rim, it's a bit more of a light bulb shape, which means that in the corners, it can, if you're trying to run a low pressure, it can be a little bit kind of almost squirmy underneath. But it's just, when you look at that bike, it looks proper bad. You know, it's just the wheels and the tyres, it looks great. And you can see the tyres as well, like we spoke about earlier. 50 volume is really where it's at, because it's not always got to do about aerodynamics, but rolling resistance is probably has got the most impact on you when it comes to gravel racing. So looking at there's loads of like tyre pressure checkers you can do online, and adding your body weight and the whole package, and then working out what pressure you need. So there's a lot of data and a lot of science still involved in all that, even just simply for your tyres.
Just one more thing I want to mention before we throw to another interview we're going to do. Everything's on electronic gears now. Yeah. How are they to ride off-road?
They're great. The system that Ben's got on there, the SRAM system, it is so simple to use. When it first came out, everyone was kind of like, oh, how's that going to last? But the batteries last, no stress, and it's a tiny little battery. You can carry a spare one with you, no stress. But they're amazing. There's no messing around. You pop, it's literally plug and play. Pop it on, press a couple of buttons, boom, it works. And for different courses, changing the rings and changing the cassettes and changing the mechs, it's minutes instead of hours.
I'll have to give it a go. I'm still on 8-speed and bar-in shifters, so that's where I am. We spoke to ex-World Tour rider Harry Tanfield about what it's like changing from the road to gravel.
We're joined by Harry Tanfield. He's fresh from his Friday evening podium in the time trial. Harry, how are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Legs have recovered.
How was your ride on Friday?
Enjoyed it. Yeah, it was very different because it was wet. We'd only seen the course in the morning and the day before in the dry, so it was a bit of a shock going into it. But I kept my knobbly tyres on anyway, and yeah, I had some big Schwalbes and they did the job. Kept it upright, so I was pretty happy with it. Yeah.
Nice. There are a few fast corners in there. You're talking about tyres and knobbly treads. Tomorrow's circuit is pretty different. The main race, the elite race, some steep descents into some sharp corners. What's the best approach?
Yeah, I think if in doubt, if you're not so confident on the gravel, then to have some tread on the tyre is obviously good. There's a lot of people that want to ride the RSs. For us, the Schwalbe RSs is our go-to tyre for when it's dry and it's a good surface. But or we would use the RX tyre, which is a bit knobbly, but obviously like every other brand has kind of similar options. So for me, I always just ride the same tyre as I would do in the TT with the knobbles on it, just because it just gives me more confidence. Yeah. And we don't know at the moment. The guys all rode around this morning and it was still wet, but it's probably going to dry out for tomorrow. So again, it's one of those things where you can see it in the dry or the wet, and it changes each time. So yeah, it's a bit unknown really how it's actually going to be.
You're only one shower away from a really wet circuit as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it can be a bit slippery when it does get wet. Yeah. But there's some tight corners in there, especially at the bottom of the descents, and yeah, you're going over 60k an hour the other day, and that was on our own. So if you're in a bunch going down there, it's going to be even faster, I think. And then you just got to slam on at the bottom, and yeah, with the U-turn, it's always nice to have, if not just tread in the front. So like kind of 6-7% at the start, and then they kind of flatten off to 5 or 4%. So once it's up to speed, depends for the bigger guys, got a bit more weight on the back tyre anyway. If it's seated, it's okay. But for the guys that want to be out the saddle and sprinting out the corner and or just riding out the saddle up the climb, then maybe obviously a treaded tyre in the back's a better option for them.
Yeah, you're talking numbers, you're talking gradients. What sort of power numbers do you expect for the race on Sunday? If you want to talk normalised power for the whole event or just sections of the event?
Yeah, I mean, there's no flat on the circuit really, other than the start finish here, and it rolls out for what, a K or two, and it's kind of rolling on the start there. So I mean, I can only talk for big guys, but I think everyone's going to be close to 400, if not more, up the steeper up the climbs, and then just freewheeling the other side. So for a race like this, I would imagine for the 70 kilo guys would be knocking on 330, 350 normalised at least. Yeah, and maybe even averaging close to 300-ish.
Yeah, and for 3.5 hours, roughly, an estimate at the moment, maybe a little bit less, a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day out.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a big KJ day. Yeah, there's not many guys over 80 kilo, I think, like me. So I'm just, if I am, then it's going to be a hard day out because it's just climbing. It's just a pure watts per kilo fest, I think. Not much. There's not too technical, other than the first descent is very sweeping. The first turn up there, so you can actually carry quite a lot of speed around, which is quite nice. But the other ones are like kind of dead turns at the bottom. So it's just go down the hill, brake really hard, go around the hairpin, go up for 10 minutes, and then do the same thing twice again, and there's your lap. So it's not really technical in that way. It's just going to be the strongest guy that wins, really. I don't think there's much tactics to play. If Connor and Ben are racing too, then it's going to be just a case of hanging on for them, I think, for us at least anyway, you know,
and
from the World Tour guys.
If Connor and Ben are your tips for first and second, who's fighting for the third?
Well, Jensen's on top form anyway. You know, he won in Wales last week, so I think he can't be discounted for sure. Ben also is going really well, and the climb, he prefers a bit steeper climbs, whereas Jensen's a bit more all round and prefers like these kind of climbs. So the gravel's the best gravel I've seen for the whole year in a gravel race. Yeah, it's like the smoothest and the least technical. If you've just got bare watts, like I think that you can do pretty well on this circuit. And yeah, not being too heavy, obviously. These ones, the descents, you can pretty much just send them straight. If you're not scared of going 60k an hour on gravel, then and you just commit to the straight line, then I think it's okay. Yeah, so be interested to see how it goes. Yeah, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Harry, for your time. Good luck tomorrow.
No worries. Thank you.
Nice to see Harry Tanfield. He really is a local boy. He went to school just up the road. Let's pick apart a little bit of that, James. He's a rider over 80 kilos. He's making a thing of that. But to be fair, often gravel is a sport that suits large time trialists, people who can really put the power down and keep that power down, you know, time after time after time. Or is this a bit too hilly for that?
Big engines, ultimately. Yeah. I'm not too far off where Harry's at, and like yesterday, my kilojoules was like 4,000. Yeah. You know, you're not doing that very often in a UK race. Other statistics, my normalised power was like 322 watts. Our raw average was just below 300. And that's for a 46-year-old man. You can only imagine.
You're not 46. Surely.
Hopefully the cameras are not putting too much focus on those wrinkles. But and that was me just riding just under 4 hours.
Yeah.
The guys and girls today, they're going to be like 3.5 hours roughly, and that's a heck of a lot more watts you're going to put out. So it's just one of those things where you just have to accept it. You know, if you're bigger, you're just going to have to push 400, 450 watts and just deal with it. Yeah. Fortunately, it's not for 20 minutes solid. Yeah. The other thing to think about as well is that the climbs today, there's not an awful lot of wind, but there's enough wind. It's like 6 miles an hour, gusts potentially 15, but they're pushing you up the hill, which helps. But the issue is that on the descents, if you're on your own, there's a few open sections as well, which you'll see during the coverage. It's all going to be all those sections are going to be headwind or crosswind. So if you're on your own, you're still going to have to lay down that power. There's no real coasting at all.
If you're just joining us, welcome to our coverage of the British Gravel Championships here in Dalby Forest. We're going out around the world. I'm David Reeve. This is James McCallum sitting alongside me. We'll be bringing you the very best coverage of a gravel race anywhere in the world this year. James has been racing yesterday in the age categories. We've now got a preview from on-bike camera that we took yesterday, and James is going to talk us through the sections that we're seeing.
So this is just leaving the feed station. The feed station is nice and long, tarmac, so it should be relatively chilled down. We pop off the right here, and this section's here where it's going to really start to jamming up. You've went from about a 10 metre wide road to roughly a 3, maybe 4 at max with gravel track, and as you can see, there's not an awful obvious line here, but the road just sort of starts to dip down to the right. There's a little kicker here, and you'll see lots of riders in the race coming from behind with a lot of speed. But what's happened now is that you're popping over, and now it's got this nice flowy sort of rolling fast descent. All the while, this looks on camera, it looks pretty steady, but there's an awful lot of camber changes on this descent as well. And it's not even just about the camber changes. With the amount of rain we've obviously had over the last sort of 24 hours, you can see on the footage that it looks pretty damp. And rain on a surface like this isn't too bad. And you can see on the inside here, there's a nice line that's being created by the amount of traffic. That's going to get better and better towards the back of it. But you can see also there's a little bit of clay there on the left, sticky. And if you're not on that racing line, that again, as we were talking about a moment ago, that's power and that's speed you're going to lose. A few rough bumps, a little bit of standing water, all easily negotiated. But this again, you've got another little roller as you start kind of gaining that speed. Nice and straight, but as I said, a lot of these descents today are going to be headwind as well. So the ability to really, really push on here is going to demand more than just skill. And you can see there's lots of other little obstacles on here as well. You've got grass. When it's wet, it's going to be super slippy. Has it got muddy? How many people have ridden along that grass? Because you're always in gravel, you're never on the one line, you're always popping left to right trying to get the right line. And this corner here, this is slightly downhill off camber. Yesterday I was trying to keep really tight to the left, use the green's grip when you're off road, so you're aiming to get on the green part. Swippy uphill section here, and as you get along here, there's a really, really rough section between the left and the right, and there's no real good line up here. A lot of standing water. As you see here, a little bit more muddy. We're going round to the left here, and this is the section I was speaking about a moment ago. Right here, you can see it on camera now, there's loads of bumps and loads of really, really loose, heavy rocks. But as you get over here, you're trying to just lay on the speed, lay down the power, because now we're going to get to this really fast section. We start to really, really drop downhill now. You can see the speed's now picking up on the onboard camera. It's really, really quick down here, and you can see that line again is starting to develop. But here you've got another corner just coming up. You've got to make sure that you're on the right-hand side of the track, keeping left, getting that nice apex, try and stay on that nice clean bit of trail, and then you're obviously starting another slight climb. So it's not all downhill here, David. You've got a lot of things to take in, and the issue you've got here, we've got clear sight here. We can see everything, but you can imagine what it would be like being 10, 15 riders behind. Hard on the brakes here, and a really tight right again, trying to stick onto that green, try and get that grip, making sure that you've got a little bit of run-off speed as well, a little bit of space to run off just in case someone tries to dive bomb or somebody comes around the outside to protect your own line. And again now, picking up that momentum down the middle again, that grass and the little bit of the heavier gravel in the centre pieces here. But again, you're picking up lots and lots of speed now, heading in through the trees. It can get a little bit dark sometimes in some of these trees, and you can see on the left there, sign, danger, really steep descent, and it really starts to ramp down here, up to like 10-15% going downhill, and you're absolutely flying through here. Again, another big swoopy left. You've got the option to go both sides here, but then it disappears on the right-hand side, so if you go on the outside, you have to pop back onto the left. So it's a really, really dynamic descent here, and you can only imagine how chaotic this is going to be during the race, especially on that first lap where everyone's just fighting for position. Everybody is fresh, and everyone wants to be in the right position for this first climb. Again, a little sweepy kind of chicane coming through here. You're not really getting the true impression of what's actually underneath it. It's smooth, but there's a little bit of slime on top of there every now and then, and that'll only be worse today. But again, nice, fast, swoopy corners, and as we're coming now down to a really, really steep section, it starts to mellow out just on the actual surface. There's still that line where everyone's going to be fighting to try and get the fastest line down here, and there's still mud there. There's still an awful lot of stuff, but then this left-hander, big pop left. Yesterday, a lot of people running off here to the right, getting stuck in the bushes. There was even people on the grass there yesterday, and this is just starting to roll round left, and it starts to get really steep here into that first climb. This part here, I was pretty much straight up the top of the block because it gets rough, and it's really, really under tire here. It can be really slippy. There's not really a good line here, but the right-hand side is starting to establish itself. And as we come up here, we take a left, and you just getting your breath after that first little kicker, and then you keep going around left, and then there's this mega ramp straight in front of you through the trees. And this here, you are really, really pushing in here, and this is going to be the section where it's going to be all about who's being in a good position, saving that energy as it just now flattens off, and that's you almost halfway up the first climb.
A lot to think about there. That's a wild ride through the first half of a lap. Just a couple of things on that before we throw to our next interview. We've got Toby Perry coming up. He'll give us his opinions about this particular course and the race today. But, I mean, looking at it, you can see there is a lot of off-camber there, a little bit more than I'd probably expected. That first section, again, very narrow. You mentioned all that grass in the second little section. That is going to be an absolute killer. You've got standing water, you've got mud. That's going to be super slippy in the middle before you get to the two long sections. Really difficult.
The issue is as well is that if you're heavy on the brakes at the wrong time on any of these corners on the entrance to it, and sometimes that can't be helped. Something gets in the way, somebody jams you, you jam on the brakes, you lose your traction, you lose your line, and you lose all that momentum before you know it. You're 10 riders back. So it's almost, this first lap is going to be ultimately like a criterium. Yeah. You're going to be fighting for your life, making sure you're in your right position, giving yourself the best case scenario when it comes to all the features of the course. Yeah, it's going to be hectic.
We've got the two Swifts. We've got Connor, defending champion. We've got Ben, of course, who's good for this sort of thing. Yeah. They all know how to race in these situations. In fact, a lot of the domestic pros who've come here do know how to race in those sort of criterium situations. But it's going to be super, super, super tough, I think. Just looking at that, it's giving me palpitations just watching it.
Yeah. Yeah, even worse for me. Yesterday I hadn't done a sighting lap, so my first lap was my sighting lap, which was very interesting.
Yeah.
Fail to prepare to fail.
Not the greatest way to prepare for a race, actually, I have to say. But let's hear from Toby Perry. We caught up with him yesterday. His opinions about the day and the course itself.
We've now managed to grab Toby Perry, who completes the first ever British gravel time trial champion men's podium. Toby, congratulations on your third place ride.
Thank you very much.
How was the first ever men's gravel time trial?
It was good fun. Because it rained, it was nice and slippery, and it's a fun event to add to this weekend, really, to make it, worth it for more people to come and travel to.
Yeah, definitely. It was quite an event to watch. Fast, super fast is what my takeaway from the gravel time trial was. How do you think the time trial will correlate to the bunch race on the weekend?
I think not at all, because it's so much shorter and it's got no climbing at all. So the long day is just attritional, up and down like a 4% climb, so it doesn't really correlate too well. Like, very different effort.
Yeah. Right, if we talk about technical bits now, your bike looks different to everyone else's that I've seen so far.
Yeah.
It looks like you have no front ring, but that's not the truth. Sorry, it looks like you have no front mech, but that's not the complete story here, is it?
No, so I've got a hub gear, a classified hub gear, so it means I have a little ring. It's just hidden in the back, tucked away and safe, so I don't have to worry about anything breaking or my chain falling off.
And psychologically, you're going to destroy everyone when they see that you've got a 54-tooth front ring.
Yeah, I think I'll be the person with the biggest chain ring here. And probably I think I'm the person who races on the biggest chain ring of all gravel racing.
And your equivalent little ring, what size is that?
0.69%, but I think it's like a 37. I've never done the maths, so it's small enough.
Yeah, that's not too bad then, actually, for the circuit that's here.
Yeah.
Predictions for the race?
If Connor Swift's elbow holds up, because that's a bit fractured apparently, put him for the win. Okay. And then hopefully I can get second as well, as the same as last year.
Your favourite aspect of gravel racing?
Technical, sketchy, rocky descents.
Okay, there's not too many of those.
There's none here, no.
Well, Toby, it's been a pleasure.
Nice.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
And enjoy the race.
Thank you very much.
Well, he's always a character, Toby. A little bit of gamesmanship going on there. Massive front chain ring just to freak everybody out. But just to illustrate, it's still the Wild West out there. There's all this innovation going on. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with coverage of this year's British Gravel Championships and some racing coming up with myself, David Reeve, and James McCallum. We'll see you in a minute.
romanticism and art, the human spirit uplifted by the majesty of nature. Just look at this incredible example. The clouds, they seem to race. The vastness of the sky, the dramatic brushstrokes. You can almost feel the dust, the terreno. Feel the air. Victoria, one with nature.
Welcome back to our coverage of the British Gravel Championships, presented with Ribble. Our live coverage being brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. We hope you stay with us for all of the men's race, the elite race, and the women's elite race this afternoon. We've not talked much about that yet. In fact, we've not really talked about many of the runners and riders in the elite men's race today. Obviously, the defending champion, Connor Swift, Ineos Grenadier rider, his cousin Ben Swift also riding as well. Two huge names, World Tour names, but there's a whole stellar field out there, James.
Yeah, it's obviously the team dynamic's really important. World Tour strength from Ben and Connor, but Ribble Outliers, they've got some really handy bike riders in there, and I think that Jensen on the TT, I think he surprised a lot of folks. He was... After I spoke to him on the podium, he was really, really buzzing from having won the national champs, and he's really keen to get another one. So I think that to do the double for Ribble Outliers, it would be really cool. You've also got one of the unknown quantities, Cameron Mason, British cross champion, British criterium champion this year as well. Cameron, obviously, incredibly great rider when it comes to the technical point of view. Riding solo, as many of the riders are this weekend, but he's definitely an outside shot, I think, for potentially taking this. It just needs the right moment, a little lull in the action, someone going for a gel at the wrong time, and a little kind of attack ghosting off the front, and you never know what's going to happen, but it's gravel. It's so unpredictable. Yeah. You could have a crash, you could have a puncture, anything could happen right in front of you. It's
a really interesting field. We got, great riders. Matt Holmes, a winner of the Gralic, always super strong, very, very canny. He knows how to race. He has good racecraft. But we saw Ben Thomas earlier. He was unlucky in the gravel. His sprint's not the strongest part of his armoury, but he's a great mountain biker. He's been a multiple UK or multiple British marathon mountain bike champion. And there's some really fast guys there. Tom Armstrong, it's second in the UCI event in Wales a couple of weekends ago, again behind Jensen Young. But there's people who can just mix it up in there, and it's going to be about racecraft, I think, in the first half a lap.
Yeah, and even regarding the finish as well, it's the finish is pretty straightforward. You've got a big long asphalt straight, and then you come onto the gravel. But before that. There's a really muddy section off the top of the final climb, and yesterday there was some standing water in there, and there could be all kinds of jeopardy in there, depending if you're in a big group or a small group. It's all about really just making sure that you're putting yourself in the best place to be, obviously, would be alone. You always want to come through that section alone or at the front, but when you put yourself in the front, you're exposing yourself to attack, so it's trying to get that dynamic right and read the group, all the while just trying to figure out how you're going to take that title.
So when you're coming towards the line, you're coming to your final lap, maybe you've got a mixture of riders. You've got very, very strong riders like Connor Swift, perhaps up the front. If you're a smaller rider, a younger rider still coming through, still developing your career like Cam Mason, where do they hide? What do they do? They've not maybe got that ultimate power.
I think this is a course where it's really hard to hide. I think, as Harry said in his interview, it's going to be watts per kilo. Yeah. And I think that World Tour strength that the Swifts have got, it's definitely going to be, for them, that's what they're going to be relying on. Technically they're both pretty good, get good background from that point of view. But riders like Ben's been around a long time. He's got kids. Yeah. He's had a few injuries himself. He's had a few dislocated shoulders and stuff like that. And how many risks does he want to take? Same with Connor. Connor's technically injured right now with his elbow. So how many risks does he want to take? Because yes, it's the British Gravel Championships, but these guys are paid to race bikes on the road, and they're full-time pros earning a lot of cash. Yeah. They need to make sure that they don't make a mistake, and then that puts their whole winter in jeopardy coming forward for the next season for 2026. So it's one of those things, but finding that space to really just have a moment, I think it's just got to be done as per usual. In the race dynamic, if it sits up, have a second, get in your pocket, get some fuel into you, have a couple of deep breaths, be lucid, and really just trying to pay attention to the small. It'll be a very small washing machine, which we talk about in cycling. Usually it's a big washing machine when it's doing this.
Yeah, it's
going to be very small. It's going to be like a 5 or 6 rider rotation most of the time.
You made an interesting point though. You know, the World Tour riders, they're paid to ride tours and classic races and so forth, and that's what they need to be looking out for. And obviously Ineos had to make the call. It was them that made the call about Connor. They asked him what he felt, but they ultimately make the call. But people like Cam Mason and lots of other riders out there are privateers, and this is a sport that has privateers, and maybe they've got the inside of them to go, right, okay, I can push here, because they don't really want to do this.
Nothing to lose.
Yeah,
absolutely nothing to lose, everything to gain. It could be a career breaker for people, you know. It could be that moment where maybe they've not thought they can do it, and then they just take a situation just presents it to themselves, and they take that, you know, with both hands, and they exploit it, and then they suddenly become national champion. Spoke to Matt Holmes earlier, and Matt was like, it would be really nice for it not to be a World Tour winner, so that the British jersey can be, and not that it's not represented very often in the UK,
but it would be here more often.
Yeah, absolutely, and it would be really nice, and a rider like Matt or Cameron or even one of the Ribble outliers, I think they would be very, very worthy winners. You've kind of got two different riders. You've got that kind of punchy, technically good rider, or you've got the people who are maybe not as good technical, maybe like Harry, but the engines are huge. You know, and that ultimately today it's going to be about, because the course is technical and it's narrow, having those moments and that lucidity to go get in your pocket, get your water bottle, because you'll forget about that. I guarantee you nobody will have touched the water bottle in the first lap, because it's just total chaos. And that 4 laps into this deep, 3,000 calories, 4,000 calories deep, you're going to pay for that.
Yeah, you are. I'll be very interested to see what happens to some of these privateers. One person I love watching race, to be honest, on the gravel is Mikey Mottram. He was
loves an attack.
Former Ribble, but you know, he'll be off the front straight away. If he can possibly get out there straight away, he'll be trying to attack. But so far we've seen him, he's always been unlucky, because he's never quite had the legs to go to the finish. Yeah, he just gets swallowed up by other people. But that sort of privateer rider, they can really make they can mix things up. They can make it difficult for World Tour riders, because they're slightly more unpredictable.
They'll also not know. Let's think about that point of view. I'm not going to say they've not done their homework. They've done the homework on the course. They've done the homework on the setup, but they don't know all the jerseys. Not everyone rides in their team kit. There's people maybe up with unbranded jerseys that they don't know, you know, and that's the thing, is that you kind of just need to race the race that's happening in front of you, and maybe not give anyone too much respect and go, or disrespect, so I should probably say. I will let them go, we'll catch them later, because you never know. And a person like Mikey Mottram, you don't let Mikey get 50 metres. You need to be on his back like a rucksack.
Exactly.
You know, because he's probably the rider that you kind of think about who's just right in the middle, along with Matt Holmes. Big, good power, light, technically good, and punchy. So he's a good outsider for sure.
One thing we must mention is that this championships is self-selecting. So if people want to get into the elites, so they want to ride in the elites, so they think they have that ability, we've got a lot of people who are coming back. I mean, I've been looking at names that I haven't seen for 10 years. And suddenly they're in here, and the big names like Connor Swift and Ben Swift won't really know who they are at all, and neither will the other riders. They could be real wild cards, and that makes it really exciting.
Yeah, you see all the time. You're kind of always waiting for the start sheet to come out, and then you're kind of doing a quick scan. And oh my God, they're here. I've not seen them for like 10 years. Last time I've seen them was in Guildford Town Centre.
That's right.
2010 or something like that. But it's that again is also the attraction of gravel. Is that it's giving people another lease of life, and the growth of this discipline. It's been meteoric, and metronomic, I suppose. But it's just, for me personally, it's just gave me another lease of life. And I used to love events likes of your Trobre-Lyon or your Paris-Roubaix, and in the UK we've got the Cycle Classic, and that was my jam. I just loved that race because it was just something different and super exciting, and you can't beat that nervous, you know, feeling when you go through a sector and you're like, I just hope I get through here. And it's like that basically in gravel for 4 hours.
What I've really liked about the rise of gravel and the work that Red On Sports have been doing is that this is something for everybody. Everybody can do this. You know, they can take their gravel road, their gravel bike on a canal path. They can take it, you know, around a field. They can take it on a bridleway, and I think that's really great. And it's taken up where perhaps mountain biking was maybe 20 years ago.
I think it gives everyone that bit of adventure, because with a gravel bike you can ride on any surface, can't you? So you just ride along the road and you go, wonder where that goes. Before you know it, you went through a field,
bit of a wander,
through a little forest, and you pop out on a road. You're like, oh, This is where that is.
Yep.
And that's the really cool part of gravel.
It
that
is.
adventure again of why you started riding the bike as a kid.
Strapping a tent on your bike as well was always a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's just about time for us to go to our racing live. We'll be starting with the men's elite here in the British Gravel Championships presented with Ribble. This coverage is brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. We hope you're enjoying our preamble and our chat beforehand. And we'll be going to the start line very shortly where the riders are being presented. I think there's about 8 or 9 riders. Well, nice relaxed Matt Holmes in the middle in the white with the OGT jersey on there. Connor Swift, you can see, defending champion in the sort of orange, more orangey helmet, closest to us in the Ineos. Ben Swift next to him, his cousin. Now that is Alistair Brownlee, just being sort of slightly covered up by our race director Roland Summerlin there. They're right on the far right there, multiple world and Olympic triathlon champion, and he's really reveling in his new love of being in gravel, and also wearing black. On the other side of that start line you'll see his brother Jonathan Brownlee, and we'll see if the usual Brownlee niggle and nicety, it's not really niggle, they just like to rib each other, to be honest. They do a bit. But look at the weather. It looks like the top of a Giro stage. Look at that. It's as foggy as anything. Good crowd for our elite riders today. Best part of 130 kilometres, and this will determine who gets to wear the British Championship jersey for the next year or so.
Everyone's looking pretty relaxed. Lots of chatting on the start line. That'll soon stop.
Always good.
And we can also see, I think, Ben Thomas on the front there and Cameron Mason just a second from the left in the red jersey of Seven
that's
Racing.
Cam, and I think Ben's on the far left in the pink of the Ribble Outriders. And away we go. We are on Moto 1. We are with racing shots here in our coverage of the British Gravel Championships presented with Ribble as they head off into the fog.
And you can see straight away, even at the back, there's riders here almost at a standstill around this first corner. And this is only the first corner. There's nothing dangerous on here. It's just purely the volume and the critical mass of bike riders here that's causing this.
Yeah, and the problem is, James, if you are fancying yourself for any sort of placing at all, if you get stuck down here and haven't been able to grid up particularly well, you're already at a disadvantage because your top 5, 6, 7 riders, they've all sort of like ridden off into the distance.
Yeah, you can see already the bunches, the best part of 200 metres long, and this is now, it's narrow now. There's not going to be an awful lot of moving up here. Where your kendo are now, you're going to be here for at least the next 2 kilometres, and this is like we've seen previously in the preview when we spoke about this first descent. There's a lot of things that can catch you out on here. It is really smooth. Yes, there will be an established racing line, but only a racing line for roughly 1 to 2 riders wide. So it's when you got 4 or 5 riders wide, there's only really one line, and somebody, without a doubt, is going to make a mistake on this descent, and it's going to cost them.
Yeah, that's Ian Goody right at the back there. Riding with number 109. He's already suffering, I think, trying to hang on in the first place. Poor old Ian.
You can just see here now it's just totally in almost like one massive long line. You can't even see the front. You can just kind of see the front of the bunch there taking the first kind of swoopy left-hander. Looks like everyone's made it round there nice and safely, but yeah, there will be a lot of people here unsure about the entry speeds, etc., because ultimately, no matter how quickly you ride this course on a recce, you're still not going to be approaching these corners at race speed, so that always catches people out in these first laps.
Heading off into the distance. Actually, I mean, it's worth mentioning that the fog here is going to cause all sorts of issues. There are people at the back who think that they're already a little bit behind. You go through a foggy patch, you can't see anybody. It does get the heart rate going even a little bit more. Does it go, crikey, where are they? How far ahead are they already?
Yeah, another thing to think about today as well is eyewear. Obviously, it's support that this fog's going to potentially lift. The temperature's going to get a little bit higher, so that should hopefully take the fog. But there's quite a lot of parts of this course where it's pretty dark. And, ideally a clear lens would be the way to go, something for low light, but obviously some people might not have that. So what do you do? Do you ride through the muddy and wet sections and just take all the hits in your eyeballs, or do you wear what you've brought? And this is one thing where as the race obviously progresses, That's going to get worse and worse and worse. More mud getting kicked up. You're going to get caked in it all over your face, all over your eyes and your helmet. And it's just making sure that you can still give yourself the best case scenario and the best option to see those lines. As you can see here, that this is this really sweepy left up to the right with a little short dig. You can really get the impression here just how steep this little dig is here. And this is what the course is like continuously all day here, David. Just that really small, almost like little stabs at your legs consistently all the way through this lap.
Moto 1 moving its way up the fields. It will do. It started off for safety, obviously. Because it's foggy, it started behind the bunch rather than in front of the bunch because, as we've just been mentioning, people just cannon off as much fast as they can. And if you can't see a motorbike, you end up colliding with it. So we just passed Ollie Smith from, he's around the Bath area, actually. He's a Cat C, well, he's a Regional C sort of rider. And that's the sort of riders you'll be seeing in the back here. People who are doing their regional races, either cyclocross or crits and so on and so forth, they'll already be thinking, Christ, this is fast. This.
Yeah, and you can see that the group in itself, it's it's starting to kind of a little bit of a slowdown here. We've obviously gone through another corner here, and it's going to be like this constantly now in this first lap. It's going to be that accordion effect. That elastic band is going to be stretched big time out of this corner, and right away you can see the riders at the back, out the saddle, trying to keep themselves in a good position here and just trying not to get tailed off just as we hit the next couple of corners.
I think the rider, I think that's 105. Is that
rider on the right, issue already.
Oh. Difficulties.
Hand in the pocket, that looks to me like it could be maybe something came loose or a puncture, yeah.
Easy to get. If you get off the line here, you'll get these forest roads are made out of what they call MOT1, which is sort of roadstone, crushed roadstone. This is a working forest, or it had been a working forest. Interestingly, Forestry Commission is obviously responsible for this in the UK. It is the national body for looking after these places. But the Forestry Commission was started after the First World War, trying to increase the volume of timber that we had in this country, because we just had no timber for, at that time, pit props and things like that. But we planted all these forests, mainly coniferous forests, with species from around the world that don't normally exist here, like Sitka spruce, and they're due to be harvested. These forests are usually on their second rotation of harvesting. It's about 40 or 50 years between the harvesting. But Forestry Commission now make more money by having visitors coming to Dalby Forest and riding their bikes or doing walking or whatever you want to do here than they do by chopping down trees. Amazingly, if you were to cut down, say, one of those trees on the right-hand side there, which I think are probably Sitka, if you chop one of them down, you're likely to get somewhere between £40 and £50 for the whole thing. That's it. Wow. So it's just a crop, but the price of it is not very much. Meanwhile, Forestry Commission can charge what I think it's it's whatever it is, £10-15 for the whole day of parking here, and that makes them a lot more money. And this summer especially has been a fantastic summer to visit North Yorkshire, because if you're in the UK, you'll know. If you're not in the UK, you won't know that it's just been the longest, hottest summer that people can remember. It's been absolutely phenomenal. I live near the River Severn, and it was the lowest point, the River Severn, that they've ever measured it. And going through the Ironbridge Gorge, the home of the Industrial Revolution, it was 32 centimetres. Ooh, more problems.
Yep, that's that corner, Dave. That's just coming into this first climb. That, like I said yesterday, there was lots of riders popping off on that right side and getting tangled up. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens to them. In all honesty, that could be those riders' race now over, as we're now starting to take those first really steep gradients of this first climb now. It's really starting to sort itself out, and the groups are starting to emerge.
It took a long time for the Moto 1 to get past Silas van der as being
hard to tell if they've been tailed off due to the technical nature of that final corner and those riders who had the issues, or it's now actually a physical thing. They're not looking like they're having too much trouble though coming back here. As you can see, the front group's kind of starting to sit up a little bit, and it actually looks to me in the white jersey just at the back of that front group potentially the riding style of Matt Holmes.
Yep, far right, I think, on that group ahead of us. You can see him, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up on the right-hand side. As we get in, we'll be able to see whether he's got OGT on the back.
No, it's not Matt.
No,
that's good.
No, taller than Matt.
Yeah, you can see
there
him just
he
there,
is.
right
There
in
you
the
can
middle.
see him right in the middle, wearing the black shorts of OGT, with OGT across his derriere. So you'll be able to see him from behind. Difficult to spot riders in white in the fog.
Yeah, it's just going to be quite interesting. I mean, the fog is very patchy on the course, but there's a chance here if you actually do get like a 30-second gap, some of this fog could really play into your hands and get you out of sight, out of mind, can't it?
Yeah,
So
that's exactly
it's going to be
it.
interesting if that actually plays out tactically during the race.
Well, you know, used to sit alongside Sean Kelly a lot in the commentary box, and I asked him once, you know, how you deal with these tactics and so on and so forth, and big, strong riders just riding away from things. He said, well, you know, he said, this is not a prerequisite to be intelligent to be a bike rider. And, you know, you get some guys who could just, like, hammer away and not even think about this craftsmanship, the gamesmanship, the tactics of doing this. And there's a lot of riders like yourself, James. You've always been very tactically aware, very astute. And there'll be a real mixture of these sort of riders in this group.
Yeah, I think that if you aren't as strong, you have to be better tactically. And you learn that by osmosis, by struggling so much, don't you?
Yeah, you watch other people and go, that's it.
Yeah, and you have to learn where to sit, how to sit in the wheels, especially when it's like a windy condition as well. But even just giving yourself a fighting chance in these climbs, try and get to the front, get a little bit of sliding room. You know, a mile an hour slower up the climb, slide through the groups, save a bit of energy. These are all things that you have to learn when you have really been in that up that struggle street, so to speak, when it comes to bike racing.
Well, there are Hope factory riders just ahead of us. This is Sam Stevenson. Yep. Just taking a look down at that. Well, you can see the anodised Hope hubs.
You can just see now that's starting to stretch out even more now, David.
Just, I think there's a little gap approaching here already, and yeah, that's this is the first time we've seen a sort of split, and that sort of split's only going to grow on a course like this. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 riders here, 2, just 6 riders here, just 2 a little bit further on, and then the big bunch. And I wouldn't be at all surprised as Moto 1 makes its way through these riders if you see more and more bunches occurring. You might even find, as you did yesterday, Jimmy, about 4, 5, 6 riders, and when you look behind you, there's nobody left.
Yeah, that can absolutely happen. That's why you have to. I mean, cycling's a heads-up game, so you need to keep your head on that swivel as well. So looking around, but it's never that easy sometimes to take a moment, sit up, have a look around over your shoulder on gravel, because obviously corners, surface, riders in front of you, you've got to be really, really observant. And you can see here now we're starting to drop down the second descent now, and this is an absolutely rapid down here, really, really quick. But partway down this descent, there's actually quite a muddy section under trees, so it could be a potential area where there might be some issues that crop up for some of these riders.
Jake Jackson from the Muck-Off Stalk team here at the back. He's already he's got one pedal unclipped there for some reason, but he looked like he was always struggling to hang on already. There he is. That is.
It looks like he's got his foot back in there.
Yep.
And that's the other thing is as well that pedal systems as well on a course like this, riders will probably 9 times out of 10 maybe run a road pedal setup. Because there's no real walking, no real proper muddy sections where you have to hike a bike. But you can see here that water is really, really, it's laid quite heavily on this section here under the trees. There won't be much drying out of this at all, and you can see it's getting a little bit slimy under tyre as well, just as you come out the trees there.
Jake Jackson, who's just in front of the camera there on the left-hand side in the blue from the Muck-Off Stalk team. He's had a lot of racing this year over the summer, mostly domestic. He did do some racing in France as well, but sort of mid-order, mainly anywhere from, I think his best results are about 14th, so 14th down to sort of 40th, and that's the sort of difference between the sort of Connor Swift World Tour riders at the front and riders who are doing really well or coming up through their career domestically. It's a big spread. It's not quite like if you're used to watching, the Tour de France or the Vuelta, and well done to Tom Pidcock, by the way, from the Vuelta. But it's not quite the same. I mean, those guys are all much of a level. You do have some guys hanging in there. Obviously, there is a difference between them. But here, big spread.
Yeah, this section I was talking about earlier. you've literally only got 6 inches here, and it is really slimy.
Yeah.
You're trying to stay in the wheel. It's fast, so you don't want to be off the wheel too far. You still want to be in the slipstream, but this here, even like yesterday, it wasn't as wet as this, and it was still really, really slippy. It just takes a moment of losing your concentration, getting your front wheel caught up in that central grassy section, and you can take everyone down.
Yeah, absolutely. Interestingly, if it had been super, super dry, especially on descents, if you've got grass in the middle of something like this, it's almost as slippy as it is now.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's trying to come back. Jake Jackson to the back of Jacob Vaughan, who's just sort of sitting in. He doesn't look as though he's sort of putting much commitment into it at the moment. He may not be feeling too good. Maybe waiting. Maybe testing out the first lap. Nasty corner.
Yeah, a lot of these corners are now off camber here, David. You don't really get that true impression of it, but this is now going to start to get a lot more technical as we drop down here. This actually gets pretty steep and pretty hairy. You've got a big sweeping right here, which then drops down, and then another right that drops as well. So the camber on this is very, very tricky. Just here. Heavy on the brakes as well. You can see all the signage on the left. You're heavy on the brakes down here. Rider's almost at walking pace here, and as you drop down here, you gain a lot of speed, and then you've got a really tight 90-degree corner onto the next climb.
So the fog and just the terrain at the moment preventing Moto 1 from getting up to the front, as we can see. But we'll bring you as many updates as we can as we follow Jacob Vaughan out of the saddle. Moto 1 getting the fog mist off the front of the camera there. We'll take a short break. We'll bring you back with coverage here of the British Gravel Championships presented by Ribble, and the coverage brought to you by Visit North Yorkshire.
for the early risers and the night grinders, for the uphill battles, the sprints, the final stretch, for the ones who fuel their best every single day, for the sweat, the drive, the thrill, for those chasing wins and those chasing the feeling, for every game, every goal, every moment that tests you, for the ones in yellow and the ones in red, for the leaders at the front and the fighters at the back, for those who live to win and those who live for improvement. For the ones who like to give their body what it needs. We know what fuels you. Fuel up. AMAX.
Welcome back to our coverage of the British Gravel Championships, presented with Ribble. This coverage brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire, and it's a little bit foggy in North Yorkshire today. We are with the race and the elite men's. And here are our pictures. This is Methven Bond from Ribble Outliers on the left-hand side, number 57. You can see we've got another stalk rider. That looks like Henry Hunter to me, wearing number 70. The wheelbase boys are in the lime green with WB on the back, and at the front of this group, this is the lead group, including both of the Connors. We have defending champion, both the Swifts. Defending champion Connor Swift and Ben Swift is there as well. So this is the established leading group. Nobody's really putting the hammer down at the moment. They're just trying to get around this lap.
Yeah, it's been quite a sort out this second climb actually. You can see Matt Holmes and Damien Clayton at the front really pushing the tempo, and this is the top of the climb. This is the section I spoke about earlier, is that there's only one line up here, and you can see a big attack up there on the right hand side. Looked like it might have been Tom Armstrong from Wheelbase really putting the pressure on over the top, and you can see the rider here at the back just getting distance as we come over the top here, as we now take that right hand and bomb down the next descent.
Yeah, Armstrong is one of those ones we talked about before our pictures came out of the racing. It was somebody getting shelled out the back there. Tom Armstrong, I think, is probably one of those ones you'd have to really keep an eye on. He's had lots and lots of top 10 places this year. Top 10 in the National Crit Championships. Didn't finish the National Road Championships, which probably gives us probably quite good for this race. He wasn't really on the radar, but he's had some really very, very, very good results so far.
Yeah, the really solid year last year in Europe. Plenty of wins in the Kermesse scene in France and around Belgium, so it's definitely a course that would suit him. You know, big powerhouse, strong rider, not scared to take the race on, so it's, again, and the same mould as Mikey Mottram, not the kind of person you want to let out of sight, that's for sure.
And I think out in the arena area, we've managed to catch up with yesterday's women's time trial winner, Friday's women's time trial winner, Abby Smith, who's on absolutely amazing form. Absolutely decimated the field. And I think one of my colleagues, Oscar, has caught up with her out in the arena.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Abby Smith, the winner of the British Gravel Time Trial Championships the other day. First of all, how does it feel to be the champion in a new cycling discipline, I guess?
Oh, it's really exciting. It's kind of, it's the inaugural one, so yeah, got my name first on the bit of paper, and yeah, really excited.
Yeah. And a gravel time trial, how did that feel different to like a normal time trial? Obviously you're racing against the clock, you're racing against yourself, but you've got a lot more technical elements inside of it. Was it an enjoyable experience? Was it different? What was it like for you?
For me, I really enjoyed it. You know, kind of a pain pleasure paradox kind of thing. It was really fun in the sense that you could kind of go into stuff a bit more aggressively, or you know, not obviously aero is still important, but the technical side of it is also a much bigger factor in a gravel time trial.
Absolutely, and the fact that you've had a full pace lap around Dalby Forest now, do you think that's going to set you up well for the race today?
I hope so. It's given me some confidence, which is nice, and just going in with a little bit more motivation, and yeah, see how I can do today.
Fantastic. And you mostly race on the road, obviously racing for Picnic Post NL. On the road, you've got a lot more pack dynamics, but we're seeing more of that come into play in gravel as it gets faster. And obviously you're saying as aero becomes more and more of a factor within this sort of discipline. Do you think the racing today will be quite packed, or will it be a decisive course that will cause a lot of separation?
Well, I hope it causes some separation in the right sense. I think because it's so up, there's no flat basically, so I think there will be a lot of separation, but at the same time it could be quite cagey to start with because maybe nobody wants to make them first move, if that makes sense. So yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much, Abby, and back to you guys in the studio. Cheers.
Thanks, Oscar. Thank you very much, Oscar. That's Abby Smith. I tell you what, I thought she was a little bit of a dark horse. She looked on pretty good form, but she absolutely decimated people in the inaugural gravel time trial. And you only have to look at her results on gravel recently. I mean, she was second in Wales a week ago, and that's been a real stellar leap from what she's done for the rest of the year. She's been racing a lot in Belgium. Obviously, she's based with the Dutch team. Nip over the border into Belgium. That's where the really hard racing is. And she's been sort of, I don't know, top 50, top 30 maybe, but not quite on that sort of level. But suddenly she's come here, wallop.
Good timing, I think.
Good timing, yeah.
Speaking to her on Friday on the podium, she's pretty keen to be a double British champion. So, yeah, you can see that the gas is there, that's for sure. Technically wise, I think that the TT probably wasn't overly technical in comparison to today's. But it'll be interesting to see. She's definitely got the power. She's definitely got the ability. It's just whether everything else kind of plays out on her side as well.
Well, I hope you'll stay with us after the men's elite for the women's elite race. It's something that Red On have been very, very keen to do. Have really good separate races for the elite women, or any class of women, in fact, because so often in gravel up to this particular point, it's been the case of having to mix in with the men, and it's not a really very fair race for them. So it's going to be great coverage. That comes up live after our coverage of the men's elite racing. This looks like Johnny Brownlee at the back here. There he is, look. Not so experienced on gravel. However, I mean, Johnny Brownlee and his brother Alistair have done a lot of riding bikes. They are very good bike handlers. It's not always been there's always been lots of jokes between cyclists and triathletes about bike handling, but they can do an awful lot of good stuff. They've ridden a lot of off-road tri as well. Jonathan has done a couple of races on gravel with Red On Sports. His brother Alistair, who just passed in there, he's lying 1, 2, 3, 4 back in that group, 3 back in that group, was the initial British Gravel Championship champion back in 2021, almost by default. He'll admit that himself. In this chasing group, he's 3 back. Almost by default, he was champion. He came piling into the last corner with 3 other riders, and the 2 ahead of him overcooked it, trying to out-sprint each other and went crashing off into the barriers. And he looked mightily surprised when he took the title, but very pleased to do so. So he is a former National Gravel Championship. That is Matt Holmes with the OGT, the white jersey in there. Again, one of the men, if he's on super form, he'll be very, very hard to beat. Whether he's got the legs, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, you can see this big split now. I've seen in the second split behind this group, Ben Swift from the Ineos Grenadiers, he was in there, so it looks like we've got Connors in here, Cameron Mason, a couple of riders from the Ribble Outliers, probably looks like it would be Ben Thomas in there for sure. Potentially Harry Tanfield. You can see here, rider on the front from Wheelbase. Looks like it's Jimmy the Blade trying to bring it all back together again for his, which would potentially mean that team leader from them today could be Tom Armstrong.
Yeah, that would not surprise me. He's been on very, very good form. I'm not sure, actually. I saw one of the Ineos riders sit up in this group, and I think it was Connor, actually. So it could be Connor in this second group chasing, but it's difficult when the helmets are on, especially in the foggy.
Yeah, I think Connor may be wearing the orange helmet today to kind of distinguish the two. You can see McKay here on the front. Really, really drilling it here to try and bring this back together. And yeah, that is Ben Swift in second place, yep. Trying to claw their way back on and doing a great job here, actually, the Wheelbase rider.
Ride. That's
really good ride, that is.
Really good piece of riding. Look at that.
And I think this is the tail of the race. There's a bit of an attack off the front there. Looks like it could be Connor Swift's just easing off on the front of the group. Ben Thomas, it looks like, taking a big attack. And it looks like it could be potentially Matt Holmes trying to roll in the back of that as well. No, it looks like we've got maybe Ribble outlier up there. Another rider from Wheelbase just popped off the front there.
Yeah, it's interesting that we don't talk about team tactics too much, but in a British Championship, you've got teams of 3-4 riders. It does play into the mix of things. Normally, don't think about it in gravel riding because obviously there's often maybe a lot of privateers and they don't really have that sort of whole dynamic. But certainly, Wheelbase have been doing a good job to bring people back up to the front here. The chap at the back is Aaron King, riding for Wheelbase.
Yeah, Aaron's a young Scottish rider. Comes not too far from me up in Scotland. Been on the national squad this year, doing lots of racing. Some really good results. He's actually a Scottish national criterium champion as well. So
big lad. Does a bit of track as well, doesn't he? Quite a bit of track.
Big lad, knows how to handle his bike. The recent Scottish Championship, he unfortunately had a pretty bad crash, so he's coming back from that. Just a couple open wounds, etc. A few days off the bike, but it looks like Aaron's came with good legs today. And as you say, Wheelbase here, we've got about 4 riders in this group. And yes, they might not have the pure strength of the World Tour riders, but having strength in numbers sometimes can outweigh that. But we just seen there another Ineos Grenadier rider, look like Ben Swift. As you can see on the left there in the red with the black shorts, Cameron Mason being quickly followed there by Ben Swift as well. So it's all going down here on this third climb.
Cameron Orr on the right, just dropping out of shot for Hope Factory Racing. Ed Morgan from Muckoff, wearing number 78, the blue there, and just ahead of him is Ben Swift in the 107. So that's the orange top, the black shorts. Swifty's been around for such a long time. This sort of pack dynamic won't hurt him at all. He won't be worried about it. Cut his teeth really at the Gralloch in May. Decided to join Connor and just have a go at it, and really enjoyed it. Had a good word with him afterwards, and he was all smiles, beaming smiles. And there he is on the left-hand side. He's decided, I'm going to move up. It's not going quite fast enough. People are getting away at the front. I don't want to lose that front group. He's got that nous about him. He's been doing it for so long. He knows he's got to make the move. If he just hangs around behind with some of the other guys, he may give him shelter, but, they only need to get 10, 20 seconds off the front, and that's the end of that.
Yeah, this looks like also Damien Clayton, who's been doing an awful lot of front, number 60 here with a white helmet.
Yeah.
Just sliding to the back of the group. But this climb, actually, David, you don't realise this is actually a really heavy under tyre right now. It came through the wooded section. It's getting a bit more lighter now, but that section where Ben made that move up the outside, massive amount of watts to do it, because that is a really heavy under tyre. It was really wet yesterday. It's just been under the trees and getting no hot air into it, so it's even heavier today. But you can see right away Swifty looking really sharp. As we look down here in the red jersey, we've got Cameron Mason there just rolling behind Aaron King, just making sure he's in a good position here so he can follow the moves. You can see again Swift on the right hand side here pressing on. Cam
will know Aaron King quite well. He'll know what a sort of rider he is, how much power he's got, whether he looks like he's going well, and that's a good thing to just sit on that wheel there. Just roll along. You don't want to be trying to involve yourself in fights at the front at the moment. If you can just hang on to that wheel, but don't lose the wheel is the big thing.
Yeah, I can see the Ribble outliers here. They're really keen on stretching this out.
3 riders in this group, I think. 2 of them pulling off.
Yeah, looks like Ben and Jensen on the front there.
Yeah. That's Ben going again back to the front by the look of it.
Yeah, Jensen sliding down the right hand side here in the pink, just jumping now onto the wheels. Looks like there's going to be a potential little split trying to happen here.
They're all looking at each other, Jimmy. They're all wondering what's going to happen here.
Yeah, this part here, we've got a little kick up here in this right hander, and it kind of opens up and it's pretty exposed for the next few kilometres. As I said earlier, all of these open and downhill sections are totally exposed, and it is going to be a headwind on these sections as well, David. So tailwind uphill, headwind downhill. So
that's what they all say.
Not much
when
rest.
I go out, mate, it's always a headwind wherever I am.
Yeah.
I actually went and did, well, you'll know this, the Braveheart charity in Scotland. I actually went to do some MC work there many years ago. Found myself there early on, so I decided to go for a bike ride. I went out, I thought, God, I'm going really well today. not even thinking about it. And then I thought, I better get back because I've got to get changed and do the work. Turned around and it was like a 20-mile-an-hour headwind, and I thought I was lucky.
The good old West Coast westerly wind.
I was only I was lucky enough just to make it back, I think.
You can really see it now stringing out here. It's the first time we've seen out over the top of the climb. Looks like it is Ben Swift again, followed by Ben Thomas, really trying to stretch this out. Is Damien Clayton here just at the back, hanging in there, just needs a moment or two of relaxation, get a bit of breath into those lungs, clear his head, and then slide back onto those wheels as we now approach this right-hander, which will take us now onto the next descent.
Well, he's got, I think it has been a big split at the front now.
Yeah, I think maybe
Some
20
real pressure
riders.
being put in.
Yeah, roughly 20 riders, I reckon, in this group, and it looks like now there's a bit of tactics in play. People are starting to sit up, look around. I think also everyone just wants a bit of reassurance as well, David, having done like the best part of like 3 of the 4 climbs, just checking where everyone's at, have a little double check of people's faces, look in their eyeballs, see how they're feeling, just to reassure yourself that yes, that was absolutely savage up that climb.
Yeah. It's always one of those times where you just look at each other and go, right, who has got the legs? Who's looking comfortable? Who's not looking comfortable? Some riders are better than others at actually hiding it. Some riders can just ride as if they aren't, really suffering where they are inside. Some riders like to test people out early, and every time we come around to this climb, we've got laps of this circuit. Every time we come around to these climbs and these nasty, nasty little inclines, that'll just get a little bit more. They put a half a K more on, 1K more on, and see who's getting shelled out the back.
Yeah, you can see there in the second split. Looks like there's a little bit of a lull in the action there. Connor Swift's back here along with Cameron Mason as well. 2 of the big favourites for today. Matt Holmes isn't here, so he must be off in that front group alongside the 2 Bens.
Yeah, he's a little bit further up. He's on the left-hand side.
On the left, yep.
He rides on the drop still. He's nice compact position, proper roadie. Spinning nicely though, looking very comfortable.
Yeah, this is a really fast section down here. From this, it's got a really, really steep descent, and it's actually that steep. We've actually got 2 entries into the next climb. So there's one which is really tight off the top, and then there's another one just slightly past. And yesterday, people were having to take 2 different lines just purely based on your entry speed.
We were discussing the sort of tactics on these very steep descents before we came on air, Jimmy. We were just saying, if you're the sort of rider that doesn't have that massive engine that maybe a Connor Swift does, is it the sort of tactic where you'd say, I tell you what, I've got the bike handling skills. Do I just give it some on the descent? How big do your cojones have to be to go for that? Yeah.
Yeah, and a rider who's going to be all over that sort of thing is going to be someone like Cameron Mason.
Yeah.
Cammy's, punchy rider, strong rider, technically incredible bike rider. It's almost like he's got Velcro on his tyres rather than it just being rubber.
Which is sickening, really, when you watch
Absolutely, especially when you're trying to chase him around the local wood.
Yeah.
But I think the thing here for Cameron is that if he can put them on the back foot, get at the bottom of the descent, maybe press on a little bit for that first couple of 100 metres, stretch it out a little bit, and then have a little look around, reset. And as you can see here, this is where this descent gets really steep. We drop down here. It drops down 10-15% here. You've got 2 rollers, and then we've got a big left-hander, but you're kind of going to have to jump across that central. You see riders here, we have to jump across the central grassy section because these corners, you really want to apex them as much as you can.
Yeah, heading out into the fog, a little bit of splits coming in, 1 bike rider off the back, then another, and then another as first Swift and then Ben Swift, should I say, and then Ben Thomas from Ribble Outliers, just putting a little pressure on at the front, just seeing who's got the legs, just seeing who's got the descent. Of course, Ben Thomas, a very good mountain biker, a multiple British marathon champion, no problem going downhill fast there at all. Also, Ben Swift as well. I mean, he's a sprinter. He's a big punchy rider, sort of classics rider who started off more as a sprinter. And as you know, in any of the bigger races, sprinters are the ones who have to descend as fast as possible because they're the ones who've been dropped on the way up. You
can just see there as well, David, just the difference there in that descent. Yeah. Those riders who are now, 50 metres off the back of this bunch, that's all happened in just in 1 corner.
Absolutely. And that'll be difficult for them. Interestingly, 2 of the wheelbase riders off the back. They've done a lot of work, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders from wheelbase up here first of all, and now they've lost 2 of them. Well, we wouldn't be able to do any of this racing here without the active cooperation of Forestry Commission. As we were talking about them earlier, they really embrace the amenity side of forestry these days. And we've been able to manage to get our representative from Forestry England to talk to us about exactly what it takes to do this sort of thing. And we've got Oscar out there as well.
Hi everybody, I'm here with Will, our representative from Forestry England in the amazing venue of Dalby Forest for the British Gravel National Championships. Will, I mean, what an amazing venue. You're a local mountain biker yourself, local boy. It's a beautiful venue and with a long history of mountain biking and off-road racing. Can you tell us a little bit about this venue, where we're found and how great this place is?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, like you've just said, it is known for its mountain biking. We've got a history of UCI events. So back in 2010, we had a UCI event here for the cross-country championships. But slowly, we're starting to build up a reputation of, gravel sport in Dalby. We're really lucky in North Yorkshire to have such a wide expanse of open forest with awesome gravel trails. So it's becoming more and more popular for that sport, which is great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a huge venue as well. There's so many miles of gravel tracks around here. It's obviously open all year round, and the gravel, we've had a lot of weather over this weekend from, some lovely 20-degree sunshine and some biblical rain, but it's drained really, really well. It's rideable all year, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. So no matter what the weather really, it's a great venue to come to. It's one of those places where it doesn't matter what time of year, what the weather is, it always looks stunning. Yeah. And even as a local, I appreciate that and feel really grateful to have it as a backyard, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful location for our event village and the British Gravel Championships here. Obviously, it's the first time we've held the British Gravel Championships at this venue, and I think it served the purpose really, really well. And yeah, it's a beautiful venue for our event village, and yeah. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. We're going to go back to the studio now, back to the racing.
Welcome back. Thanks very much to Will for taking us through Forestry England's involvement in the race and the gravel that's now being done in Dalby Forest. Forestry England is the sort of public-facing arm of Forestry Commission. Forestry Commission do all the sort of chopping down bits, which is good. Back with Moto 1. Damien Clayton still hanging on in the back there. I tell you who I did see in this bunch. It's nice to see. So look, really upright stance, white helmet. Just move over to the right-hand side there is Ollie Bora. Riding for SEO Dijon, and he's had some good results in France this year.
Yeah, he could be a bit of an unknown quantity.
Well, third in the Welsh UCI gravel qualifying round last week, so he's in really, really good form. He looks quite good. He's got one of those sort of swaying Jens Vogt type styles of riding.
Yeah, he's got a pretty busy style in it. Of course, he's one of those riders we were speaking about earlier who they won't know an awful lot about him. He's obviously in good shape after his result from last week, so if he just plays it smart here and just looks after himself and tries not to burn too many of the matches, he could be in there for a really good result today.
He could. He's got those World Tour riders to deal with. I have to say, though, that's almost a different league, isn't it? You've really got to be on your mettle. And we talked about it one way round, that some of those World Tour riders won't know the more domestic pros who are in gravel or the privateers who are in gravel. But likewise, the domestics only ever see the World Tour riders on the television. They don't race against them either, so they really don't know that side of it either. They don't know whether they're in that league, whether they're not in that league. It's really difficult.
A little bit of imposter syndrome, I think, can kick in every now and then. And it can be really difficult when you turn around and you look and you see two Ineos Grenadiers on your wheel. You're like, what am I doing here? But as we can see here, the action's kicking off again. One big line again. Pressure's really going in the front. Starting to split a little bit. I see Toby Perry here just in front of Cameron Mason. Splitting. Hanging in there.
It is. Cam just hanging onto the wheel of Toby Perry there. We spoke to him earlier.
And Toby's another lad who's really embraced this gravel discipline.
Yeah. Cam looks like he's actually struggling a little bit to me. And that just shows how fast the pace is.
See
and
it
Cam,
here.
look, he just puts the elbow out saying, somebody please come on by and do some work, and I think he's suffering.
Yeah, for sure. He's not looking his usual sprightly self there. I think he's been trying to save a little bit of energy on this climb and maybe get caught out in the back foot as we now come over the top here. This is another wide open section coming up here before we start coming up towards the start finishing area. We go from here, from really nice gravel, we take a left here with a little drop down climb up, and then we hit a really muddy section, David. So this will give us the first chance to see what that's going to be like, and that's roughly 2Ks from the finish, so this could come in quite handy for the
3 or 4 years to even start becoming a rider with results, because you just have to get used to the extra pace and the extra distance, and in gravel it's a lot longer than a cyclocross race.
Yeah, over the last couple of years, obviously Cameron, for me, he's got to this level, but it's almost been, I never could understand why it took so long for him to attract the eyes of a big team. Even though he was in the Trinity team, he was still almost riding privateer. His dad and Davy's mechanic, Davy Swanner, would basically follow him around the place and just look after him. But now he's got the full backup of obviously Alpes and DeConnick on the road. He's getting more established within that team, getting some really good racing under his belt. And you'll know as yourself and anyone who's watching the show is that if you do a few stage races during the year, it just adds an extra layer. And Cam's had the luxury of that this year. I wouldn't count him out so far. You know, he's a gritty young rider. He's looking around, just trying to see what that gap is.
It
and
seems
I think
to be
that
coming back a bit.
I think he'll still come strong towards the end. It's just maybe this first lap, everyone's just trying to settle in. You know, a lot of the nerves are kind of now settled, just trying to figure out where your legs are at, and then just as they come through the start-finish in a kilometre or so, gather themselves, get through the feed, and then reset for the next lap.
So Damien Clayton just sort of a bike or so length behind Cam Mason here, so just hanging in there. Then you got that Cam Mason group of 1, 2, 3, 4 riders, then a group of about 5 or 6, I think, with Toby Perry latched on the back there. And we've got 2 riders at the front who are pushing the pace on, and that's what's caused this little split. It looked as though it was coming back together again, but I'm not sure that this chasing group that we're watching on Moto 1 have made too much of an impact. Maybe coming back a little bit, but if you have to do this over and over and over again, Jimmy, chasing things down, that's where it all goes pear-shaped for you.
And we've seen how this happened. It was basically just riders pressed on in the last 500 metres of the final climb.
Yeah.
We've now got to a point where it's just starting to split in dribs and drabs. And not only is it about the actual physical effort, but it's also the technical aspect as well, trying to carry speed. And there's nothing worse than being on the limit and being bounced about. It just absolutely cracks you and just adds to the stress that you're going through in that moment. But we can see here, it looks like it is going to potentially come back together. We're along here, we take a right, little more gravel than a left, and that's us on the tarmac and heading back into the start-finish arena.
So a large group of about 20 riders or so heading up towards the end of the first lap in the British Gravel Championships. Cam Mason in the red there we're looking at, Damien Clayton in the blue. LeColl, RT Racing just latching onto Cam Mason's wheel, and this whole group will enter the start finish almost together.
Yep, 2 riders just off the front.
Last corner in towards the arena area. And back into the fog again. And I have to say, that has been a very taxing first lap for a lot of these top riders. Many of the big names suffering a little bit at the back here. People we thought might be looking to do something.
We still see quite a big representation in here from Wheelbase as well. So they
one or
did a
two
good job
riders
here.
ahead? I'm just looking into the distance. I was wondering if there was a bit of a hanging tree. It is. There's just one. Looks like one single rider off the front at the moment. Maybe 2. Difficult to tell.
We should get a nice long shot as we take a left here off the gravel out of the asphalt and towards the finishing arena. Gives a nice chance to see what's actually happening at the front. Yep, we can still see Connor Swift, Cameron Mason, Toby Perry. Yeah, there's definitely a couple of riders just chipped off the front there.
That's the Wheelbase Castelli rider on the back is Dexter Leeming Sykes. Tall rider. And God, there's some suffering legs already. They've only just done the one lap, and this is the start-finish area they're coming into now to complete the first of their laps into the fog, into the arena. This is where they drop off the tarmac onto gravel again. Well, the group in the men's elite finish their first lap. We'll be back shortly.
The incredible thing about cycling at the moment is there's so many different subcultures, different reasons why people cycle. Some people just love cycling and the adventure. I, for one, love racing, and if I'm honest, I don't actually like cycling that much on its own. I just really like winning races. I've had the privilege of working with Quack. They already had an amazing prototype with the M3 Air. I got to race in it for a year. I got to win some races that I've been trying to win for a long time, but we still thought there was a few little adjustments that we could make to make the shoe even better. Seeing how much effort and time they're putting into the performance side, it's a brilliant collaboration of so many different things that just make sense to us. When you put the M3 Air on your foot, it's stiff, light, secure, but spacious. Because you don't notice it's there, it's got to be a great shoe. I had my best year ever, and it was in Quack shoes, so it's a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the coverage of the British Gravel Championships here from Dalby Forest in North Yorkshire in the UK. It is a foggy day out today, but at least it's not raining. It has been hammering it down for the last 2 days. We're about 32 kilometres into the men's elite race, as you can see on our screen there. There is a group of about 20 riders away at the moment, with 2 or 3 riders at the front really putting the hammer down. Some big names in this group, and it looks to me as though the pace has gone up. My name's David Reeve. I'm with you for the whole race and for the women's elite as well, and alongside me, James McCallum, former domestic and continental pro, and an expert gravel racer himself. There are a lot of little digs going on, James, at the moment.
Yeah, we just finished that first lap, and obviously came straight into through the feet. Everyone's grabbed a bottle, had a quick change, but now instantly looked like that splits came back together that we'd seen just at the end of that first lap. So everyone now is having a little bit of moment of looking around, and this is quite telling, David, actually, that everyone's kind of like, this has been an absolutely brutal first lap. Everyone's taking a second to look around, check the faces, check how big the group is, you know, reset. And this is what gravel's like. You have to constantly look around and reset all the time. You see Ben Swift doing the same there on the right hand side in the red, Cam Mason looking over his shoulder in the red with the big number 7. So it looks like it's now all came together. So this could be the moment where an opportunist just takes a little second or two on this descent.
Yeah.
And then
I'm
it's
sure
race
that's
on again.
what'll happen. I'm sure that's what will happen. It's the sort of you see Ben Thomas attacking in all these sorts of particular situations. Also, Tom Armstrong is that sort of rider. He might just, you know, as everybody sits up, you get the opportunity. You sit on the road as well, but it's really constant on gravel. You get a little group, they split up, they come back together, everybody sits up to take a breather, and somebody goes whap off the front, and away they go. We haven't seen too many problems with riders out on the course. There are a few in the first few corners, maybe some technicals, maybe 2 riders coming together and just trying to sort things out. Oh, go back and pick that bottle up, honestly. We've been just ridden past one of the big tech boxes. And of course, this is a form of racing, a bit like mountain biking, where you can't have any technical support out with you. So there's no cars following you. There's nobody offering a wheel up at the side of the road. If you have a problem here, unless you can ride yourself back to the start-finish and the tech zone, you've got to do things with technical boxes on the way around. There's 5 of them.
Yeah, and this is one part of gravel racing. Even if you're a newcomer to it, you need to be good at fixing and solving problems.
That's good.
You can have any kind of hole can appear in your tyre. 9 times out of 10, you'll have a small plug, looks like a little worm, you just jam it straight into your tyre and that will generally seal it. If it's bigger than that, you need to have like maybe 2 or 3 different options. Worst case scenario, you end up having to take the tube, get a tube inside, but everyone will be carrying a light TPU tube, probably a couple of different options for stabbing the tyre, maybe like a Dynaplug or a Stans or a little worm. But you've got to be able to just think in your feet all the time. And that's the thing with the problem-solving point of view, is that you've got to have a little multi-tool, a chain tool, a quick link, all these things, because yes, round the circuit we do have every couple of kilometres a tech box, and in that tech box is, yes, there's stuff, but you never know if it's going to have what you need in it.
What you need at the time, yeah.
Is it going to be the right length of valve for your wheel? Because everyone's riding different depths of rims, etc. So they've got to be very, very self-sustaining ultimately, and just carry the minimum but just enough kit with you at the same time.
Well, so one person who may well have had a problem out on the course, has had a problem out on the course, is Harry Tanfield. We mention him quite a lot because he is a real local boy, literally from just around the corner from here, and he was expected to be able to do something really good. Big, strong rider, former World Tour rider, but he's experienced a few problems. So Oscar has him out on course. We'll find out exactly what's been going on.
Hi, I'm with Harry here from the Ribble Outliers. I mean, you were racing today, and you're not racing now? Yesterday. You were only racing yesterday.
Friday, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Friday. Of course, the British Gravel Time Trial Championships. Good race there. I saw you were pretty kitted out, aero optimised for that one. You went for the big pointy helmet, yeah.
Yeah, I went for the aero helmet. I thought it would be quite nice for the road back in, and I rode it in the morning, and it wasn't bumping around too much, so I thought it would be nice, and it felt pretty good actually. So yeah, we have some nice Met helmets. So.
And you're not out with your teammates on course today. Why not racing today?
No, I was feeling a bit rough already on Thursday and Friday, like during the week, and I rested up to the TT, and I went full gas in the TT, just hoping that I would bounce back from it, kind of thing. Having done not much intensity in the week, but I felt horrendous yesterday on the morning when I woke up, and just feel like I'm fighting something at the moment. It's that point in the season where I've just been going fully for 3 months now, and decided just to pull the pin and to have a couple of days off now and rest and make sure that I don't get fully sick, because there's still big goals for the end of September, World Champs in October, and more UCI gravel races in Belgium, and even the end of October. So it's better just to retrain and not get fully sick for the moment.
Yeah, so a longer term eye on the rest of the calendar with those big events coming up. And obviously you're going to be racing on the Ultra Grit in this fantastic colourway. So we've got the team spare bikes here that we're looking at, but I love this colourway so much. I mean, I'm assuming you're a big fan as well?
Yeah, it really goes well with our kit. It's bespoke paint job for the team, which is also available to buy from Ribble as well, which is nice. If you want to, stand out a little bit, I suppose, from the traditional colours.
Absolutely. I mean, you're all outliers, so it's an outlier paint job, isn't it? Yeah. And even on the spare bikes here, you're all running really massive chain rings. What sort of gearing and chain ring size would would the pros run for a course like this?
Yeah, it's we've got a lot of options with the SRAM, with the new Red Explorer group set that we use. We can use anything from a 40 through to a 48 even. I believe Jensen and Ben are both running the 48 aero chainring today, which maybe some people have seen Mads Pedersen and those guys running in the classics in the start of this year.
Yeah, amazing. Fast, all getting ready to run really, really fast course out there. Yeah,
it's going to be a quick course, and we have a 46 in the back with the group set anyway, so it's not super steep the climb, so it's fine with a 46 ring or 48 still.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much, Harry. All right, back to you guys in the studio. Cheers.
Super enthusiastic Oscar. I hate to tell you, Oscar, it's a bit like having a Ferrari. The paint job doesn't make you go any faster, much as we'd like it to, unfortunately. But there we go. It's a shame for Harry Tanfield, really, because he is the local boy. He went to school just around the corner. There was, he's been off riding to London for God knows how long, isn't he? For 200 kilometres or so, I think. So he's had a very busy month. So if, good to see that he's still got an eye on the rest of the calendar. Right, back to our racing, and seems to, this is a smaller group. Whether we're at the front of that smaller group or there's somebody off the front, we can't quite tell in the fog at the moment.
Yeah, just going back on Harry Tanfield, it's obviously a big blow for the Ribble Outliers, obviously. Harry, with big engine, probably not the favourite on the team for today. I think all the eggs are probably going to go in the basket of Jensen. But you never know, but Harry will definitely be missed from this group from his teammates.
Yeah, he will be, but I'm interested to know what's going on in the sort of the team collective mind for Ribble, because Jensen's going very, very, very well, as we know. He's obviously absolutely stormed it in the UCI qualifying event in Wales last week. But you know what? Ben Thomas is a hungry chap. You know, he's moved up to a team for the first time from his own Ben Thomas coaching team for a long, long time. He's now got proper support. He's super relaxed, and you know, I don't know what the dynamic is there. Well, they've had a word with each other beforehand. Are they racing just for each other? Are they racing for each other, or are they racing separately? What's the score there? I would be interested to know.
I would also say that a relaxed Ben Thomas is a pretty dangerous Ben Thomas as well.
Yeah, he's a little bit underrated sometimes, I think.
You can just see here, it's just really there's a bit of a moment here, everyone's kind of looking at each other.
Yeah.
See a little bit of chat between teammates. Team tactics maybe potentially going to come into play here. Two big reps in here of obviously Wheelbase, Captec Castelli, and obviously the Ribble Outliers as well. So they've got the numbers there, but how are they going to use them? Looks like there's quite a fair bit of chatting. As you can see, Toby Perry and Ben Thomas still here riding on the front. In this group right now, I can see Ben Swift, Connor Swift still in there, Cameron Mason still in there. I think Jensen's just here at the back, just popping out to the right. In the pink number 100.
Yeah, easy to spot, rangy rider, 100 on his back. Sort of turning a slightly larger gear, just be looking fairly comfortable with the moment. But team tactics, you know, we mentioned team tactics a couple of times now, and it's worth sort of touching on it again, because it's not something that is generally part of off-road racing. It certainly isn't part of mountain bike racing very much, and but this is more akin to road. You've got these bunches that split and come back together again, and you can look at each other. If you can get 2 or 3 riders in a bunch, there would be no reason why you wouldn't work together, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of an inevitability. I think there will be more gravel teams, more team tactics, and it would make absolute sense to have riders in there to do jobs. You know, not everyone has to be in there to win the race, and of course only one rider can win. So if you have got 4 or 5 riders, well, you put all your eggs in that basket and do your best to support that rider to the best of your ability on the day. But it's one of those things where it's so much more attritional as well. Whereas in the road, there's lulls and there's times to chat, and you can have a good discussion about stuff, and you can take a moment, get some gels. But as you can see here, there's not really many opportunities to even take your hands off the handlebars.
No.
You know, it's that busy, and there's that much happening constantly in these races that it's really difficult to communicate, but even sometimes just really difficult to keep yourself fueled.
How much gamesmanship do they play here? Not maybe in this lap, but maybe when you get into lap 3 or at the beginning of the final lap. Is there a little bit of sort of, not fakery, so to speak, but just to like making people think you're suffering a little bit more?
Absolutely. Matt Holmes, I spoke to Matt before the race today, and he said he was just going to play it nice and cagey. Follow, then hopefully try and exploit something in the last lap. So he's playing true to his words, sitting here just at the back on the right-hand side with the white jersey and the long white socks and the white helmet. Matt's been very astute, a very, very capable gravel rider, but also a very, very accomplished road rider, having previously been World Tour level. So it's going to be one of those things. Obviously, beat Richie Port up Richie Port Berg in a Tour Down Under back in the day in Wollonga. I think the only person who actually beat Richie Port up there. So Matt's definitely got the minerals to take this jersey today. As you can see, this section again, David. There's been loads of traffic through here now, and it's still really squirmy, and it's not a massive contact patch that you've got on the ground. You see Matt Holmes there wriggling around, just trying to keep traction, trying to keep upright.
Yeah, he doesn't look very comfortable to me, to be honest, on that. Matt, who you've been mentioning him, fantastic rider. I mean, a couple of years ago he did the sort of the road and gravel double, didn't he, with Lincoln GP, followed almost immediately by the Gralak. So he certainly is capable on all sorts of surfaces.
And there's a prime example, David. I mean, it's really dark in those trees sometimes, and if you just need to take your eye off the ball for a second, then something can really end your race pretty quickly. Now back onto this really technical off-camber descent. And the thing is with a lot of these corners is that the one thing you want to try and do, but you can't do because they are so steep and so tight, is carry speed.
Yeah.
You're literally hitting every single one of these climbs with no momentum. So that wears you down mentally as well. That constant acceleration, trying to make sure you're in a good place, and all the time going down here. If you're riding 4 or 5 guys from the rear like Matt is right now, you won't be overly comfortable. That's for sure.
No, you won't be. And I think this is where, these are the sorts of descents where you really, for want of a better phrase, it sorts out the men from the boys. You know, those people who can come to the front and actually put some real fast descents in will put everybody under pressure and behind, and they won't like it at all. Some people love going downhill fast, others don't. As you say, Cam Mason, that sort of rider, can really push it. Toby Perry, too, he's very good.
Going to get a chance now to have a look down this line now.
Let's have a look as they go past. About 38 kilometres into the lap.
See just on the front there. Looks like it's Ben Swift followed by Cameron Mason. Mason just pulling out the line there, having a little look over his shoulder, see what damage has been done on the descent, and we could see already there was quite a few splits on that there.
Yeah. And those are 2 riders we mentioned that are going to be fast downhill. Cam Mason, excellent off-road bike handling technique. Ben Swift, obviously, is a sprinter, and sprinters tend to be able to handle their bikes really, really well. They have to. So many years of experience in his legs. Look, and he's just pulling the group along now as Cam slips off the front towards the back. Exactly the sort of tactics you were talking about earlier, Jimmy. Just put them under pressure on the descent, see who's there and see who isn't.
Yeah, Swift made a really good comeback. He's obviously had quite a lot of things to manoeuvre around this last few weeks. Broke his elbow. Wasn't too sure he'd be here, but looking right now, setting a nice, tasty tempo on the front here. I'm not going to say this is easy. You can see Toby Perry in second place there, followed I think by Ben Thomas. Just really kind of quite a gritty little look in his face there from Toby. You can see as well the riders, you can just see how much of the muck's been thrown up. You can hardly recognise some of their faces. Look like they've been down the coal mine, Dave.
Yeah, they do. Little elbow flick.
No one's too keen, though.
At the front. No, nobody's too keen to come up and do some real work at the front. He maybe thought that it would have pushed on a little bit more.
Oh,
but no,
Mason there at the back having a
there's
slight
problem.
issue.
Yep, problem for Cam Mason. He's off the bike. Looks like he probably dropped a chain.
Yeah, Cam's running 2 by Shimano on his bike, so maybe he's had a little issue with chain suck. And that's one of the things, though. It's all part of that setup. You know, we spoke about technically all the things that you have to think about, but simplicity, and he's not even back on his bike yet and back in this group. So, yeah,
and
that's
he's going to have to work hard because this is a long old pull.
Yeah,
he's going to have to sprint up it now.
Yeah, one of the wheelbase. Yep, wheelbase riders lighting it up here.
That looks like Tom Armstrong coming off the front. Oh, they should not think about letting Tom Armstrong go. Now, he'll need about 30 to 40 seconds to start, and everybody will start panicking. If he gets up to anywhere between 50 seconds to a minute, then they're in a real difficulty. So it's only a few seconds at the moment, but they're not reacting.
Nope, no reaction. And he's a guy you don't want to let away because recently he's been a lot of success in the UK, winning quite a lot of the domestic races, up there in the criteriums, up there in the road races. So he's not a man to be messed about with, and we still see no reaction. Obviously, he got a lot of background in gravel worlds represented for GB last year. Yep, absolute class act, and it's great to see these domestic British riders taking on, you know, the best that Britain can bring to a gravel race.
Yeah, second in Wales recently in the UCI qualifying round. There, we had a victory at the Cambridge Crit recently, so he's been coming onto form in all different sorts of terrains and in all different sorts of lengths. So he's the sort of rider I wouldn't want to let go off the front at all.
Yeah, having a little check over his shoulder. There are 2 things going through his mind right now. How can I get to the top of this climb solo and then recalibrate, see what's happening behind me? Because to be honest with you, Dave, you've still got 2 laps of this, and with over 500 metres of climbing every lap on this 28k loop, it's a long way to go on your own.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes you've got to speculate to accumulate, and he's doing exactly that.
Well, the question is, we were talking about team tactics earlier. Is this a team tactic by Wheelbase? Have they thought about it? Have they had a quick chat with each other? Were they thinking about it in advance, all thinking they were quite good? You've got 2 other riders from the team back in that group. They don't have to do a stroke of work now. They won't do a stroke of work. Anybody who's watched road racing will know that this is going to be the case now. They've got a teammate up the road. Why should they do anything? They'll just sit at the back.
Not only that, I mean, we're 40k's in now. You just need to get in, the riders to get in position on the next descent, slow it down a little bit.
Exactly.
Another 20 seconds. Right now, I would say he's got about 20 to maybe 30 seconds on that front group. So really strong riding. This climb is one of the ones that just seems to keep on giving all the way to the top with a short ramp at the back of it.
And that group will not be happy if we get wheelbase riders get it right on the front, literally right on the front, and start to slow it down on the descent. There'll be some choice words within the group. But you know what? If you're clever, if you sit in sort of second or third wheel, or maybe fourth wheel, and just mix it up a little bit, just a little bit slower than everybody else, people have got to come around you. You're not going to be accused of blocking, but you are going to be slowing it down. And as you say, that's another 10 seconds he can put in the bag.
It's a lot of daylight. It won't be long before he's out of sight.
No, that's a good break.
Strong riding as well. This climb is no joke. I mean, right now you can just really see that gradient. It never lets up one bit. And as you come up to the top here through the trees, there's a massive ramp. That's that small ramp I was talking about at the very top of the KOM, David. Really steep little one. It absolutely kicks your legs. And obviously there's that single line that you can ride up there, but he's got all the trail that he wants. And you know what? This is actually a really good move. He can now make all the decisions on his terms. He can pick the lines. He can choose how hard he wants to go, and he can give himself that clear line of sight all the way around here now. So that gap is just going out and out right now. It'll be really interesting to see if we can get a time check on that.
Well, Tom Armstrong, a very strong rider. He's ridden for quite a few continental teams. He's had great results in the Volta Portugal in the past, and not a rider to be let get away too far. Not necessarily a rider in the sort of World Tour class of Connor Swift, but it's often these riders who can throw a spanner in the works, especially in this sort of racing. And they're just not, there's no reaction whatsoever. He's still out the saddle, and he's been out the saddle for a long time on and off. It's a long climb, and the rest will be just sat there looking at each other going, what do we do?
Yeah, he's really just taking a nice tempo up here. As we take the right-hander now onto the last section here of this climb. Little short steep dig here. Be back out the saddle here. Through the KOM point at the top here.
Everybody's going to be looking at the Swifts here because Connor is defending champion. and they'll all be looking at him going, well, you know, if you want to defend your championship, go on, you do the work. You two guys do the work, and we'll follow you. And they'll be looking back going, well, you know, I'm not that bothered about it. You know, if you want to win the title, you're the privateers who need to get your own contract sorted out for next year. You do the chasing. So there's a lot of looking around going to be going on at the moment.
Yeah, but at the same time, they'll be leaning on Ribble outliers because they've got numbers as well, haven't they?
Just looking at the clock in the right-hand corner. That is 20.
Damien Clayton decided to make a chase, and you can just see there, we spoke about earlier, the fog.
25 seconds.
He's in the fog now. They can't see him.
No, and they won't know where he is.
Mason's got back on the back, so that's been a big chase by Mason. He's obviously had a major mechanical there, but that's good bit of riding to get back on there, and it just shows that maybe earlier he was just going through a little bit of a rough patch because you don't come back. Maybe he's profited from the fact that everyone's sort of had a little set up, a little look around, but you've got to take those opportunities and seize those moments, haven't you?
Yes, he's just sort of easing off the pace a little bit while it's a bit flatter here, trying to do a bit of recovery. Can't last too long because he's everybody's putting the hammer down. Look, they're beginning to stretch out a bit. Cam Mason was locked onto the wheel of Dexter Leeming-Sykes when he came up. That's fine because Leeming-Sykes is a big guy riding for Wheelbase Castelli and not necessarily going to be chasing anything, so a good way of recovering.
Yeah, still good numbers in here for Ribble outliers.
Yep.
You can see Ben Thomas at the top of the climb, just having a moment, having a little look around, seeing what was happening. Mason now kind of trying to creep his way back up towards that first half of this group. Everyone all across the road right now, so this is only going to help our leader. A little bit of chat at the back. Again, on the front, Ben Thomas is trying to keep this group rolling. I think Damien Clayton may have snuck off the front after the top of that climb there.
Well, this is interesting. Cam Mason, no teammates in there. Talking to another rider with no teammates, I don't think, in there. That's Ed Morgan from Muck-Off Strict Stalk. They're sitting in the back here.
Yeah, but
how much of that sort of talk goes on saying, well, you help me, I'll help you. What can we do here together? Because we're up against the might of bigger teams.
Yeah, when you're flying solo, you've got some options. You look around. Do I have any teammates? Yes or no. Do I have any mates? Yes or no. Okay. If no to both of them, start making some mates. Start talking to people, encouraging them a little bit. Come on, mate. Yeah, you're looking good. You know, just try and keep that morale and show a bit of willing in there. And before you know it, you've made an alliance with someone who, you know, pull with you when you're off the front, or they'll talk. I'm maybe going to have a little attack up here. I think you and I could go. So there's always got that infighting, but also a lot of good chat. People trying to use their numbers against the teams with the big numbers as well.
Yeah. It's one of the good things about gravel racing is that there is this very open structure. There's lots of friendships. There's lots of people who are, you know, quite open to working with other people, which is quite good. you get it, you know, and sometimes in road races and things. And it varies from nationality to nationality. You never want to be caught in a group with Swiss people. It's always really difficult, you know, because
they're always negotiating.
Yeah, that's right. The culture is to negotiate, and you know, well, I missed it now. That sounds very hard in Swiss, but it's just a culture of racing.
Yeah, you can see also Ben Swift here on the left, just in front of Mason with the red jersey and the red helmet. Swift with that white band across his Ineos jersey from the Ineos Grenadiers with Total Energies. But yeah, you can see there's no one really fully committing to this right now.
Not at all.
And this one yesterday, this actual corner, we've seen a few people go straight on through that bush yesterday. So this is really technical, as I said. Fast flowy descent, a little bit off camber, but there's only really one line on it. Unfortunately, all these guys are respecting each other, giving each other plenty of room, staying in one line. And I know even for our motorbike cameras, this is really difficult to ride as well.
It's really dangerous. Being a biker myself, motorcyclist, look how rough it is on the right-hand side there.
You can see all the little compressions just happening all around the whole of the trail.
Ed Morgan bouncing backwards and forwards there. Riding a motorcycle, this is very, very dangerous. Occasionally, they're doing a great job, actually, trying to keep up with the back of this group on a descent like that. You often see this, you know, you wonder what's going on, say, in the Tour de France on these big, long descents from mountaintops, and you wonder why we can't get the pictures. That's because on a bicycle you can descend off a mountain much, much quicker than a motorcycle can, and even faster than the car.
Interestingly, this is splitting. We've got Matt just hanging off the back here with Ben Swift, maybe playing a little bit of no, you can do it, I'm not going to do it, you can close the gap.
Absolutely. Well, it's a little bit of looking around, seeing what's going to happen as they all chase down Tom Armstrong. We've got Danny Shrewsbury, former UK Women's Elite Champion with Oscar.
I'm here with Danny Shrewsbury in the event village. You're racing the elite women's race tomorrow. Obviously, in gravel racing in the past, men and women have been started together, but here we have our own elite women's start. How important is it for gravel racing and racing in particular that women have their own, starts in elite races?
Yeah, it's so important. I mean, it's nice for us to do our own racing dynamics, our own tactics, and it's amazing to see the growth of gravel, because even the first edition of this race 4 years ago we were set off with the men, and it does play a massive part in the difference of who's on the podium. So yeah, I really respect the event for making that happen.
Absolutely, we're a big part of Red here at Red On is trying to give women their own races and get more participation into the sport. You're obviously here with Argon 18 and Quock Shoes today as a privateer. I mean, your bike looks very nice today. Have you done anything special for the course today?
I've changed up a bit actually. Yesterday I put a bigger chainring on. I think it's a very fast course. I've got some backup gears on the back, but yeah, I think the hills aren't super steep, so you can roll a pretty big gear. Tyres, I've put a slightly grippier one on the front because of the conditions. Obviously, I've got a bit muddier. Yeah, and then I'm off-road pedals with Quock shoes.
Yeah, fantastic. And in the world of female participation in sport, you've obviously got your own all-female cycling podcast. What's it called and where can people find it?
Yeah, so we're called Bonk Babes Podcast. You can find us on YouTube or Instagram. And every week we're releasing a podcast, talking about the latest women's racing, whether it's in Europe or the USA, and getting guests on and just having fun with it, and yeah, talking about all women's cycling.
Yeah, it's a fantastic listen if you haven't found it already. Anyway, good luck today. Thank you very much, and we're going to go back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Oscar. Nice to see Danny Shrewsbury in front of camera. She's such a great racer, very, very, very strong. It should suit her this. The only difficulties I think are liable to be technical descents for Danny, but no, she's a super, super strong rider. We're back live with shots. Looks to me as though this is splitting up a little bit.
Yep, Connor Swift here, he'd previously been in the front move, just taking a little moment here, sliding into the back. But it looks like there's been another big attack off the front. Yep, once again, Ben Thomas on the forefront again.
Yeah, on the right-hand side of your shot there, just sliding back through the group a little bit. I think that's is that Ben Swift attacking at the front?
Looks like it could be potentially Ben, yeah. Another wheelbase rider.
Connor
so wheelbase rider, and then we can see the leader just in front there, Dave, just in the distance. I'd say that's a good 20, maybe 30 seconds at this sort of speed. But yeah, another rider from wheelbase just covering that move. Looks like it might have been Jensen Young who's actually trying to go across to this gap. Oh, no, it's definitely Ben Swift.
It's definitely Ben Swift on the left, yep. Connor doesn't look very happy to me. That may be... I just may be reading more into that than I should be, but he was out the saddle possibly when he didn't need to be. He doesn't looking super, super comfortable. He normally just sits there and grinds away, or doesn't even grind away, just spins away, and he doesn't look super comfortable to me. But that's hardly surprising. His elbow, which he's sort of fractured, he's been getting an absolute battering on some of these descents. Not great. As they go past our photographic camera bike.
You can see it's now been shut down once again. All came back together. Everyone just looking at each other. More attacks off the front.
So Connor Swift, defending champion, number 91 there in the orange helmet, the Ineos Grenadier outfit on the back of your shot. And just ahead of him is Ed Morgan from the Muck-Off Strict SRCT Stork team. And then just ahead of him is Matt Holmes, the much smaller rider. You can just see his legs are there in the white with what is actually OGT on his shorts, but of course being absolutely splattered and covered in mud. Ben Thomas on the right-hand side, pushing quite a big gear, I have to say, on the right-hand side of your shot in the pink at the front of that group. Coming back together again. And again, nobody's really looking to hunt down Tom Armstrong from the wheelbase Castelli squad, who's up ahead maybe 20, 30 seconds, maybe even more now. If he's just doing a little bit of not so much time trialing, but that, you know, maybe 1 kilometre more pace.
Yeah. It looks like everyone's just waiting for Ineos to react here. Ribble are not
absolutely.
overly keen on doing it. Mason's obviously got back on. We know Matt Holmes is going to follow as best he can, as we see right now. Another big attack on the right-hand side from Ben Swift, I think it is. Yep, Swifty's going to go across this gap now. Ribble really need to be reacting to this. And here we see Toby Perry straight on it in the pink.
Straight behind, and already that's being felt in the group behind. And Connor, Cameron Mason out of the saddle, immediately trying to react to this. Connor Swift just trying to hang in there as best he can with his cousin up the road. And they'll have to try and bring that back. But Swifty, Ben Swift, is a very, very strong classics type sprinter rider. He's perfectly capable of putting, you know, 10 seconds into a bunch like this straight away, or even just testing them. Stretch the elastic, stretch the elastic, stretch the elastic.
And it's popping at the front. See the young rider from SOC Dijon just losing the wheel there. It looks like Ben Thomas has went across to this move, so that's good for Ribble Outliers. They're now representing themselves in that chasing group. But we see one long line here. No one in here is getting an easy ride right now, that's for sure. This is that really soggy section as well, David. Really heavy under tyre.
Yeah.
So it's demanding a little bit more power, a little bit more concentration. You can see at the front looking over. Groups splitting into bits now, so it's now we've got potentially 2 or 3 groups, and as we see now,
it's Ben Thomas trying to do the tracking down.
Yep, Ben's trying to go across there.
Well, the reason that section is super heavy, of course, is we've just passed through a section. You can see on the left-hand side there's a load of timber, or what they call at roadside, which they've done clear felling there in order to restock it with whatever they're going to put in there. And the big forward loaders and machinery, the cutting machinery, have all come along this road, and they have absolutely, although it's all metalled road, they've mullered it and they've laid a load of mud down in between those little gaps, and it becomes super sticky and super heavy.
Everyone here is just testing the legs. Everyone's trying to get that opportunity to go across. You can see the two riders
Swifty's still ahead though. Look, they're trying to push. Yeah, that's really interesting. You can see, was that Jensen Young trying to push the camera bike forward? He's waving the camera bike forward, saying stop it, stop it, stop it, because Ben Swift, canny boy that he is, knows he can tuck in behind there. That camera bike and get a bit of a tow.
I think it's actually Toby Perry who's just hanging off the back, a couple of metres off the back of Ben, as they're chopping left and right here, trying to find the really smooth side here. That's the issue with these climbs, is that one side is never the smoothest. You're constantly popping across that middle section. As we can now see Mason just slightly getting distance here, but not panicking. Looking down at his numbers, just making sure he's still there in contact. A little stab out the saddle there. But again, it looks like it's just that elastic. At some point, Dave, this is going to blow to absolute bits. This is us only on the second lap now. We're only getting to that halfway point, as now we're coming towards the top of this climb. Even bigger splits happening now.
But you see the distance that they've cut. They've sort of eaten into Tom Armstrong.
Yep, and Holmes now realising that he can't wait about anymore, can't rely on anyone else. He needs to take the bull by the horns and start closing these gaps. Very frugal though, Matt. He's very, very wily. He'll wait till the last possible moment and then make the effort.
Yeah, he's terribly canny rider. Really, really. He's a classic old school rider. He sort of sits there, he calculates, bit more calculation, and then even a bit more calculation until that time when he really does need to go.
And you can start now seeing those little 1s and 2s at the front. It's starting to come together. Looks like we've now got a chasing group of roughly 8 riders up there. As you can see now, Mason on the right-hand side with Holmes. They now know that they have to go across with Ben Thomas there from Ribble Outliers in the pink jersey, in third place, just trying to squeeze this last 10 seconds. But of course, we're going to go up here. We're going to take a right-hand, slight downhill, but it's going to be very exposed. And Holmes now has decided to take it upon himself to close this gap down. As Damien Clayton, also in the all-black there in the white helmet, decides to get on that train. Gaps are going now, and this is a real crunch moment here, Dave.
This is going to be a big one now. It's now beginning to split apart. The first guy we saw going off the back, Jason Buttel, well, he's not done a lot for many years. He's coming back into this. I'll tell you what, this is really going to be hurting.
Yeah, real strong mountain biker is Jason as well. He's been a former champion when it comes to the Masters categories. But you can just see now, look at that. It's like something. It's like something at a Belgian classic. Gaps everywhere.
Oh, Cameron Mason sitting in Jason Buttel's wheel here, and he's going to have to jump out from behind there because he's going to get lost.
Yep.
He's going to have to go round as soon as he can. He's hoping Jason's going to tow him back up.
Jason is a big, strong guy. He'll look for a turn off camera, and he's pulling across to try and force him. But that gap, they're just holding it, but doesn't look like they're going to get back on terms here. What will potentially happen here, though, David, is this might come back together at the bottom of this next climb, and it might sit up again, so that will fall back into the lucky side for Jason and obviously Cameron here at the back.
Well, the thing we really don't know is how much that chase on really affected Cam Mason. We think he probably dropped a chain, probably popping off from one chain ring to another, or it got sucked up into the chainstay. A bit more unlikely that, but he lost something, and he had to chase back on the steepest climb of the day, the longest climb of the day, should I say. And difficult stuff. But Jason's not really, he's just inching up in the black there, Jason Patel, 108.
Yeah, he's a solid wheeler, is Jason. Super strong guy. I think I remember when he won his National Masters Championship, he went from the gun and no one's seen him again. And he was on a mountain bike as well at the time. This is even before he got a gravel bike, so he's an absolutely massive beast when it comes to it. And you can just see as well, at the front, starting to spread out across the track a little bit. There's a few riders trying to pop off the front here, so be interesting to see if we could get a time gap and a time check on the front to see if Tom has still got a good gap here.
Well, they looked like they were eating into him, and he looked like he only had 6, 7, 8 seconds to me, but they've all set up again. He could have just kept going.
Yep.
I think you can see him up towards the front there. Is he on the very, very front bike?
Yeah, it's splitting once again.
It is. We've got 2 splits in here now. And look, Cam Mason has sat on the wheel. Jason Patel, he's been towed right up to the back there and gone right round him. As he have to. He's got it. He's riding his own race. He's got to do it.
Yeah, just got to get off the brakes on this descent, try and get across some of these gaps.
Well, Jason's obviously in form, but whether his ride at the mountain bike World Championships has taken it out of him, we don't know. He's just going past Ed Morgan. Speed there. Oh, can't quite see that. 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, this is really steep, really rough actually. This is the one we spoke about earlier, Dave. This is the last of the climbs coming up as we come back towards the finish. Really steep descent, going to be jumping across that central part of the trail, trying to find the racing line. But as we come down, it looks like the rider behind us is maybe having a little look at his gears, potentially chains maybe messing around, but straight across the middle section again. Really steep just as you come to the real apex of this corner, so this is going to be really, really tricky now.
Yeah, there's been a couple of riders riding down that middle grassy strip. I'll tell you what, that's not where I would want to be.
And there's actually not an awful lot of grip in there as well, as it gets mixed in with the mud as well. And you've seen quite a few riders who've previously been racing have actually went off course. And just here you can see the racing line really, really wide there. And even this corner here, really tentative, slightly off camber, then back on the gas.
Well, I tell you what, the previous corner, not the one they've just gone around, but the previous one to that, I can see there being all sorts of problems later on when they're really hammering it on the last lap, trying to get an advantage, and that drops off into a little bit of a ditch, and that's going to be very, very difficult for people.
It's just reshuffling constantly. You know, Perry was there at the front with off the front with Ben Swift. Now Mason's now moved himself back up to that top 5, trying to get himself in a better position to give himself more sliding room on this climb. But it looks like Armstrong's still got a good gap here. It doesn't look like there's anyone who's came across to him.
The pace has certainly picked up though. Everybody has now decided that it's now the pointy end of racing. This is only lap 2. 2 more after this.
Yeah, and still a good hour, maybe hour and a half of racing to go.
Easily.
Still early days. Looks like Armstrong, actually, you can see him on the left-hand side. He's been brought back now, so it's back to even Steven here. See the wheelbase boys looking across each other. Tom Martin there on the right-hand side, the big rangy figure in the wheelbase line
Yeah,
green.
we've not seen anything of Tom at all. He's been hiding in this bunch all the time. He's not been on the front, he's not been on the back. He's been quite comfortable in the middle.
Yep, see Perry there just trying to slide through the middle, get a bit more position. It's always the same on climbs like this, and especially in moments like this, sometimes you just want to get to the front and kind of feel like you're dictating a little bit, just to take a bit of the power back, sway the power a little bit, feel like you're the one making decisions in this situation, because there's nothing worse than being at the mercy of the pain. Sometimes you like just, although it's the same pain, you're the person deciding.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Looks like Tom Broder at the back there stretching his back, the young rider from SOC Dijon. Really great ride from him.
Bit of the sting's gone out, as you say here. Jimmy, but they've got some riders that you've got to look where you're going rather than not where you're going.
Yeah.
But you can see how cagey it is. Everybody's looking across. We would almost rider off in the ferns there, just because you're not really concentrating. You're just seeing what's going on. But the sting's gone out a little bit.
Yeah. This is one of those climbs, though, David, where you're riding it and you're always looking at the other side, saying to yourself, I think it's faster over there, and you're just popping across the centre all the time.
Yeah, just as we've just seen there. Backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards.
Yeah. Connor Swift's been pretty quiet.
Well, he's back up at the front again.
Yep.
But I don't think he looked very happy last time. I think, he's still got that incredible experience, incredible strength. Another little dig.
Yeah, nudge from Damien Clayton once again. Yep.
Surprising, because Clayton didn't look like he was very comfortable. He's obviously come round a little bit.
Offense is the best defense, Dave. Give yourself a little bit of space.
Yep.
Strong rider as well, Clayton. Real classy rider on the road. Previously worked as a mechanic, had a bit of a breakthrough year on the road, and then finally signed a pro contract with the Ribble team back in the day.
Yeah.
And unfortunately that team, over a couple of years kind of folded. But Damien has been one of the strongest domestic road riders of the last sort of 4 or 5 years, and he's really got that class. He's a really classy bike rider, really astute as well, super strong. So these are the kind of moves that you would expect from Damien, just trying to sneak under the radar, put that cloaking device on, disappear a little bit up the road, and then hopefully, before you know it, he's got 10, 15 seconds. But again, a rider you don't really want to give too much of a margin to.
One of those riders who can cause real problems if you let them get too far up the road. It was interesting because we saw him in the end of the first lap, beginning of the second lap, a little bit off the back, slipping back, coming forward, slipping back, coming forwards, possibly just riding himself into the race, possibly just not feeling great at that first lap. And it's amazing, isn't it, sometimes, Jimmy? I mean, we've probably all been there. Well, you have, I have, I'm sure people have. You feel terrible, then suddenly it starts to click and you think, actually, I feel great.
It's a roller coaster of energy, and even slightest things like sitting up and taking your track mitts off or taking your arm warmers off, taking your glasses off, just that moment to kind of reset yourself. You can instantly change how you're feeling in a bike race. Even I remember being racing and feeling like I was going to vomit, and then suddenly going, I've had enough of this. I'm going to go at the front, and then your mind, it's literally mindset. Mindset can change so quickly, and Clayton here, he's persevering with this. A few people looking at it thinking, I quite fancy that.
Well, we've already had Tom Armstrong go off the front, and they've had one potential rider to ride away. I think this time around they're looking at it going, well, maybe we don't want Clayton to get away quite so much. He is a strong guy, and the big, strong engines are the ones who are going to be the really difficult ones to pull back on this course.
And you can just see there the gradient changes in this course. It's we talk about the climbs only being averaging 3 to 4%, but there's plenty of parts there which are ramping up to 10%, and they're the parts that just take that sting out your legs.
Yeah, those roads are always the worst. If you've got a constant gradient and it's 5%, 6%, it may seem, as you say, very steep, but it is constant. You get into a rhythm, you're fine. This, however, you've got a little ramp here, a little ramp there, a little bit down, a little bit up again. Yep. It just takes it out of your legs.
It's not only that, it's the nemesis of the non-climber, false horizons.
Yeah, exactly.
You think this is the top, oh no, there's another ramp, there's another ramp.
Yeah. Well, Damien Clayton riding off the front here at the British Gravel Championships men's elite race. And at the moment, there's a group of about 16, 17 riders. Just behind him, you can see he's got about 10 seconds of a gap. They're not letting him get too far. We've already had one attack from Tom Armstrong, which got about 35 seconds away. And then it just all exploded in the group behind it. Everybody suddenly upped the pace, and Armstrong was brought back into that group there. But now Damien Clayton just riding, just turning the pedals over.
He's in that kind of limbo situation just now, though, David. He's like, you see him looking over his shoulder. Do I keep going with this? Do I keep going? Who's chasing? What's the shape of the group like behind me? Is it bulky? Is it one line? Who's on the front? Trying to make all those decisions. Well, you're trying to obviously measure your effort. So he's made the top of the climb now. He'll start now coming along the fire road. Pop, he'll take himself. He'll turn right from our point of view, turn left from his point of view. Little rolling, and then he's onto that really muddy single sort of Land Rover track section, and he makes his way back across here to the start-finish area.
But that big section, I mean, how long do you carry on for as a rider when you're in this sort of situation before you sit up and go, no, I'm not going to get away?
Yeah, if I was Damien, I'd be sitting up right now, because it looks like one of the Engineers has decided to take it up. can see him just pulling across that gap. A little chicane through here, little drop down and a little ramp back up that really awkward muddy corner as they then come onto the Land Rover track. You can see just that gap's been churned in. It's definitely one of the NS Grenadiers coming across. Obviously stretching that elastic. Clayton now sliding in here. Really awkward corner, having a good look, slightly overgeared.
Yeah, I think so. Shows how strong he is though, doesn't it?
Here we go. Looks like it's Connor Swift, yep.
Yeah, Connor Swift.
Connor Swift, Jensen Young, Tom Martin from Wheelbase Captec Castelli.
That's Dexter leaving Sykes right at the back there. Do you know what? I think he's had a great race so far, Dexter. Certainly not a rider I'd have thought to be in this league group, to be honest. But he's there. He's been at the back, but he's there. Well, stay with us for coverage of the men's elite race in the British Gravel Championships. We're going to throw to a quick ad break, and we'll be back very shortly with all the action.
Just wanna pack up my things and go. Just wanna be free, just wanna zone. Just wanna flow, just wanna hang with the gang, but sometimes chill on my own. Just wanna do me, just wanna doze. Just wanna live and see how it goes. And the goals just keep on going, yeah. This life we live is a war. When there's love in the rave, you know. When there's love in the rave, you know. All inside you, all in the soul, 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 soul. You know when the calling's calling you, and the calling's calling more. You know when the calling's calling you, it's calling, calling more, 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 more. You know when the calling's calling more.
Welcome back to our coverage of the British Gravel Championships here from Dalby Forest in association with Ribble. All our television pictures brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. I'm here with James McCallum. We've been watching some great action in the men's elite so far. There are about 17 or 18 riders in a front group, little digs going here and there, and some really, really strong riders in there, but also some tired legs coming up as well. We've had some problems for some of the bigger riders. Cameron Mason having a technical problem, it dropped him back. He'd had to chase up the longest climb on the lap, and it looks like Connor Swift, although he's back at the front again, the defending champion, has been having a little bit of issue. Didn't look quite so comfortable, but he has been suffering from a broken elbow. We have Moto 1 and 2 out on the course, but what we're really grateful for is that the North Yorkshire National Park have been able to host us here in Dalby Forest. We've had a long history of off-road riding here in Dalby Forest, and we're very lucky to have with Oscar out in the arena John McGovern, who's head of the National Park here in North Yorkshire.
I'm here with John McGivern from North Yorkshire Council. Thank you very much for being a partner for the British Gravel Championships here. It's an amazing event, isn't it? And obviously you've come on board as a team partner for this. And do you have a message for people about cycling in Yorkshire and stuff that you want to do in Yorkshire generally?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a history with cycling in North Yorkshire. We're used to hosting world-class events. This is just another example of it.
Of course, we were saying we've hosted a stage of the Tour de France, of course, before.
Yeah, we hosted the stage finish of the Tour de France. We've hosted the Road World Championships. This is just a chance to try a different discipline, a form of cycling, different to the conventional road biking. It's an absolutely amazing location in Dalby Forest. And you know what? We're here all year round, so you can come at any point and ride these trails, get your bikes out and come and visit the great outdoors in North Yorks.
It's absolutely amazing terrain around here, ups and downs, really fantastic riding. Yeah, you can see why you've been hosting, large-scale cycling events, for a long while now. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just a giant playground for anybody that likes being outdoors. If you like walking, you like cycling, you like outdoor activities, we've got everything you could possibly wish for, and it's available 365 days of the year. It's great when we have these events in town, and we're happy to support them and welcome them with open arms, but you don't have to wait for these events to come and see us. You can come at any point and have a go at riding some of these trails yourselves.
Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible, and of course with that comes the amazing Yorkshire weather as well. Makes everything feel a lot more epic.
It's always a challenge, isn't it? That's the joys of outdoor events in the UK. But you know what? It's an endurance event. It's about just pushing through, and it adds that variety and spice to what's going on.
Absolutely, and we'll see good challenges today for the elite riders.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing how it's playing out. We've obviously got the elite men currently, and we're looking forward to seeing the elite ladies this afternoon. Anybody that finishes on the podium today will have earned that place to be there.
Absolutely, it's a grueling event, worthy of a British title. Anyway, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Oscar, and thank you to John McGivern from North Yorkshire Council. So just talking about what a wonderful area it is. I'll tell you what, I was involved in the bringing the Tour de France here back in 2014, and it just stunned the ASO, the organisation that runs the Tour de France. They just came and looked at the surroundings and thought, this is where we want to be. And they did a fantastic thing at the time. They flew a helicopter over to Paris and said, come for lunch. And Christian Prudhomme, the head of the ASO, said, you're in Yorkshire, I'm in Paris. He said, no, we've got a helicopter here. So they flew him to a pub in North Yorkshire, put about 6 pints down him, and then flew him around and said, look how wonderful it is. And he went, yes, we want the Tour de France to come here. So they know how to bring top-class bike events here. And there's another one today. And here we are. 60 kilometres now for the men's elite. Jason Buttel still hanging on the back there, but that looks as though they're strung right out now to me, Jimmy.
Yeah, journey as there's quite a few attacks again. The wheelbase Castelli Cabtech team have been all over that. I think it was big Tom Martin put a massive Hail Mary out there, split the group to bits, and as you can see now, everyone's really scrambling as that front group is now starting to establish itself. It just came off the back of the attack from Martin, so all came together at the bottom of the climb, and somebody's countered over the top of Martin, and it looks again like there's one of the Ennis Grenadiers is up in the front. It looks like potentially the style of Ben Swift. As you can see at the back here, Jason Buttel, unfortunately, he's just hanging just that 5-6 metres off the wheel, and we've all been there. It's a horrible place to be. But as we look forward, it splits everywhere. Damien Clayton is the last rider on the back of that group. Just ahead of him, looks like it is Tom Martin, and then we've got Ben Thomas from the Ribble Outliers. He spent an awful lot of pennies at the start of this race, covering moves, keeping it rolling, and looks like he's now paying for those efforts.
It does a bit. He looks as though he's suffering a little bit. That group of 3 losing the wheel there. They're just hanging in. But as you say, we've all been there. People can be 20 metres ahead of you, and they can be there for the next 5 kilometres, and it's just so demoralising. No, great stuff. Cameron Mason's up in this front group. That's great riding. Really, really read it well.
Having a little look over the shoulder, pull out the line, check what the situation is. You can see the grimace on his face. He's now nicknamed Francis Begbie, thanks to his new mullet and moustache, which has appeared on his face. Big caterpillar on his top lip. But yeah, Cammy's just bringing in, that pure grit of a bike rider. And you can see here, Holmes looking really composed there.
Yeah, absolutely. The two
Just
Swifts
surfing.
at the front here. So Ben and Connor just putting the pressure on. They've got that in their legs. They've got that years and years and years of World Tour experience. Just able to that extra, watt or 2 of power, and that's what breaks the chain.
You can see there Swift flick of the elbow, looking at Holmes, and Holmes was just, I'll come through in a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
I'll just meander through, and yeah, it's just starting to roll now. Looks like this group is now kind of starting to look like we're actually getting some working rather than it all being attacking.
It's very canny, isn't he? Holmes comes through, waits and waits until the easier bits come through. Then he'll come through, because nobody can say he's not coming to the front doing his bit then, but he's on the slightly easier bit. And why wouldn't you? This is all pet tactics.
Yeah, you've got to find the weakest rider and do a little bit less than them. Split. Ben Thomas just at the back there as well.
Yeah, difficult to tell with that sort of slightly blown out iris on the camera there.
Yeah.
So they've been under the canopy cover. Looks like somebody's painted the road white. But there we go. Oh yeah, we did say it was a good thing to be up in that front group, but as soon as the pace goes up again, and that's a very dangerous place to be, because he's entirely by himself. He needs somebody to come up to him. Damien Clayton looks like he would come up to him, and he should just drop back now.
Yeah.
Cam, he should just wait for the guy to catch him. Not go too off the gas, but just wait for the guys to catch him and see if they'll pull him up.
Yeah, Damien's a strong rider, and right
yeah,
away,
but he's not going to the front at all. He doesn't want to.
Yeah, Cam just needs to flick across here, get on the back of the wheel. Base riders. Damien as well.
That's
playing a little bit
Liam
canny.
Sykes again, I think. Yeah, it's this group are going to have to work really hard, and Sykes pulls to the left.
Mason can't afford here to just sit and float in these wheels. He needs to roll with this now.
Yep. But Ben Thomas is suffering as well. Look, he's sitting in the wheel of Cameron Mason there, not wanting to do any work at all. Damien Clayton, having dragged those 3 riders across to Cam Mason, is just sitting back. None of them really want to do the work, and that's a bit of a dangerous place to be, because if they don't, they're just going to lose it.
I think it's not necessarily a question of can they do
who
it.
can they do it rather
can
than
we
want
right
to,
now, yeah, because this has been absolutely flat out from the off. And this group was established really, really early on that first lap. So within the first lap, we were down to only 20 riders. So not an awful lot of places to hide, but you get exposed really, really easy. And look at Clayton there right away. Really smart riding. Took a second, sat off the back of the wheels, rolled off, and that's actually just been that that small group's needed. As you can see now, the front group spreading across the road again. Everyone looking at each other, but there's another big attack there on the right-hand side. That looks like it's now been Ben Swift off the front. So 1-2 from the NAS Grenadiers. Big attack from Swifty there.
All that experience coming into play, and they'll continue to, as long as they've got the legs and they feel good enough to do that. Every time a group comes back, one of them will ping off the front.
Swifty's been sneaky though here, as you can see. This is this really muddy, slippery section, so he's trying to use that to his advantage, and there's riders now panicking. Mason down the middle on the grass, because they know that they can't allow Swift to get anywhere up the road here.
No. Ben Thomas sitting on the back here in the pink of Ribble Outliers. Just doesn't look comfortable to me in terms of energy levels, and he's going to try and re-establish some sort of strength.
Yeah, he's definitely rolling in the shoulders a little bit more, isn't he? You see, Matt Holmes is trying to make that junction across to Swifty.
Well, if the two Swifts, cousins that they are, Connor and Ben, if they can just ping off one after another, it will really test these individual riders who need to stay somewhere. Like the Cameron Masons, the Matt Holmes.
Looks like Jensen Young there made a little bit of a mistake there on that corner. Very easy to do on these corners.
Jensen Young with number 100 on his back when we get to it.
Again, on this really steep, awkward off-camber descent.
Shouldn't be a problem for the man at the back here. Former British marathon mountain bike champion.
But you can just see how awkward it is. No one really looks comfortable going around those corners as it just slips away from you under tyre. It's down here, pop to the right, try and cut this corner, carry a little bit of speed, but it's now getting really muddy here as well, David, as you can see just in the apex of the corner. Really slippy, some puddles emerging.
And Thomas gingerly round, surprisingly gingerly, but no sort of real. Difficult to tell whether there was a real attack off the front and how fast they're pushing at the front. Certainly, when it comes to the last lap, that is going to be a crucial little bit of up and down there.
Still a lot of racing to do, a lot of road still to cover, and Matt Holmes now is pressing on.
There he is, just ahead. When the bike is now going through the group.
There's Jensen Young, Damien Clayton.
Young in the sort of black helmet.
Yeah, with black with a gold livery.
Yep, and the glasses on the top of the helmet there.
Mason, Perry. Armstrong still looking good.
Yeah.
Rider in there from Hope Factory Racing as well, looking strong. Just need to get an eye on his number.
There's Matt Holmes.
Holmes has decided it's time to get moving. He knows the dangers of Ben Swift. He's raced along Swift on the World Tour. He knows he's strong. He knows his pedigree. He is not someone you want to get any daylight between him and yourself.
Well, this will be interesting to see who reacts to this, because everybody knows the quality of Matt Holmes as a rider.
I really feel that this could be the moment where the race is now starting to really get to the point where the decisions are being made now, David.
Yeah.
Doesn't look, if you looked as we looked down the line there as we passed the edge, you could just see no one was having an easy time there at all.
Oh, there's a rider up the road who we missed.
Connor Swift.
This is Connor. Well, that is why Matt has put the hammer down behind, is because he knows he has to stay in contention with Connor Swift. They're all Yorkshiremen.
Yep.
They all know each other. They'll know exactly how strong they are. And, you know, if Connor goes off here, Matt Holmes have ridden so often with him that he'll know whether he's looking good or not.
Yeah, former teammates as well as Madison Genesis in the UK, riding for the Pro Conti team. Back in the day, we used to be DS by Roger Hammond, another very accomplished rider off-road.
I think was that the team that this man took his British Road Championships with?
Yeah, it was also the team that both of them got their stagiaire rides off the back of as well. So really good programme domestically, obviously ran by Roger, who's still working in the World Tour.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see, where's Ben Swift? I've got a feeling Ben Swift might be ahead here, but we've seen Connor here. Matt is trying really hard to get across here, but that is not going to be an easy gap to obviously close.
I'm not sure we saw, but we might have seen Ben in that group as we went through, but it went quickly to Matt Holmes. I think he's in the front of the chase group, but wouldn't put money on it, to be honest. But the fact Moto 1 is with Connor Swift at the moment would suggest that this man is out the front. But he's so strong.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time on the indoor
Good riding by Matt, though. Look at this. You can see Matt Holmes just popping into the shop.
Yeah, Swifty's been, Connor's been spending an awful lot of time in the indoor trainer just this last few weeks, just trying to let that elbow heal. It's obviously spend a lot of time under tension when you're on the old indoor trainer, so it's something that's probably put him in a good position to be in good shape for today, because one thing's for sure today, the chain is being kept constantly, and you see Holmes now just clawing his way up here. I wouldn't be surprised if by the top of this climb Connor Swift has a little look over his shoulder and makes a decision that it's probably best to wait for Matt.
Just pull back a little bit, wait for Matt.
And if
the
it
two
came,
of them work together.
If it came down to a sprint finish, it'd be really interesting, because Connor's pretty quick. Matt's got a good kick on it as well, so I think they create an alliance here, and this could be your first two positions for a podium being chosen right now.
Yeah, the gap behind is the most significant we've seen. Back to that chasing group is quite a long way. You just see them popping into shot now. But we haven't quite... Good as Tom Armstrong is on his previous attack, good as Damien Clayton is on the previous attack, this is a different league of attack. And I think Matt Holmes is working very, very hard to try and get onto that wheel. It's just taking so long, clawing. He's going to have to wait to some sort of descent and really push on a little bit.
Yeah, he's getting there, and it's so painful just watching. You can now see the group behind is starting to get a little bit closer to Holmes now as well. It's going to be interesting to see what happens at the top here, because Connor has to make a decision. Is he going to keep pressing on? He's not looked over his shoulder in the last couple of Ks as we now come through the wooded section, which gets a little bit heavy under tyre. Just trying to look back down this in this long shot. If we can get an eyeball on that group, you can kind of just see the helmets appearing behind that wooden gate on the left-hand side. But Holmes now, this last 10 seconds is absolute purgatory trying to close this gap.
Connor Swift, though, we're not seeing him in this sort of quality of domestic field attack quite this early before. Usually it's the last lap, and possibly within the last, 20k, like a road race, and he's suddenly just got wallop, and away he's gone. This is quite an early attack for him.
Yeah, and you have to question that. Why wouldn't it do the same tactics? Maybe not as confident, maybe, in himself?
Possibly. Maybe he's working for Ben. Maybe, maybe it's one of those things. But at that point, if that is the tactic, at what point does he sit up? What point does he drop back a little bit? Does he keep pressing on? They've got to make that calculation, as Sean would say, and making the calculation. He's trying to do that sort of thing.
What I would do, Matt's coming across now. If I was Matt, I'd have been yelling at Connor.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, slow down.
He's on. He's pretty much on now. That's a mega ride from Holmes there to get across there.
Yeah, because Connor Swift's not slowed down at all. He's just got into the rhythm and kept going.
I can't see Matt coming round for a little while here. Get a bit of recovery. He's obviously heard Matt coming and approaching him as they now get to the top of this climb here. This short little stab at the top.
Is he going to push on, or is he just going to knock off the gas? No real knock off the gas from Connie. He's looking over his shoulder. It's no good. Connor's not going to get him to come past whatsoever.
Yeah, he's looking around. That's them came at the top of the KOM. Come off of that, take a right. Now we've got a nice, fast, straight descent now. Time for them to have a little chat to each other. Try and fuel a little bit. Get some gels into you. Get a drink out your water bottle.
Yeah.
Try and keep, because this is today the temperature's also down a little bit, so that has also got a bearing on how many calories you need to take. To just say that, exactly what we're saying. Connor Swift straight in the pocket. Get something in his mouth. Get it down his gate. Get that energy stores pop back up, a little bit of quick sugars in there. And Holmes, very willing to ride. He knows it's a good situation for him.
Well, they've not spoken many words, I wouldn't think, but they both know they're in a good situation here. Two very strong riders who know each other. They train with each other, known each other for years. They've ridden in the same teams. They know strengths and weaknesses. Away he goes. That's a big gap. That really is a big gap now.
Yeah.
Well, that is the significant break of the race so far. Defending champion Connor Swift, he won't want to give up on that for certain. And it looks to me as though Matt Holmes has made that gap, knows exactly the quality of the rider he's with, and the two of them are going to keep pressing on. Last weekend, 340 watts average over 3 hours 20 minutes for Matt Holmes in Wales at the UCI qualifying event. He took a little turn on the front, but you know what? He's going to hang in by there. Whoa! Careful, Matt.
See, so easy. Just need that 1 second to just take your eye off the ball.
Yeah.
Bit of a squirrely moment there. I think Swift's just reaching his ball, but Matt had a real moment there in that his front wheel went away from him. Got caught front wheel on the edge of that grassy section in the middle, and it's a fast section down here, and that would have been a race finisher for sure.
He's pushing on. He's not wanting to hang about whatsoever. I think half the issue here is, they're all wearing eye covers for one sort of, most of them are, because it's just, getting kicked up with mud all the time. But as soon as you get something, this sort of thing, into the light, into the shade, into the light, into the shade, it may not seem like an awful lot, but you only have to miss one slight rut, only one little drop off the bit of the ridge in the middle of the road, and you can come off.
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about that at the start of the show about what kind of glasses would you wear? And obviously a clear lens is the most obvious.
Yeah.
But you've also got to deal with the changes in the contrast. We can see it in the lens as it comes out of the darkness of the trees. You get exactly the same thing in your eyes when you come out of the trees.
Yes. Orange or yellow work in this sort of thing quite well. But I think Matt's gone dark lenses on, looking at the shots we had of him at the front.
Yeah, maybe a photochromatic lens potentially, but
could be.
Should be a good choice for today, that's for sure. Really fast section this though. Just letting off the brakes, get those elbows bent, get that traction. Big fast right. Just Holmes there getting a little bit out of shape just on the apex there, back out the chair. Back up to Connor. Swifty's been not been new to off-road. He spent an awful lot of time mountain biking, especially in his student days. Really, really handy bike rider.
Oh, he's super strong as well. He's a great rider to watch. He's a sort of classy, classic, flowing bike rider.
You notice a lot with Connor. Every move that he makes on his bike is very deliberate.
Yeah.
You know, there's no floundering. He's very composed. He's very direct with his body language and his body position on the bike.
And he's testing the legs of the man who's worked his way across to him.
Yeah, and this is probably the worst point as well. We're having to fight back. So you've got this little drag up here. It just kind of saps the legs a bit. Matt there having a look over his shoulder. I would not be surprised if the next long shot we get, this gap's got to be easily a minute now.
Connor Swift moves it over to the right, the defending champion.
You just see what we were talking about, David. Matt's actually taking his glasses off because they'll be absolutely covered in mud now.
Yep.
They'll be put in the helmet. Connor's already removed his glasses and put them at the back of his head, so just makes you realise just how muddy it is out there.
Well, you only have to see one of the front shots, don't you, of the Moto 1 when they work through the line. And people looking pretty much the same colour from the front.
You see, Matt's still holding on to his glasses, and the reason he's doing that is because it's just far too rough. You can't afford to take his hand off the handlebars right now and put them in his helmet or put them in his pocket. So keeping the hold of it, get a chance to do that in the next climb, get rid of them. Swift again, just back into the pockets, a bit more energy.
This is the winning attack, I think, unless something drastic happens. They are motoring, these two. They're working together. Neither of them are sitting up. 72 kilometres in the bag for these two riders. Matt Holmes, winner of the Gralach last year, he came off the Lincoln GP as victor there as an independent, which was an absolutely terrific ride. He flicks the elbow. He'd forget Connor Swift to come past and do something. He's not. He had to get a little bit of extra encouragement from Matt there to come through.
Yeah, a little lap and a half to go here, but also some of these descents though. You've also got to remember you need to keep your legs turning over. You know, some of these descents are a few minutes long. Just takes, you know, a little bit of time to just kind of let your legs. You're obviously trying to rest them, but they get cold. You
Absolutely,
need to keep them moving.
Yeah, that's one of the worst things actually, isn't it? When you've a long descent, cold like this, if you stop pedalling, if you don't turn your legs over, by the time you get to the next little kicker, suddenly there's the build-up of lactic acid and the cold, just absolute killer on your legs.
But yeah, looking like they're riding pretty well together. A little flick of elbow again there from Connor. Matt looks like he's willing. He's not in a rush to get past. He's just want to just cruise past, a little check over the shoulder as well.
Yep.
Still got his glasses in his hand, so obviously way more interested in getting the work done and establishing this gap than dealing with minor issues.
Connor looking fairly calm, and I mean, not looking in any particular pain is what I'm probably meaning to say, which you could have done with that fractured elbow.
Yeah, and they're no strangers to being in situations like this before. Both of them have been in many a breakaway, not only as teammates but also in ground tours as well. So they know each other inside out from being training partners, but they'll also know when each other are trying to play the game. Let's just say
they had a good education in learning how to play the game by moving, you know, to top tiers on the continent, and it's a different level of playing the game when you're trying to play that game within. Incidentally, that bike coming past, that KTM, piloted by Chris Opie. If you remember Chris.
Yeah, Speedy Opie, really good domestic UK pro. Rode for all the UK's biggest teams like JLT Condor, One Pro Cycling. Really good career. Chris is a really solid sprinter. But now we can see
coming back by the look of it.
Looking back.
That looks like a 5-rider group, something like that. 3 or 5 riders working together to try and cut this gap down. Finally, he sheds the glasses onto the back of the head.
Yeah, you're right. Looks about 5 riders, and then the other remnants of that main group is just behind them as well. So we're probably looking at maybe 20 to 30 seconds at this kind of speed and gradient to get across, which is no mean feat at all.
No, it isn't. But if you've got sort of 7, 8 riders as opposed to 2, you can, you really will be able to work quite quickly. Well, the gap looks as though it might be coming down. There's our 2 leading riders, Connor Swift and Matt Holmes, for the first really, really big dig of the day in the Men's Elite Championship here at the Championships.
For the early risers and the night grinders. For the uphill battles, the sprints, the final stretch. For the ones who fuel their best every single day. For the sweat, the drive, the thrill. For those chasing wins. And those chasing the feeling. For every game, every goal, every moment that tests you. For the ones in yellow and the ones in red. For the leaders at the front and the fighters at the back. For those who live to win and those who live for improvement. For the ones who like to give their body what it needs. We know what fuels you. Fuel up. AMAX.
There we are. Welcome back. Hey, we're live, yeah. Welcome back here at the British Gravel Championships. We are with the men's elite race. My name is David Reeve. I have alongside me James McCallum. We've been following the action in the men's elite race this morning. It's the women's elite this afternoon, so stay with us for that. So far, we are 80 kilometres into the men's elite. We've just had a significant attack from Connor Swift and Matt Holmes are working together to try and shed riders behind them, but they are being clawed back just a little bit. The early attacks came from Tom Armstrong at the end of lap 1 and then from Damien Clayton to lap 2. Neither of those really were allowed to get away. As soon as there was a kick put on in the chasing group, they were shut down. But the latest attack that you see on your screen is the one that has really stuck so far. This is Matt Holmes at the front of this two, with defending champion Connor Swift from Ineos Grenadier just behind him. And it looks like this group of 4 or 5 riders are, well, they're clawing their way back on. It's taking an awful long time, which shows the speed at which these two are going.
Yeah, it's really difficult. The amount of energy you're having to put in on this kind of climb just to pull back, you know, that 10-15 seconds, which is currently looking like it's sitting at. Watts-wise, it's a lot of watts. It's like 50-60 more watts you're going to have to do as we now come up to the top of this final climb on this lap. It's going to be really interesting what happens at the top here, because you've got an option now for them to say, do we fully invest in this? They're going to come round to 1 lap to go pretty soon. And it's going to be at the point where it's now, do they then try and keep pressing on with this and persisting with it? Or do they just go back, recalibrate, and then try and launch another one later on in the next lap?
It's a really interesting one, because if the gap was a little bit more coming into the start-finish straight, maybe 30 seconds, then, you know, I think it's more cut and dried. It was like, right, we do keep pressing on, we keep going on, they're not being able to catch us. But they are so close behind. It's you know, they are clawing. Yep. But as soon as they look over their shoulders, they'll see they're not that far behind. It might be a case of, well, they'll be looking, first of all, so who's in there? Who can I recognise is in there? Do we want them to be with us? Because if we carry them towards the line, are they the sort of riders who are going to cause a problem? Or are these people who could potentially help us? And is Ben in there? We don't know.
And fair play to that chase group. These two have not been hanging around. I mean, Swift, on the previous climb to the one we were just on, he never looked over once. Just constantly on the pedals. Matt had to really scurry across that gap to get to him. And now we get this big, long, wide open section. Slight headwind from the left. This is a point now where they're going to maybe have a little look around over the shoulders, but that group, if they can get organised quick and start rotating, they could pull this 8 seconds down pretty quickly.
On this section particularly, it's flatter, and it doesn't look as though they're doing that. They need to work together. Look, one of the riders has been tailed off the back, and that's not what they needed to be doing. What they need to be doing is constantly one off, one on, one on, one on, one on.
I'm going to say, just looking at that picture, it looks like one of the Ribble outliers is in there. Definitely, I think Ben Swift as well.
And what looks like the rider's been tailed off the back might be a wheelbase Castelli rider at the moment.
I see Swift just having another little double check, getting a bit more energy into himself. And this is it. You've still got, you're that deep. You know, you're 80k deep in a 115k race. You've still got to be lucid. You've got to watch where you're going. You've got to watch what's happening in front of you. You've got to keep on fueling, because any moment you let that slip, that will come back and bite you big time.
Connor Swift turning one sprocket higher than Matt Holmes just behind him, who tends to sort of turn a lighter gear. But he's not. I mean, it's a massive engine, Connor.
Yeah, you can just see that World Tour strength, can't you, in the legs? Just churning those gears over like he does in the classics, like he does in the Tour. Just rolling that big gear. And he's on a 2x system. Big ring on the front, big 52 on the front.
And it's going more and more that way for some of these big riders on this sort of course. Almost like a classics gear setup. Yeah, they've still got a big spread at the back, but it's almost like that classic gear setup where they've got, you know, front chain rings that with teeth not that far apart in terms of ratio.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the technology as well is that you've got so much options now in the variety and the spread you can have for your gears. But unfortunately, sometimes in an event like that, if you have got a big spread of gears, you just don't find the gear that you need. You're one too high or one too low, so it can be frustrating. So there is a lot of trial and error when it comes to definitely your setup for these courses. But with this being relatively, you know, steady climbing, a bigger ring actually is going to help you kind of roll over those climbs a lot more, and especially on these descents as well.
Well, that's exactly what happens on some of these classic races, isn't it? They really do have not much in terms of gear spread at the front anyway. Obviously, there's much more. It has much more relevance in terms of gear selection at the sprocket sizes than the size of the chain ring. Two wheelbase Castelli riders in there, by the look of it.
Looks like Jensen Young, Ben Swift, Tom Martin, Tom Armstrong. And the rider at the back, I've not quite caught his number as yet, but that group is going across. This is them coming down this really steep and sketchy descent onto the final climb of this lap. So after this climb, one more lap to crown our British national gravel champion.
They are catching them. If they can commit to this descent, they will be able to get on the back. I'm wondering if that's Ed Morgan.
So again, coming down to pretty much walking speed just at the bottom here. There is that runoff on the right-hand side they can take. There's like a triangle here. They could go past this section and go into the next corner. But you're always going to pick the shortest line, aren't you?
You've got to be careful with that motorbike there.
That's an escape route, that's for sure.
There's a little drop off there. I think that is Ed Morgan at the back there from Muck-Off SRCT Stalk. That's a good ride by him because he wasn't looking particularly comfortable earlier. So I think that's very, very good riding by him.
Yep, confirmed it is Ed, yep, 100%.
Tom Martin just slipping out of the back of the shot there, and you know, that's great right by Morgan. He's looking strong. Yeah, as our two lead riders are now caught by Ed Morgan and Ben Swift.
The two Toms here from Wheelbase Castelli just sliding at the back here. The question is what happens here. Do these 5 settle, get together?
Right in the middle there, looking over the shoulder, is Jensen Young. Fantastic ride in the UCI event in Wales last week.
And you can see here, obviously everyone's still, this is where gravel's still very akin to road, David, just in the tactics and being in the slipstream and just sitting on the wheel.
Yeah.
Trying to save a little bit of energy as Armstrong now tries to come across this gap. Looks like Tom Martin's just being gapped at the back. Armstrong's making a really strong ride here to get back on. That's really good.
But I'll tell you what, that's a shame for Wheelbase if they do lose a man here, because they've had, what, any one time they've had 3 riders in the chasing group. Armstrong's been off the front and attacked, and
Jensen Young squeezing on at the front though. Swift.
If they can't keep somebody in this group, it would be a great shame for them as a team. Matt Holmes just looking. Ed Morgan in the blue there, looking comfortable. And look, just easing away from rider behind him. Still sat in the saddle, so I think he's looking pretty good at the moment. He's on the wheel of Matt Holmes, dragging himself back up to Connor Swift. Jensen Young first in the UCI gravel qualifying race in Wales last week, leading this group of 5 with just a little bit of get back to Armstrong.
You can see Holmes there though, a little bit of hesitation. He wasn't too sure about whether he was going to have to close the gap himself or not, and you know, still being shrewd.
Oh, Tom Martin now, that's distance now, so it's down to our 5, well, leading 5 riders.
But you're right, what a ride by the Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli team. They've been super strong, present all day, and now hanging in at the back. The last rider from that team doing an absolute stellar job here. It's Tom Armstrong.
That's good for him to stay with that. I mean, he had to come across by himself. He was an early attacker. He was just behind Jensen Young last week in Wales, so he's on super form as well. The form riders counting. And again, it's all much more like a road race than it is like a mountain bike race. You can see the tactics of many a finish at a road race playing out here on the gravel.
Yeah, absolutely. Just see Swift, Ben Swift here at the back of the 2 Swifts. Just sliding to the back, just checking out stuff, looking over his shoulder, just seeing how many people are left in this group. This group is only going to get smaller, so you don't want to get caught out by sliding back too much and not realising you're the last wheel, because the last thing you want to be doing is using any more energy than you have to on any of these climbs. You can see Armstrong just struggling a little bit, a little bike length gap between himself and Matt Holmes there in the white.
Yeah.
And you can just see it right in front of you. Another false horizon. You think you're always at the top, and then there's another little bit.
It's Connor Swift back on the front again with Ed Morgan right behind him. This is a great ride by Ed Morgan. Again, one of those riders that people probably haven't known too much about. He's done a fair amount of racing this year in the UK, but nothing at sort of this level at the moment. He did really well in the Tour of Kosovo, interestingly.
That was just last week, actually, yeah.
Yeah, 3rd overall in the classification. So he's obviously coming into form. But before that, his domestic form has been, well, it's sort of been mid-pack finish. This is a great ride by him, and Ben Swift making sure he's getting onto that wheel of Ed Morgan, and Armstrong's definitely suffering. Really having to dig deep here to hold onto a wheel, and Swifty thinking, well, I'm just going to go around this because I don't think he's going to be able to hold the wheel.
Yeah, he left him out to dry a little bit there on that last K in that climb, just waited and then nipped round, but looked like Armstrong's tenacious as ever, just hanging in there.
Yeah.
You know, using all the body, getting the power through the pedals, just trying to hang in there.
And he'll have seen so much of this on the continent as well. Really good top-end club riding, which is in a totally different league in France than it is over here.
Not far from the top now, Dave. Just up here we can see in the distance the trees take a right hand in the next 200 or 300 metres. So he's made it to this point. Just needs to survive this next section, not make any mistakes, get some food in it himself, get some gels in, get some fluids in. Top up all that sugar. As you now see, this is Connor Swift now sliding to the back. Just taking a moment. Get this idle, stretching those legs. And our winner's going to come from this group of 5, I think.
That's for
or
sure.
6, I should say. Swifty. Ben Swift on the left-hand side.
This is that 1-2 again, isn't it? It's the pinging off the front, trying to whittle people down. It's Matt Holmes, you see, who has to chase. Although Connor is having to dig deep just to get on the wheel of Ed Morgan. Once again, Ed Morgan riding really well. Jensen Young sits in the wheel of Matt Holmes. And they're going to sit there and wait for Holmes to try and cut that gap down again.
I would not be surprised if in the next section we see Connor Swift trying to jump across the Ben.
Yeah. Or
see him
we
just
see
sliding
him
in. He's sliding in, he's making sure he's in the right place. But Morgan, fair play to him. You know, he's not scared of these riders.
No.
He's willing to get stuck in.
Ride of the day for me so far. I mean, I didn't expect him to be in this group. I really didn't. He looked like he was really suffering earlier on, and he's one of these riders who's come around again, or maybe just been biding his time. Swifty off the front, looks over his shoulder, seeing Matt Holmes is trying to do the work to cut it down. Now Jensen Young's gone to the front. Connor Swift now in the wheel of Jensen Young, 3rd spot in the orange helmet. Matt Holmes in 4th.
And this is it. We're now into the last 20 miles or the last 32k of this race. Will not be long for back through the start area. 28k loop. You can now see there's a little bit of looking over the shoulders in this front group, but they're really stretching it out now.
And Tom Armstrong now dropped. This is the leading group. And Ed Morgan will have to dig in here. He's been riding so well so far. Can he maintain that sort of pace? He's on the wheel of Matt Holmes now. The pace has eased up a little bit. I reckon you'll see Connor pinging off again now, if they can.
Yeah, and Matt Holmes will be expecting that. Jensen Young, though, protecting himself.
Young looking quite calm, quite composed. Matt Holmes just going over to the right-hand side there. Looks like he may have just sort of got a few more energy reserves back again. He's looking a little bit more comfortable on the bike than he was a little bit earlier. Ben Swift, 107.91, looking over his shoulder there. Connor Swift, his cousin, and looking back onto Ed Morgan from the Muck-Off SRT Stalk team.
Swift's gone though. Ben Swift has laid it down on the right-hand side there.
Yeah,
big seated acceleration.
Jimmy, because he could just wait for people like the really big, the people who are going to be a real threat. So you've got Jensen Young, you've got Matt Holmes. If the plan is for one of the Swifts to keep pinging off, the other one can just sit there.
Yep.
And the real threats like Matt Holmes and Jensen Young are going to wear themselves down. Well, that's the hope. They're going to wear themselves down just cutting down that attack, and then somebody else can go, and one of the other Swifts can go off again.
Yeah, the 1-2, and you've seen there that Ben Swift, who's at the back of the group, wily head and the shoulders, almost an amateur would have sat up there and not realised that the gap was going, but Ben knew that he had to not rely on Morgan coming round there to close that gap.
Jensen Young looking strong to me. He looks over his shoulder, so he's going to follow him. It's Connor Swift who gets into the wheel. Matt Holmes, again, he's gone into sort of canny racer mode, I think.
So I'll take a right here. stay on the gravel path, and then in about 300 metres after this, we're going to pop onto the tarmac again on the way back into the start finish and start our final lap.
Final lap of the men's elite race here at the British Gravel Championship is just about to be started as they take this last little section of gravel before the tarmac that runs into the arena. These riders will contest the final lap and who will get the crown. Connor Swift taking a drink, putting his bottle back in. Oh, defending champion from Ineos Grenadier, his cousin in the black helmet from Ineos Grenadier. Ben Swift also in this group. At the front, Jensen Young riding for Ribble Outliers. And then just behind them, just a tiny little bit, few bike lengths off, Matt Holmes. And there's Connor Swift there, 91. Matt Holmes for OGT. And the man at the back here is Ed Morgan from the Muck-Off SRCT Stork team. One of these 5 riders is going to be in the top step of the podium very, very shortly in our final lap of the men's elite race here at the British Gravel Championships. Into the final tarmac stretch. Take a little bit of a drink before they get into the start-finish arena. Swing over to the right, and there is the finish line gantry. And it's Jensen Young that leads them over into the final lap. Don't go anywhere. We have our last ad break. We'll see you soon.
For the early risers and the night grinders. For the uphill battles, the sprints, the final stretch. For the ones who fuel their best every single day. For the sweat, the drive, the thrill. For those chasing wins. And those chasing the feeling. For every game, every goal, every moment that tests you. For the ones in yellow and the ones in red. For the leaders at the front and the fighters at the back. For those who live to win and those who live for improvement. For the ones who like to give their body what it needs. We know what fuels you. Fuel up. AMAX.
Welcome back to our coverage of the men's elite race here at the British Gravel Championships. We're into the final lap, 28 kilometres to go, and a group of 5 riders pushing hard at the front. Jensen Young led them through the start-finish line into the final lap, and will join our coverage live. One team that had 2 riders in there. It's going to be Ineos Grenadier. We've got Ben Swift, we've got Connor Swift, the defending champion, but we have got Jensen still going to be in the top 10, but they would love to have had a rider in there.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Holmes is still in there as well. So Matt's been really frugal as always with his efforts, which is fair play to him. You need to be when you're surrounded with riders of the calibre of the Swifts, you know. So from that aspect, but Matt's been quite frugal, but now he's having to use a lot of pennies and follow breaks, jump in, make sure he's covering everything. So ultimately, Matt's really been the one who's been doing all of the responding right now to all the attacks from the Ineos Grenadiers. So it's been really good to see also like Jensen not scared to really press on him. We've seen it last time through the start finish. He was really keen on really pressing through. So yeah, it's a good race. I mean, this is going to be interesting. It could be, do Ineos Grenadiers outpower everyone, or does someone like Ed Morgan do a last-minute Hail Mary and they look at each other? So it's got an interesting last lap.
He's into the last lap. He's a rider riding, essentially, he come in under the radar. He's found himself in a group of really class riders. Yeah. He's got nothing to lose.
No, nothing
absolutely
at all.
Nothing at all. In the last half a lap, just give it absolutely full gas and see what he can achieve for this. He'd like to go with somebody that perhaps might take him a bit further away from the big guns, but at the end of the day, if he's got the legs, just go for it.
Hey, the British Gravel Champs is legit. You know, you've got real legit World Tour bike riders turning up to this, and anyone who's on that podium today has done an absolutely awesome ride. Anyone from that breakaway who still stays in the top 5, that is a big ride. You know, it's an incredibly calorific day. We've seen all the riders popping off the back, and that's just people making mistakes, not eating enough, not fueling properly, maybe not drinking enough at their bottles, maybe losing their water bottles, which is quite easy to do. Just keeping tabs on those really simple things. The rider who's done the simple things really well is the one who's going to come out on top today, that's for sure.
Well, we're here with the men's elite race. It's the final lap of the British Gravel Championships presented by Ribble. The coverage you've been watching today has been brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. And Jensen Young led them over the start-finish line into the final lap. And here we are, back with pictures. That is Jensen Young right at the back of this group. They're just taking a little bit of a breather at the moment by the look of it. No more ad breaks at all for us now, so you can stick with us right the way through to the end of this men's elite race. It's going to be an absolute corker.
That was interesting there. Did you see that, Dave? Jensen and Ed having a little chat to each other just at the back of the group. Wonder what they're saying to each other. We need to do something
We need
here.
to work together here. Yeah, absolutely. Interestingly, I mean, they may well have said something to Matt Holmes, but maybe not. He's maybe one of those riders they think he's a bit too dangerous to deal with because he is a bit wily.
Yeah, he'll probably double cross you. Guarantee he'll double. But that's bike racing, eh? You make friends, and then you cut their heads off in the last K, don't you? So yeah, it's one of the nice one of the nice things about our sport, and also one of the kind of like the harshest parts of the sport as well. We're all mates until you get to see the red flag sort of stuff.
Exactly,
you know,
but it always gives you stories for the next 25 years to talk about. Do you remember in that race when?
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, this is the thing, is that they have to use the brain. You know, you got to that point where you're getting tired, and you just need to kind of think lucidly and think about, right, where are we going to actually try and make a difference here, and what can we do? And we can see now, still flying away down these descents. I mean, these are fast descents.
They are. You've got to have some decent bike handling skills here. You've got to have some. You still got to have the energy to think lucidly and to be able to hang on to this bike at this point. You start getting tired on a race like this. All the effort you've been putting in, and it's very easy to wash out or hit a rut that you haven't quite got the measure of. You know, it's very easy to lose control. Jensen Young at the head of this group with Matt Holmes in his wheel. And then Ed Morgan in the blue in third spot, followed by Ben Swift and cousin and defending champion Connor Swift at the back of this group at the moment. It's interesting, the two Swifts at the back.
It's not a position I would like to be in, having those two sitting behind me. Just
No,
waiting
absolutely
to pick me
not.
off.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
So we go round here, a slight kick up here, and then it flattens out a little bit after this first kick, and then there's another ramp. And it goes up to roughly about 12-15% this next ramp, so that is the perfect place to launch.
Well, that's the sort of, that is the sort of area I could see somebody like Ben Swift launching another attack again. He's a good punchy rider at that sort of terrain. Maybe Jensen Young has got it in the legs. He's been looking very, very calm.
See that Matt Holmes is keen to keep the pace on.
Yeah.
Get a little breather on this little false flat section before it kicks up now in the next few metres, but he's just trying to make sure that he's in a good position to respond to anything, because really on this climb the only real clean part is the right down the middle, and it's a steep pitch, this.
You can just see here as it just ramps up. And who's out the saddle? Jensen Young's out the saddle, Matt Holmes out the saddle. I'm not surprised, that's his sort of style, but the others still sat in there. Connor sat in the saddle. Swifty, Ben Swift,
He's rocking and rolling a bit.
he is a bit, he hunched over those bars a little bit. But then again, I mean, they might be related, but they do have very different styles of riding. Connor is always a very upright, classy rider. For those of you who are historians of bike riding, he always looks to me a little bit like Vin Denson on a bike from as a long time ago. But that sort of very big, elegant, rangy rider.
Yeah, and Ben's pulls himself into a little ball all the time.
He
Remember
does,
as junior on the track, he was the only kid with his nose stuck in the stem every race.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you can see they're still just kind of sizing each other out here, you know. And the thing we've got to remember here, David, is there's 4 climbs, but they're already almost halfway up the first one here. So they need to start thinking about, where am I going to make my move if I'm going to make one? And they need to be ready on your toes for everyone else doing their thing.
Yeah, I'd almost guarantee that one rider from this group is going to make a move at some point. They're going to try and attack. Where it comes up, I wouldn't quite say yet. Possibly on the last little dig, the last little kicker that has a fast descent into a difficult corner would be, if you think you've got the bike handling skills, if you've got the energy, maybe that's a good one. You can really put people under pressure.
Just watching here though, Morgan's just kind of ghosting off the front a little bit. Matt's just leaving a gap, and I think Matt's really trying to force the Ineos Grenadiers boys to the front here. You can see him looking over his shoulder, which is a smart move by Matt, but Ed Morgan's just, there we go, Swifty over the top, and I think he'll just go straight over the top of Ed here. He's looked like he's carrying a lot of speed.
Well, he's moving straight up to the back wheel and moves over to the right, and there he goes. Now Matt Holmes is going to have to respond to this, and he knows he's going to have to, because and Connor not looking comfortable, or is he just waiting for Jensen to take up the wheel?
You can see the speed of Ben Swift there, the turn of speed's so impressive. It's straight over the top of Morgan. Morgan didn't even react to it.
It could be that Connor Swift here, the defending champion behind number 91 in that orange helmet, he might just be I'm not saying faking it, but just sort of relax a little bit, let the others go first, and then you can just latch onto them.
I'm thinking he's just waiting till Ben gets about 15 seconds, and then if they sit up, he's just going to hit them right over the top.
Ed Morgan in the blue has just seen Ben Swift come over the top of him and then and just power straight on. Very mature riding though. He's decided, well, you know, I'm going to wait for the others. No panic. It would have been easy, wouldn't it, with a less experienced rider to see somebody like Ben Swift come past and then just try and latch on the wheel, which is probably the wrong thing to do. Jensen Young takes up the pace setting now. No problem for Connor Swift to stay on that wheel. This is a dangerous one, because I think these are all going to look at each other. Apart from Connor, they're all going to look at each other.
Yeah, he's just dangling right out there in front of them, isn't he? Be good to see what kind of faces Swifty's pulling right now, actually.
I think we're going to get the chance in a second, because Moto 1 is steaming up. Oh, that's a pretty big gap.
Yeah, easily 10 seconds, isn't it?
Easily.
He's looking pretty composed.
He is.
Now he's looking round.
He's looking comfortable to me.
Not fully committed, just enough. I wonder if he's actually had the word that I'm going to go and I'll try and hang out and you just try and come across to me. Although it looks kind of like there may have been an attack in the group behind us, though.
Well, somebody's going to have to do something because Ben Swift is riding away quite happily at the moment. They can't let him get any 12 seconds. Can't let him get in much more than that. 20 seconds would be difficult for most people, certainly in this stage of the race.
Be interesting to see who's first round that corner behind him.
Who's your money on?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Connor.
No,
they're setting up. Settling into that nice style as we're so used to seeing with Ben on the road.
I think we might see Jensen Young doing a bit more work at this point. He fancies his chances.
He's got no opportunity. Now he has to ride, and they have to just go, right, okay, I'm either going to get second behind an Ineos going to do it, or I'm going to have to try and win this. It's as simple as that. There's no other choices.
Getting his sort of his track stance on here.
So he's not really fully committing just now.
No, he's not.
They've obviously had a chat. He said, I'm gonna go off the front and I'll dangle, and when you get a chance and get a moment, you try and bomb across to me.
I think that's a pretty good call. The fact that if you're spending enough time looking around to see where everybody is, then you're not fully committed.
Yeah. And let's be honest, if you come with two riders, you want to have the first two places in the podium. You want to lock it out, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, he's got at least he's got a clear line down this bit. There's nobody else to mess around with.
It actually looks like the sun has finally come out as
well.
Yeah,
it looks like it's...
The fog is gone, the sun is out. Definitely clearing a lot up for the women's race later.
It's been one of those races where there's a huge amount of organisation gone into it to be able to get to this stage and have a race, let alone having this wonderful coverage brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. But the amount of trails and tracks that have to be closed off, we'd never be able to do it. Red On Sports would never be able to do it unless you had backing from full, support from Forestry England. In order to allow us to have this race on completely closed road surfaces, which is fantastic. There's 8,500 acres of forest here, and hundreds and hundreds of tracks, and it's so easy for somebody to sort of wander on in the middle of a race with their horse or their mountain bike or whatever it happens to be. So they've done a fantastic job helping us to make a completely closed circuit.
Yeah, you've also got to remember the amount of volunteers that are out there just manning all of those stations and making sure that ultimately everything's safe for the riders, because nobody wants to have an incident happen during this. They just want it to go nice and smooth. But yeah, big shout out to all of our volunteers from the organisation.
Yeah, they've all been sat around the back of the control hub and super keen. Well, still not entirely committed. I think Ben is just sort of allowing himself to almost drift down this hill. And as I think you said earlier, Jimmy, he's looking over his shoulder thinking, well, I'll stay out here, and then when Connor feels comfortable, he can ping across.
I just get this feeling he's just going to appear from behind the motorbike, going to warp factor 5,
Yeah.
Especially on this next climb. This is probably where he's going to have to really make the difference.
Well, this is, in fact, the descent and climb. I was thinking that if you were going to launch an attack as a solo rider, this is where you'd have to do it.
And this is the longest climb. This is the actual KOM point in the whole of the race. You'll see at the bottom here, they'll go through two boards, which signifies the start of the KOM. And this is long. This is 4K. Plenty of rolling in it. Pretty rough at the bottom. Stand and start. Never nice when you're 100k deep.
No. He's still looking over his shoulder. He's waiting for Cuz to get up on his wheel here.
Yeah. And he's also allowed himself.
I think it's happened because he keeps looking there, and if he was looking once or twice, maybe, but he's looking 3-4 times. So I reckon there's already something going on behind. Well, we should be able to see when the camera settles down. Maybe the camera will turn around a bit, or suddenly we'll just see a helmet pop into the shot on the bottom left-hand side.
The thing is with this as well is that Ben can just ride this at his own pace. Doesn't have to go flat out. If he's got 10 or 15 seconds on that group, which he's got quite easily, there's no one in sight. He can just ride up here nice and controlled, be ready for anyone who comes across, because they've got to go at the speed he's going at and then some. And they're not even in the shot at the moment. It's going to be a big ask for even Connor Swift to come across that gap.
That is a huge gap. And I think maybe Ben's wondering what is going on. So as Ben Swift turned into the KOM climb, the gap was 30 seconds back to the 4 chasing riders, or the 4 riders behind chasing. Are they chasing? What are they doing? And maybe they're just looking at each other. It's difficult to tell. But Swift's such an experienced rider. He's been in the what was the Pro Tour and the World Tour for such a long time.
Yeah, straight out the British Academy, former world medalist on the road under 23, then straight into the big time. Former rider with UAE as well, in Katusha.
He's had a very long career now.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a long career, but not an easy career for Ben. He's had quite a lot of crashes and injuries, a lot of shoulder dislocations. But yeah, he's like a fine wine, better and better with age. It's just really metronomic pedaling style. This is the difference. This is that depth that we were talking about earlier. We were chatting about Cameron Mason.
Yep.
The amount of a 5-day stage race just adds so much more depth. But a Grand Tour,
it's huge.
You just look at his legs, and there's just so much power going through the pedals right now, but so composed as well.
It's and it's been wonderful to see his career as he's sort of developed into a far more rounded, almost like a classic rider, sprinter. He's definitely had his fair share of top end results. He was touted as a big, out and out sprinter when he was much younger. But certainly, as he sort of started to mature in his career, he really moved into sort of a classics role. He's had 2 top 3 places in Milan San Remo back in 2014-16, I think.
Yeah, I think he's also been a world champion on track as well.
He has, yeah.
I think it was maybe scratch race or maybe the points race potentially.
I can't remember actually, to be honest.
It's a while ago. Getting old, my memory's not as good as it was.
Who are you?
Sorry?
Why are we here?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no sign of the chasing 4 riders. This is a big move.
And I'm just looking here at the timer there on the right hand side, 2 hours 55. The races yesterday were done just, if you went sub 4, that was a good day. That was you averaging 31k an hour. These guys are going to come in like 3:20, 3:30, so that's fast.
It just goes to show the gulf between people who are, let's say, very good club riders, category, first cat riders, and even some domestic pros, not all of them, and then World Tour riders. It's just a chasm.
But I think,
and then even within the World Tour, you've got superstars who are on a different planet. They've come from somewhere that you're not quite sure where from.
Yeah, it's crazy to think if Pogacar was riding right now, how many minutes he would be up on Ben. But that's not a situation we need to worry about right now. But that's the great thing about gravel, is that you can kind of pick your level, can't you? You can sort of go, right, I can see someone in the background.
I can see somebody, yeah. There's one rider at least.
Yeah, you can pick your category. If you're a senior rider, you can do the
Very fast kids.
Very fast kids, yes. And
bit of a jersey and a helmet. I thought it was a white helmet, actually, which would
be Matt.
Could be, yeah. Well, it could be Matt. Could be, but I also thought the jerseys looked dark, in which case it would be Ed.
Ed Morgan, yeah.
Difficult to tell. But certainly Ben Swift has got into the rhythm.
Another look over his shoulder, just checking. It's almost like he's going, right, come on, please, someone come
absolutely,
up here.
yeah. So, well, I mean, I'm sure he'll be very happy if he can just ride away to the finish, but, you know.
It's a tough old day doing that at this point.
But you do see it in gravel more often than you see it on the road, certainly at the moment. I mean, as the sport develops, you might not see it quite as much. We might see more sprint finishes and, you know, big bunches, small bunches, but you do get the occasional riders where they just ride off. Matt Holmes in the Gralic last year, exactly like that. Just ride off into the distance and nobody can stay with you.
Yeah, I think gravel, the best analogy to kind of make people understand how hard it is to close a gap like that is that when you're on a bike on the road, you can generally close a 10-second gap quite easily. Bit of an acceleration, you're on the wheel. Have you ever tried closing a 10-second gap when you're running?
No.
It's almost the same.
Yeah.
It's like, it just feels like it takes so much longer.
Yeah.
And it's just at such a different rate that it just seems so sticky to close those gaps.
Yeah, certainly.
And that's exactly what's happening right now.
Anybody who's done mountain bike racing will be the same. I mean, the speeds are nowhere near as much as this. Obviously, it's much, much slower sport in terms of that.
Yeah.
But again, trying to cut a gap down, 10-second gap, somebody's so hard. Well, there's definitely more looks from Ben again. I think he's easing off a bit. Looks like he is.
Yeah.
That's just rolling along.
Get those elbows in. Get the head down. Save a bit of energy. But having to think, it's got to be, that chasing group has got to be Matt Holmes, and definitely if Holmesy's in there, Connor's got to be in there as well.
Yeah.
There's no way he's letting another rider go off on their own.
That would be my thoughts. My prediction of those two riders are the ones who are chasing. Much as I've been impressed by Ed Morgan, I don't think he's probably got the legs to stay with riders like Holmes and Connor Swift.
Although he has come off
Jensen Young, but we haven't seen Jensen Young,
Yeah.
and he's done a great job in the last week or so with gravel racing. Although that may have taken it out of him, he should have had enough time to recover by now. But you never know.
Yeah, likewise with Ed Morgan coming out of Tour of Kosovo. It's only a 3 or 4 stage race, but it's time as well. You've got the jet lag from going there and coming back and that sort of stuff as well.
Definitely his best performance. So third overall in the GC and top 10 positions in most of the racing. It may not sound like a big tour, but a lot of riders from that area of the world who are class riders, as we know, are riding in Tour of Kosovo.
It's like the Asia Tour as well. It's like it's not as well known, but the quality across the board is huge.
Riders like Dan Lloyd cut their teeth in the Asian Tour.
Yeah,
Stephen Gallagher.
Yep,
all these
absolutely.
people.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily thought about as much as the European scene.
Yeah,
but it's just as hard.
Yeah.
You know, and any races in Asia that I did they were so impressive, so well organised. You know, big grand events and a lot of prize money as well, which is why a lot of riders end up kind of finishing their career sometimes across there. But the level of the racing and the kind of races like 10-day stage races, 5-day stage races, they're 10 a penny over there.
Yeah, a lot of riders have made their careers in out there. They've decided this is what they want to do. They're earning good money. They're at the top end of that game.
Dave McCann did exactly
is a
that,
good example. Yeah, absolutely. Ben Swift still riding by himself, just shaking out those legs a little bit. He's obviously anticipating the fact that there may be a sprint finish at the end. Doesn't want to cramp up. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far, which has been brought to you by Visit North Yorkshire. This is the final few kilometres of the men's elite race of the British Gravel Championships, presented with Ribble, as Ben Swift turns into this long, fast descent. Bit rough down here. Well, Ribble Outliers have had a rider in the final 5 here, although Ben Swift has pinged off the front, and they've been a fantastic partner. Thanks to them for allowing us the support and space and time to be able to do this coverage. And of course, thanks to Visit North Yorkshire, and without either of those partners, you know, this coverage, which has been, I have to say, world class and a fantastic race, would not have been able to be brought to you. So thanks to the both of them as we watch Ben Swift. Stop looking behind him for a minute. Well, this would be a real turn up for the books. I mean, and he would have been one of the outlying favourites, but possibly not the favourite.
Yeah, you're right. Ben does tend to sometimes kind of fly under the radar quite a lot, and then pops up and gets a big result here and there. But just looking at him, he just looks so strong and so composed. There's like no real rolling in his shoulders. Hips are looking really stable. Pedaling just like nice, rolling a big gear.
Yeah.
It's that World Tour strength again, isn't it? We
It is,
spoke
yeah.
about with Connor. But it'll be interesting to see what's happening behind, because as far as I believe, there is 2 chasers. So who they are, hopefully we'll find out pretty soon.
Yep, we might get a shot from Moto 1, or they might just appear on the wheel, or they may never reach the wheel of Ben Swift. The last time I commentated on this man winning a British Championship would have been in Norwich for the Road Championships, years and years and years ago. Interestingly, that was also organised by Malcolm Smith, who's one half of Red On, who've organised this event. So a nice little virtuous circle there being built up. Good wishes out to Malcolm. He's had an operation this week. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer quite unexpectedly. Had a routine test, and it just came up, and it was something he didn't expect. Men in and Malcolm, understandably, a bit shaken by that, but typical Malcolm Smith, right back on it. I know he's watching the coverage of his race here, and we wish you all well, and I know the riders wish you well as well, because they're just loving this event. We might
in Matt Holmes and Connor Swift, and they
Well,
are
there we
at
go.
30 seconds.
Yeah,
So
30 seconds. Well, that's
Not
still
over yet.
doable. That's still doable, but I don't know. It's doable if Ben just eases off a little bit, but I don't think he's in that odd stage of a race, and you can't really afford to.
yeah, last 10k or so now, isn't it? So it's going to be that point.
11k to go, and unlike sort of World Tour, there's no radios here, so Ben won't know how many riders are chasing, and he'll be going through his mind, going, "Well, do I ease off, and does Connor come up? Does somebody else come up to me?" But they might run the risk then of maybe all 5 riders being in there, and that just always a great sprinter that cuts down his chances of a podium.
Yeah, absolutely.
This coverage has been brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire, and there have been all sorts of ways of looking at presenting this coverage here. We're obviously sat in a studio. You can see us here. Hello, there we are. We're sat in a studio alongside each other. This is the sort of setup you get in lots of races for things like the Classic. So if we're doing Paris-Roubaix, we'd be sat outside. It's a little bit warmer here than it usually is in Paris-Roubaix. And then out on the course, there is lots of new technology coming along. If you've got a big, wide open space, you can use cellular technology in order to get pictures out. But even then, something like the Hero Mountain Bike Marathon race it is great until you get under trees. And that's the really big problem here, is Dalby Forest is thick with these Sitka spruce and larch plantations, and getting a signal out is really, really difficult. So this has been absolutely spectacular. We've not lost any coverage of our top riders here whatsoever. Fantastic job being done by Bruce and all the production team, being able to bring you coverage from start of the race to the finish of the race in the men's elite. Is absolutely world class.
Also, women's race not too far away now. In the next hours or so, we'll be having the women's race starting.
Absolutely.
Time to switch focus for that pretty soon.
Yeah, we'll soon be on the women's elite race.
Yeah.
And a stellar field there as well. Really, really super stuff. Annabelle Fisher, the defending champion, isn't here. She's recovering from injury. She's based in Switzerland, I think.
Abby Smith going for the double.
Yeah.
From Picnic Postinel.
Absolutely.
Not far from here. From down the road.
From Ripon?
Yep.
Aye. This is a big section of Clearfell that we're coming past now. On the left-hand side, you can see this is where the road gets real sticky. So you can see this MOT roadstone type forestry track underneath Ben Swift's wheels. Now, as soon as we start to get round the corner where these big machineries, these big harvesters have been coming in, look at the mess it starts to make.
He's just trying to search for the nice smooth part, and up here, unfortunately, there isn't much
there's not
to
much,
play with, you know.
Yeah.
So
puncture's not a big issue here, though. It's just full of mud. Still a big gap behind.
Yeah, it's pretty fine gravel as well. There's not really any big kind of chunks anywhere, apart from when there's been a little bit of machinery driving up and down the roads. But it runs pretty smooth and pretty fast, even when it is wet.
You can see the problem that the Forestry Commission of Forestry England have. This is all clear fell forestry on the left-hand side, and you can see the standing wood at the top there. It's a crop. It's just like growing wheat or something. It just takes a lot longer to grow. But now the timber prices are so low for these compared to the amount of money you can get from visiting here and the amenity, car parking, what they spend in the cafe, what they do there, that they're in a real quandary. What do we do? Do we in fact cut the trees down for product, as we've got some here, and do we restock, or do we just do this sort of thing and do mountain bike racing and gravel bike racing and have a load of people in the forest? So it's a bit of a quandary. Out from where the harvesters are and back on some smooth tarmac, or smooth forest track.
Here we go. There's that second group just coming across. We can see Matt Holmes at the front. Connor Swift just sitting on there.
We're with the rear wheel of Ben Swift. Ben looking over his shoulder again, just looking back to see where those chasers are, or if there are any chasers. We know there are. He probably won't know there are until he can see them on a long straight, and that's the issue there. Moto 1 with our race leader, Ben Swift, former National Road Race champion, former champion on the track. Still trying to find the great... there we are. Look, this is Moto 2. This is the second camera bike on the road, and these are our two chasers, and it's Matt Holmes having to do all the work, unsurprisingly, because Connor has his teammate and cousin up the road. He's going to do as little work as he possibly can. Matt will look over his shoulder and say, come on, do a little bit, but he hasn't got much hope of that, I don't think.
No, we've got roughly about maybe maybe 1 kilometre left of this climb before we drop back down, and then we've got the final climb, which brings us back up onto the plateau into the home straight. So if Connor's thinking about disposing of Matt, he's going to have to do it in around about the next sort of 5k, because we're now well within that last 10k. The climbs themselves, here we go.
That's a fantastic attack. Matt Holmes see if he can get on the wheel straight a bit. Connor Swift puts in a big effort. Wonderful shot close up there.
Yep.
Let's get back and see what that gap is already, because this could already be 10 bike lengths.
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
Yep.
Matt Holmes blown out the back. And all that work he's had to do just to even keep in the bunch to shut down Ben Swift, then Connor Swift, and then Ben Swift again, and then Jensen Young. That single rider from OGT has had to do all that work, and one big attack from Connor, and he's gone.
That's him up the top of the climb now. Takes that right-hander, and it should be potentially over this next rise, be able to get an eye on Ben. The minute Ben sees him, I reckon Ben will just shut it down and wait for him. Get together and start rolling again. So from that aspect, you could just see the intention in Connor's eyes when he went off the back of the wheel there of Matt. Just full commitment, full send now. We're going to try and get up to Ben. Ben should still be looking, they're on the same straight now, so it's probably only about 20 seconds max now. If you go over the top here, Ben's just coming over to this nice open section, so he'll have a chance now to hook up.
As soon as he gets to the top of this little roller here, he's going to take a look over his shoulder, I'm sure of it. Before this is just a bit of a false flat here, isn't it?
And he should be able to see Connor in the distance. He's not too far behind him now.
Let's wait for the little look over the shoulder.
Yeah, I can see picture there, up in the top right. Swift takes the right.
Yep. There he is. He's looking over. He'll have seen just across there. He'll have seen a helmet coming across. He's been seen so many times. He'll know. Ben Swift in the bigger picture looks over his shoulder as his cousin and teammate Connor Swift, defending champion, comes around that right-hand bend.
Yeah, so he's pulled 10 seconds out of that gap, and you can just see Swift. You see Swift here just trying to clock. You can just see the moto and his teammate up ahead of him.
That's the shot from Connor on Moto 2, and you can see right in the distance Moto 1 and Ben Swift. Connor Swift, where he really probably doesn't have to look over his shoulder because he absolutely blew Matt Holmes out the back door. And feels, you have to feel for Matt because he's done so much work.
Yeah, I think also it would have been really nice to have a domestic pro win, but Matt's put in an amazing fight against these two class riders from the North Grenadiers. But it's not over yet, though. Still some things can still happen. You know, gravel's one of those things where you never take, and you can take anything into account. It can always happen.
Could easily have a puncture here, or drop a chain like Cameron Mason did earlier.
You've also got to remember it's not even just about the physical fatigue. There's also the fatigue that comes through your body in these events, and your arms get tired if you're holding a position like you are like Ben Swift. The amount of strain that's going through your upper arm, your triceps, you just need to hit a bump in the wrong way, and your arm will give way, and you could be straight down. So just being really cognizant of your body position and just how you're generally feeling right now is so important, but keeping aware and keeping lucid, making sure that you're just paying attention to what's coming ahead, always scanning up, scanning down, 10 metres ahead, what's in front, 10 metres ahead, what's in front.
I think that's the big thing with the sort of mental focus as well, is that it's very, very easy if you if you shed somebody out the back, if you shell somebody off your back wheel, or you've reached the guy in front of you, just literally to take your foot off the gas mentally for 5-10 seconds. All right, great, I can just have a little bit of a break. Whack! You're suddenly in trouble. Something goes wrong. But at the moment, Ben Swift just still rolling along at about the same pace he has been all the time. He keeps looking over his shoulder. He will now be aware that somebody, and he probably suspect that it is Connor Swift, the defending champion and teammate at Ineos Grenadier, is trying to close that gap now and has taken 10 seconds out of the 30 that there was originally. Matt Holmes now tailed off in third, the OGT rider. Winner of the Gralloch last year, also winner of the Lincoln GP last year, wrote for Lotto Soudal. They all know about the top end racing. Look at this, properly tucked in.
Yep,
for Connor.
Full commitment.
Absolutely.
I took a quick time check as they came out the trees, and Connor pulled it back down to just 12 seconds.
Oh,
so he probably pulled a few more seconds on this descent, just to make sure he just doesn't overcook this, because this is really the last corner that you need to make sure you do right.
Oh, Swifty's round it, okay. Oh, let's hope that nothing goes wrong here for Connor. He's almost on him. Whoa. But you can see how much faster they can get down there than the motorcycle, and he'll be gone off the next corner before this bike gets round.
Yep,
there we are, look.
That's him on the climb now. Final climb. Around about 2.5 kilometres.
And he's almost on the wheel of Ben. There they are.
Yep.
And Ben will look over his shoulder, see Connor coming up to him. He's sat in the saddle, hands on the hoods.
Yeah, you can see the body language. Ben Swift's eased off a little bit to allow his teammate to get across. But what an effort by Connor Swift, though.
Oh, that was a fantastic descent. I mean, that was really super fast. That's the sort of descending you see off a mountain, fully tucked in, fully committed, and it's as sketchy as anything out there. Well, he certainly is. He doesn't want to lose this. Now, what do they do here then? When they get together, they want to come in together. What would you do if you were Connor here? Would you be expecting Ben to say, "Well, go on and retain the title"?
I would be really sneaky and hang off the back of Ben, knowing that he's waited, and then just hit him.
But that's because you're a mean man. That's a good question. I mean, it's a legitimate question. Though. They must have talked about this
They'll
beforehand.
have had a discussion. I mean, I think in an ideal world, Ben would be the winner because obviously Connor's the current champion. But of course, Connor's had a bit of a ropey last few months, so I don't think anything's going to be gifted. I think they will race it. But it would be quite nice to see Ben take the jersey.
Yeah.
Just to change it up, and obviously, having been the rider, I mean, Connor's done an amazing effort to get across, but Ben's kind of made the race this last lap.
And interestingly, I mean, in terms of careers, Ben is coming towards the tail end of a career, and Connor's still sort of within the meat of his career. Then it could be another career for Ben. He may be thinking about this, you know.
Yeah.
Why not? Lots and lots of ex-World Tour and Pro Tour riders are thinking this.
Yeah, you see the same with riders such as Oliver Nassen and Lawrence Nassen, sorry, as well as Greg Van Avermaet. All these races in America, like the Lifetime Grand Prix, there's lots and lots of racing still to be done by them. So from that aspect, yeah, I think not the Swifties due to stop. You know, Peter Stettner, you've got guys like Alexei Vermeulen as well.
Yep.
All riders who've been on World Tour, American riders. I mean, Alexei rode for Visma. Pete rode for all the Garmin kind of iterations, Garmin Slipstream, etc. And yeah, he's now making a big career now in the American gravel scene.
It's interesting. There's slight parallels, not complete parallels, but there's slight parallels to the 90s phenomenon of Gran Fondo in Italy, where people came off the tours and tour teams and you know, made another career after them at full profession. Claudio Chiappucci is one.
Yeah.
Connor Swift taking a drink.
Yep.
The two Swifts just rolling along. I could see Moto 2 down the road though, so
it's not far off, but I think it's just too much to ask right now for Matt.
It is. There's two of them and one of him.
Yeah, I'd say that's easily 30 seconds. Matt's probably holding the gap, just Connor's went straight across it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. That was a fearsome attack, and you can just see the, I mean, the peak watts there would have been what?
Before figures anyway.
5, 6, 7, 8, 1,000. Where you go. Take your pick.
Yeah, the universal signal for him getting out the seat there by Ben Swift, flicking both elbows.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to alert the rider behind you, you're about to potentially drop your bike into the front wheel.
Yep. But interestingly, there's been very little come through and do the work. So they'll just be hoping to work together in a way that they've talked about prior to starting the race.
Yeah, I don't think there really needs to be much conversation between these two. They just need to get over this climb, get onto the tarmac, and then the race will decide itself, I think.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed this coverage of the British Gravel Championships presented by Ribble. And this particular coverage being brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. It's been a cracking race. I mean, really world-class riders. Attack after attack from the Ineos Grenadier boys, and mixing it up. Also Ribble Outliers, the Wheelbase Castelli team, the Muck-Off team. They've been all in there trying super hard. Some of the big names that we haven't seen at all, the Brownlee brothers, Alistair Brownlee, the first British gravel champion, shelled out pretty quickly, and we went down to a group of 20 riders. There were at one time 5 wheelbase riders in that group, but eventually we were left with Tom Armstrong, who had launched an early attack just to test people's legs. We were left with just him in a group of 6 riders, and eventually a little bit of a dig from Ben Swift meant that that was the end of that as well. Great riding by Ed Morgan from the Muck-Off SRCT Stork team. Didn't really expect him to be up there, but he has placed 3rd in the Tour of Kosovo in the last week or so. So really on form. So, you know, bigger round of applause for him. Top quality riding. But Matt Holmes from OGT, he's had to work so hard. Really hard to try and cover off every single attack. Jensen Young was also in there first in the UCI Gravel qualifying race in Wales last week, and made life for Matt Holmes and everybody else very hard. But at the end of the day, the 2 World Tour riders have managed to break away. Cousins Ben and Connor Swift. Connor Swift, the defending champion on the gravel. Also a former British road race champion. With Ben Swift, his cousin, doing the majority of the work at the front end. He started off this little bridge attack that Connor's ridden across to. A former champion on the track, but also a British road champion himself from Norwich years and years ago. And we're under 3K to go.
Yeah, you could just see a little bit of chat there between the two. In that last long shot, you can see Matt Holmes still wasn't a million miles away. He's doing a really good job at holding these guys. And we've not always got to forget here, Dave, we're focusing on the top 3 here. A ride today in the top 10 is an impressive ride, given just how absolutely savage this has been. If you're in the top 10 today, you're a good bike rider.
And the interesting thing about gravel, of course, is, I mean, Matt Holmes is sort of semi like this. He's a semi-privateer, really. He's got he's a rider by himself in that team. Riders who are riding in the top 10, they're looking at sponsors for next year. They're looking for backers for next year, partners as they call them here. Not everybody has the ability to ride in an Ineos Grenadier style team. So anything in the top 10 is good news.
Been a great fight by Matt. You can see there he's kind of, the body language, the shoulders have kind of went down a little bit. He's kind of like, I just want to get third now. You know, he's quite happy with that. I think he's accepted his fate. But yeah, an incredibly gutsy ride by Matt. I mean, no one would want to take on 2 Ineos Grenadiers in any bike race.
No.
But, you know, 2 riders of this calibre, you know, the current champion, obviously still in the front right now with orange helmet, and Connor Swift. And of course his cousin. Both these guys have been, as you said, national champions on the road. So 2 of the best quality of bike riders the UK's produced in the last 15-20 years. So going to be a very worthy winner, that's for sure.
Yeah, and to be honest, if all these 3 riders had come into the arena together, you still would have placed probably Matt in 3rd spot, I'm afraid. But he is, you know, he's a handy bike rider. He's got a handy sprint on him, but nothing compared to. I mean, Connor would wind it up really a little bit further out, and he can really power home. And Ben, of course, we know the quality of his sprinting. Less than 2K to go.
2K. But I think that was the thing to look at is what will the gap between Matt be to the 4th rider? That's the real true test of the level that Matt's at right now. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a couple of minutes behind Matt.
A couple of minutes.
Yeah, and if these 2 guys hadn't turned up today and did what they've done, he'd be winning this by 2 minutes. You know, and given that he's not got the same programme as these gents, he's did an absolutely fantastic fight of it today as we're in that last 2K. Matt's just going to roll in, but these 2, what's going to happen with these 2? This is going to get quite tasty, I think, David, because we've got a nice straight here, we've got 2 corners, and then a really interesting finishing straight.
Well, yeah, the finishing straight is off tarmac onto gravel, just slightly left, and then a flat-out sprint. There are a few sort of cable covers on the way. They're very, very low. They won't cause them any problems at all in this sort of semi-dry. 1 kilometre to go as they cross that access road, and it's Ben Swift and Connor Swift, both from Ineos Grenadier, 107 and 91 respectively. The defending champion, Connor Swift, riding with a fractured elbow here at the back, and it was touch and go as to whether he'd even start the race until last night when Ineos Grenadier said, yeah, if you feel you can go for it, go for it. And his cousin, Ben Swift, here at the back of this little duo, coming into the sort of final 500 metres or so. There's a flick right, and then onto the tarmac, and then a flick left into the start-finish straight. Matt Holmes approaches the 1 kilometre mark. I can hear
both riders in the drops now, getting ready for that sprint. There's a couple of little awkward corners. See, this one's slightly awkward, big dip in the middle of it. A little bit squirrely on the front there from Connor, with a big hole at the end, and then we've got this big long straight for about 200-300 metres. Another kind of awkward muddy corner as you come off the gravel onto the tarmac and into that home straight. But both riders here on the drops, Connor's kind of squeezing on a little bit here.
Yeah, he's pushing on a little bit. Maybe.
Look over his shoulder from Ben there. Is that a telltale sign that his legs are starting to crack?
It could be. He's looking behind to see how far Matt Holmes is behind. He might feel a little bit under pressure. Connor powering on. Mind you, if Ben's got a little bit of a chance, even 200-300 metres to sort of recover a little bit in Connor's wheel, he could pop out from behind, and in a flat-out sprint, I wouldn't put it past Ben to do that.
A little flick of the elbow there from Connor to say, come on through. And Ben's
it's
like,
not gonna
no.
Happen. That's not going to happen.
No chance.
Well, maybe they've just sat down this morning and said, may the best man win. You never know. It's slowed right down, turning onto the tarmac.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, this is going to be cagey. It's almost come to that grinding halt now. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Oh, this is going to be a sprint finish.
Oh, it looked like Ben Swift dropped his chain when he was trying to change there. You could just see him trying to get his chain back on.
Well, Connor's seen that, and whether he's trying to lead him out for something or just thinking, right, I'm going to go for it right now. Oh. We've got this big aerial shot, and Ben is not quite closing the gap on Connor. Connor's got into his sort of like time trialing onto the drops. Back onto the gravel. It's going to be Connor Swift. Connor has the advantage. Yep. Running in, and Ben Swift is not going to be able to catch him. Connor Swift raises his hand. Ben Swift, his cousin, comes over second for the silver spot, and it's going to be Matt Holmes coming in, taking third, which is a cracking ride by him against these two. That was a terrific finish. I think they honestly said this morning, you know what, we'll both go for it. Matt Holmes just smiling at the camera going, well, you know what, I've done my best, I can't do any more. What a finish.
I'll be interested to hear from Ben Swift what happened there.
Yeah.
You seen him just looking down at his gears. It could have been anything. Maybe the chain just didn't quite move. Maybe his gears went into crash mode or something like that. But definitely something happened there. And right away, Connor, straight from the throat.
Exactly.
Let's go.
I'm on for it.
Yep.
Jugular. But definitely, I think they probably said this morning, let's both go for it. Let's have one of us win.
Very worthy winner, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's great
fantastic.
as well. A massive morale bounce up for Connor after a pretty tough couple of weeks there. All that time he spent indoors, an indoor trainer, trying to keep himself, in a good place.
And Matt Holmes comes over for third spot. The crowd appreciating that. Well, what a finish.
Brilliant.
What a finish. Men's elite race here in Dalby Forest in the British Gravel Championship, presented by Ribble. And all that coverage brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. Hey, what can you say? I mean, I really thought that was going to be a flat-out sprint in the end. I thought that, Connor and Ben were eyeing each other up, and then suddenly, whoop, something happens. Connor, as you say, but I'm up for it.
Yeah, I mean, he just got like 10 metres, and they basically just drag raced each other to the finish, and there was no holds barred. But what a race. I mean, honestly, it's been an absolute day of total attrition, There's been riders getting punted out the back of the front group every single turn. But for me, ride of the day, there's quite a few of them. I think Ben Swift, absolutely, lots of attacking all the way through the race, really made the final selection. Matt Holmes, everyone on that podium has put themselves on the sword today because you're not going to win this British Championship. It's not going to be handed to you. You need to really go into the red, and they all really, really committed to what they had to do. But also, big shout out to the riders from the likes of Wheelbase, Captec Castelli. Great numbers in the front. Yeah. Just unfortunately in the last lap, Tom just lost the wheel, and obviously Ribble Outliers as well. Really, really strong ride in Jensen. He's going to be up there for the top 5. So that's a really, really strong ride to back up what he did last week.
They are coming teams. Well, so they're coming teams. They're getting further and further and further towards that sort of standard of Ineos Grenadier that we saw. That just Connor Swift able to take a drink of water. Will he have his young child with him every time we see him? He finishes, runs over to the family, picks up the baby, goes, "Oh, I won," which is quite good. But that was a really super finish. I mean, Matt Holmes, what a ride. He'd love to have won, but I think he knows that's the best he could have done, frankly. And as you say, big shout out to some of the other riders. Wheelbase Castelli, great ride by Armstrong, and as a team, really, really good. Great ride by Ed Morgan. I mean, he just hung in there and hung there. Nobody with him, just really good.
He just kind of floated about in the shadows, and you didn't really see much of him. But I tell you what, even just to be in that group, it's an amazing ride by him. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant ride. But also, I mean, think about it as well is that Tom Armstrong, he got dropped in the end, but he actually lit the race up early doors. In that first 2 laps, they were some of the biggest animators of this race. And hey, as I say, you got to speculate to accumulate, haven't you?
Yeah. Big losers today.
I would say Cam Mason's probably not overly chuffed. Had obviously an issue on one of the climbs as he was part of that front group. I think Ben Thomas, he'll be kind of a little bit down, but.
Jensen Young getting shelled out right at the end.
I think when you've got the firepower, World Tour firepower of the Swifts in a race like this, there's only so many times you can react, and I think Matt could probably be the only one who could react just that one time more. Yeah. And just ran out of the golden bullets, unfortunately, in the end. But it's very easy to sit here and criticise. We're sitting in here in a tent
Yeah,
talking about it,
of course.
but there's so many decisions you've got to make. There's so many things you've got to calculate, and it could be simple as just dropping a gel or dropping a water bottle. And the margins now, from a nutrition point of view, to be in there at the point of a bike race, you can't make those mistakes.
Yeah, sadly that is the way of it. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage from myself, David Reeve, and from James McCallum here, sitting next to me, Jimmy Mack, as we all know him, or you get out of the way if some people are racing against him, or why are you doing that, and all that sort of stuff. Well, we have the women's elite race coming up very shortly as well, so I hope you'll stay with us for that. Great field again.
Brilliant.
A slightly smaller, but a great field. It's brilliant that they've got their own race, their own coverage. I think it's just fantastic. They've been looking for it for a long time.
And you know, I'm loving this wave of the parity, and it should always have been there. I don't understand why it was never there in the first place. I've got 2 young girls. One's 3 and one's like 11, and they actually sit now and they watch cycling because it's girls, and even like watching football, watching the Lionesses and all that sort of stuff. It's so good for young girls to have really positive role models, and I think it's great. I think the more women on TV doing sport, the better. It can never be a bad thing.
I think Red On have done a fantastic job in making sure that the women of all categories have their own areas they can race in.
Yeah.
Because we've all seen it in big races all over the world. They're shoved in the middle of men's races.
Yeah.
And there's very little respect for the fact they've got their own abilities in their own race, and they should be taking that. But also that people who get dropped back can be paced up by faster men coming through them, and it's not a really fair race. It's not a level play field. So it's great. So please do stick with us for the women's elite race here at Dalby Forest. See for the pizza to move.
Okay, good point.
Welcome back to here in the studio with myself, David Reeve, and James McCallum. Just looking back on what has been the most fantastic British gravel championships presented with Ribble here in the Dalby Forest. It's been an epic race. It's been a circuit race, 4 laps of, and at the end of the day, possibly the 2 strongest riders you would have picked to start with ended up 1-2 on the podium, but great ride by Matt Holmes. And I think actually I was surprised it took quite as long for it to split apart. Shows how good the field is, how everybody's coming together.
Yeah, I think that initial selection of that sort of 20 riders, they were probably the 20 riders who deserved to be in that group. You know, and we've seen it right away from the start, from the live coverage. That was flat out from the gun. There was people, even before they even got through the feed station, the first K, they were going out the back, and it was just always that very attritional fighting for position. But then eventually it just split to bits. Several big groups, and as the motor was going through, you could just kind of see like riders you would expect, like Jacob Vaughan, former national champion. It's like he would have been a guy who you'd expect to be in the front. You know, and I think it caught a lot of people off guard just how quickly it started, and then obviously that front selection with all the names in there: Toby Perry, Cameron Mason, several riders from the Ribble Outliers as well. And I think wheelbase Cabtech Castelli played an absolute blinder, having almost half a dozen riders in that front group, which that's not easy to do in any race. It's definitely not very easy to do in a gravel race, that's for sure, because there's so many things you've got to deal with. So really good rides by them, really impressed with them.
Well, it's been an absolutely fabulous race, and the defending champion, Connor Swift, manages to be able to put the jersey on again. We're going to go to the podiums now.
Hello, thanks for sticking with us. So we are about to get underway. underway with the elite men's presentation here at the British Gravel Championship. So can you please welcome to the stage our elite men's podium. And presenting the medals today will be John McGivern from Strategic Events and Visitor Services Manager at Visit Yorkshire and North Yorkshire Council. So, in third place, riding for OGT Factor Racing, it is Matthew Holmes. And in second place for Ineos Grenadiers, it is Ben Swift. And then finally on the top step of the podium, your new men's elite British Gravel National Champion for 2025. For Ineos Grenadiers, it is Connor Swift. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we please get one more massive round of applause, please? Matthew Holmes of OGT Factor Racing, Ben Swift of Ineos Grenadiers, and your victor today, also for Ineos Grenadiers, it is Connor Swift. And then I believe we're bringing on some kids. So this is Arthur and Harry, and also 18-month-old Oscar. So we can get one more massive round of applause for the kids as well, I suppose. And so John McGivern is going to present some medals as well. So please, one final round of applause for your elite men. Fantastic. We will be back in a few moments' time. The elite women are due to set off very shortly. We will also have the kids' race. Thank you very much. We'll see you.
Well, there you go. He's almost making that jersey his own now, isn't he, Connor Swift? And the kids do make an appearance. Matt, you've got to get married and have kids, otherwise, you know, you're not going to be on the podium next year. It's not allowed. Yeah, it's nice to see that. I mean, they really, it is that whole relaxed atmosphere thing again.
Yeah, that pretty much summed up gravel to a T,
Yeah.
didn't it? You know, bring the kids, get them involved, and even just the fact of giving them medals, it's just such a nice touch, and that's you know, that's memories for kids forever, you know, and it's just a really, really nice way to finish off quite a grueling day of bike racing, you know.
Yeah, it is. It's a lovely, lovely thing to do. Well done to Red On Sports for letting them do that. I think we've got some reactions out in the arena from our podium men. I think Oscar's out there, and just grabbed them before they went into the podium. So we'll see what we've got.
Connor, congratulations. It looks a great race out there.
A bit of technical problems with the sound, or he was saying something we simply couldn't broadcast. So we'll find out.
He is from Yorkshire, you never know.
Yeah, he is from Yorkshire. You never know. He is. In fact, they're all very, very close. The whole sort of dynasty down there, isn't it? And the Downings as well. They're all related.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a sort of little Yorkshire dynasty, and I've known them many, many
I'm
years.
just interested in see how long it before he says the word duck.
Yeah, all right, duck. Let's say, yeah, it depends where you are, though. In Sheffield, they say
Connor's
love.
a big user of the word duck.
Oh, is he?
Sure. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Duck. All right, duck.
He actually got, I think, a couple of years ago for the World Cup, World Champs in Glasgow, he got a special pair of Shimano shoes done. One of my friends painted them with there was a duck on it. I'd be like, why do you want a duck in your shoe? He's like, it's a long story. Yeah.
We've got the women's elite race coming up very shortly as well. Some really top names in there, like Maddie Nutt, the Abby Smith, who absolutely destroyed people in the the time trial on Friday. If you're looking to do the double, we've got some really, really big names. The defending champion, Annabelle Fisher, not able to be here, unlike Connor Swift. She's recovering from injury back home in Switzerland, I believe. So it's a wide open race. You've got a national champion who's not here, and we shall have a great race coming on very shortly. How are we doing with Oscar out on the course? We'll give it a go. No, he's still obviously being. He's not doing the right things. No, never mind. We will be joining, as I said, the women's elite race fairly shortly. So we've been out and about talking to people. We've already heard from Abby Smith earlier in the day. We also managed to catch up with a former champion from 2022, I believe it was, Danny Shrewsbury.
Yeah, so I reconned the course this morning and yesterday. I just wanted to see if we've had a lot of rain up here in Yorkshire, so I wanted to see if the conditions changed. But I mean, it's still pretty fast. Really fast descents, actually. I was quite shocked when I first went down them. You can get some real speed up there. So a lot of people have said this is a roadies course, and I agree with that in sections where it's not chunky gravel and stuff, but I do think the descents could make a difference as well, for sure. Well, I think it's going to be quite an attritional course. Doing the 4 laps, the climbs aren't steep, but they're still up to 10-minute climbs, 8 to 10-minute climbs. So I think it's just going to be attritional, and who can keep going lap after lap. I seem to race well in rain and mud, so that doesn't really bother me. And I think the course is it's so hard packed. There's a few muddy sections, but I've put a grippier tyre on the front. But otherwise, still pretty fast.
Well, she could have come and done the commentary. That's exactly what we've been saying.
Yeah.
She managed to do 3 hours worth of commentary in about 1 minute 15 there. Attritional, muddy, bit of a roadies course. That's exactly what we've just seen in the men's elite race. But is it going to be that much different in the women's race? Are the tactics any different? The field is less. I mean, there's less than half the number.
Yeah, but there's still a huge amount of quality in there, though. Even riders like Hayley Simmons as well.
Yeah.
Hayley, it's a course that could really suit Hayley.
Oh,
she gets
absolutely,
a bit of a
huge
gap on
time
someone.
trial, expert.
Massive powerhouse, and it's one of those things where it's. We had a huge turnout for the men's, but after 1 lap, there's only 20 people. So it's always going to end up being that small group of people racing each other. But no, I'm looking forward to this one. I think the course will have changed quite a lot. It's definitely changed from yesterday. You've had 100 people passing it several times already today, so a lot of those lines will kind of start to dry, but it looks like it is outside. There's it has dried up a little bit. The sun has came out. However, there is rain forecast.
Yeah.
At roughly about 3 to 4 p.m., which is kind of towards the second half.
Second half of the race, it looks like it might start raining again, which will really. But as you say, there's been 150, 200 riders carving up lines and things. Now, whether that makes some of it better, some of it worse, the course will definitely change from when they wrecked it yesterday or even on Friday.
It will change again just throughout the traffic because there'll be loads of ruts appearing and stuff like that. And you could actually, I was watching Matt Holmes on the podium. He looked like he was cold. He was kind of shaking. So has the temperature dropped a little bit more? I think it was meant to go to a peak about 15 degrees today, which isn't that warm when you get wet.
Well, you may have noticed we're not particularly warm. We have got sort of our polo shirts on under here, but I've got a jumper on as well.
I'll be happy to give Dave cuddles every now and then.
And I'm moving further away with each of those cuddles. But
it's because they're too good.
Yeah, it is cold. It's not. Autumn has suddenly arrived here in the UK. For those of you who are watching internationally, we've had, certainly where I live in the Midlands of the UK, we had maybe 7 days of rain from the end of March through to the end of August. It just was simply, super hot all the time. And suddenly we've come here to the Dalby Forest, the temperature's dropped 10 degrees, the rain's come out, and it's made a real difference. And actually, even with really experienced bike riders, if you're riding and ploughing away all summer in the baking dry, as soon as the rain comes around, it doesn't matter how experienced you are, suddenly it's different. And that little bit, maybe you've got that switch in your head to go back to the others again. I mean, and that can cause all sorts of problems.
You could see it yesterday in the first lap because a lot of people hadn't ridden their bike in the wet.
Yeah.
Even myself, I was a little bit tentative.
Yeah.
I'll just take a little bit more time around these corners. I'll let the wheel go a little bit, give myself a little bit of space between the rider in front of me. But yeah, it's one of those things where a lot of people just haven't ridden anything wet.
And that's
for
a
long
problem
time.
when you come to a national championships or an international race or something you really want to do well in. Suddenly the weather changes. If you're that tiny bit hesitant, you know that gap can go, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some other great names riding in the women's event. Just coming up. I mean, just looking down the start list, Holly Winston did fantastically in the Gralloch, and she should do really well here. Hayley Simmons, as you say, although she's not had a great couple of seasons, but she's a fantastic time trialist, and it can really, really work well for things like that. Maddie Nutt, again, she's going better than I thought she would be, because again, she's very good at the longer distances. When the speed gets up, sometimes she gets pulled
she's
out.
come back from a couple of injuries. I think she had a bit of a big crash at the Rift over in Iceland, and I've spoken to her a few times, and she seems really relaxed actually, which is...
she's always relaxed though. She's always
even more relaxed than normal.
Well, I'm sure we'll talk about it a lot because she's one of the privateer riders that made us sing it. So we're going to take a short ad break, and then we'll be back with more coverage here from the British Gravel Championships with the women's elite race presented by Ribble, and this wonderful coverage, as you've seen, has been made courtesy of the Visit North Yorkshire.
For the early risers and the night grinders. For the uphill battles, the sprints, the final stretch. For the ones who fuel their best every single day. For the sweat, the drive, the thrill. For those chasing wins and those chasing the feeling. For every game, every goal, every moment that tests you. For the ones in yellow and the ones in red. For the leaders at the front and the fighters at the back. For those who live to win and those who live for improvement. For the ones who like to give their body what it needs. We know what fuels you. Fuel up. AMAX.
The incredible thing about cycling at the moment is there's so many different subcultures, different reasons why people cycle. Some people just love cycling and the adventure. I, for one, love racing, and if I'm honest, I don't actually like cycling that much on its own. I just really like winning races. I've had the privilege of working with Quack. They already had an amazing prototype with the M3 Air. I got to race in it for a year. I got to win some races that I've been trying to win for a long time, but we still thought there was a few little adjustments that we could make to make the shoe even better. Seeing how much effort and time they're putting into the performance side, it's a brilliant collaboration of so many different things that just make sense to us. When you put the M3 Air on your foot, it's stiff, light, secure, but spacious. Because you don't notice it's there, it's got to be a great shoe. I had my best year ever, and it was in Quack shoes, so it's a no-brainer.
sometime chill on my own. Just wanna do me, just one of those. Just wanna live and see how it goes. And the goals just keep on going, yeah. This life we live is a war. When there's love in the rave, you know. When there's love in the rave, you know. All inside you, all in the soul, 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 soul. You know when the calling's calling you, and the calling's calling more. You know when the calling's calling you, it's calling, calling more, 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 more. You know when the calling's calling more.
And those chasing the feeling. For every game, every goal, every and the ones in red. For the leaders at the front and the fighters at the back. For those who live to win and those who live for improvement. For the ones who like to give their body what it needs. We know what fuels you. Fuel up. AMAX.
romanticism and awe the human spirit uplifted by the majesty of nature. Just look at this incredible example. The clouds, they seem to race. The vastness of the sky, the dramatic brushstrokes. You can almost feel the dust, the terreno. Feel the air. Victoria, one with nature.
Welcome back to the studio here and in Dalby Forest in the UK for the British Gravel Championships presented with Ribble. And our coverage of the racing is graciously provided courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. My name's David Reeve. Alongside me is James McCallum. We've just seen a cracking men's elite race. And next up, the women's elite race, which should be just as interesting to watch. A really stellar field.
Yeah, it's going to be another cracker. I think if it's anything like that men's race, oh man, it's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. It's been such a great day, actually. The men's race in itself was just so dynamic. And the fact now that we've got this women's race, standalone race, the girls can do their thing, it's going to be really good to watch.
A completely different type of racing, I think, this time around. The field is much smaller than in the men's race, and in the women's races in general, we don't tend to have too many of the bigger bunches. We tend to have sort of a 5 or 10 rider bunch, and sometimes they spread out quite a bit, which will make the tactics quite different.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this just becomes to the critical mass of just how the sport's grown from in the women's side. But I think nonetheless, irrespective of the size of the groups, it's still going to be an absolute battle to the death, because it's just one of those courses, incredibly attritional. That word's been used so many times today, but it's so true. And it's going to be the rider who is able to resist all that fatigue, be ultra durable, look after himself, and handle the bike pretty well. So there's a few little sketchy bits out there which can catch you out quite easily.
Yeah, it has always been the case. It's always been said, isn't it? It's not whether you like these conditions, it's whether you can tolerate them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So we're going to go out with some great racing. We're going to catch up with riders in the arena as well as we possibly can, and other interesting interviews. Please stay with us for the rest of the racing. We hope you enjoyed the last of it. I'm sure we've got some interesting people coming up, which with Bruce, our director, to tell us exactly who they are and when they are. So Oscar's been out in the arena, and one of our very interesting partners here at the British Gravel Championships has been Trash Free Trails, which is started off as a small domestic charity, has now grown into something really quite of a global phenomenon, and Oscar's been talking to Heather from there.
I'm here with Heather from Trash Free Trails, an amazing not-for-profit. The Red On Sports have partnered for all of our events. Heather, I mean, obviously the title tells us what your not-for-profit's about, but please, tell us all about this.
So Trash Free Trails, we're on a mission to reconnect people with nature, because what we see as the problem being with single-use pollution, not litter, single-use pollution is what we call it. So if people are disconnected, that's when they're going to be dropping litter on the floor. So how can we reconnect people? But then also, how can we engage with the government and with the brands to try and solve the problem as a big picture?
Of course, so many of these nutrition partners now, while it's fantastic for athletes that are consuming more and more in terms of racing as well, that generates more litter and creates more of an issue. So it's a really fantastic cause to be part of it, and it's got a really important message that carries through a number of sports. Everybody from hobbyists enjoying trails on the weekend, making sure they're not leaving anything through to professional racing. Is there anything else that you would like to see change in the sports nutrition, perhaps, or in cycling, in terms of the way people are consuming food? Perhaps you got any ideas? Is that a message you have?
Yeah, so in sports nutrition in particular, so at the moment we've got a petition. It's called our Don't Be a Gel End petition.
I like that.
So basically gel ends come off the sachets really easily, but people are building in retainer straps now, and we're like, if all brands had a retainer strap, we'd see much less gel ends on the floor. But we've also partnered with Dual Fuel, who've created a bottle where you've got the gel sachet and the liquid in the bottle, and you've got a little switch, so you can switch between the two. And we've also started working a little bit with OGT, who do the wrapless bars. So we're looking at all different solutions. I chatted with another woman today. She had her own little bottle that she put her gels into. So I think any rider anywhere can find a solution to not having to take a gel sachet out on the trails with them, and we can work with gel companies to make pump bottles so that gel sachets could just not exist at all.
That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? If you keep them all at home, make the sustainability and reduce a lot of that single use is a message that we really hope to carry forward into a lot of these sorts of products. Anyway, back to you guys in the studio.
I really like Heather. She's lovely, and it's a really good non-for-profit to be part of.
What a cool strapline, though, eh? Don't be a gel end.
Don't be a gel end. No, and we've said it so many times. I mean, I used to say it countless times on Eurosport and on the big tours, and you say it to every race. Don't throw that stuff away. Put it back in your pockets. The other one people don't realise is, like citrus fruits, if you've got oranges or satsumas or something like that, and even bananas, they don't grow in this country, and so they don't rot down easily because there's no fungi that'll eat them. So all that sort of thing, if you're out there, put them in your pockets rather than going anywhere else. Oscar's doing a big job out there, people doing big jobs out there. I think we've managed to get hold now of Connor Swift, the now two-time champion in the British Gravel Championships, and I think he was talking to possibly Oscar just while we were on a break.
Connor, congratulations, another great win for you, another British Gravel title. I mean, It looks a great race out there. Yeah, absolutely filthy. How was it out there?
Yeah, very dirty, but yeah, super hard race, obviously. A lot of climbing, and it was just a wearing down process. You know, the group got smaller and smaller each lap, and a couple of times any time it was easy on the climbs, I just didn't want anyone to have an easy race or get towed along. So yeah, in the end, me and Ben tried just 1-2 in and just keeping the pressure on, and that whittled it down, and then me and him gave it a go in the end there.
Yeah, was there any discussion at the end about who was going to take it, or was it just lock eyes, lock forwards and off you go?
Yeah, I said to Ben, how do you want to play it? And he said he wanted to race, so then out of that last corner he didn't give me another turn, so I was like, right, okay, let's race, and then he laid off me. There was quite a big gap, and I was like, if we both go now, he's potentially not in my slipstream, and then yeah, we sprinted for the win.
Yeah, a good tactical finish, good fun, excellent. And next on to the World Gravel Championships for you?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I fractured my elbow like 3 weeks ago, so it was a close call if the season was finished or not. And luckily, the recovery's gone good, so it's nice to get this in the legs today. I go racing in Belgium next week, and then yeah, building towards the Gravel Worlds.
Yeah, amazing. Well done again. Congratulations. Cheers. Another title, another jersey for you. Well done. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Should we get a couple of these guys? Yeah. Cool. Would you mind doing a little interview for the live stream quickly? Yeah. No. Ben, how was it out there for you today?
Brutal.
It looks it. You're absolutely caked. I mean, it was stayed together and then it just started to blow apart. I mean, how was it for you? When were the winning moves for you, or when did it break apart?
The strongest guys were just kicking so hard. Like, it would kick at insane power.
Yeah.
And then then it would be 200 watts. And then it'd go again, and then 200 watts. And I'm just not built for those efforts. I'm built for 7-hour races, not 3-hour races that just punch over and over again. And yeah, it's just attritional then. Who could do the most number of those efforts over threshold? And
of course, the course was just punch, repeat, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty brutal. If you couldn't recover on the climbs because of the gradient, then you just had to go your own pace. And in the end, I got dropped just as I think the second group was forming, and then my chain fell off. First time the chain's fallen off this year. So then I was on my own, but actually, then I could just settle into my rhythm, and I was just right. I was with a few guys and just dropped them and went on my own, and that was probably the best thing to do at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Time trial it into the end, keep your power steady, and then roll it in as fast as you could. Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations again. Well done. Great race. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Get our face washed.
Do you mind saying a few words for camera quickly? Is that all right, Ben?
Sure.
Yeah. Ben Swift here. I mean, obviously, sprint finish at the end. You said you played it tactically. You tried to have him in the finish. How was that coming into the finish for you?
No, it was good actually. I tried. I perhaps laid off a little bit too much, and he got me slightly off guard there. But yeah, I attacked maybe a little bit too early, but it just felt like the right moment. And then I was trying to look, see if it was Connor coming or not, whether I had to keep pushing on or not, and luckily it was. So.
Yeah, because it was you and Matt Holmes as well. Both of you and Matt Holmes up to the finish, and then you guys managed to make the breakaway and make it stick, and then a bit of a sprint finish then, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Connor with Matt, and then I think Connor dropped him and then came across to me, so yeah, it was a good day.
Good day.
One better than last year, so.
Fantastic. On to the Gravel Worlds for you?
No, not for me, no. This is it now, unfortunately. I've got a few more in Belgium and then Italy, so.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, great race again. Congratulations.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Oscar's, he's terribly enthusiastic, isn't he? He wanders around. Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's all over there and brilliant. You got to love him. It's great. Well, it's great that we can manage to grab these people. It's one of the great things about gravel racing is it's very much very relaxed. You can go and talk to the stars. You can then talk to people at the very highest end of the sport, which you can't do in so many other things. You try getting close to a World Tour rider these days, it's just impossible.
Yeah, it's kind of changed that world, hasn't it? It's almost like an exclusive velvet robe.
Yeah, exactly. Big rope round there, and they'll warm up on the other side of it, and you're not allowed to speak to them or anything like that. So
I was really happy to hear that they decided to race it, and we could see that. And when we were watching the finish, I was kind of trying to work. Did Ben have a problem with his bike, or why did they let the gap go? And it turns out.
Yep, turns out.
Took his eye off the ball in the last 500 metres, and that's it. Gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Poof, gone.
It just goes to show it happens to absolutely everybody at every level. But interesting that Connor had said, "What do you want to do here? Let's should we work together? What should we gift it to each other? Probably." And he said, "No, I want to race." So they went, which is good.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to see Ben maybe potentially miscalculated his attack. He was thinking, I went a wee bit too early, But he's got the minerals in him. He can ride like that all day. But really positive racing. Really quite ferocious racing at points.
Yeah, absolutely.
But really impressed across the board with the way in which the Ineos Grenadiers pair rode, but also the way a lot of the domestic riders rode as well. Not scared, came out all guns blazing, and really laid it down, which is really impressive to watch.
Yeah, it's good to see, and I think A lot of that is part of the culture that's developed in Great Britain for riding over the last 25 years. You know, since Boardman basically, and we moved on and on and on and on, and we've had this phenomenal global success. And even then, when we started with this global success, we were still a bit of an immature nation. People just were not quite relaxed and into it, and they weren't confident and stuff. Now we've got generation after generation of riders coming through.
Yeah, I think the difference is that there's an identified pathway nowadays.
Yeah.
You know where you can go, and you're seeing people do it. 25 years ago, 30 years ago, there was one UK pro. It was Robert Miller, and then it was David Miller, and then it was Jeremy Hunt. You know, and you'd only that small selection of riders who were doing it in Europe, and you never really knew. You had to kind of know somebody who lived somewhere in France who could get you into a team. But now it's the minute you're a junior.
Yeah,
you're already looked at, and their team's trying to sign riders from junior upwards, and the confidence that they've got now, you can see it. It's almost like not a disrespect.
Yeah,
I respect you, but I'm going to race you.
Yeah,
and it's really, really refreshing to see that.
Well, we had two riders in the. At least two riders in the breakaway group who in the leading breakaway group towards the end, who have been through that sort of whole French system where they've been brought in and gone, yeah, great. Yeah, Tom Armstrong rode with French team, Ed Morgan riding with the French team. These are really top club levels. They're not like the ACBBs. That was the only thing at one time, and
there
now
was literally just one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was literally, or you'd be in Saint Etienne or something like that. But now you can go all over the place, and they're absolutely looking out for talent over here, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and it's great to think now that we are a superpower now when it comes to all disciplines of cycling, and not just like obviously the track rabbit hole we went down like early to mid 2000s, but road now. I think that we're going through that phase where Australia were like 30 years ago, where everyone was signing the Aussies in the early 90s. Now everyone's signing all the Brits, and it's amazing to see. There's Brits popping up everywhere, people you've not even heard of.
Yep, absolutely. You know? We're going to dominate grass track, cycle speedway, and probably bicycle polo at some point as well, which would be quite good. You're watching us here live in the studio, James McCallum and myself, David Reeve, for coverage of the British Gravel Championships, presented by Ribble, and all our TV coverage is being brought courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. It's been fantastic. Dalby Forest. What a venue! I mean,
beautiful.
It's just monster, isn't it? Considering, I mean, I obviously came from mountain biking, and 25, 30 years ago, these were in their very infancy, and you were lucky if you could find a decent trail. In fact, you were pioneering trails at that time in this country. But now, look at this.
I think the other thing with the forest is that you're driving over the moors from Whitby, and it's pretty barren. But then there's just this big, massive green space. And oh, that must be the forest.
That's the one, yeah.
But it's a beautiful place. I would definitely come down here and ride of a weekend, bring the family down, get a nice Airbnb or something similar to that.
Yeah.
And have a rattle around the gravel trails on my own. That'd be
absolutely
really cool. The very first, along with Alistair, national champion back in the days at King's Lynn. So got a bit of pedigree in there, and an absolute beast of an athlete.
Oh, huge.
Absolute beast of an athlete. But it's going to be interesting. Obviously, Abby Smith as well from Picnic Postinel winning the time trial. Can she do the double? I think it could be on potentially.
We shall have to see. She's been riding really well very recently. She's one of those riders, a little bit like Ed Morgan we were talking about in the men's. She's suddenly ramped up and come into form, and that's really, really important. If this was the aim of her season, she's doing pretty well so far. Same with Ed Morgan. Slightly different though, women's racing. As we said earlier, the field isn't as dense out on the trails as it is in the men's. And you tend to see smaller groups, and often you tend to see like riders riding away in ones and twos.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a quality over quantity for now.
Yeah.
But I'll take quality over quantity
for sure.
Any day. And I think that even just the names you're rhyming off there, that if that's the front group of 10 riders, there's some real hitters in there. And you talk about Anna Flynn, still a really young athlete.
Absolutely.
Obviously the younger sister of Sean Flynn, who rides for Picnic Postinel. I've been lucky enough to watch Anna come through the youth ranks as part of the Edinburgh Road Club and stuff like that, and always been the two of those kids have always been, call them kids with a 20-year-old now, ultra diligent, really quietly confident bike riders, but man, you put them on a bike, absolute animals. But it'll be really interesting to see how Anna goes, and she could be one of those kind of outside tips. She's went well at Gravel. She's had a pretty solid summer. But yeah, we'll see. She's been doing a lot of stuff up in Scotland. We've got our own series called the Gralba series. She's been coming to quite a few of those events in and definitely going really, really well and building nicely towards this.
Another great rider, Sophie Wright from the Ribble Outliers. They may be a little bit disappointed with their men's elite finishes. We saw Ben Thomas there. You can see he's come from that mountain bike marathon pedigree, haven't you? I'm built for 7-hour races. rather than
just lacks that
yeah.
top end, you know. So that top end on a course like that today it's really, really important. Even if it's just out the bottom of the corners. We've seen Ben in a couple of the climbs being at the back and just kind of struggling to get back on. But hey, it was in the pointy end of the race, so you can't take much away from him.
Yeah, and as I say, Sophie Wright, she'll be wanting to sort of make good for Ribble Outliers, which will be great to see her racing. She's a very strong rider.
Alongside Hayley Simmons, they were both on the podium. In fact, no, it wasn't. It was just. It wasn't Hayley. There was only one of them on the podium at the time
Sophie,
trial. And Josie Millard was the other rider on.
That's right.
Really interesting character. Such a sweet girl, but oh my God, she is absolutely like. She just talks about the vibe.
Yeah, she's the vibe. I'm here for the vibe.
So good, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I feel so old.
It's like our producer saying, "Yeah, how are you doing?" "Yeah, you're sick, man." You're like, what?
I need to go home. I need to go home? Okay.
I need to. Yeah. We need to do veteran cycling, penny farthing racing coming up next on here. We're super pleased that the women's racing is given so much priority by Red On Sports, who organise these events. And we talked a little bit earlier during the men's race about Malcolm Smith just recovering from an operation, can't be here today, but Max Wussler, who's the other half of Red On Sports, he's been doing 2 men's jobs and a few others as he normally does, has been talking to Oscar.
I'm here with Max Wussler, co-founder of Red On Sports and event director on his own this weekend. How's the event gone for you this weekend?
So far, it's been going fantastic. It's been a great weekend. A weekend of firsts. We've had the first gravel time trial championships, which were great. We really saw it all from disc wheels to aero helmets and all the aero socks. It was fantastic to see just sort of how we dreamed it up. Yesterday, the weather was kind to us with the Masters racing, which was great. And today, I mean, we've seen one of the elite races so far. I mean, incredible to watch. The stream so far has been fantastic.
Of course, a large part of this is not only the elite events, but the Masters participation categories as well. So we've got categories everywhere from 19 through to, I think, 85 was our oldest rider yesterday.
Correct, Mike Smith. We love him, and it's brilliant to see all the ages from the junior age groups as well, all the way through to these older age groups, and seeing that is just fantastic.
Yeah, doing the amazing thing, helping the participation into the sport with the junior categories, and such a high-profile event like this. The production at Red On events is just second to none. There's nothing else really like it in the UK, particularly in this gravel space as well.
Yeah, look, we really tried to invest in the rider experience and really setting ourselves apart from what else is out there to make sure people have a professional experience, not just for the professional riders, but also for the amateur racers.
And a huge amount for female participation as well, making sure they've got their own races, their own safe starts, doing everything to help out there as well.
For sure. Safe and fair racing is at the heart of everything we do. And for us, it goes without saying that standalone women's elite starts are part of that. And so we'll continue to invest in that and growing visibility for the sport as part of that.
And an amazing finish just now in the men's elite races. Obviously, Connor Swift taking his second or third national title now. All held at your events. They've been fantastic all the way through. Any comment on the racing that we've had so far?
Yeah, look, the men's elite race this morning was fantastic. Really thrilling to sort of see Ben move away with it, Connor come back, Matt Holmes being dropped just late on, and then a thrilling sprint finish. I mean, you can't ask for more, and I'm sure the elite women's finish will be just as exciting.
Absolutely. And this year is quite a unique event in the fact that you're on here on your own, and we have our other co-founder, Malcolm Smith. We've partnered with Prostate Cancer UK as a charity event for this race today. Malcolm obviously been diagnosed with prostate cancer, just been through his prostate cancer surgery and is recovering well. Yeah.
No, I mean it's been a really an interesting weekend. It's the first event we've done at Red On Sports where not both of us co-founders are there. It's great to see Malcolm recovering well. We really miss him at the event, and we can't wait to see him back at the next one.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Max, and back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Oscar. Thanks, Max. Yeah, come back soon, Malcolm, because Max needs you. I mean, seriously, Max needs you. So definitely come back. Women's race coming up very shortly. We've had a fantastic racing so far, and the quality, I think, of not just the field, but the quality of the pictures we've been seeing has been, second to none. I've not seen. I don't know about you. I've seen a fair few gravel races around the world, and this is probably right up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're just trying to improve the level of the information that's flowing to the viewers, as well as trying to get as close as we can with the cameras. We've talked about how difficult it is to film in a forest, and I think, given what we've got to work with, we're doing a pretty good job of it so far. But it's been really, from our point of view as well, plenty of stuff for us to talk about.
Oh yeah, it's always stuff to talk about when there's bike racing, but even more so with a discipline like gravel. Certainly, if you're watching gravel for the first time here at the British Gravel Championships, we hope you're enjoying it. Please do feedback what you've been seeing and what you've enjoyed and what you haven't enjoyed, and we'll always like to make improvements on our commentary style and so on and so forth. Great racing about to come up with the women's elite. Georgia Taylor-Brown, obviously coming over from triathlon. We've seen how strong triathletes are. It's not always the case that they have the sort of bike handling skills. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, it's a bit of a running joke between cyclists and triathletes, isn't it? But it's not always true. I mean, Johnny and Al, they go out with like the local bunches down by themselves in Yorkshire, and they're accomplished bike riders. They're not bad at doing technical skills. It's just really more about how much time, and there's always a crossover between even road to gravel. There's loads of nuance in there, like body positioning, elbow positions, and trying to use your upper body more as a sort of like a shock absorber rather than steering with your arms and stuff like that. So in comparison to road, there is that nuance, weight distribution and kind of thinking about heels down to get grip, and then trying to be light on your toes when you go over rough stuff, so you limit the chances of puncture and stuff. So there is still a lot of nuance in there. It'll be interesting to see how much of that she's picked up.
Yeah.
But I think she's probably quite a quick learner.
Yeah, and super strong. I mean, the most successful female triathlete in GB history, which is, you don't get to that level doing Olympic and World Championships unless you are a top-class athlete. So she'll have the engine.
Yep.
That's absolutely for sure. Have you ever done triathlon?
No, I float like a stone. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not really a swimmer, if I'm honest. The only time I would swim is I'm swimming away from something that's trying to eat me.
Interestingly, when our great friend, my great friend Magnus Backstead, retired from the peloton, he took up triathlon. He said by far the worst thing was learning how to swim. Technically, it was so difficult to learn how to swim. There's so much nuance in it. He couldn't believe it.
I remember being on a camp actually in Lanzarote with Maggie, and oh my God, he did like a full tri day. He qualified for Kona, I think, and we went out and we did the full tri course, and then he went and did like a brick session, and he absolutely caned us all in the ride, and then basically went out and put his trainers on, went for a run, and we were like, how is he doing that? We were absolutely knackered, but it turns out that it took him 3 days to recover from it. He'd went that bloody hard.
He wouldn't want to let you know that.
No,
not
not at all.
Those characters,
He's like, I think I'll have a rest day today. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
I think you're due one.
Lovely chap, Magnus Backstead.
Great guy.
Yeah. I once planned to do some distance records with him on a tandem, but make sure he got at the front, because I could hide behind as a stoker. I could just hide.
In theory, yeah. That's how it works,
in theory, but many hours, many happy hours on a bike with him. Coming up shortly is the women's elite race here in Dalby Forest in the UK. If you're joining us from wherever you are around the world, we hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. We're going to have a super race, that's absolutely for sure, and there's a really packed field of top British riders, both professional within teams. And interestingly, there's quite a lot of privateers who do really well here on the UK scene as women. Maddie Nutt is a good example of that. I'm sure we'll talk about her a lot. But I mean, she comes from a financial services background. Right?
Yeah. I think Maddie is one of the riders who was previously part of the whole Ribble movement.
Yeah.
A very accomplished rider. She's now making it full-time privateer, racing Gravel Air Series around the world and doing like Tracker, etc. So she's uber experienced. I think she's done a lot of long distance events so far, so it'll be interesting how she can translate that across, and how much if any specific training she's done out with racing to get herself prepped for this weekend. So
yeah, I've always thought with Maddie, it's about, when you watch a race, it's always about that. So when there's an upturn in pace, then she starts to suffer a little bit, and then she'll claw her way back, and then the power's put on again by somebody, and she'll drop off and have to come back in. And that's really, I think, the difficulty with her.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that it's really hard to balance the having all that big engine for the longer miles and the longer, harder races, you're going not quite at the same intensity, but you're just slightly below that kind of race intensity all day. Kind of like itchy pace. It's like, well, it's not quite comfortable, but I can do it all day. But when you're comparing like these sort of races, it's instead of being a diesel, you need to be a turbo diesel.
Yeah,
you've got to have the ability to, ramp up that, big power for 10, 20, sometimes 60 seconds to close gaps. So it's a really hard balance to get, but it's great to see riders like Maddie going away and doing her thing and getting the freedom to be a privateer and doing all these big events and flying the flag for British Gravel.
Well, I think it's fantastic. I mean, she started her career as a privateer by offering accountancy lessons and maths lessons to people doing their A-levels, because that's what she did. That's what you have to do when you're a privateer. You have to make money, and that was the case on the road as well. Right, we're going to go to a short advert break, and then we'll be back with a little bit more preview and a little bit more talk about the women's elite race. Don't go anywhere.
Romanticism and art, the human spirit uplifted by the majesty of nature. Just look at this incredible example. The clouds, they seem to race. The vastness of the sky, the dramatic brushstrokes. You can almost feel the dust, the terreno. Feel the air. Vittoria, one with nature.
Welcome back. We're here in the studio in what is now nearly sunny Dalby Forest in North Yorkshire in the UK for the British Gravel Championship, presented with Ribble. And the live footage that will be coming up very, very shortly is brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. 23 riders starting in the women's elite race, but that's 23 riders of absolute quality and a real mixture, as we've been saying earlier. We were talking about Maddie Nutt. Between distance riders, those people who do the ultra races, like Unbound and things like that, and these faster races.
Yeah, it's that mixture, isn't it? And the thing is that it's easier to become a rider who's good at this kind of short, sharp racing, rather. But it takes years and hours to build that big, massive base to do events like of Unbound. 200 miles. You know, it's like 10 hours in the saddle. So to go from that back down to being that sort of really punchy rider, you have to spend quite a lot of time, probably at least a couple of months, to work on that top end of your engine. So it's whether those riders have had the opportunity to do that. We spoke about Maddie Nutt quite a lot. She's had a few injuries this year. I think she had quite a bad concussion as well at one point. But yeah, I think that you never know what's going to happen on the day, and it doesn't have to follow that natural flow that we assume that it might. It just needs 2 or 3 of those riders to get together, big sort of long powerhouses to get together in time trial off the front in a group. It doesn't have to be that really short, sharp, really hard accelerations that break the race. It could be potentially quite a negative race. People looking at each other and wait until the last lap, and then the race will really kick off.
Exactly,
so we never know.
And that will be a completely different style of racing to we've seen today, where it's like bang, 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 bang off front. Some all holding back, and then all hell will break loose in the last half a lap. Interestingly, in the women's international scene for gravel, there's quite a few riders who've done ultra racing, thousands of kilometres, who've worked their way into racing because they've become more competitive for some reason, which is very different to the men's, I think, going the other way around.
Yeah, it's totally different. I think women have always been kind of a lot better at that naturally. Physically, they seem way better at taking that sort of sustained, longer sort of period of bike ride or any kind of endurance sport. They're really good at it. I mean, Leo Cox is a prime example, a specialised athlete. She goes from riding around the world to doing Unbound XL, which is only 360 miles. So it's there is trickle down there, relatively speaking. But I think that it's just great to have so many, even just British athletes generally, who are at both ends of that spectrum. You've got obviously people like Maddie, etc., who are doing all, and Danny, who've been going to America doing like gravel worlds, 200 mile races against riders like Abby Smith from Picnic Postinel, who's been racing in Belgium, doing that sort of 100k race sort of distance, maybe 200k races at a max, which actually is probably more of a better skill set and preparation for this kind of event than the other way around. So it'd be quite interesting to see how it pans out. I think there'll always be a surprise in there, and I think you can't rule out the likes of like Ruth Astle for sure. And I've also seen that Molly Weaver's on that list.
She's on the start
long
list.
distance athletes.
Absolutely, It'll be interesting to see how she adapts to the sort of slightly faster pace. Well, here are our 23 riders on the start line for the women's elite. This could be quite a different race to the men's, and that is no bad thing, because it's always good to commentate on something that's a little bit more difficult to call. In fact, in some ways, you could tell what was going to happen when you got 5 riders together at the end. You know what's going to happen. You know that Connor and Ben are going to ping off. They're going to do what they have to do to try and wear everybody out. But in this women's race, you could have exactly the same situation, but because the field is a little bit smaller, then you may find something totally different happening.
I think it's wide open and potentially a lot more tactical than we probably assume. I think it will be really interesting to see how this sort of you'll be able to know within the first 5k of what's going to happen, and you'll get a good feel for who's in good shape and who's confident as well. Because this first 5k, it's technical enough. They've not really ridden the course since the men have been on the course just previously, so there'll be lots of changes to lines, etc. And unfortunately, a lot of the time in gravel racing, the racing line is the only good line, and only one person can fit on that line. So from that aspect, there's loads of other things that can kind of get in the way, other riders, positioning other riders, just general debris as well. But we're off and we're ready to rock.
Away we go then with the women's elite race here at the British Gravel Championships, presented by Ribble. This footage is brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire, and why wouldn't you want to when you can see forests like this and come and enjoy your bike here. If you're just joining us for the women's elite race and you missed the finish of the men's elite, Connor Swift managed to retain his British title ahead of his cousin Ben Swift and a battling Matt Holmes of OGT in third spot. It was a terrific race. If you are joining us now and you weren't watching the men's, my name's David Reeve, and next to me I've got James McCallum, and James absolutely knows this course inside out. One of the most canny bike riders you'll come across, especially on the road, and he has that ability to remember corners, remember this, remember that, through years and years and years of racing on the road. So pretty good good opportunity, if you're just joining us, for James to just describe this first 2 or 3 kilometres about what they're facing.
Yeah, thanks, David. It's interesting right away. We've been talking about Madeline Nutt already, and that's her just there in those golden shorts, just slightly ahead of Lizzie Brooke as well from Das Hutchinson. So it's an absolutely rapid start. But yeah, you're totally right. This downhill section, we've got roughly 5 or so K, which is kind of rolling a little bit to start off with, but it has also got quite a few off-camber lefts and rights, and there's not like what you would love to have, like that sort of really nice apex, which you would like to have in like almost like a berm kind of style corner. There's a few really dodgy kind of slow speed off-camber corners where unfortunately you can't be off your brakes, because if you are off your brakes you're going to go off the line. So there's a lot of that here in this sort of first 5k, but also later on in the lap as well, especially when we come into the final sort of the final climb. Here we've got just like this nice rolly, there's a couple of little uphills and downhills, but then we've got this really fast section which comes through the trees, drops down really quickly. We're only talking maybe about 1 foot wide of actual really good racing line. They'll come off the bottom of that, and as they hit the bottom of that they'll turn a left. As they hit that left through a chicane, it's really muddy on the right, with quite a few guys in the men's race off their bikes on that side. Even yesterday in the age group races there was people making loads of mistakes there. It's getting quite dark in there as well, so the minute you're under the foliage it's quite dark in some of the parts of the course, but also that's when you start the first climb, and it starts off with 2 really horrible sort of 10 to 15% ramps, so they're going to be fighting for position into that, just to put yourself in a nice safe place for the start of that first climb.
Well, sort of reasonable pace rollout. I think there's a few went off the front as fast as they could just to get to the front, keep out of any problems. This is Lizzie Brooke at the back from Das Hutchinson. Just ahead is Maddie Nutt in those sort of gold shorts, as we can see. Just, you know, we were talking about the starts in general. What's your ideal start in a race like this? You know, what sort of terrain do you want to be looking at? You as a rider saying, I know this would suit me.
Yeah, I think preferably not a big massive hill, which is always horrible and savage. Thank you, Gralach. It's always brutal start. But once you're over the top of that first climb, that's also great to just kind of settle everyone down. Everyone's always really good in the first 20 minutes. You've got to remind yourself about that, because there'll be people who will be full of energy, full of nerves, you know, trying to just fight for position, and you just need to just get through that first 20 minutes and just let it settle. And this is exactly what's happening right now. Same with the men's race. There was lots of activity in that first sort of 20 minutes on the first descent, just really jockeying for position. And we talk about it all the time in road races about the big washing machine. The washing machine ain't that big on here. Your washing machine's about 5 riders, so you constantly rotate, sort of slide through the middle, get to about 5th, then pop out on either side and then make your way back to the front again. So as you can see here from the drone pictures, you've got that little group at the front, and it's starting to kind of spread out a little bit already at the back. Some of the riders are maybe just not quite super comfortable on this descent, but then they're giving themselves enough space to see what's actually coming up ahead of you. But for me, the best kind of scenario for most people would be a nice kind of chilled 2 or 3k on like a nice wide path, and then have maybe like a point where you would fight into a corner. That's probably the safest and the most welcoming version. It's from my point of view anyway.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, back in my mountain bike racing days, I would have said that, you know, my ideal start was exactly what most starts were, is you thunder off for about 200 metres and you have a whacking great hill and that sorts out everybody. So by the time you do get people who jostle to get to the front, but I mean actually if anybody's going to collide or fall off, it's at low speed, and you get the race shake out quite quickly, and that happens still a lot.
So we're about now to drop down the real kind of part of the descent where the speed really starts to ramp up now.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see who's comfortable and who isn't. Not much racing going on, but this will give us an indication of who's comfortable doing this.
Yeah, I think they're still sussing each other out, aren't they? And also, for a lot of them, it'll be the first time they've seen the course at pace as well. So, be a bit more tentative. The most important part is everyone gets down safe here, and we just need to make sure no one disappears into the bushes in at the side here.
Lizzie Brooke still hanging off the back here. Doesn't seem to be, you know, under any pressure and being dropped or anything. I think she's just keeping some gap there to see how things are. Maddie Nutt ahead of her in those sort of gold shorts.
I think that's also former national champion Ruth Astle just ahead of Maddie, just at the back of the main group.
Ruth is one of those athletes that if she's on super form in terms of, you know, strength, then she's very, very hard to beat.
And you can just see here how dark it's starting to get now. We've still got, you know, the best part of 3 hours of the race to go. that's only going to get worse and worse as obviously the light starts to drop. But you can see straight out of the darkness into the light. But this is also what we've spoke about previously. Choices of lenses that you're going around. There's so many changes of light exposure on this route that you need to kind of have something which is going to be there to protect your eyes from all the grit and all the mud that comes off the really wet sections, but also just giving you the chance to have good visibility and protect your eyes just through all those other sections.
Yeah, it's definitely dried out since this morning, this section. Well, maybe Lizzie is not too comfortable whatsoever. She's definitely being tailed off here,
Yeah,
and there's a lot of tentative riding going on by her.
I think the course is at that point, you know, it's like, it's the same with road, it's kind of not quite dry but not quite wet, so it either needs to dry up or be wet.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is us now off that descent, first come up to this first major climb. A little ramp here, I think Lizzie's got kind of stuck in too big a gear there, yep. And as we just go around here, there's two pretty steep little ramps coming off this as we now hairpin back up to the first climb of the day.
So Moto 1 goes past Lizzie Brooke and past Maddie Nutt, past Ruth Astle.
And you just see it stretched out just on that descent in itself, already in one line. You can kind of see the riders are really confident, starting to really establish themselves at the front here. We've got roughly this front group now of the sort of main bunches, probably about 15 strong. So still plenty of racing to go. Be interesting to see what happens on this first climb, if there'll be any attacks or anyone getting spat out the back.
That's Aubrey, Maisie Aubrey, and just ahead of them, Laura Senior. There we are, Ruth Astle. Chasing, she'll just be sort of settling into some rhythm, I think. She's got Maddie Nutt on her wheel, but already there's some distance between these three and the riders at the front.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes just that first few Ks, a little bit of a shock to the system. You just need a moment for it to kind of just deal with it, let it do its thing, just settle yourself in now, and you can see this front group now, it's went from being in one long line to now start to bunch up a little bit as people kind of start to now just look around, just have a double check, look at each other's faces to make sure it's not just you that's suffering. So I'm pretty sure we'll see Ruth making her way back up here with Maddie Nutt pretty soon.
Yeah, Molly Patch at the back of this group, and just ahead of her, Amelia Mitchell, very, very accomplished rider. She's always there or thereabouts, Amelia Mitchell. So this is a good select group straight away on this first long climb.
Yeah, you can see in the centre there from Picnic Postonella, the blue and the orange, that's Abby Smith just sitting nice and protected in the middle with the big long blue socks on.
Well, while our group begins to fracture on this climb, I know that Oscar, our producer, has been out on site again, just trying to grab some of the men again from the elite race, which we'll try and get in now before the action kicks off here in the women's elite race. Nice to see Molly Patch. And on the far left-hand side, number 10. Again, she had a good season. She was very good in the in Gralloch.
You can also see just at the front on the left, you've got
well, that's interesting. Lizzie, who was not looking very comfortable on the descent, has worked her way back up to this group.
Yep. I think to the front, on the front left, we've got Dani Shrewberry just controlling the pace here, keeping herself out of trouble.
Well, as three or four riders chasing back, Maddie Nutt at the front, just in front of Moto 2 there, trying to get back on the group before all the action kicks off. We managed to get hold of Jensen Young.
I'm here with Jensen Young from the Ribble Outliers. You got fourth today at the British Gravel Championship. Best result at a race at the Gravel National Championship so far. Happy with your performance today?
Yeah, really happy, honestly. I mean, if someone had said I'd have come fourth before the day today, I would have taken it. Obviously, one off the podium, so it's always a bit of a disappointment. But yeah, no, last year this was my first ever gravel race and I got fifth. So to come back the year after, get fourth, go one better, yeah, really happy.
Absolutely, and do it on a new bike as well. I mean, it looked fast. Did it feel fast out there? Ribble have launched all their new ones. It's your first year on the new Ultra Grit, isn't it? Is it going well for you?
Oh yeah, it's super good. I mean, can't fault the bikes. I mean, we've had some great results all season in the team, and they've been great, to be honest. So they help us get these results, to be honest. And yeah, like you said, it was a real fast race, but it just at the same time was really hard.
Have you got any more goals for the rest of the season, or is that it for you at this point?
Yeah, Euros next week, which I'm going to give a good go at, and then obviously the form's pretty good at the minute. And then I've got 3 peaks, and then I'm doing Gravel Worlds, so that's the rest of the season.
Oh, fantastic. So, obviously, Ribble Outliers is a brand new team for this year. What's the sort of mission? What are the Ribble Outliers all about?
I think really it's like a race-focused gravel team, first British pro gravel team, and I think we just want to go out there and get results, and it's they give us some really good support. Like you said, the bike's amazing, the kit, everything. I mean, you can't really go wrong.
Yeah, it's a really exciting time in British gravel. Obviously, new teams like yourself coming out, dedicated gravel race teams, dedicated gravel race bikes. It's a really exciting side of time to be in the sport. How was it out there in the race today? I mean, you got any drama, any gossip from inside of the pack at all?
Oh, I mean, when you race against the Swifts, there's always going to be drama. I mean, two wheel-to-toe guys, like you just don't know what they're going to do, and it's everyone's looking at each other and waiting for them to do something really. And I mean, the race was pretty negative. No one wanted to pull through and go hurt themselves too much because they knew attacks were coming from the Swifts. But one by one, this course is so brutal. Everyone just seemed to go out the back, and by the last lap there was like 6 of us left, and luckily I was there, had really good legs, and managed to hold on for 4th.
Yeah, and a great result, and well done again, and looking forward to seeing you out there representing GB and Ribble Outliers for the rest of the season. Yeah,
it'd be great, and I'll definitely be obviously back at the National Champs next year. So
fantastic, we'll see you then. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Oscar. Thanks, Jensen. Interesting, isn't it, how people interpret things differently? I mean, obviously we're sat here, we're not racing it, but Jensen saying bit of a negative race. Didn't look like that to me.
No, but I think the negativity was more just that no one else probably could race.
Yes, that's different to wanting to.
Exactly, yeah. We can talk about the semantics as much as you want, but if you've not got the legs, you ain't going to attack, are you? So it's one of those things. And again, there's also that little bit of the hierarchy as well with the Swifts in there. You know the level that they're at. You know just how good they are. So you don't want to poke the bear sometimes. So I think from that aspect, it's probably more what Jensen was trying to get at more than anything.
Yeah, 4th place though, he's happy with that. That's great.
Yeah.
And he did mention, I mean, this is the first full-time pro gravel team in the UK. That's a terrific step by Ribble, and it's very brave.
Yeah, it's great to see, and I think, as we've said a few times already over the weekend, I think that's the way it's going to go. Even like Wheelbase, they're not a dedicated gravel team, but they've got a good squad across the board in all disciplines. You've got a cross race, a mountain bike race, any gravel race, road races, criteriums, they're there en masse. And it's one of the longest established clubs and teams in the whole of the UK. Ribble are doing that, but at another level now, and it'd be great to see them then take on all the stuff across in America as well, getting into the Lifetime Grand Prix, get stuck into Keegan Swanson and show them what it's all about. So it'd be really, really cool to see them venturing into that global scene, and I think that's definitely on the cards for them in the next few years.
Well, Jensen got 4th, the man who was 1 place ahead of him, 3rd spot. We've got Matt Holmes over there with Oscar.
I'm here with Matt Holmes. We're recovering after the really hard attritional gravel championships. Matt, I mean, obviously, great result at 3rd today. How are the legs feeling now?
A little bit tired. I've been running around doing the feed for the women's race, and I'm a little bit tired, a little bit hungry.
Yeah. Who are you supporting in the women's race?
Molly Pat. She's also sponsored by OGT, so we go to the races together, and
Oh, fantastic. So OTG obviously works well with the sustainability side of things that we're trying to present at Red On. Could you tell us a little bit about them?
They are the world's first Rapper 3 energy bar. So they actually sponsored the Gralic this year, and so everyone got to try them there. But they're a young company, a start-up, and they are just trying to grow the brand, and I help them do that with the gravel racing and road racing that I do, and they're actually doing really well, and actually a really good product.
Yeah, fantastic. And have you got any more goals for the rest of the season after this one?
Yeah, I've got another gravel race in Girona next weekend, and then it's the World Championships after that.
Fantastic. You're going to be up there in the gravel world. How are you feeling?
Good. It's almost a road race, so I think we need to get together as Team GB and make a plan, not just ride as individuals.
No, get the Swifties who are working as a team today, get them to work for you. I think that's what you've got to do.
Yeah. If I don't think they'd be keen for that, but I'd help them if we think we can win it.
Yeah. Any recommendations for the Gravel World course? There's lots of people out there who've qualified. You must have done some analysis on the course so far. Any of the Masters racers who are going out there, you got any tips for them?
Yep, there's a YouTube video coming out on my YouTube channel very soon, so keep your eyes peeled.
Oh, fantastic. On that note, back to you guys in the studio.
Well done, Matt. Just having a decent lie down. The OGT stuff is really nice, actually. It's a lot better than some of the early things we had. Do you remember power bars?
Power bricks. I think they're probably
well,
better
exactly.
than
I actually, it used to be a thing that you used to be able to take the wrappers off and stick them on your top tube.
Yep.
And they would stick there. I did that, and then I pulled it off, and it took all the lacquer off.
It's better that than your teeth out your mouth.
I put them in the bin straight away.
Yeah. OGT's a really cool idea. I've not tried one yet, though, so maybe I'll need to give Holmesy a little nudge. And
yeah, well, you should have been bringing them over here, Matt.
Yeah, man.
You're watching the live.
Yeah, Matt,
OGT
go over here
now. Yeah, it's been a long day in the commentary booth. Not as much as it is out on the course. Lizzie Brooke was coming back to the back of the group here, but again, as soon as it got to a downhill, she was off the back again. So she's clearly not comfortable going downhill.
Yeah, we're only 10k in now, and we've taken on like the second, probably one of the most technical descents of the whole course. Really steep, quite a few off camber sweepy corners. And on the way in here, you can already see it splitting up already. I think that the back of that front split, there's two riders just trying to get across. One of them is definitely Abby Smith from Picnic Postonel. But we can see now that it's just going to slowly claw their way back up here to join this front group. But I'll be interested to see who's on the front actually pushing the pace here as their camera moto just moves up alongside here.
There's Abby Smith. We just go past her. Amelia Mitchell. Danny Shrewsbury in second spot.
Looks like it's maybe Anna Flint on the front from
looks
the
like
spectrum. And Anna is a really good climber, really solid mountain biker, a slight character in height, but she's a really strong athlete. And this is her bread and butter. You know, she's so used to doing this on the mountain bike. Yeah, that first hour and a half, it's just whether the wheels will stay on for the other two. She's definitely putting them all to the sword just now, though. There's still that gap's not quite closing behind that first five, so really strong effort here.
Yeah, she's sitting quite comfortably on the front, Anna. Not worried at all. Yeah. Very easy to spot with that sort of one-arm checkerboard, and behind it, Danny Shrewsbury. In that sort of characteristic roadie position that she has.
Yeah, she has got her. I noticed that first off when I was watching Gravel Worlds, her position, she's so low on the bike.
Yeah, she is. She's like
really,
an
really
old style road rider.
The old the torso is almost horizontal to the ground, which is in gravel. You see most people kind of go a little bit slacker, a little bit higher, but it works for Danny. So,
but it's also unusual in road riding these days. I mean, people are getting stack heights at the front of the bikes are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. People are sitting more and more upright. Yeah. She does look like an old school roadie. When you look at her against some of the others.
Yeah, she does. She also is his class as well when you see the way she rides. It looks like this is even stretching it even more. It looks like another rider from the Das Hutch's team as well coming to the front here.
That is Georgia Taylor-Brown, the GB's most successful triathlete riding in the colours of Specialised here. And again, another engine rider. And look at this. They're breaking this group apart.
Yeah. I would have thought any doubts we had over George's technical ability have been totally answered right now, because she would never have made it. She wouldn't be in this position right now if she hadn't been totally on the ball in that descent, because that, for me, the descent they've just came down is probably the most technical descent on the whole of the course. So, yep, she's in a good position and looking right now super strong on the front here.
Yeah, clearly not worried about the descents.
It's been a very active race already, and you can see it's just splitting up so much at the back, but I think it's all going to come down to this group of probably about 8 to 9 riders at the front. So yeah, everyone's quite willing to get stuck in and make that separation and then get down to the real nitty-gritty.
What's really interesting here is you've got 2 or 3 riders possibly who are doing all the work on this climb, because they are the climbers. They're the ones with the big engines, the strong ones. Anna Flynn's still in 3rd spot.
Having a little chat with a moto there, so showing that she's not quite suffering as much as others potentially in the line.
I think that's Molly Patch right at the back there, the little gap, just trying to fight to get back up again.
Yeah. no one's even trying to pop on the other side and try and come up to increase the pace, so you can tell it's a real good rhythm here in the front.
Yep, Sophie Wright just nipping across the track, trying to find a better line from Ribble Outliers in the pink. About 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back in this group.
Yeah, it looks like our rider was actually getting shot at the back, so we're having to get round them. I'm not too sure if I can still see Danny Shrewberry in here though, because she's quite
I think
hard
she's about
to pick
4
out.
back. Yeah, she's difficult to pick out because she has that sort of low stance. You can't see her head popping up very much. But interesting there.
Yeah.
There she is, 4th back. Interesting that a lot of these riders, again, probably will know Georgia Taylor-Brown by her triathlon background, but do they really know her much?
In fact, that's Shrewberry just at the back having a look. Oh, that looks like she's looking over the shoulder. Just realised she's last rider, and now she's kind of losing the wheel now here, Dave.
Yeah, is there a problem, or is she just? But is the pace just?
I think the pace is just so high right now. You can tell. I mean, just look at the rhythm on the front here. It's just really positive rhythm. You can just tell with the body language. This is going in to really make that huge separation and whittle this group down. You can now just see the gap's just getting bigger and bigger now.
That's a hugely big pace then by Georgia Taylor-Brown on the front here. They've already shelled out the 22 national champion, Danny Shrewsbury, who is actually, she's been passed by the chasing rider we think might be Molly Patch. And it's difficult to tell from this distance, but Shrewsbury is just toast already. She's gone.
Yeah, we do know that Danny has been across the pond quite a lot of late, taking part in sort of lifetime in gravel worlds, etc. So I don't know if there could be a little bit of a delayed fatigue from all the travel as well, but that's the sort of thing that's kind of the bread and butter for these riders. They're used to travelling around the world, but you never know how much of an impact that can have taken on her.
She's there's 100 metres or so.
Yeah.
Back to her now.
See Anna Flynn bobbing the head there, just kind of trying to squeeze in 3rd place. A little look over her shoulder.
Yeah, Sophie Wright looking comfortable.
Yeah.
In the pink of Ribble Outliers.
Yep,
just crossing now.
Yeah, Flynn's dropped the wheel. Sophie there in the pink having to take over, followed by Abby Smith in the blue and the orange of Picnic Postonel.
This is a monster ride by Georgia Taylor-Brown at the front. She's absolutely... This is the sort of thing, you know, when you go on training camps and there's somebody you've been ribbing all week and they suddenly get to the front on the big mountain climb of the day and they just ride like this for the entire day, and one by one everybody pops off the back.
Yeah, it's I mean, that's been basically the whole of that 4K climb on the front.
Yep.
Just squeezing on.
Yeah, and still going.
Yep.
She's going to look over the top of this King of the Mountains down to the right-hander. The question is, does she slacken off the pace as she gets into this right hand when somebody else come through and do some work? Caroline Livesey, I think, was going through.
Abby Smith there, you can see taking a bit of a longer free wheel than I think you would really want to over the top there. As you see that distance now going out.
That's Alice McWilliam just in front of Anna Flint and Abby Smith at the front of this group of 3, and that's a pretty big gap.
Yep, I think the pace has kept the wound on over the top of the climb there, and now that separation is definitely happening. But it's early doors. I wouldn't like to be going solo this early. I mean, there's still the best part of almost 100 kilometres to go. Probably like high 90s, but it's still a long way, David, especially around this course where it can really just catch you out in the last lap.
Moto 1 just following this group of 3 here. Alice McWilliam in the blue, just looking over her shoulder with the fluorescent helmet going to the front. She's just come off the Ras in Ireland, you know, very famous race. Not so much for the women, you didn't hear about it so much until recently, but for the men certainly, it's a pretty hard race, the Ras.
Yeah.
She's had a fantastic ride in the Ras. I mean, she's first in overall classification. She also won stage 5, but she's had some good results here, especially in Belgium. Top 10s. I think she got a 3rd in GP Garage de Court, 2nd in the Cambridge Crit. So she's been, when she came back to this country, so she's been in good form. But honestly, that's been a monster attack at the front. Well, not even an attack really. It's just been a constant pressure, ride everybody off your wheel.
Yeah, ultimately what happened was that Abby Smith just kind of freewheeled from the top of the climb to that corner, and that was 20 metres and it's gone now. I mean, they are holding them right now, but it's a good 15-20 seconds potentially by the time they get to the next climb. And there's Anna Flynn's realised that she has to make a reaction and get some space between her and another 2 riders to try and close this gap.
Whether she'll get past them or not, maybe she just decided that right-hand side is a little bit better for her. But as they get into the more gnarly bits of the descent, maybe she'll be the one to pull it back a bit.
Yeah, they're now getting into this slightly muddy section here, which is kind of drying out now, but not an awful lot of contact patch as you go through here for your tyres for sure. It can be less than like 6 inches in some of the course around here, so it's going to be really interesting to see what these three now do. They really need to just settle in and just like ride together. Just trying to hold the three at the front as Anna Flynn now looks to try and move forward in this descent to try and give herself a bit of breathing space before the next climb.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what she's doing. Alice McWilliam gets into the wheel, and then Abby Smith right behind them. You just stick it in a big gear if you can, and close that gap a little bit.
Yeah,
it looks to me as though that the riders at the front have split apart as well.
Yeah,
we're concentrating on this little group of 3 here who are chasing them down, but we had a fairly bigger group, well, a group of about 5 further on, and I think they've split.
Yeah,
you can see the mountain bike pedigree, can you?
Yeah, this is a part where just Anna Flynn's just off the brakes, let the bike go, and just pulling away. And now we get a nice, wide, fast right-hander.
Yeah, look at that.
Flynn slightly off the racing line there, managed to get back onto it just in time. You can just see that racing line just there, that small bit of clear path. You don't want to get off that because there's loads of really, really loose gravel underneath there, and there's not much to stop you going into the bushes straight after that.
Well, the interesting thing is that there was, although the skies have cleared up quite nicely, there is rain forecast for later on during this race.
Yeah, it looks like actually one of the riders who were in that initial break of 3 has now came back to this group, so look like they've taken that descent pretty tentatively. I wonder if they've had the technical issue.
It could be just not feeling too great and on those loose descents. So this group of 3 is still going to be a group of 3, I think, but it's going to be a different group of 3.
Yeah.
Alice McWilliam, well, she's had some decent legs.
Yeah, I think she's got cut out a little bit on that descent. I'd like to think she probably could hopefully make her way back here, but if these 2 or 3 do make that junction, Anna Flynn right now is in no man's land, stuck in the middle between this group and the front group, so she's got to make some decisions. Does she fully commit here to go across that gap, or does she try and rely on the riders behind her coming back and joining her and giving her some support?
And there she is, just trying to power away by herself. I think she's decided that that's probably the best thing she can do. If she waits for the others, I think she's just realised that the others probably don't have the legs.
Yeah.
And she's going to have to go for that.
Yeah, a few surprises already in this first lap, isn't there? I mean, it's Robbery. I didn't expect to see her be getting lashayed on that climb, especially because it's not like it's a super hard kind of steep climb. It's just maybe just the relentless nature of the power that was being put down at the front, because it looked absolutely savage on the front. There was no relenting. It was just an absolute all-in effort of that first climb. So we'll see what happens here, whether these 2 can settle in with each other. You know, Ribble Outliers have got the rider in the front. It could be quite a nice, safe ride now. These 2 just cooperate, but it's a long way to go still.
It's an awful long way,
yeah.
And the position is we've got riders attacking, pinging off the front. An absolutely monster climb done by Georgia Taylor-Brown that destroyed the field. And now the field is split into 1s and 2s all the way down, even through this first 3 quarters of the first lap. And the question is, who has got the legs and the ability to just hang in there for another 3 3/4 laps?
So Georgia doesn't even really look over her shoulder to ask for any help here. So you wonder if is she doing too much? You know, I don't think she needs to be pressing on much more than this. The front group's established now. The riders behind, if they were capable of keeping up, they would be there right now. Okay, you can have a rough patch in the first lap and come strong at the end, but vice versa can be very true. You can be really strong first lap and not a great last lap. So Georgia just needs to keep on top of everything, look after herself, and now she's finally asking for some help.
Yep, that's Sophie Wright from the Ribble Outliers, along with Georgia Taylor-Brown. They're riding opposite each other. It is drying out, and a lot of these riders have opted for, I know Sophie has, a chunkier tyre on the front, because it's a good way to sort of ensure a bit more grip as you go into a corner on the descent, but something a lot lighter in tread on the back. Tyre choice absolutely crucial this weekend, and changeable weather means that you have to make a call, especially if you're a team. You can put different wheels in with different tyres on, but for privateers and singles, have they really got enough grip at the front? Have they got enough tread on the back? One man who knows all about tyre choice is Jake from Vittoria, who have been sponsoring us here, helping us here as partners at the British Gravel Championships. And I think that Oscar is going to run us through stuff with Jake about tyre choices.
I'm here with Jake from Vittoria, the official tyre partner for the British Gravel Champs and partner of Red On Events. Jake, tell us about what tyre recommendations you got for this course here today and a little bit about the range you got on offer.
Brilliant. Thank you, Oscar. It's been great to be here, and the tyre that we recommended this weekend was the new Torino T50 that we released last year, and some of the faster guys and girls were actually going for the Torino T30, which is a bit of a faster rolling tread. Obviously the kind of conditions have changed a bit through today, so the T50 was definitely a bit more predictable for some of those races, but yeah, we got some good results yesterday as well on the T30 and the other category races, with a British national champion crowned on the T30, which was amazing.
And what about sort of tyre volume? Obviously, it's a very fast course and we're balancing aerodynamics and rolling resistance with all these sorts of tyres. Then we've got this huge trend moving towards 50mm, 55mm proper mountain bike tyres. What's the difference between the volumes, and then also could you take us through the difference between the sort of tread patterns on the tyres that people have been riding today?
Well, we definitely saw that the majority of races were still on 45mm, but we are definitely seeing a trend towards wider and wider tyres. We think that maybe in the next few years we'll probably see 50, and next year we're even going to be releasing 55mm gravel tyres. So you really are kind of verging into your kind of, mountain bike woods. But definitely predominantly your 45s was the kind of sweet spot for most races. So the T30 I was referring to earlier on, that's that one there, and that's a really fast rolling centre tread, but a nice defined side knob. And if you look at the T50 next to it, that's obviously a 50mm tyre, where that one's 45, but that's a much more defined centre tread and the same defined side knob. So that would be a really predictable choice for racers who maybe this might be their first gravel experience or just wanted something that they can fit and forget. But like I say, yesterday when it was still a bit drier, the T30, which used to be called the Torino Dry, was absolutely the tyre of choice.
And with Gravel Worlds coming up as well, do you know what the course terrain is like there? You got any recommendations for that future course? A lot of the masters who would have participated yesterday also might have done the Gralic and qualified for Gravel World Championships. Have you got any recommendations for the World Championships course at all?
Well, as it happens, we actually are the defending champions. Last year, both of the world champs, elite men and women, were won on Vittoria tyres. And at that point, the Torino Dry was definitely the best option, which, like I say, this year's now been renamed as the Torino T30. So if it's a similar course to last year, we feel that the Torino T30 would probably be a good option. There certainly seems to be faster rolling courses on the continent compared to what you might see in the States, where it very much is verging into kind of mountain bike territory, where, quite often we'll see hardtails or full suspension mountain bikes being used in things like Unbound. But certainly for the World Championships we'll have a big presence as well. Vittoria is one of the main sponsors again for the World Champs, and I could definitely see the T30 being the perfect tyre for that.
Amazing, some great input there from Vittoria, and back to you guys in the studio.
So now we know which tyres to run when we mount our assault on the World Championships from here in the commentary booth. Back with the action, though, I can tell you that Georgia Taylor-Brown is absolutely putting the hurt on, and we're going to be joining our pictures live right now. That's Sophie Wright, and that is the only rider able to stick in the wheel of Georgia Taylor-Brown. Let's just have a little chat about this woman here. She is the most successful triathlete in GB history. She won gold in the mixed relay at Tokyo, you may well remember. She's won World Triathlon Championships at elite level. She's had silver, she's had bronzes. She won the World Championship sprint in Montreal. She just the palmares go on and on and on. And anybody who had any doubts about her ability to ride a bike off-road like this, well, I think we just all need to eat a big slice of humble pie, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be the first to that table, that's for sure,
Yeah,
because I wasn't too sure about kind of the skill set, but answered every single potential question you would have had with that. We've basically taken, she's basically pushed the limits on the descent, which was just previously before this climb was one of the actually most technical descents of the whole of the course. And right now on this climb, she's still putting the hurt on.
Do you know? Did you see that? I mean, she looked over her shoulder to see if Sophie Wright was going to come through. Sophie said no, basically, and tucked behind her. And so Georgia Taylor-Brown just put a little bit more pressure on the pedals just to make Sophie suffer.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh my word. She's
So
pointing
strong.
behind saying they're here, they're nearby, come on, keep pushing on.
Yeah, I think the last time we had a long shot, I think the chasers were pretty organised. Look, there was a group of about 5 or 6 just trying to come together. Yeah, you can just see these two here just trying to get organised.
That's Amelia Mitchell in the blue behind, Lizzie Hemmoller just ahead for Das Hutchinson. And do you know what? Georgia Taylor-Brown's having none of it. If we're gonna do this, we've got to work together. I think she'd be a little bit frustrated, but you know, I think Sophie Wright, she's in it for the championship as well. She thinks she's probably strong enough, but maybe not strong enough to do all the work on the front.
Yeah, no, it looks like Wright's getting a bit of a hard time right now. You can just tell the difference in the body language and the facial expressions quite easily that Georgia here's totally in control. She knows what she's here to do. She's trying to coax. Obviously, she's trying to get Sophie to come through, but I don't think Sophie's even capable. I mean,
no, I don't think she is. No,
Georgia's
not at all.
pedigree's huge. I mean, with the tracker this year as well, so she's got a huge engine across the board, not just in triathlon. So, tracker, as we know, is labelled as the Unbound of Europe. So it's there's no messing when it comes to that event as well.
No, and it was a very difficult tracker this year. Lots of crashes, lots of problems. Very hard indeed. So to do well in that.
I think we may have a bit of separation happening here. Sophie's just kind of losing metre by metre up here.
Yep.
So it looks like we could be trying to have a rider here trying to go solo for the duration of the next 3 laps, which is a big call. You know, you've just got to make sure, keep on looking after yourself, not going too deep into the red zone, just really, really controlling yourself on the climbs and then using those descents to, you know, hold your gap, not really keep on pressing on and establish more, but just use that for the recovery, really.
This looks like the third group on the road. Anna Flynn and Alice McWilliam. Just coming up to that corner before the bit of climb that we saw Sophie Wright being distanced on. And Anna Flynn's just sitting in the wheel of McWilliam, who I think is just probably settling into the rhythm she wanted to be in. She's had a very, very good season coming into this race. And Anna Flynn, I mean, all the women in this event must have known the strength of Georgia Taylor-Brown, but they all must be reeling from this because there's just a monster attack. Look at that. She's just decided, well, I'm going to ride at the pace I want to ride at, and if anybody can stay with me, that's that.
Yeah, you just got to make sure that she just doesn't get too overly excited here. Just tries to stay calm. You can tell right away, demeanour, she's pretty calm, pretty measured. Just needs to keep doing all those simple things right. Keep eating, keep drinking, because the back end of this race can bite you big time if you make any mistakes between now and getting there. It is a long, long race. 120k, you know, 2,500 metres of climbing. You know, it's a big kilojoule day to day. It's going to be the best part of 4,000 calories these ladies are going to go through. So, as we say, straight there, grabs her water bottle, gets some carbs into herself, and it's probably looking at, you know, we talk about carbs per hour. On average, most riders will be looking to try and take in 100 grams per hour, which is roughly 400 calories. So you're still under fueling technically for the output that you're going to be, putting through the pedals. But it's not only doing that, but it's doing it on really rough terrain and reminding yourself that you've got to do it as well. Well, all that information is getting through your brain.
This is an incredibly fast ride. Look at her; she's absolutely powering at it, as if she was doing the time trial on Friday. And she's just miles ahead of Sophie Wright. And this is the third group on the road chasing. And just look at the difference in pace.
I can't see Sophie, if she can't keep her in sight for this point, I can't see Sophie continuing to try and chase on her own.
No.
She's going to use her head, take the chance now, take free wheel, get the legs cleared out of all the lactate from hanging onto George's wheel on the climb. Get some food into her, have a breather, just reset a little bit, try and relax, try and calm down, and then let's start rolling again, guys. Let's get working. Let's just try and hold her, because if they can work together, 4 riders working together on a course like this, I'm not going to say they're going to pull her back quickly, but they'll definitely be able to hold her.
But this is the big question is though, can Georgia Taylor-Brown keep this sort of pace up? Not necessarily this pace, but something close to this for the next sort of 3 3/4 laps. Because
there's also a psychological point of view, is that once those riders hear maybe she's got a minute to 2 minutes, and you hear that over like 2 or 3 laps, you're like, yeah, we're not catching her.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a big psychological blow when you hear those times. We've still got obviously 92k to go, so we're just coming almost through the end of this first lap. So set her stall out really, really early.
Yes, you couldn't get more an emphatic display of wanting to win this, could you? Georgia Taylor-Brown, the sprint relay triathlete gold medalist from Tokyo, is now maybe 35, 40 seconds ahead of Sophie Wright from Ribble Outliers. And do you know what? Ribble would have loved to have had her with Georgia Taylor-Brown for as long as possible. But you know what? You know, even in the tent back at Ribble, they were going, well, you know, she's doing well to be even there in the first place.
And you can see Georgia just absolutely sending it here. Really good body position. Got those elbows bent, using them as arms as shock absorbers. Got the feet nice and level. Trying to drop the heels to get a bit more grip. And it's become down to probably the most interesting, I'm going to use the word interesting, corner in the whole of the circuit.
Down here.
This is like a lot going on. You've got a little S kind of bend dropping down here, a few big curves, and then it's you can see the flags already on the right hand side there, the blue arrows. A really, really slow turn. You're pretty much at a walking pace around here. Then it's back on the pedals and back up the hill again. Just taking it nice and cleanly.
Yeah, nice and clean. It's a little bit drier than it was, and that I think is helping a little bit.
You know what they say, slow is smooth and smooth is fast.
Yeah,
and that was very smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly, on that descent, I mean, that's where you see the sort of crossovers, where you do have the similar skills to mountain biking, is using those arms and legs as your shock absorbers. And of course, your biggest shock absorbers on a bike like this at any point is the volume of air in your tyres. And you can see that sort of crossover there. It's interesting because obviously most mountain bikers now are riding on the same size wheels, in terms of 29-inch wheels, and there's they're not dissimilar in many ways, the styles that you can need. Obviously you've got very, very wide bars. On mountain biking, you've gone back to something that was very much like it was in the mid-80s and late 80s, very, very wide bars before they all became narrow sort of roadie bars. It's not, everybody knows in the history of mountain biking that there were riders who rode on drop handlebars, John Tomac being the most famous one. So this sort of bike is not necessarily that much dissimilar in many ways.
Yeah, we have seen a bit of a resurgence in the old drop handlebar mountain bike, especially full suspension. This year was what the Leadville 100 was won by Keegan Swanson on just exactly that kind of bike. But Sophie here, being a specialised athlete, she's probably running on the front maybe a Tracer, which is probably a 50mm tyre, potentially for a bit more grip, and in the back it will probably be a Pathfinder, which right now probably size-wise is 45, maybe 47. So you can tell the Pathfinder quite easily because it's got a big sort of big strip down the middle, and you can see the shine coming off it. It's nice and smooth now. And if I was Georgia, I would have been riding a Tracer on the front. So be good to get a nice close up here. Yeah, it looks like Tracer on the front. A little bit more grip in there. No gloves, surprisingly, as well. Just in case, always have gloves on from my point of view.
Well,
she's just having far too much fun.
Yeah, that's
far too much fun. I think
no.
she may have asked him, "Do you mind chumming me for the rest of this race to keep me company?"
That's
Amazing.
Crazy.
What an athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. She's enjoying it. She's out for a training ride, having a good time.
I think she's probably broke it down into what everyone has basically called this in 16 hill reps. So she's currently on number 4.
Yeah, she is.
Only 12 to go. But yeah, nice and relaxed on the shifters. Good cadence. Nice and relaxed. Having fun. Big smile. You don't often see a person chatting, smiling, laughing to a moto in the front of a national championship, do you? It's pretty impressive to see.
Yeah.
Especially look at the calibre of actual bike riders that she has dispatched, you know, in this first 28k.
But just look how smooth that cadence is. I'm just toes pointing down just a little bit, pedalling through the whole stroke, but just so smooth. Really, really lovely.
Yeah.
But you can see the way that it's slightly different to road riding. The heels of the hands are firmly placed in those hoods, and she's just resting the palms on the top, just keeping the.
There's nobody even in the same shot just now, is there?
Keeping the forearms all nice and bent, and just relaxed. Yeah, she's just so far ahead we can't even see anybody in the shop. So we'll just leave Georgia Taylor Brown for about 50 minutes, and then we'll go and see the other ones and see what's going on back there. Well, you can pretty much guess what's going on back there. They buddied up with somebody who's doing about the same pace as them, and they're just thinking now, where on earth are we going to come? What do we do now?
Yeah.
The racing for those places that second.
You still
third,
got second. You still
yeah.
got the podium still up for grabs, and there's still got a good 5 or 6 riders who I think will come together in a group.
Yeah. And to be fair, so we're only on the end, coming towards the end of Lap 1.
Yep.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, it's not over at all. I mean, Georgia obviously physically right now is a lot more superior on the day, but things can go wrong.
Yeah,
and we've spoken about her physical attributes, but how good is she technically from the point of view when she has problems? How often has she been practicing plug-in and getting the CO2 out and got all that stuff? And I know that the bike that she's riding, she's riding the Specialized Crux, which hasn't got any internal storage, so she'll be carrying everything in her pockets.
Yep.
It's just reminding yourself what everything is.
Yeah, that's very old school. Putting stuffing things in your back pockets.
Yeah, it has to be in the middle pocket, only the middle pocket.
Oh no,
no other pockets.
Oh no.
Yep.
No.
Cool.
Oh yeah, it's in terms of fashion maybe. For me, it was always waterproof in the back pocket.
Oh yeah.
And that's a good skill as well. Being able to roll your waterproof up properly on the move.
I tell you
put
what,
it in your back pocket.
That is one skill. Even in the World Tour at the moment, people struggling. I can't get my head around how they struggle to put their waterproofs on.
Yes.
When they're riding.
Yeah.
That should be a bread and butter skill that you should have as a bike rider. But anyway, we're digressing, but no need for a waterproof.
Well, we can digress
anymore
because
today.
we know what's happening. Yeah. Georgia Taylor Brown here in the women's elite is so far ahead of everybody else and smiling and grinning. She's having a great time on her 120-kilometre training ride. We've now got John Smith from Fenwicks, who have been our partners here with Red On Events for a long, long time. They provide a lot of support and backup for all of our riders who come for the amateur bits, not doing this.
I'm here with John Smith from Fenwicks, one of our partners for a long time at Red On Events. Always offering an amazing service as well at all of these events, helping participants wash their bikes, and it's a big, massive thing you provide. So thank you very much for that. You got anything to?
You're welcome.
Yeah, no worries at all. Why am I saying no worries? It's all on you, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, it's a great service that we offer. We clean a lot of bikes for people that struggle cleaning their bikes. We show them how to use the products and that sort of thing. And then there's bays empty, so they can do it themselves as well. So all the facilities are there: cleaning products, chain cleaning products, and chain lube as well.
Yeah, and you've got quite a particularly fantastic foaming chain cleaner. I've used it myself quite all the way through the winter months and into the summer months. It's just a really fantastic thing. Could you tell us a little bit about that one in particular?
Yeah, no problem. The foam is designed so it's quick and easy to use. You don't use a lot of product either, so you're using 5 to 10 mil of product instead of 50 to 100 mil that you would normally use in a chain bath. So it's so economical. You get 40 to 50 cleans out of a single can. So it lasts a good year, most people. And it's environmentally sound as well. There's no solvents in there. It's safe for all the components on the bike.
Yep. And is there anything else you guys do for sustainability? Do you guys have any contribution to the eco side of things, or?
Yeah, we're a member of 1% for the Planet, so we donate 1% of our turnover, not our profit, 1% of our turnover to environmental good causes.
Yeah.
One of those being Trash-Free Trails.
Oh, fantastic, yeah.
And then the other one being City to Sea. So we also utilise prevented ocean plastic in our bottles as well, so our trigger bottles, our jerry can bottles, our oil bottles, and then the caravan and motorhome products as well. There's a few bottles in there that also have prevented ocean plastic in, and we don't just do a token gesture, it's 100% all the way through the range.
Oh, that's incredible. An amazing product, not just in terms of its functionality and ability to actually clean your bike, but you've got that really fantastic sustainability side of things here. And are you going anywhere else next after this?
Yeah, we're doing a quick turnaround. Tomorrow we're off down to Gloucester for a charity event that BT is organising, so we're looking after 70 riders that are doing 3 days of riding, so we're spannering and also washing and maintaining the bikes.
Brilliant. An amazing message, a great product, and back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks for that, and our thanks from Red on to Fenwick's, who've always provided such a great service for all our bike riders here, whether they be professional or not. Well, interestingly, the most interesting thing that's happened so far in the race out at the front is that Moto 1 crashed. Not heavily, but they just slipped. They slipped over in the mud and went. And being a biker myself, I can tell you that's probably not great. They've picked it up. They've only got a small BMW. And they picked it up and they're back on there, and they will be back with Georgia Taylor-Brown a little bit later. Meanwhile, we are on Moto 2 by the look of it.
Yeah, Abby Smith has now picked up Sophie, and they're now the chasing trio now behind Georgia. So I'd say probably that gap, given what I've just been looking at from when the moto crashed, or had a DAP, I should say, roughly about a minute, I reckon. That gap
that's
is
about
just
a
now.
minute. Let's see if Moto 2 can get round this corner without dumping it. Oh, very tentative, isn't it? It is very, very slippery.
It just shows you how much that's been tore up by the men's field.
They're taking it very easily. And, you know, we're just ribbing them a little bit, taking the mickey, and we will do when they come back here as well, especially as... Yeah, but actually, and they're perfectly fine, and they're back on their bikes, and they'll probably be going, oh God, really? But they have done a fantastic job. It is not easy on a moto. We see all the motos in the Tour de France, and they're whizzing backwards and forwards, up and down, but they're all on tarmac. And this is very hard indeed. I know on some of the mountain marathon races on the continent, they also use motos. But those motos are generally with a fixed camera on. They don't have a pillion passenger, and we've done fantastic work. Here we are, back with Moto 1. You can see they're absolutely fine because they're following Georgia Taylor-Brown again.
Yeah, she's just coming. She's roughly about 2 kilometres away from finishing her first lap. Timing-wise, definitely shifting. She's going to be probably a 50, I reckon, from here, a 55, 57 minute lap, which is absolutely cracking on.
Yeah, she'll soon be coming into the start-finish area for the first time, and there'll be all those claps and cheers for the first lap finished, but they'll be waiting a bit for the next ones. Magnificent ride so far, and she's just sort of settled into it, hasn't she?
Yep.
And as you said earlier, Jimmy, they can probably hold her at this pace now. She's slackened off a little bit. She's certainly not going as fast as she was.
Yeah.
But it's a case of whether they're going to gradually eat up towards her. It's going to be a massive task.
The other thing is, though, is being in this position that George is in right now, you've got to be kind of on all the time.
Yeah.
You're constantly looking at your head unit, checking your pace and riding heart rate or power or speed, whatever you're riding to, whatever metric you're looking for. It's doing that, but also all the time making sure you're still fueling and drinking, etc. So meanwhile, the girls at the back, every turn that they've done on the front, they can go to the back and kind of switch off for a second. So it's not just the physical sort of wearing out and exhaustion you've also got that sort of mental side of it as well, of being on your own and just making sure that you're reminding yourself to take the right line, set yourself up for the corners, because these are the things that you kind of don't necessarily think about when you're watching bike racing, of all the other aspects that the riders have got to sort of take into consideration.
Yeah, you never really know where other people are either. You're never quite sure. As we said in the men's elite race, there's no radios at this. You might find as you go past the start-finish line, there's somebody from your team go, "You're a minute up," or whatever it happens to be. But that's the only real contact you have. So Georgia riding on power, or Georgia riding on cadence, or whatever she's doing. This is coming into the end of the first lap. Then she drops off this tarmac onto the gravel under the start-finish gantry, just bunny hops over those cable safety ramps. 1, 2, away she goes. And Georgia Taylor-Brown leads after lap 1. Into back with the chase group in Moto 2. This is Abby Smith on the back. That's Liz Henry in with number 26, and then just in front is Sophie Wright, who was shelled quite quite comprehensively, I have to say, by Georgia Taylor-Brown. But she's managed to pick up 2 riders to ride with.
Yeah, she just needs to take the time, get some recovery. You can see right now, straight in her pocket, get some food in there.
Yeah.
Start recharging.
Feed zone, by the way, comes not very far after the after the start-finish straight. So if they need to fuel up, most of them will have everything that they need.
Yeah, done a really good job with the feed zone in this race as well. It's a nice, wide open tarmac, lots of space, not overly chaotic as well. So yeah, good job by the organisers from that point of view for rider safety.
Yeah, a very good run-in, fast run-in. We saw a good little sprint finish between Connor Swift and Ben Swift. Ben just getting it a little bit wrong. Georgia Taylor-Brown leads then the women's elite race with 3 riders chasing it down, including Abby Smith, the winner of the
for the early risers and the night grinders, for the uphill battles, the sprints, the final stretch, for the ones who fuel their best every single day, for the sweat, the drive, the thrill, for those chasing wins, and those chasing the feeling. For every game, every goal, every moment that tests you. For the ones in yellow and the ones in red. For the leaders at the front and the fighters at the back. For those who live to win and those who live for improvement. For the ones who like to give their body what it needs. We know what fuels you. Fuel up. AMAX.
Romanticism and art, the human spirit uplifted by the majesty of nature. Just look at this incredible example. The clouds, they seem to race. The vastness of the sky, the dramatic brushstrokes. You can almost feel the dust, the terreno. Feel the air. Victoria, one with nature.
Welcome back to coverage here of the British Gravel Championships. We're in the women's elite race in Dalby Forest in the North York Moors National Park. And it's just been the most incredible race so far. We've had Georgia Taylor-Brown, Britain's most successful women's triathlete competitor of recent years. I think of all time, actually. Won gold in Tokyo for the sprint relay team. She is just kicking everybody at the moment. Frankly, she's miles ahead. She has taken the bull by the horns and just ridden everybody off her will. She got to the first big climb of the day, put the hammer down, and that was the end of that so far.
Yeah, it's been very impressive, as we can see here. So she's still riding solo, riding strong, just keeping on top of nutrition, keeping that hydration levels up there. Now onto her second lap, you can see there's still a fair bit of standing water on the course. Rained an awful lot overnight. Temperature's not going to be extremely high today either, maybe about 14 or 15 degrees. The one thing we haven't spoken about yet, David, though, is the fact that the rain is supposed to be coming back halfway through this race, so potentially there could be some big downpours in the next hour. So that could maybe make a huge change to the course, firstly, but also if the rain comes, the conditions change, the temperature drops, some riders might potentially miss the boat with some fueling, and then the body starts to almost shut down. It's not going to be freezing cold, but you just need to take your foot off the pedal a little bit too much in some of those descents. Body temperature drops a little bit. They're big long climbs on this course. They really ramp up your body heat, but then those descents are equally as long, so there's a chance there maybe you can take your eye off the ball. You might pay for it later.
Yeah, some riders are good at managing to tolerate that sort of stuff, you know, one extreme to another. But as you say, long climbs, you build your body temperature up, you're starting to get warm, you're feeling a little bit more comfortable, you get a long descent, all the limbs not cramp up, but they tighten up to a point where you're thinking, I'm just not with it at all. And especially with riders like Georgia Taylor-Brown, I mean, she's gone out there with no gloves on, that sort of thing, and that can really hurt you.
Yeah, no gloves, no arm warmers, just little things like that. I mean, even just having a track mat on your hand can just keep a little bit more heat in your body. You know, that's the first place your body's going to pull the blood from, your feet and your hands. So anyone who's ridden a bike will know exactly what we're talking about. You leave in a summer's day and then suddenly the clouds roll in, and then you've stopped at a calf or you stopped to fix a puncture, and then suddenly you're freezing again and it takes you 10 minutes to warm back up. We don't have that luxury in race day. You know, you've got to be on top of that, and that's where fueling's really, really important. The more fuel you take in, the more energy you're taking in, the body needs to create that energy to convert that, so that helps keep you nice and warm. So just keep an eye on that, and like we said so many times right now, our leader here has got such a big gap, she can't afford to drop the ball or take her eye off it. And whether it's the course, nutrition, just making sure she gets home safe and keeps it all upright.
Everybody around her who'll be wanting to take that first place off her, they're class riders. So as you say, Jimmy, she really has to sort of keep her eye on the ball most of the time. She's descending down now. This is one of the wider descents. She's looking super comfortable, I have to say, at the moment.
Yeah,
nice and easy on the drops.
Yeah, just popping out the trees there. This is actually a really nice descent. However, there is a few surprises at the bottom of it.
She's not afraid of putting it in a bigger gear and just keep it rolling the pedals down, isn't she?
Yeah, keep it rolling.
And you could see that you could get caught out easily, couldn't you? You just saw then that the bike just skipped sideways slightly, and she just had to react.
Yeah,
I didn't think she was quite expecting it, but you know, she's on it. But you can get caught out.
Yeah, there's loads of little kind of gullies across the route actually, where the water's running off the hills as well. So this nice big sweepy corner now, taking this nice left-hander. This is us now starting to take back on that first climb of our second lap. So this is where it all kicked off last time. First lap was up here was a little bit of a sort out. A few riders dropped almost immediately from the front group. That then established our first group of around about 8 riders. We got to the next climb. Anna Flynn was on the front pushing the pace, but then Georgia decided to lay the smack down, and look where she is now. 1 lap later, she's got probably at least a minute and a half's lead on the chasers.
Personally, I think you're being fairly generous to the field by saying there's a little bit of a shakeout came on here. It was a massive shakeout. There was only Sophie Wright that could go with Georgia Taylor-Brown in the end. By the time we got to the top of this climb, which is the longest climb on the course, there simply was nobody else left with them. Big casualty straight away. People like Danny Shrewsbury, we thought he was looking good. She had a turn on the front. She was the one, in fact, one of the ones who instigated the change in pace. Just at this point here, actually, where we're watching Georgia Taylor-Brown now, it looked like Shrewsbury was going, right, okay, I'll get into that sort of time trial position, that strong roadies position, and push the pace on. Is exactly what she did, but by the time we get another 3/4 kilometre up this climb, she's gone out the back.
Yeah, she's still looking really strong. You can tell she's strong. Just stayed in the saddle there, clicked up the gears. Nice big spread of gears on that back wheel. Probably a 46 at the back, maybe a 44 in the front. Just nice, controlled, looking good. But of course, 3 chasers just behind. We've got Sophie Wright in there from Ribble Outliers. We've got Lizzie Hermo from Das Hutchinson, as well as Abby Smith, the current British Gravel TT champion from Picnic Postonel. A good trio behind there. It's just really how they're going to work it out. Are they going to just settle for second and just ride round, or are they going to actually try and hold Georgia here and try and maybe pull her back towards the end? There's so many things right now. It's not over yet. That's for sure. There's so many more things that could still happen in this race.
And it's a very difficult call, isn't it? Because they're sat there, the 3 of them. They will know each other. Certainly, Lizzie Hermol and Abby Smith will know each other. They both ride for Dutch-based continental teams, and it's going to be they're looking at each other, going, well, are we capable of bringing this back? Are we capable of doing something, or are we just going to settle for second? Nobody really wants to make the commitment to go by themselves. They probably can't go by themselves. It's a difficult one. They'd like to be up there, but then they don't want to lose the chance of being on the podium.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the podium's still a big goal for people. They spent their whole year building around this event, so they're not going to give a silver medal up for free. That's for sure.
No, and on the other hand, though, when your Palmares are published at the end of the year, if you've got 3rd or 2nd on your Palmares, they don't say that you were second by 15 minutes or something, or 5 minutes or 4 minutes. You were second. Second is second, and it works for you, especially if you're a professional rider.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the most important thing here, is that it's all relative, isn't it? I mean, a lot of these riders are trying to make a career out of this, and we've got teams like the Ribble Outliers who are now trying to bring more support to the British riders and establish themselves as a real international team of racers, specifically aiming for gravel. So any medals that they get, any podiums that they get at national championships, already got. Jensen just missed. Jensen Young just missed the podium in the men's race, but that's all important for all those investors. Seeing that return of that investment.
Hugely so. This is a lovely drone shot looking down on 6 chasing riders, a bit far high up to work out who they are. That's not the initial chasing group of 3. No pink jersey in there, so.
Yeah, I think that's the 3rd.
That's the 3rd group on the road.
Yeah, I think I can see Anna Flynn in there in 2nd place. Maybe Josie Millard in there as well in the white skin suit.
She's a character. Josie Millard.
Oh, life and soul of the party all the time. I had a great chat with her the other day at the back of the podium. What a cracking girl. Absolutely great person.
She was a professional skater, a skateboarder. She had an ankle injury and she had to pull out of that, and she's really been kicking it off-road as well. On the bike, she's always loved to be a bike. She does a load of modelling. She does so much stuff, and just always willing to talk to you and have a laugh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't matter who it is, when it is, how it is.
It's all about the vibe, man.
It's all about the vibe. I'm just vibing it, man.
Yeah. She's a cracking person. But it's funny because, I mean, this national championship, you don't have not anyone could ride this race, but ultimately, if you want to ride the national championships, you just enter the race and pick what race you want to do.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to do the elites, enter the elite race.
Yeah.
If you want to do the 19 to 34s, do that one. Say likewise all the way through the age groups. So there's no prerequisite. You don't have to have X bike to turn up. You can have a mountain bike. You can do this gravel race, which is one of the most important parts. That point of entry is so simple now in gravel.
Yeah.
Literally, you just have to rock up, sign on, get the race, rock up online, get your entry in, pick the race you want to do, and you're in. You don't have to have a massive palmarès or a huge amount of results to get in any of the races. If you think you're capable of keeping up with the elite women, go for it.
Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations that is the wonderful thing about gravel. Again, harks back to those early days of mountain biking. Anybody can do it. Anybody can be there, and the top professionals are going to be just as friendly to you as anybody else, which is great.
It's obviously a slightly different dynamic here to the Gralloch, because the Gralloch in itself, as well as one of those UCI races, that's all about qualification for the World Championships at the end of the year, and I think it's always going to be the first 20% of every age group of every UCI event can actually qualify for the World Championships, which means that when you come to your Masters in age-related groups, thousands of people are in that race.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's been one of the great democratising forces in cycling. I know people weren't too keen on it to start with, or weren't sure whether it would work. But frankly, if you're a rider like me, for example, who hasn't ridden for years and years and years, if I wanted to get back into a little bit of training, and in my age group, which would be 60 plus, I can say, well, if I can get in the top 20%, I could represent my country.
Yeah.
When I ever got to do that when I was fit, it's really good.
And that's a massive carrot to hold in front of people, because that's the motivation to. If your only motivation through the winter was to ride the Gralloch and qualify for World Championships, that's two big achievements in 1 year, So, that's what motivates people to go out and ride their bikes in the winter and get muddy and, and have fun with their bike riding and aspire. And I think that's the greatest thing about gravel, was that everyone, no matter where you come from, no matter what age you are, it's hugely aspirational and inspiring, because you get to rub shoulders with some of the best athletes in the world. I mean, you rock up to World Championships and Van der Poel will be there. You rock up there and Lotte Kopecky will be there. And you don't get to be on the same start line as them. Ever.
Hardly ever, yeah. Absolutely.
So that's a really great thing.
It's a hugely thing.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
We've seen Sophie Wright with the very, very last lady in the women's elite peloton to be able to hang on to the wheels of Georgia Taylor-Brown at the moment. She, of course, riding for Ribble Outliers. We've managed to get snaffle Nick Bolam from Ribble. Oscar's out there again just to tell us a little bit about their part in gravel and their bikes.
I'm here with Nick from Ribble, a really exciting brand at the minute. They've launched a huge number of bikes over the last year, and one of them is a really fantastic progressive update to their gravel range, and we have the new Ultra Grit here. Nick's going to talk us through a couple of the specs and what this bike is all about and what it can do.
So, to start with, basically, this is our brand new carbon frame. So, our top level of the line comes with a nice aero fork, so for everyone who is keen on clearance, 50mm tyres, 2.2 if you're more mountain bike inclined.
I've seen Harry Tanfield running 2.1 Thunderbirds even on these wide wheels as well for the time trial too.
Absolutely, so you've got the brand new 303 Explorers, so really wide clearance on the internal rim, so you can run massive tyres but still have a pretty neat profile as you work through the frame, so quite aero. And obviously as you go wider, run softer, so for something like this weekend where it's been pretty rough, then you can still run pretty fast and smooth and have grip.
And designed for long endurance events as well, with even really cool features like this aero bottle frame shaping, and then this internal storage as well in the frame. Do you want to take us through that?
Absolutely, yes. So obviously designed for people to do short punchy races, or if you need to do 3 or 4 day sort of long epics, then you've got plenty of room for storage. But yeah, as you say, particularly this sort of inbuilt storage. All frames are hollow inside, so why would you not use the space that's available for you? Again, we've designed a special toolkit that fits inside. Obviously nice and strong. We work with the Restrap to produce that. And you can put mini pumps, canisters, things like that, and just frees up the frame or gives you extra room to put a proper bike packing bag on the rear if you really wanted to. Just gives you more options.
Yeah. And optional frame mount here if you want to run 2x, if you want to run more road style gearing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So because it is our gravel bike, it will only come with the 1x option, whether you buy this Outliers edition, whether you buy our stock bike that comes with Apex, Rival or Force. But yeah, absolutely, if you wanted to run a 2x setup, then you more than can. You are slightly more limited on your on your setup for the gears. You do have to run a slightly more compact front chainring, but yeah, you've got that option if you wanted to.
And Ribble are also doing really cool progressive things now in cycling generally. We're seeing a trend towards shorter cranks. You're offering smaller crank options as standard on stock builds.
Yeah, so as you work up through sort of extra small up to extra large, you'll run through the range of 165 up to 175 cranks. Fortunately, we don't offer the ability to dictate what crank length you get, but yeah, as you move up through the range, you will get a different crank to best suit you.
Ribble, an amazing brand, offering really fantastically designed bikes and also all the custom paint job options. Just absolutely brilliant and fantastic partner to have here for all Red On events. Thank you very much.
More than welcome.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks very much, Oscar. He likes that pink one, doesn't he?
He loves his tech.
He does. He likes that paint job as well. Yeah, internal bike storage. I think they used to do that with Triumph motorcycles as well. They used to store the oil in the frame. Oil in frame. Shows how old I am. I'm talking about the 1940s, by the way, actually. We're going to rejoin the action with Moto 2. And here we are, our picture in picture. That is Sophie Wright on the very bike we've just been talking about for Ribble Outliers. And they're not giving up, that is for sure. I mean, they may have Georgia Taylor-Brown out ahead, but these three, the chasing riders, are not giving up at all.
Yeah, they're just off that really tricky descent. Now onto the third climb of the 4 on this circuit now. We just see just a little bit distance probably on that descent. Lizzie Hermo just kind of pulling herself back up here, the rider at the back from Das Hutchinson. But on the front here, of course, Sophie Wright from the Ribble Outliers, really pressing on, keeping on that fueling. On her wheel, in the white helmet with the orange and blue kit. That is, of course, our national time trial, gravel time trial British champion, Abby Smith. So these three look like they're working pretty well together now, David, and it's been interesting to get a time check to see just how far back they are. I would say, given having looked at some of the footage while we're on the feature just there, it's probably around about a minute and a half to 2 minutes just now, the gap that they're holding. So they're doing a good job of hanging in there, that's for sure.
I would say closer to the 2 minute mark, just looking at the terrain around them. But yeah, do you know what? If George Taylor-Brown wasn't way up the road, you'd be thinking they were going at a pretty fast pace, you know, at the front of the race here. So they've definitely decided racing is still on. They're not giver-uppers.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that now they're kind of riding at a terminal velocity, aren't they? Georgia's obviously established that move. She doesn't need to go any quicker now. She just needs to keep on riding at the speed that she can ride, and it's up to the riders behind her to go faster now to catch her. So looks like she's settled into a nice. We've seen her having a good chat with the moto just on the last lap. So not so much chatting this lap. So maybe it's starting to bite a little bit, and maybe she's questioning life choices.
Well, the big question, well, not the big question, one of those questions that's always in the back of your mind is, well, has she left it on the road a bit too early? You know, she's enjoying herself a bit too much. Is it going to come and bite her a little bit? But, you know, maybe not. You never know. You really don't.
She's an experienced athlete. She's done plenty of... She wouldn't have came in here underprepared, that's for sure. I don't think she's the kind of athlete who would turn up to a British Gravel Championship and not have prepared and have her whole strategy planned out. So, you know, class is permanent, and she's shown every single bit of her class today.
Yeah, once you come to these events, you want to win whatever discipline you've come from. If you're a top athlete in one discipline, you want to be a top athlete in the next.
Now you can see this little trio here. They are swapping turns now. Lizzie Hermo has made it back into the group. And you see Abby Smith just pulling off the front, sliding down the back of the line. Really good to see that there are a lot of cooperation in this little chase group. This is going to make their task a lot easier.
And really, there's not many options, is there? I mean, you could just sit there by yourself. A nice shot of an elbow there, but there we go. You could just sit there and just turn the pedals and wait for somebody else to do the work, but that's not the way it should be.
No, they know that they've got medals on the table here. I mean, that group that's behind them, we've not got a check to them, but that group looks like it's swollen a little bit, and so there's like 6 or 7 riders behind them.
Yeah.
If they're getting organised as well, it just takes maybe a lap or two for people to kind of come around, you know, start talking to each other, get a bit of cooperation, you know, and then start getting that line working together. It's actually interesting. He said, I think that Lizzie Hermo is actually putting the hurt on her a little bit. It looked like Abby Smith's kind of getting a bit distance here, which is unfortunate for this group because that's going to mean that the cohesion's gone out of it potentially.
Yeah, odd choice. Maybe they know a little bit more than we do about how far the group behind is. As you say, and it's not going to be, you know, if they were to catch up, then you've got a big fight for second and third spot, and they're trying in this chasing group to make sure that at least they have they've got a 2 in 3 chance of getting a place on the podium.
Absolutely, yeah. Got to whittle it down, haven't you? Less things to deal with means more opportunity for you to get what you need from it.
This is the women's elite race at the British Gravel Championship. You're looking at the front wheel of the leader, Georgia Taylor-Brown. She is more known as an Olympic gold medal winning triathlete. In the sprint relay, she's also won a world championship. She's got a list of medals from triathlon as long as your arm at the very, very highest level. She's come here to the British Gravel Championships and on lap 1 got to the longest climb of the circuit and absolutely hammered people into the ground. Just rode away at a pace that suited her, a high pace, and shelled one after another out the back till she was only left with Sophie Wright from Ribble Outliers. And even then, Sophie could not come round and do any turns on the front to help out. She just stuck in the wheel as long as she could. And in fact, Georgia Taylor-Brown said, well, look, they're not that far behind. Oh, well, I understand. Fine, yeah, you can't do it. I'm just going to ride off. And she did. And she's been out there by herself for effectively a full lap now, and this is the top of the climb.
Yeah, it was literally here last lap where she was kind of putting the hurt on and the group started to disintegrate. Actually, the group actually got away purely by Abby Smith just easing off a little bit too much on
just
the top
at this corner here.
Yep, and before you knew it, there was a group of 3 off the front.
Yeah.
Along with Sophie Wright and Lizzie Hermo. Hermo lost contact on the descent, and then we had obviously Sophie Wright from Ribble Outliers with her on the next climb. Unfortunately, she got shelled as well, but yeah, keeping our eyes on the prize here. I did actually notice a nice little detail on her bike. When you get close to, she's got rubber bands on her water bottle cages to hold her water bottles on for the rough stuff. It's actually, that's what gravel's about. It's like all these little bodges that you have to do just to make sure.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. It's very much wherever there are cyclists who are confronted by a problem that has to be solved, they'll find some little home bodge to do something with it, or mechanics will find a bodge to do something with it, and I think it's brilliant. 66 kilometres into the race, and gosh, she's still going great guns, isn't she? She's just relaxed into the sort of pace she's happy with. Possibly taking a gel on board, it's difficult to see, but it looks like the actions of gellage, as they say.
There's definitely something going in there, isn't there? That's for sure.
Yeah.
There you go. Nice one. Back in the pocket. Look after your surroundings.
Yeah, she's got to take probably one of those gels an hour now from here to the end. Maybe more if she needs a little bit of boost coming into the last lap.
Yeah, probably more actually.
Yeah.
Probably aiming maybe at least 2 per hour, but it depends what's in the water bottles as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course,
they go through the feeding station every lap, so she could easily have a water bottle per lap with plenty of carbs inside there. So, yeah, she's obviously keeping on top of it, well rehearsed, sticking to her plan, sticking to her process, and yeah, it's working really well just for her just now.
Still turning gears over with great ease, looking very comfortable. Hands nicely on the drops.
Really solid style, eh? There's not much happening from the hips.
You know what? If you want somebody to be leading you out, that's the sort of rider you want.
Yeah. Got a bit of the Anna van der Breggen
Yeah.
offer. Very similar style. Very locked in, very smooth.
It doesn't look like she's got one of those styles that doesn't look like she's putting much effort into the pedal stroke, but it's just turning metronomically round and round and round and round, which is absolutely fantastic style. Still drying out.
Yep.
I have to say, although the weather forecast was that it was going to rain again, it's looking pretty good compared to certainly yesterday. I mean, yesterday it really hammered down. It was a deluge. And we had all sorts of issues yesterday thinking, well, this could be a problem. The other thing, of course, on a circuit like this, and nobody ever really talks about it, is the wind that can come off the lower parts. It really does affect you. But in terms of safety, once you get above maybe 25, about 20 miles an hour of wind, within a forest setting like this, you have to start seriously thinking about whether you're running a race or walking or whatever you're doing through an area that's wooded, because the old saying in forestry is, if you stand under a tree long enough, it'll fall over and kill you, and that's basically it. That's safety. you just do. You have limbs that fall off and crash down. So there's always a health and safety issue when it comes through areas like this. So they've got a beautiful, stillish day. I mean, there's hardly any wind at all, which is fantastic.
Yeah, it's definitely changed from this morning. There's
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of headwind on these downhill sections and really strong tailwinds. Roughly around about 10 miles per hour it was this morning. So the guys definitely got a little bit more of the wind, but it also looks like, I've just had a quick check on the weather, and the weather looks like it's pushing back now. So probably around about, we reckon probably 4 o'clock, potentially a couple of millimetres of rain, which we would like to think that the girls are pretty much almost done by that
then,
point.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it'd be great to have them all finishing, not have to put up with that, but you never know. It's like trying to predict the future.
Absolutely. Imagine on the last lap on these slightly sketchy descents, a deluge of rain.
Yeah,
That
you could
could
just
cause all sorts of problems.
Interestingly, just on that descent, you've seen Georgia taking a bit of a
We sometimes find that some athletes have come over from another sport and that's it. You know, they've just taken it up fairly recently. This lady has been riding bikes for a long, long time. She was a junior champion at triathlon, so she's been around bikes and using bikes in her chosen sport for a long, long time.
Yeah, you can tell she's a class athlete.
Let's not take anything away from the rest of the field either. I mean, we have some superb names in here, which just goes to show the strength of this performance at the moment by Taylor Brown. Hayley Simmons, former British time trial champion, should have suited her this sort of course, but she's suffering today down in the pack. Laura Senior, Danny Shrewsbury, she was shelled. We saw fairly early on. Maddie Nutt never even got in the action, unfortunately. She was at the back on lap 1, and as soon as the pace went, that's it.
Yeah, it's been a day where you get found out pretty quickly on this course. I mean, we talk about the attrition rate on this course, and we're only currently now 2 laps in, and we're only just over halfway. So from that aspect, it's a long day out for quite a few of the riders in the race, that's for sure.
So where does a rider like this go from here if they've won the British Championship? I mean, she's obviously backed by Specialized. They know her talent. She's shown that she can do this before. And even if she's an Olympic athlete, teams don't just suddenly say, "Oh, come and ride on a works bike," unless you can show you can do it. And World Championships for her must be.
Yeah, I think probably World Championships, maybe potentially Sea or Girona maybe next week. There's a couple of events still sort of popping up in preparation for World Championships. So yeah, there's still plenty of other options for her to keep tuning up towards that World Championships. But looking at her form right now, it's if she's doing it at this level, and the way in which she's doing it very dominantly, she just needs to hang on to this for another 3-4 weeks.
Well, that's the issue.
And it's not easy to do.
It's not, and it's really, really difficult to hang on to top form for more than a couple of weeks, really.
Yeah.
4 weeks is really, really pushing it. And I guess the other thing is almost inconceivable is she's still not at peak form.
Yeah, there is that, but also the course, the nature of the course in Limburg, basically the course of the World Championships is based around Maastricht. So you've got a course which is roughly 50% paved, 50% gravel. So a little bit more kind of like group related racing. It's in Holland. They start up 5k flat, then on tarmac, then you go straight up the Coburg, which is everyone knows is the finishing climb of Amstel Gold Race. So a pretty tough start, and there's plenty of options in there for that kind of real punchy rider.
Yeah.
Is that the kind of event and the kind of style of racing, or is it this kind of style of racing which Georgia really excels at? I think that's a question we don't really know the answer to yet.
The Coburg's going to be a real test for a rider like Georgia Taylor Brown, who's clearly just capable of just sitting in there and not grinding away, but powering away for long periods. I remember checking out the Coburg on before a big race, riding the day before, and Philippe Gilbert was out training as well, and he came past me at about 4 times the speed of sound, just as he could, because he's that sort of rider who can do that. And I was obviously an amateur, but it just goes to show that some riders are so much better at different types of courses. Is it going to be the course for her? Who knows?
The other thing is as well you've got to take into consideration is that it's 60 kilometres further as well. This race is only ballpark 120k.
Yeah.
World Champs is 180. Yes, it's maybe a potential. There's the equivalent climb in 2,000 metres. Faster course, probably more group dynamic racing. A lot different style of gravel, of course. Not as much forestry. It's more sort of like lanes and gravel paths and farmers trails and stuff like that as well. So from that aspect, it's very, very different to the conditions we've got today. But weather is going to be a huge part of that as well. Yeah. And I've actually just been told that there's a few spots of rain started to drop as well.
I can hear it. I can hear it on our commentary position here. The rain is just about to start. It's not heavy, but it's there.
Yeah, I think we may have jinxed it.
Yeah. The curse of the commentator. Yeah. That's the way it goes. Georgia Taylor-Brown, multi-gold medalist in triathlon, both at Olympic and World Championship level. I guess the biggest moment on television at least was in Tokyo in the mixed sprint relay. Comes from a big sporting family, actually. Her dad was a national 800-meter runner, and I think her mum was a swimmer. Again, at national level, so she's got the pedigree.
Yeah, good genes
for sure.
Good genes and a good environment to grow up in, then, isn't it?
Yeah, that's equally as important. I mean, you may have the genetic predisposition towards athleticism, but having people around you, having parents around you that understand, don't push you to do something, but will encourage you and support you if you do something, is massively important.
Yeah, environments. 9 times out of 10, that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Which has such a big bearing on you as an athlete. Now we can see the chasing groups now down to 2 riders. It looks like Sophie Wright and Abby Smith have separated once again.
Yeah, Lizzie Hermol's been shelled at the back at the moment. Well, she has. That's too far back to come, because they're putting on a little bit of pace here, or keeping the pace high.
Yep. And both of these riders were on a podium on Friday from the time trial. We've got a gold and silver medalists here.
Mm.
So 2 riders who have got a really good turn of speed, really good top end power. A good combination, actually, of riders to be riding alongside each other. Probably pretty similar attributes as well, so they'll be a good measure of each other.
They sort of ride very similarly. The style's quite similar.
Yeah.
Similar size, similar weight, I would imagine. Interesting. I'm just looking at Abby Smith there. She's got very much what was the sort of the trend for flared bars a couple of years ago. It's gone far more. Sort of standard, still shallow drop, but standard over the last year or so. But that's nice. It's interesting to see she's got the old flare bar on.
Yeah, I think that's something that's still kind of floating around. Well, there's basically what the idea now is that have it as narrow as you can on the hoods and have a little bit more flare on the drop, so you've got a bit more control. Definitely on the roads. I mean, you've seen handlebars going as narrow as like 30 centimetres in some places, which obviously there's new rules potentially coming into place in January, which have been brought into the UCI. I don't know if it covers gravel as well, but definitely on the road. But that flare at the bottom, it's just like a 7, maybe a 10 degree flare, just gives you a little bit more control, gets the top of the handlebar out your way, and obviously stops your forearms getting in the way of the top of the bar. So it's definitely also about personal choice. Some people ride the same with the handlebar on their gravel bike as they do on their road bike. Some people go a little bit wider. So it's all about what makes you feel comfortable, and more importantly, if you're comfortable and you feel in control, you're going to have a better race and be more willing to take risk and upskill yourself a little bit.
It's very much a part of it. If you feel comfortable, then psychologically as well, that adds another 100% to your ability with that particular piece of equipment. It's nothing new under the sun, though. I mean, it's not that dissimilar to an old school randonneur bar. It's a flare at the bottom, sometimes a little bit of a flare at the top. Again, you were saying it depends on how you want to set up the bike. A lot of the bikes that you'll have seen in the men's elite won't be that dissimilar in setup to the road machines that they're riding. Obviously less sharp in terms of their handling, but the position you're sitting in will not be any different whatsoever. And I mean, lots of people tried to do that when Tomac rode for Motorola, and we're still riding on mountain bikes. He deliberately set up that drop handlebar bike to be identical to his road bike, just so he had the ability to cross between one and the other.
Yeah. But I think also that you've got to. I mean, the buzzword is optimization, isn't it? I mean, on a course like today, you want a handlebar which is giving you good control for those descents, something where it's pretty shallow, so you got to control your brake levers when you're on the drops and those steep descents. But for a course which has maybe not got as such steep descents, or is not overly technical, a narrower handlebar, if you're going to World Championships, was speaking about a minute ago, a lot of that's on tarmac. You want to be as narrow and as aero as you can, so there's going to be a trade-off somewhere, and it's trying to find that grey area where the trade-offs are not too bad on the extremes. So you want to have a bike that you can control, but also have kit that makes you quite aero and you can cut through the wind quick. But that is the quandary of gravel. It goes back to tyre widths as well, and wheel depths. You know, it's optimising what you feel for you works really, really well. And for some people, what I would choose might not work for them, and vice versa. So it's a very individualised thing, and I think also the fact that, you know, tyres, etc., tyre pressure, all that kind of stuff, that again is very individual as well. And people sometimes, the difference we've had between some of the riders at this weekend who ride maybe a 50mm tyre to like some of them are 35s. You know, it's a huge difference.
Yeah. Although, you know, and at the end of the day, you can put a world champion on a bike made out of gas piping, and they'll still ride faster than me.
They'll go all right.
They'll go all right. Absolutely. Word of the street is that the gap back to these riders from our leading rider, Georgia Taylor-Brown, is 3 minutes. A little bit of rain seems to have eased off just a bit, but look at the wind. Look at those grasses on the right-hand side there. It's picked up a little bit. That's a bit of a headwind going into there.
Yeah, we're coming off Georgia's left shoulder here, just coming across the plain. But yeah, this is one of those sections I was talking about earlier in the men's race. All the downhill sections, you need to still be on the pedals because they're not quite true downhills. Almost like a false flat, slight gradient downhill, nothing more than 2-3%, but they're long, and there's a headwind as well. So you're climbing up with a tailwind, but you're also having to really, really press on in the descents as well.
Georgia Taylor-Brown sitting in the drops, still nice and relaxed. Pace seems about constant. 3 minutes is the gap to the chasing riders. Now, whether that's just eking out little bit by little bit by little bit is another question. They look like they're riding within sort of holding distance behind, but we'll just keep an eye on what those time gaps are. It could come down a little bit, could be going out still. Very difficult to tell when you've got an individual rider. And of course we have all the problems associated with bringing you TV coverage from inside a forest like this. The canopy cover means that actually getting signals for timing back from one rider or another is really difficult. So it's old school, stand on the corner, marshal, with a stopwatch, and then tell somebody when they come past.
Yeah.
There are 15 checkpoints in the race. There are 5 on each lap. And whether that can be fed back or not is a different question. But they are out there.
Yeah, you can see that the rain that was threatening has kind of held off now, so
it's good news.
Still keeping a lot of these descents pretty dry, which is, like you say, is good news for the riders.
Lizzie Hermol's made her way back. Look, I thought she'd been shelled, but she's made her way back.
More comebacks than Rocky.
Yeah.
Good though. I think that this group really need to communicate and really work on just pacing it right for all of the riders, because they're going to need each other.
Abby Smith at the back, turning a bit bigger gear. Then Sophie Wright just ahead, riding for Ribble Outliers, just taking the right-hand side now behind Lizzie Hermol. Riding for Das Hutchinson. And into this long flowing descent goes our leader, Georgia Taylor-Brown. I'm sure all parents will be watching this going, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. Screaming at the TV. Mum's probably covering her eyes just now, not trying to watch her on this descent.
She's going to come off.
So again, this is this really steep descent, taking into that really hard, it's more than 90-degree corner, almost backing yourself.
She's no slouch.
Nope. And this is her now approaching the final climb, the final sort of 2.5 to 3 kilometre climb on this lap.
Onto the brakes just about now.
Yep.
Scrub off that speed right down to the corner.
Yep. Try and keep it nice and
There
tight.
we go.
Yeah, beautiful.
That's nice.
Nicely done.
Really, really nice. The advent of disc brakes has been a revelation. The amount that you can do on a bike now in terms of scrubbing off speed quickly, as long as you can keep it under control, the modulation is great and the power is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing with this part of this climb is you can see right now the first 200 metres is really, really
very
rough.
rough, isn't it?
It's like a proper drove road kind of style, of almost like a small cobble pebble, and then you go nicely onto this nice smooth champagne gravel on this climb. This is actually one of the nicer climbs of the 4. It's got a decent gradient on it. It's not too steep, and you can really get some good momentum on it. But a lot of that momentum depends on how quickly you can get round that corner and how much speed you can carry, which unfortunately isn't an awful lot.
Yeah, when you get to this sort of point in a race, though, when you get to a climb like this, you're onto you're starting to dig into your reserves, or you've settled in there. These are the sort of hills where you know how you're feeling.
Yeah.
You get into the right gear, you keep going. Oh, I'm feeling good now.
Yeah. And so far, no signs of weakness coming here from Georgia.
Not at all. She's looking very smooth, very confident. And just to recap here in the women's elite race, it started off, looked like they were all a little bit tentative on the first 2 or 3 kilometres of the first lap. There was a couple of bigger names being shared out straight away. Lizzie Brooke. And then also Maddie Nutt was having a real difficult time straight away. But as we got to the big first climb, the long climb in the lap, it was Danny Shrewsbury who put the hammer down a little bit, and everybody started to split apart. And suddenly, from nowhere, Georgia Taylor Wright just rode away to the front and rode everybody off her wheel, bar the lady in pink you can see in your shot there, Sophie Wright from Ribble Outliers. And that was the end of that. She's gone. And eventually, even Sophie couldn't stay with her. She was asked to come through. Come on, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. And she just didn't have the legs, and there's no shame in that at all. Georgia Taylor Brown was not cross with her or anything for not coming through. She just knew she couldn't. And this lady here now, multiple Olympic and world champion triathlete, is now riding away confidently with a gap of over 3 minutes and not looking as though she's slowing down at all. She's got into a rhythm. She's super happy in there.
Yeah, so it's also quite interesting, just a little note on, like, we're talking about tech, about bikes and tyres and stuff like that, but looking at clothing choices here, you look at the girls who are behind in the chasing group, they've all got aero socks on, they've all got speed suits on. Georgia's got jersey, shorts and like normal cotton socks on, and she's running mountain bike pedals. Yeah, in theory, yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's optimised to an extent, but it's not like super aero kit, But that's more low-hanging fruit that she could have been utilising this weekend to have an even bigger lead and save a little bit more energy. I mean, the kit she's wearing is still, it's still world-class kit, but it's just the difference. It's all these. Everyone talks about the marginality and the optimisation of the sport, but then you got somebody in shorts and jersey just riding off. It ultimately comes down to, no matter how much you dig into data and you look at aero technology and rolling resistance and tyre choices, if you've got an engine, you've got an engine.
Absolutely. I mean, people look at this idea, and it was Dave Brailsford who coined the phrase marginal gains, allowing people to go faster. I always look at it as marginal gains allow you to do the same speed slightly easier and give you a little bit more reserve and stuff like that. Yeah, you can go a bit faster if you want, but actually, you have that much more in your tank. You have that much more flexibility.
Yeah. I think the biggest marginal gain is for riders to understand how to hide and look after themselves in a group.
Then
you don't have to worry about aerodynamics if you've got several people around about you. But just looking here at the screen on screen, we see again Lizzie there from Das Hutchinson just losing the wheel a little bit. And there's a little bit of separation here as well between Sophie and Abby too. More than likely it's been on that descent, so hopefully they can get regrouped and get back together and start getting a bit more cohesive again. So Sophie's just having a little bit of food as well, just taking her time, letting it all come back together.
Abby Smith on the left-hand side of your shot. Sophie Wright on the right-hand side of the shot. You're looking at your top right screen. Our leader, Georgia Taylor Brown, is obviously in picture with that head-on shot. It's a great shot, actually. There's been such great camera work for this. It's provided Bruce, our director, who I have to say congratulations for your first really big championship direction. So your debut, you've done really, really well, aided by the fact you've got look at shots like that. That's brilliant.
Yeah, nothing better than seeing into the eyeballs of a bike rider, is
exactly, get in the face, shove the camera in there. That's what I say. Annoy the hell out of them.
Yeah. That's some great shots there. And you can just see how composed she's in her own rhythm, in her own little world, just really focusing and concentrating on that breathing rhythm and just making sure she's just looking after herself, just putting enough effort in there, not too much to blow herself, but obviously making sure she still establishes in it and tries to keep on growing that gap to the chasers behind.
And obviously she was side on to that motorbike, but it's a privilege to be able to take those shots, because if there's a big group like this and there's somebody just up the road, and we saw it in the men's elite race, and you see it on the road all the time, if the camera bike gets too close, they get a little bit shirty behind, saying, waving them on so that they don't get a tow from the bike. But the gap here is big enough that you've got that ability for a camera bike to get alongside. It's not going to make any difference whatsoever, and take those beautiful shots. And it's great to see an athlete at work that close up.
Yeah, but also the lenses have got big zooms on them as well, so it's not always as close as people
they're
assume that we
not
are.
super close. So they've got stabilised, gyro stabilisers on them now. But it's still lovely. You're not causing any problems.
Yeah, so it looks like our trio have got back together, done the sensible thing, looked over the shoulder, regrouped, and now still chipping away here at holding this gap. But they've also got to remember, they've got to keep ahead of the chasing group behind them. We've not seen much footage of that chase group, but the last time we've seen, there was a group of roughly about 6 riders in there, including Anna Flynn and Josie Millard. So that's, it's still potential for them. If these 3 start messing around or start doing stuff where it just explodes the group and they all become 3 groups of 1, there's maybe another medal on the table.
Yeah, they definitely got that in their mind. They're working together. It's Lizzie Hermel on the right-hand side, Abby Smith at the back, the inaugural gravel time trial champion, national time trial champion. Sophie Wright from Ribble Outliers in the front. They are chasing down, or trying to hold, a gap of about 3 minutes to Georgia Taylor-Wright from Specialized, who is up the road and away. We'll take a short break, and then we'll be back for more coverage here of the women's elite race at the British Gravel Championships presented by Ribble.
sometime chill on my own. Just wanna do me, just wanna dose. Just wanna live and see how it goes. And the goals just keep on going, yeah. This life we live is a war. When there's love in the rave, you know. When there's love in the rave, you know. All inside you, all in the soul, 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 soul. You know when the calling's calling you, when the calling's calling more. You know when the calling's calling you, it's calling, calling more, 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 more. You know when the calling's calling more.
Welcome back from myself, David Reeve, and James McCallum here at the Women's Elite Race in the British Gravel Championships in Dalby Forest in North Yorkshire. The rain's held off, the wind's picked up a little bit. We've had an interesting race in the fact that our lead rider, Georgia Taylor-Brown, has just ridden away from the field. The three riders you're seeing on your screen, picture in picture, are the chasing riders. Lizzie Hermol in the middle there from Das Hutchinson. At the back is Abby Smith, the newly crowned inaugural British Gravel Time Trial champion, and Sophie Wright from Ribble Outliers at the back. There's a gap of about 3 minutes up to Georgia Taylor-Brown, the multi-medal winning triathlete. And there she is, wearing number 14, riding for Specialized, still just churning away at a steady pace.
Yeah, when she decided to make that move, there was literally nothing that anyone could do about it. Just went to the front, increased the pace, and just one by one, all the riders start to pop off the back. There was initially 3 riders together, along with Sophie Wright and Lizzie Hermel. They all made it together over the top of the second main climb about a lap or so ago. But as we hit the next climb, that was the time when Georgia really laid it down, and now she's been solo for the best part now of like a lap and a half.
We should say there are another 6 riders at our last count who were chasing a third group on the road, on the gravel. 6 riders chasing Abby Smith, Lizzie Hermol and Sophie Wright. But seeming to make no real impact. They may come back. 6 is a good number. You don't want more than about 6 or 8 maximum, because then there's always one person or 2 people who don't really want to work. Yeah. And if you have less than that, it's not the optimum number to get enough recovery time when you come through, to keep the speed up. So 6 to 8 is about the perfect amount.
Yeah, absolutely. It just gives you enough time, as you say there, and also you can kind of just ride in one line, do your spell. And especially on gravel, it's always a little bit harder to get a rotation working, just purely because of the terrain you're on. There's usually something in the centre of the trail, which you're always taking a risk of jumping over from a puncture point of view or a crash point of view. So it's really just about everyone just knuckling down and just going, right, let's do 30-second turns on the front. Do what you can for 30 seconds, get out the way, get to the back, and then repeat. And hopefully by that time they've had plenty of momentum and they kept on building and moving forward, so that they're actually able to hold those gaps, and then obviously try and pull back the riders and the groups that are in front of them.
This is our leader, Georgia Taylor-Brown, coming up towards the finish of a second lap. Running in towards the start-finish gantry. You can just see it ahead of you, the blue and red gantry. Pops off the tarmac, onto gravel.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty level split as well for a timing-wise point of view.
It is. Well, she's come through in 1 hour 59.
Yeah, I think her first lap was roughly a 56-minute lap, so yeah, not too far off actually. Obviously settling into her own rhythm after having been quite a ferocious start. Settled in, and now we can see this chase group. Really nice shot here coming through the forest. You can just see the beauty here of Dalby Forest.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? 8,500 acres worth of mixed forest. A lot of it plantation, as you can see here. Some of it natural deciduous, and it goes through a couple of valleys as well, a couple of dales. Horedale being one of them, which is the big climb up the side of that, over the 1 kilometre to go road. This is a great shot. Look at the speed they're travelling at.
It's really nice to see this shot. You what you're saying, Dave's so right. You're just seeing the speed that they're actually moving at. The average speed for this course has been really high across the board. I think this morning's race, in the men's race, 114 kilometres done in just under 3.5 hours.
That's crazy.
It's absolutely shifting. To do 120k in 4 hours is 30k's an hour. So you just think how fast they're moving. And these descents, if you get off the brakes and you let it run, you're topping up at like 40 miles an hour,
Yeah,
which
we were
isn't
saying,
actually that much fun.
No, we were seeing that when we were looking at the motorcycle speedometer. You know, the old camera trick of pointing it down the speedometer, nearly 40 miles an hour. So that's 1 minute and 40 back to this particular point from the finish line, and they're just about to run up towards the tarmac section, which will be a left turn at the end of this small piece. Great shots. I mean, really, really cool. Look at that. And do you know what? You might as well be on a Belgian Classic watching this. Hats off to our cameraman. This is brilliant.
Yeah, so it looks like this gap's going to be
2 minutes 11 so far.
Yeah, I think they're probably maybe about a minute away from the village. Just slightly over 3 minutes now. I think maybe 3:10 potentially. But they're still doing a great job here, these three. But more importantly, George is doing an awesome ride at the front, not slowing down too much. It looks like everyone's just you're going to naturally slow down anyway, but I think just the way in which she's pacing this, she's right on the money with it.
Yeah. The following moto rider, who's doing such a great job getting these shots as well as the cameraman, is former British professional Chris Opie. I can tell that because the front of his bike was definitely that of a KTM, and I think he's the only one riding a KTM today, so that will be Chris Opie. He was a pretty handy guy and a thorough gentleman off the bike.
Yeah, still is to this day. Still a real classy bike rider. He packed such an amazing sprint. A real formidable circuit racer. And pretty handy on the road as well. He's not the kind of guy you want to take to the last kilometre, that's for sure.
No, definitely not.
He was one of the few people in the UK who could actually take on Ed Clancy in a sprint and get close.
Yeah.
You know, Ed weighs 1,800, 2,000 watts in the chair.
So over the line for Sophie Wright, leading these three chasing riders. That is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So that's the gap as they go into lap 3.
Yeah, so they just went through that section. They take that left-hand turn out the arena, and then that's them at the feeding zone. So you can see them as they were coming in, checking their pockets, seeing what they had left.
Yeah.
So it's now a chance to grab something from the roadside, from their helpers, and get some more fuel in their pockets for this.
Yeah, fueling now.
Half.
You've got 2 laps to go. Fueling. What are you looking at?
You need to keep on it. This is when you really need to focus on it. The first lap you'll get away with missing a gel or not drinking a bottle, but in this middle section, this is where you really need to pay attention to it, because this is when you've already took big chunks out yourself. You've still got, obviously, all the fuel you've had pre-race in your system, but it's like a bag of sand. Every single effort you make, you're poking a hole in that bag. The sand's coming out. If you don't keep filling it up with sand, guess what? No more sand left when you need it.
It's the sort of rookie mistake, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lots and lots of young racers do this, or new racers do this. They think, I still feel fine. They're not fueling up, and then suddenly, wham, there's nothing left. And you can't get it in your system fast enough.
Not at all, no. This is why you've always constantly got to keep on drip feeding it in. Like I've got timers on my handlebars which will beep every 20 minutes, and it just says literally eat and drink. It sounds really simplistic, but when you're in the heat of battle in a bike race, you know, taking on technical sections and gravel downhills, you just forget.
What's your position on fluids? I know it's changed a lot in coaching in the last few years. There was a time when everybody was saying you've got a fluid, and then it seems to have backed off a little bit.
Yeah, I think what you've got to be careful with is this high carbohydrate content drinks. It changes something called the osmolality of your drink. So ultimately, it's thicker. There's less liquid in theory in your water bottle, and that is sometimes what gives people a lot of stomach issues.
Yeah,
they end up with far too much sugar in their stomach, and you need the fluids to actually help transport that around about your body. So a good rule that I like to follow is having my hydration in the bottles and have my energy in my pockets.
Yeah,
it's just a good way of separating it. Don't get me wrong, I'll have a little bit of carbs. Yesterday I ran 2 small bottles with about 50-60 grams of carbs. And I pack on my back for the first 2 laps with about a litre to litre and a half of just pure hydration. Some electrolytes in that, and then I had 1 big squeezy bottle, like a runner's bottle, just with 500 grams of carbs in it.
It's crazy, isn't it, when you think about riders of sort of 40, 50 years ago, they were told not to drink at all. You know, it was a bad thing.
Eating's cheating.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just it's totally changed.
Honestly, I've not heard that phrase in so long.
It's totally changed.
Cheating,
I used to get laughed at for putting carbohydrates in my water bottles in the winter, and it was like 1 scoop of, back in the day, it would be Maxim.
Yeah.
Or something like, why are you doing that? You don't need that for training. It's like, well, Of course you do. You know, and I think now even the educational point of view, from a rider health point of view, and especially looking at things like REDS, so like energy loss, ultimately your body just is not recovering from what you're doing. It's actually really good for athletes now, because for so long it was all about body weight, and it still is about body weight now and then, but it was never about fueling. You know, and really what it's about now is fueling really, really well and fueling really hard for your training and looking after what you're eating off the bike. Because I'll find now that a lot of the time when I'm riding and I'm training or I'm in a race and I feel well, I don't want to come home and eat the whole fridge. I'm actually quite satisfied afterwards.
Yeah.
Whereas we've all been there. We've all been out on a bike ride, we've been 30 miles from home, had the bonk, or been in a race and you're trying to get water bottles out of cars because you've blown your doors. That just doesn't happen as much nowadays.
Or shouldn't.
It shouldn't. It's just becoming a bit of an arms race now with how much can you take in. But that's still the real question. How much can you actually take in? Yeah, 120 grams an hour, 200 grams an hour. How much are you actually absorbing? And the only way of finding that out is actually by getting tested.
Yeah.
You can do a test for that. So that's the next part of the sort of the equation you need to work out. And
How much
everyone's
of that?
individual.
How much of that is coming to the gravel world these days? I mean, it's still, as we say, it's still an evolving sport.
Yeah.
A lot of these riders will be already riding for bigger teams, and they will have this sort of thing. But are riders at this level in gravel really aware of that sort of stuff? Are they thinking themselves like that, or are they still a little bit more relaxed about things?
No, I think they understand. I think the minute you do a gravel race and you crack with like a gravel of all the disciplines, I would say is the most calorific. You're never off the pedals. There's always something happening. There's all different kinds of fatigue. There's obviously the physical fatigue from what you're doing. There's the axial fatigue going through your body from the ground. There's obviously the mental fatigue as well. So you've got loads of different things happening. It's like riding Paris-Roubaix, like all the time.
Yeah.
There's no real slacking. You need to be switched on all the time. And the first thing that your brain needs to be able to do that is sugar.
Yeah.
You know, and I know a lot of people, sugar gets a bad rep, but it's in its place as a fuel. It can't be beaten.
Well, just called me handing a coffee over to our co-commentator. We've got some coffee as well, which is always good. We've been here for about 6 hours. We've been on our chairs longer than they've been on their bikes. But Axial Fatigue sounds like a great name for a metal band, actually.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
I've got the tambourine in the van.
That's a lovely shot. Look at that drone shot. Fab.
Yeah. It's an amazing forester.
Yeah, it is. Speaking with my forestry hat on, it's a very, very... it would be a great place to work. That's for sure. But that's a lovely shot.
Yeah, and that's our three chasers, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Abby Smith on the front, Lizzie Hermol in the middle, and at the back, Sophie Wright from Ribble Outliers. And Abby will probably, during this shot, she'll just move over and allow Lizzie Hermol to come and do some work on the front, let's hope. Take a big turn on the front. That's one thing you do see in gravel. There's quite long turns when they are working together.
I think a lot of that also comes from just wanting to see where you're going, you know, and just want to make sure you're right on the right line, you know. I think they're just about to actually drop down that first descent proper before they get to the bottom of this climb, which Georgia's now currently just made it over the first two really steep ramps, and now on this really nice gravel, sort of smooth, sort of real champagne-y part of the course.
Okay, is it me, or does she look a little less comfortable?
A little bit of rocking and rolling, but she has just put in some pretty big digs. I mean, yesterday in my race, obviously I weigh a heck of a lot more, probably twice the weight of Georgia, but you're 500 watts up those little drags just to get up them, you know, and that's just to get over it. So it's a couple of little punches into the VO2 max power zones, you know, big power for like 20-30 seconds. Just takes you a couple of seconds to kind of get all that processed and then get your breath back as well, and then
she's
settle
looking
back
okay
in.
now. Definitely looking all right now.
Yeah, she settled back in quite nicely. Still looking strong though. Still in the chair all the way up that as well. So it's showing that she's still got plenty of strength in those legs. And
That's
plenty of
the big
reserves.
test, isn't it? If you can just sit there, sit in the saddle, hands on the tops, or in fact on this here on the hoods, she's not even grabbed the top of the bars. Less easy to do so these days because they're big, wide, flat ones. Just sat there with her hands on the hoods.
Yeah, it's got to a point now where you don't even need to take your hands off your handlebars to look at your screen on your handle on your on your Wahoo or your Garmin or whatever you're running.
These
really useful bit of tech.
These are our chasing riders.
Yeah, that's them now at the foot of this climb, which you've just seen
Yeah,
Georgia take up.
Abby Smith taking the lead of these three at the moment. Maybe she's is that just a little bit better descending, or has she decided that it is really time to do something? Lizzie Hermol in second spot. No, she's just waiting for them. She's looking to see where they are.
I think we have seen Lizzie struggle a little bit in a couple of descents in the last lap for sure. This is a really tough little section as well.
Nasty,
it's about 15%, and there's not really a good line. The, on the right-hand side is good, but you're adding a few more percentage because the camber falls off to the right, so it's not only about 15%, you add an extra 3% by just being on that side.
That's one of the sections that's a bit more mountain bike than others. Interestingly, they hardly take any of the Dalby mountain bike routes in on this gravel course. There's a tiny couple of sections, but really nothing to write home about. They are world-class mountain bike trails here at Dalby Forest. At the World Series in 2010-11, it was just fabulous and really established. It was one of that sort of group of events in Yorkshire, and especially North Yorkshire, that established it as a real hub of world cycling. Because the Tour de France came here in 2014, started in Harrogate, but it's further south than here, but ran all the way through the Dales. I was very lucky to work on a lot of that, and it was just an amazing experience. Everybody got behind it. I think they reckon they had 3 million people out lining the roads in the 2 days that it was here, which is an extraordinary
amazing
amount.
But even domestically around about here, you've obviously got Rydales. There's been several Premier Calendar races around this, or British Elite races, as well as all your town centre races. The sort of races where Tom Pidcock came up through Otley, and you've got round about sort of at Barton Olswick and all that kind of area. There's real rich history with racing from the grassroots point of view, and this is what makes Yorkshire such a hotbed of talent.
And it goes back quite a long way. I mean, you can go back into the 80s, Love at Tanner.
Yep.
Wayne Randall.
Yeah.
We all love Wayne Randall.
He's an absolute beast.
He's a monster. Goes right the way back.
Even back to the days of
Chris
like
Walker.
Yeah, Sid Barris, all those guys. You know, it's a lot of rich history, in the Dales, that's for sure.
And the very interesting one was Brian Robinson, of course. First man to win a Tour, first Brit to win a Tour stage. He actually won 2 in his career. But really was almost unknown here, except within cycling circles. Publicly, he was almost unknown. And he went back to family business of building. He was in the construction industry, building houses. And then when the Tour de France started to do its build-up to come here, just after the 2012 Olympics for 2 years, they were looking for somebody to be like a figurehead. And they, of course, they had Barry Hoban already, and a lot more people knew about Barry Hoban, but it was suggested that perhaps Brian Robinson would be a good figurehead, and suddenly he got catapulted from relative obscurity into the limelight all over the place, and he just loved it.
It would be amazing though, because the sport's changed so much, and having the chance to sort of transcend across like the decades, Nowadays that would be like shouted from the rooftops about a British winner of a stage, in the Tour. Back then it just was unknown. It just wasn't covered.
Yeah, in fact he didn't until about 3 years before the Tour, a little bit before actually, 5 years before the Tour came to Yorkshire. He hadn't touched his bike since he retired. He hadn't ridden a bike. He played golf instead. I spent many happy hours with Brian. He sadly missed, and he was an absolutely lovely guy.
Yeah, God bless him.
There's a bit more family history. I didn't realise this, but Bruce, our director, just said his grandson was racing yesterday in the 1934s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jake's been a bit of a linchpin in the old British domestic scene for a long time.
He has, and his granddad was very proud of that.
He's been in several of the kind of the British continental teams, British domestic teams, and he's still hanging around doing his thing.
Well, thanks to all the support from the North Yorks National Park and Visit North Yorkshire, because it truly is a spectacular place to come, and not just on a bike. Just to be here is absolutely tremendous, and one of those great beauty spots. It's also one of those places. If you're a star watcher as well, it's a dark skies zone, a worldwide dark sky zone. I think there's only 20 in the world actually. So coming up here on the North York moors for star watching and star spotting is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty clear last night in the campsite.
Yeah,
it was lovely.
It was great.
Beautiful sky. However, back to the action.
This is Georgia Taylor Brown, and this is the chasing group of 3. Lizzie Hermel on the front from Das Hutchinson, and then second in line is Abby Smith.
Yeah, Lizzie's obviously got really good legs today, because I think it is just literally the descents that she's having a little bit of trouble with. And
yeah, she's not happy on the missions, but not
as
happy.
Yeah, but she seems to always manage to get her way back. But how many more times can she do that? You know, that's going to take a lot of energy out of her. As now they start rolling round onto this really fast sort of flowy descent as they now come across the top of the next hill.
So Lizzie Hermel on the back, really tall, rangy rider. She always looks good on a bike. Some people just look good on a bike, and others don't. Some look like a bag of spanners when they're riding around. Doesn't matter how good they are; they just don't look good on a bike. But Lizzie Hermel always looks very at home on a bike. Started out in the Tour Femenina in Mallorca at the beginning of the year, under the canopy of what looks like Sitka spruce to me.
Yes, it's this really awkward descent. This was not a fun descent yesterday. Looks like it's got a lot more of a racing line now established after the amount of traffic that's been on. But this corner in particular, it's a right-hander. It just likes to keep giving. Slight camber pulling you across to the left as well. So under full brakes too, and it's still pretty loose, as you can see.
Yeah, you can see how off camber it is when you get round through the apex. It is pulling you towards the hedges and to the side there.
Don't look at the hedges.
Exactly. And then down.
Yeah, and then this real slow.
This is a long grind.
Yep, this is you on the official timed sector.
So we'll just keep an eye on the clock on the right-hand side, 2:17. And if Moto2 picks up that same sort of spot with our chasing riders, we'll be able to keep an eye on the gap. Here we are, back onto Moto2. Lizzie Hermel on the back. Georgia Taylor Brown was 3 minutes 15 seconds ahead of these 3. Sophie Wright is the rider in the middle from Ribble Outliers. So far, it didn't come off for them in the men's elite. They certainly could look at a podium from this lady here. She's got a good turn of speed on her.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, she was on the podium along with just behind Abby Smith, who's currently on the front, using that time trial prowess to good function right now. But yeah, she's definitely. I think this is just a really well-rounded group of riders to be riding with each other. Obviously, there's a slight difference in the technical skill, but they're now going to start coming down onto that really, really tricky descent. They've got a really fast section here, and they've got a tight left-hander as they drop out of the trees, and then before you know it, they'll be back onto that KOM, and then making their way back up to the top of this climb, which, of course, our leader is making quite good progress up so far.
If you had to call a sprint between these 3, I'd find that quite difficult. I think if you wound it up early, maybe Lizzie might have some power to do it, but Sophie maybe. It's quite difficult. They're very tight, these ones.
Yeah, and I think a gravel sprint's always very different to a road sprint. There's so many more things you've got to deal with. Yeah, I mean, and Sophie's got great pedigree on the road. You know, unfortunately last year in the Nationals she was on for
she was on for the win,
on for the stripy jersey, and then a puncture in the last few K, putting into that. So
yeah,
she's definitely got the pedigree, to take this.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past her to be the one to watch, and Ribble will be very, very happy if that were the case. Meanwhile, the bigger picture is our leader. That is Georgia Taylor Brown, and she's just sort of sat in there. I think the pace has eased off a little bit for her.
Well, we're now in this descent, and that's pretty much 3 minutes thus far, as they're now going to start taking that right-hander down to it. So it's probably still, I would say, pretty itchy-peachy. They've not lost too much time. You see again, Lizzie just on the back foot here on the descent.
Yeah, she's not comfortable.
Yeah.
Abby, no, it's Sophie Wright who's at the front of these three, and she's not happy on the descents. Is Lizzie Hermel, not on this sort of sketchy descent, and you can see how easy it is if you're confident to put 50 bike lengths into somebody.
Yeah, I think when you are a little bit more kind of apprehensive on the sense, you tend to be on the brakes all the time. Whereas if you're a little more confident, you'll brake harder but later, and rely on the brakes. And the one thing that happens the minute you're on the brake is that the wheel doesn't move underneath you the way it wants to move. It makes it stand upright. So the more braking you do, the less direct your wheel's going to go, especially your front wheel, which is the one you're using for steering. But it's again, it's those technical nuances that sometimes coming from the road you don't necessarily have to think about.
Yeah.
You tend to steer an awful lot with your hips and your shoulders on the road, whereas off road you're tending a bit more arms to an extent, and it's all about weight distribution and sort of body position as well. I've got a good friend who's a really good mountain bike coach called Andy Barlow. He runs a company up in Scotland who's been pretty much single-handedly produced loads of the best enduro riders out of Scotland, and his rule is always bend your elbows and get your face down. Get your face on the bars, because there's this human tendency to pull your head away from the danger, and that's actually the worst thing you can do. You want to get your head closer to your front wheel to create a lower centre of gravity and produce more grip. So it's always a hard thing to get your head around when you're battering down a gravel path. Put my head closer to the ground. I'm not really too keen on doing that.
No, it's interesting because the accepted wisdom for riding down or cannoning down hills years ago was to sort of drop your back off the saddle, drop your butt off the saddle, and then use your arms and legs as shock absorbers. But it wasn't always like that. We've mentioned him a couple of times. But you only had to look at Tomac, and he's always had his head over the front of the bars when he was hammering downhill. So
foot out as well. If in doubt, foot out.
Yeah, if in doubt, foot out.
It's a little bit of action of that yesterday in the Masters races. That's for sure.
Was there really?
Oh, there's all sorts of things yesterday in Masters races. Disc wheels.
Disc wheels.
Seen a couple of disc wheels. Obviously rear disc wheels.
For why?
Just because.
Just because you can.
Probably something on the algorithm on social media made them buy it. Yeah.
Probably somebody whispered it might be quite fun. It might quite be quite good.
Yeah.
Talking of which, nearly all bikes in this, all the bikes in this particular race will have been, the top end carbon bikes. But we've seen all sorts of materials still popping up. In the leisure market, lots of titanium, some aluminium, steel still.
Yeah, steel's still real.
Are you a steel bike fan?
I was lucky enough to have a couple of bikes when I was riding pro, made for me by one of our bike sponsors, Condor, back in the day, and they made myself and my teammate Dean down in these steel Super Chios, were called. I called mine Stella, and it was actually one of my teammates, Dan Craven, who was the first rider to ride a steel bike on the Rafa Condor Sharp team, and it was the most beautiful bike I've ridden. I rode it more than any other bike. It was just so nice, so comfortable, and handled so nicely, and it actually with lowered bottom brackets on it as well for the crits. It was it was on rails. It was such a nice bike.
Strange, isn't it? That, steel has still got that passionate following, and it's interesting to hear somebody who's obviously raced on them at a really high level amongst riders who are all on top end carbon and still nice. I used to love titanium. I used to ride titanium off road. My last team bike was titanium. In fact, I even had a titanium fork built for it, which most people looked at and went, "Oh, that's ridiculously flexy," but it was so comfortable. Yeah. And on something like this, it would have been, just for a leisure ride, it'd been brilliant. You could hammer down descents and it would be lovely.
Yeah, it just absorbs. It was actually the bike I had the most success on, ironically.
What, the steel one?
Yeah, I won more races and did more success on that bike than I did on any other bike I had. I'm sure there's still a place for a really nice, lightweight, well-built, good geometry gravel bike. It would still perform pretty good at the sharp end, I think.
In steel, yeah. Well, there are lots of companies out there doing it.
Yep.
Lots of devotees of steel. Less aluminium these days, but you can still get it, obviously. Carbon, all sorts. Titanium. We've had a couple of titanium bikes, brand new one from Ribble. Really interesting, actually, that they'd 3D printed the lugs. It's welded titanium into titanium lugs, and they 3D printed the lugs in titanium. They used titanium dust, and then they 3D print it with that, which I think is fantastic. And the technology is an amazing thing. Wow. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, there was zero titanium in this front of this podium, that's for sure.
That is absolutely certain.
all carbon fibre, carbon wheels.
Yeah. Georgia Taylor-Brown, she was smiling a lot earlier. I've said it a couple of times. I think she's slackening her pace a bit. I don't think she's quite as comfortable at the pace she was, and it's unsurprisingly. And I think that possibly the three behind, they've been hammering away with each other. They've certainly not let up.
But this is always the danger of going solo so early. You know, it just needs those three to just make a little, you know, a little inroads into that time gap, smell a little bit of blood, and then suddenly the morale changes in the group. They feel that they can still win the race. You know, they thought they were out of it, you know, 2 laps ago, and now you're straight back in it again. So, yeah, it's, as we've always said, it's never over till it's over. But especially in gravel, anything can happen. You can fall apart so easily in these events.
It's really interesting that you're talking about that. You know, you have to be on it all the time. It's more punishing than many other disciplines. But the road race, I mean, in many ways, sometimes, not always, criteriums obviously are battering you right, left and centre, or Commuter races are battering you right, left and centre, because if you lose the wheel, that's it. You've just got to be chase back on, chase back on, chase back on. It's like sort of absolutely mega interval training all the time. But in a road race, in a peloton, there are places to hide. You've got time. You've got time to sort of recover, or you can just sit there for a long time, depending on what the race pace is. But with a race like this, it's just flat out all the time.
Yeah, you also find that you can't sometimes afford to hide, because you never know what's going to happen, like 10 riders in front of you. So there's always that little bit of anxiety about, I think I'm maybe sitting too far back here, which is why 9 times out of 10, you know, you see your top riders, they don't tend to stray very far out of that top 5, top 10 max. Just so they get good vision of what's happening and can avoid and take evasive action.
It's about that line of sight, isn't it? Yeah, because there's always corners, there's little dips, there's that. You can't really see what's going on. And in the men's race earlier today, it was even worse because it was very foggy on certain parts. And we didn't see it because you can't see it on the camera, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if some of those lead riders just forced the pace along just a little bit when it got foggy.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what you
I
should
would,
do.
I'm sure you would.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, and see now this is now into 44 k's to go. So just coming up after this, we'll have 1 lap to go. So can she keep this going? What do you think, Dave?
I'm not so sure. I think she's had a little bit of a tougher time in the last quarter of a lap.
Maybe looks like she maybe got a bit of numb hands on the left hand.
Yep,
trying to stretch it out.
Yep, shaking that hand out, just trying to get it a little bit more life back into it, the blood flowing a little bit.
Easily done though, because in that position, you know, and in gravel especially, I know yesterday after my race, my triceps were killing me. But your neck, ultimately, you get numb hands. Got to basically do with your neck, and because of the amount of vibration, you're trying to hold your neck in this position, like you're basically sitting in a chair looking at the ceiling, shaking yourself about. You can really clamp down on the nerves, and sometimes you do lose the feel in your hand, and you have to do exactly what George is having to do there.
Yeah, and that is a bad thing, because you know any sensitivity for braking has all gone at that point. Even worse if it's colder. I mean, you've experienced this. I'm sure lots of those people out there watching who've ever gone and done a classic Sportif, for example, a Tour of Ronde van Vlaanderen Sportif or something like that, or something over the Roubaix route, or any of those cobble classics. You'll know how much vibration goes through your hands if you're constantly going over these rough surfaces, and they go numb real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see here though in their chasing group we're down to 2 riders. Looks like Abby Smith, has she had a problem?
Yeah, 2 riders only, Sophie Wright and Lizzie Hermol. It's good riding by Hermol, because she's definitely not comfortable on the descent, or hasn't looked to be comfortable on the descent. I mean, unless she's hiding a light under a bushel, which I would suggest is not the case. How far back Abby Smith is, we don't know. Either she's been just tailed off, or she's had a little bit of a problem, a mechanical problem, something technical. We simply don't know. The fact that they're not looking over their shoulder to see where she is would suggest that they know she was off the pace for a while.
Yeah, and these two look like they've got a good bit of speed on them actually here. He's taking the outside line again.
Yeah, I don't think she's as comfortable as she was.
Yeah.
Definitely not. But we will see. I mean, she had a very large gap, and it's going to take a lot of effort for just 2 riders now to shut that down.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we look at the Das Hutchinson rider, really, really strong. On the climbs, coming back no problem at all. It's just that little bit of technicality is just putting her on the back foot everything. But she's coming back every single time. So it's definitely not over. You know what I mean? The last time check we had was 3 minutes. I would put some money on saying it's actually probably dropped below that now, maybe to about 2.5. But we need to get a time check when we can.
Well, she's still plugging away. It's Georgia Taylor-Brown. And the chasing ride is now whittled down to Sophie Wright from Ribble Outliers and Lizzie Hermol from Das Hutchinson.
You can see she's still having issues with that, with her arm there. Definitely got a slight problem with her hands. I'm going to say her hands are going numb.
Yeah, I would say that's right. I think the first time I ever rode the Ghent-Wevelgem course, as it was, used to be called Ghent-Wevelgem, it was back then. I remember at the end of it just thinking, I can't feel my arms at all. I was so pumped up.
And getting itchy arms.
Yeah, just completely pumped up. My forearms are so totally pumped up. Sophie Wright pushing on.
Yep. Again, it's the descent.
It is.
Just keeping on the pedals.
Lizzie Hermel just turning the pedals over, riding steadily and gently back up to the wheel of Sophie Wright again. No Abby Smith to be seen, unfortunately, so the inaugural British Gravel Championship time trial champion is now tailed off, which will disappoint her because she was in contention for a podium place, but at the moment it's looking pretty grim for her. Look at the gap that could be pulled out over Lizzie Hermol because she's just not comfortable.
Yeah, she's just kind of almost looks like she's chilling, but she's not. Evidently, you can just kind of tell just here, even this like her body language, arms are really straight.
She's
it's
very
doing all
tense.
the opposite things we spoke about a moment ago.
Yep.
You want to get that head a little bit closer, to the bars, get a little bit more weight through the handlebars.
Oh, that's an interesting shot. That's a tech box. There are a number of these around the course. If anything happens, you can fix your own bike. So you can get all sorts of stuff in there. I mean, there's a list of things. There's sealant, there's plugs, there's tyre levers if you need them. There are tubes if you decide to go down that route.
I think you can see some tyres in there as well, just in case you're really unlucky.
2 minutes 30 now is the gap. Well, spot on. Well guessed, sir. And that is Lizzie Hermol by herself.
Yeah, she's going to come up here and start this final climb on this third lap.
Yeah, she's definitely not. If she wants to become a gravel racer, she's going to probably have to learn to relax a little bit more.
Yeah, looking over the shoulder. Looks like Sophie's gone. Sophie might have just taken the decision, you know what? I've got 30 Ks left to go. I just need to go for it. I just need to throw everything at this now. And just hope that, the wheels start to fall off of Georgia Taylor-Brown on the front.
Well, if so, that's been a very clever waiting game. I mean, you have to have a lot of courage to be able to know that you're feeling okay coming in towards the end of a race. Maybe she's thinking, well, I just want to shed people behind me and I can absolutely secure a silver medal. But there may be something in her, and I think every racer has this. They want to think that the person ahead is not going to be feeling as good as they are if they've given that much effort. So as you say, throw everything at it. She feels stronger than perhaps Lizzie Hermol on the descents, and she thinks she can stay with her on climbs. So, take the advantage and go away from the front. Abby Smith has already gone off the back of these three. So
I think the real test will be this next climb as Lizzie starts to turn left and make her way up that now. It's roughly 3 Ks, and if she can get back up, that'll be a true test of where she's at. But again, it's another big acceleration and another try. But I would have said now, that's over. Sophie is trying her best now to claw her way up to Georgia, who's currently still in first place. But we see this time and time again in gravel races, people getting their pacing wrong. It's every single race, every single effort you make, the first half is always free. It's 100% free. The second half is you need to pay some money for that, and that's exactly what's happening just now. Looks like Sophie's been really sensible. She's decided to look after herself, get fueled, and then she's like, you know what? I really need to go now. If I'm wanting to try and have a fighting chance of getting, that gold medal, I need to go now. And it's great to see. What a tenacious ride.
Yeah, fantastic ride. Obviously, was on for the win the British Road Championships last year. Suddenly, that's snatched away from her with a puncture in the last 5K, and that's so devastating. But that's racing, especially when you're on your top form, though. That if she can start eating into that lead of Georgia Taylor-Brown, we'll see how far she can go down that road.
And that's the sort of experience that never leaves you as an athlete.
Yeah,
you'll always remember that.
Once you've lost it, yeah.
And she'll maybe be thinking exactly the same. I mean, that's happened to me. So there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. Potentially, she could make her way back. It's still, 28K. There's still an hour's, roughly just about an hour of racing left. A lot can happen in 1 hour.
Yeah. And the last time we saw Georgia Taylor-Brown, I think she didn't look comfortable at all. She was shaking her hands out, obviously getting numb a little bit. There she is in our picture-in-picture. The pace is definitely slow.
Yeah,
I mean, we're on a climb, but
I think the cadence looks a little bit more laboured. I think
Yeah,
Sophie's looking really proactive. You can see, a real positive body position, really pushing and punching the pedals over, getting busy on the bike a little bit, and obviously having a conversation, getting the time checks from the motorbike. Having known it would have been about 3 minutes to hear that she's pulled back 30 seconds, maybe a little bit more now, but we can still see in the distance there. Lizzie's trying to make her way back to her once again. That's another big, massive chunk of energy she's going to be hemorrhaging.
And I think she might actually be doing it. She's eating into Sophie Wright's little proto lead ahead of her there. Now the question is, one of the questions would be like, let's say that the worst case scenario was for Georgia Taylor-Brown that she wasn't feeling too good. She's got a gap. How much can she afford to just sort of sit back a little bit, start to collect herself again for a final push, knowing that there might be people coming up behind her?
There's no real kind of options now. The only thing she can do now is just, if she's gone through a rough patch, address it as quickly as possible. I'm not saying she is, but looking at her body language and her pedalling style, she is a little bit more laboured. I'm not saying she's by any means slowing down, but if she is going through a bad patch, it's take the time. Give yourself a minute. After this climb, you're on this climb, it's a little bit flat for a while. Take your time, get some fuel in you. Take the pressure off the legs for a moment or two, because she's been on her own now for 2 hours. Yeah. The pressure's been on the legs constantly for the last 2 hours. So she really needs to think about what's this last lap going to look like to her, because no matter how strong you are, the last lap of this race is going to absolutely bite you.
Well, behind our leader, Georgia Taylor-Brown, we can see Sophie Wright in the pink of Ribble Outliers, and behind her, Lizzie Hermol in the green and blue of Das Hutchinson, and she's riding up onto the wheel again. We're going to have to take a short ad break, but we'll see if Hermol's got onto that wheel again when we get back.
romanticism and art, the human spirit uplifted by the majesty of nature. Just look at this incredible example. The clouds, they seem to race. The vastness of the sky, the dramatic brushstrokes. You can almost feel the dust, the terreno. Feel the air. Victoria, one with nature.
Welcome back to Dalby Forest with myself, David Reeve, and James McCallum sitting next to me. We are in the closing stages, it's fair to say, of the women's elite race here at the British Gravel Championships, presented with Ribble, and all the great coverage brought courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. Well, we had a mega attack in the first lap by Georgia Taylor-Brown, the multi-gold medalist and champion triathlete. She just rode away from everybody. But is she tiring? This is the big thing now. We've been watching it. She's tightening up a little bit and it's absolutely crucial that she keeps herself in good shape. She keeps fueling herself. She keeps enough energy in there and enough fluids behind two chasing riders, Sophie Wright of Ribble Outliers and Lizzie Hermol of Das Hutchinson. There you can see the two of them together. And Hermol getting dropped all the time on the descents and just claws her way back up again on the climbs. And they're just having a bit of a chat together as it is. But it absolutely crucial. We've talked about it a couple of times, keeping yourself fueled up at this point. You're digging into that middle section where you've not quite depleted all your reserves, but you could explode at any point. And I think we managed to grab Ben Thomas from the Ribble Outliers to talk about fueling and nutrition. He's got a really big coaching background, so this will be interesting.
Outliers team. We're here at Dalby for National Champs, racing tomorrow, and I'm going to talk you through the nutrition that I'm going to use. So first thing tomorrow, I'll start preloading on electrolytes. So I have a bottle, maybe like 500 millilitres with 1,000 milligrams of sodium in, just to get those electrolytes in the body. Then an hour before the race, I'll start my warm-up. So at that point, I'll start using carbohydrate drinks. On the start line, I'll probably have a 30-gram precision gel. During the race, I'll aim for probably 120 grams of carbohydrate per hour. So different people will do different things in the team, but I'll probably do 90 grams of carbohydrate in a bottle and then one gel per hour. On the start line, I'll make sure that that gel is caffeine, and then I'll have another caffeine gel probably 2 hours in. So caffeine normally takes about 15 minutes to begin taking effect. It takes about 45 minutes to take full effect. So you want to make sure that if you're going to have another caffeine gel mid-race, you don't have that too late. So yeah, I have my second one about 2 hours in, because the effects of caffeine normally last around 3 hours. So if you just have one at the start, by lap kind of like 4 going on to your last lap, you'll be dipping off the end of the positive effects of the caffeine. So yeah, another gel 2 hours in. We've got a feed zone here at the start finish. Each lap will take maybe about an hour. So we'll come around, grab a bottle with about 90 grams of carbohydrate in. For a lot of the guys who are racing today, say like in the age groups, probably don't, or less people have support, so there's a place that they can leave their bottles. But then if you go into any race, really think about how you're going to achieve the carbohydrate and fluid intake and your sodium intake. So I'm going to aim for 120 grams of carbohydrate, about 1,000 milligrams of sodium per hour, and 750 millilitres of fluid. So we can do that by picking up bottles, but some races where we go to and there's no support, we might use like a hydration pack, which we've got from Restrap, or we might start with 2 big bottles. So in one of the bottles I can fit a litre, so there's probably enough there like to race for 3 hours. But yeah, that's the aim for tomorrow. I think it's really important to try and stay on top of your nutrition so you can maintain your energy levels through the whole race. 4 hours isn't the longest race that we're going to do all year, but if you don't get your nutrition right from even the day before the race when you're carb loading, yeah, it's going to impact your performance on the day. There's no point training really hard for a race if you then let yourself down on the day with your nutrition.
Well, as we've just been saying, Ben Thomas has a pretty comprehensive rundown of what his regime is. It won't be too different to other riders. They'll all have their specific things. And it's come on so much, you know. You imagine when we first started. When I first started, it was dried figs, bananas and water. That was it.
Yeah, he hit on a really important point there, is that a lot of the age group riders, me especially yesterday, I had no support in the pit, so I rode with all my liquids. But you're carrying a litre and a half pack on your back and two 650.
Weighs a lot.
It's weight, and that's the trade-off as well. Pack, water bottle, what do you do? I like to have a pack, and the reason I like to have the pack is that I can just take the hose and jam it in my mouth. I don't have to have my hands off my bars or anything, so every descent I'm jamming that hose in and I'm trying to get any fluids or whatever I've got in my pack into my system. You can't do that with water bottles. Well, it's the trade-off between the weight you're carrying and getting the fueling.
And also, if you've got large water bottles, half litres or litre bottles, and you jam them into two bottle cages, your bike, the handling of your bike changes significantly on things like this.
Really high weight as well.
Absolutely.
Isn't it? But no, Ben was spot on with everything that he said there. That's for sure.
Back with our leader, Georgia Taylor-Brown. She had a lead going through the last lap point of 3:15, and that's now been cut significantly. First by Sophie Wright, who cut the gap down to 2.5 minutes. Now, we don't know if that's been maintained yet. We will keep an eye on that. But Lizzie Hermolt, who was with Sophie Wright, dropped and then clawed back on again. I've got to assume that the gap is still about, 2:30. Here we are again, looking at descents. Sophie Wright's going to be off the front here. There she is. Look how much Lizzie Hermolt loses on the descent. And she's just stiff. This is the thing. She's just completely stiff. If she just bent her arms and just let the bike do it for her, the bike, this is what people don't realise, the bike will do the work for you. All you need to do is to be relaxed and allow those arms and legs to become sort of the pistons in a shock absorber. That's what you want.
Yeah, it's also try not to be overly critical about it, but it's just got something that's practiced, and this is the issue with the transition from being a road rider to doing gravels. You just don't think like that.
Yeah,
you're just not used to it. But one thing's for sure, every single time, this will be the 12th time this has happened.
Yeah,
and I'm guaranteeing this will be the 12th time that she will get back on.
I absolutely guarantee it. Look, she just looks comfortable doing it, which is amazing. 12 times she's been dropped on descents, and 12 times she's clawed her way back in. We're just talking about that ability to learn how to descend off-road. Let the bike do it for you. Relax, let your arms and legs act as pistons. Mentally, it's a similar process to learning how to descend on a road.
Yeah.
You've got to have that sort of ability to just relax and let it go with the flow.
And like we said earlier, braking as well, you've got to be able to see where the braking points are on the trail as well. So smooth bits are braking points.
Yeah.
Rough bits, you just let it run, So, but now we can see picture in picture, obviously, our leader at the front starting to rock and roll a little bit in the shoulders. You
Yeah,
can see
she's
facial
suffering now.
expression. She's like, "Poor."
Yeah. She's a long day in the saddle now.
Maybe I should have waited till the second lap.
Yeah, she was super happy on the first lap. I mean, she's still having a good time.
Good on her. It's great to see she's absolutely animated the race and
completely.
really decided to take the bull by the horns straight out the gate. So, yeah, hats off to her and kudos. I do love that kind of bike racing. It's like, let's go. You know, from the gun, straight out the gates. Very, very impressive.
If you're just joining us, this is the women's elite race here at the British Gravel Championships presented with Ribble. These pictures brought courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. You are watching Georgia Taylor-Brown, multiple gold, silver, bronze medalist in the Olympics and World Championships in triathlon. She won gold in Tokyo as part of the sprint relay team. And on lap 1, on the long climb of the lap, she just detonated the group and rode off the front. The only person who could go with her was Sophie Wright of Ribble Outliers. And even Sophie had to concede, I'm not this strong. And away went Georgia Taylor-Brown and got about 3.5 minutes of gap over chasing riders. There were 3. There was Lizzie Hermol of Das Hutchinson, who you can see in your shot now. Sophie Wright of Ribble Outliers, who's just ahead of her, you can see there. And there was Abby Smith as well, the winner of the inaugural time trial championships here at the British Gravel Championships. But she's been tailed off. So it's just these two chasing down Georgia Taylor-Brown now.
Look at the strength of Lizzie Hermel here. We had a nice long side camera shot there, and she looked totally in control.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It must be so frustrating for Sophie, though, to gap every single time on every descent, only to be clawed back again.
I wonder how frustrating it is for Lizzie Hermol, knowing that she's losing out ground that she didn't have to lose out.
Yeah, I know. It's neither of them are good situations, really,
Not
are
really,
they?
no.
Ideally, it would be happening for both of them in the same level, but yeah, it's one of those things. But looking at these two, they're still making good. They're still moving pretty quickly up here.
Yeah.
You know, the difference in the body language and the pedaling style. I mean, Lizzie is super strong. You can see it in her legs.
And there we go. She gets the rear wheel of Sophie Wright again. Lizzie Hermol. She was a semi-pro footballer. Amazingly, I think she works in physio as a full-time occupation, or has been the full-time occupation.
She's pretty handy on the old bergs. I think she's rolling in the top 10 in the infamous Col de Rats, or Rates, which is one of the most famous climbs, pre-season test climbs that anyone uses in Spain. So the gradients on that are not too dissimilar, actually, to the gradients that we're dealing with today. So she's probably in her element in those climbs.
She's a good climber for a larger rider. I mean, that's often larger riders can do that. They can just get into a groove on something that's like long and with a gradient that's predictable like this.
Yeah, I think she's also going to be jetting across to Girona for the Sea Otter in Girona.
Yeah, like a lot of these riders,
week.
I think. Yep. Goes to the front straight away.
No messing, eh?
No.
Oh, this looks like it's struggle street here, if I'm honest with you, Dave.
Yeah, no, it's
starting to see the fluidity going out the legs, the head's bobbing a little bit.
Just a bit. We've got about 30k to go. We'll see if we can get the time check as she goes through that 30k point, and we'll count back to the other two.
Yeah, she's not far from the top of this final climb now. It's just literally the next 500 metres. She'll take a right-hander, then it'll flatten off, staying on the gravel fire road, and then she'll approach that really muddy section once again, which takes us back across to the start-finish area.
She really has animated the race, as you say, though. She attacked on the first lap on the long climb and just as detonated everything. Everybody went out the back doors. Danny Shrewsbury, who got to the front first on that climb and set a bit of a pace that whittled the group down to about 12. And then not long after, I have to say, Georgia Taylor-Brown rode to the front, and the difference in pace was astronomical. Shrewsbury went out the back, then others went out the back, one after another. Like Amelia Mitchell went out the back. Lots of riders. Molly Patch was distanced. The only riders who could really stay with her were Anna Flynn, and the riders we've been seeing on the road here. Anna Flynn tried in vain to close the gap. Eventually that blew her up.
Yeah, I've just been kind of looking there, Dave, while you've just been discussing the race, and GTB's body, you can see just at the top of that climb there, she'll start to get a bit more roll through her rib cage, and that's generally a sign that you're starting to crack a little bit.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah, it's not so much the shoulders bobbing or the head going up and down. It is literally the rib cage moving side to side. It's that sort of that rolling motion.
I tell you what, this gap's coming down even more. This has got to be roughly about 2 minutes now, so they've pulled another.
If not a little bit under,
yeah.
I wouldn't say. Look at that. I mean, I've got to say that Lizzie Hermol is just really digging in. She's looking as though she's smooth. She's got her own pace. She's happy with that. And at the moment, Sophie Wright, happy to cling in the wheel. Much, much lighter cadence.
Yep. Yeah, these two are still in with a shout.
Yeah, I think so.
What a final lap, Berlin.
Yeah, we're in for a real cracker of a final lap. A little bit of rain on the lens there, so that may play into it as well if it starts to hammer down for any reason.
Yeah, if anything, we don't want too much more water on the next section that the chasers are going to be taking. You can see on the upper right, GTB is now going through that real muddy sort of grass section. It reminds me so much of the images you see of Trobro-Lyon in France.
Sophie Wright comes back to the front now to take a bit of a turn ahead of Lizzie Hermol. She's had some decent results this year, Hermol, though. Domestically, I think she was 5th at the Otley GP. That's a fine old race.
Yep.
So she's got pedigree up in Yorkshire, that's for sure. She's done a whole lot of racing this year in Belgium. Again, you know, mid-pack. This is definitely the best performance of the year so far. They're motoring, those two. Yeah. They are now beginning. The pace has just gone up just that little bit. They don't have to sort of really stick it to it, but they have just kept the pace a little bit higher than it was. They've both got a bit of energy.
This is the thing, though. You just need that little glimmer of hope, that little bit of belief, and suddenly, you know, momentum totally swings from being in the front, being in control, being on the back foot, trying to chase, thinking you're out of it, and suddenly it turns on, you know, on a knife edge. You're like, suddenly you're back in the race.
Look at the tyres on these bikes. I think it's wetter out there than we think now.
Yeah, you can see the shine coming off the mud.
Yep. So we've got lens water on the lens, but let's have a look at the rear tyre. It's shiny.
Yep.
There's
Absolutely.
more rain out there than you can see on the lens. And you've said in the previous race and this one, and our riders who have been interviewing said this is a race of attrition today. And I think this has just proved it. It really is proving it.
Yeah, and for a course that on paper didn't really have any big sort of huge elevation, it's the accumulation of the elevation. It's 500 metres plus per lap you're taking in, and it's not even just
2,500 for the whole race.
And it's not even just, you know, every climb's the best part of like 5 to 8 minutes at threshold, you know, so that's going to bite at you. You know, you can't do that. You don't do that.
What
at
is
60.
What do you think you're riding at threshold? If you're in this group now, I mean, obviously, people who are time trialists will know you're riding at 99% all the time. What are you sort of riding at on this?
From a numbers wise, a wattage kind of point of view, me personally is probably a better guesstimation. Now, my threshold's around about 340 to 350. So you're not on these kind of sections. You're trying not to ride at that, but just below that in the sweet spot. So you're looking like 300 plus watts. So I would say most of these girls, you know, thresholds are getting up close to 300. You know, remember there's going to be a difference because obviously height and shape of rider as well has a massive difference. The power that Lizzie can put out will be very, very different to the power that Sophie can put out. But it's relative to you in certain circumstances. You know, on the climbs, obviously, Sophie's a bit of a lighter rider. But the strength and that big power that Lizzie's got is getting her over these climbs. And you can see she's probably climbing the best, I would say, right now in this last hour out of all three riders who are going to go for this podium.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. I'm certain of that. I mean, earlier in the race, Georgia Taylor-Brown was unbelievable on the climbs. But you can see that the rain is coming down, things are changing. Maybe George Taylor-Brown won't be quite so comfortable in this. There's been a lot of Belgian racing done by Lizzie Hermol.
And that's going to put her in a great position.
Yeah.
Racing in Belgium's no joke. You're on the pedals constantly all day.
It's a nice shot of Chris Opie.
Still smiling, as
He
always.
is, yeah, absolutely.
And we see our leader there just taking that left-hander onto the asphalt.
There
It's
we are.
roughly 500 metres to the finishing line from there.
There's going to be one more lap to go for Georgia Taylor-Brown. After a completely monster first 2 laps, her third lap has not been at the same sort of pace. Not that you would expect it to be the same sort of pace, I guess, but she's looked far more uncomfortable.
Yeah, she's definitely slowed down on that third lap. I mean, she was doing like mid to high 50s in the first couple of laps. That last lap there's been almost 60 minutes, so definitely slowing down, which means that the girls behind her, they're maintaining it, yeah.
Watch that clock there, 3:01, let's say 3:01, just over.
They're not far off the tarmac now, Dave. So if we can try and calculate that, that's roughly, I would have said that from that K to go, at the kind of speeds that they're going at, they're probably getting inside that 2-minute barrier now.
Yeah. 1 3/4 minutes maybe, something
or
like
take,
that,
yeah.
from there to the finish line.
Yeah, give or take, it's all still to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a 3-minute and 30 gap at this point on the last lap. And at that pace, if they were to eat up at that pace going round, it's going to be a sprint finish for all 3 of them.
Yeah, that's a 50% hemorrhage of time in 1 lap.
Still looking smooth.
Yep. Still working well together.
They are. I think they know that that's the only way to really keep going and keep eating into that that lead.
The question is, if they can smell blood in the water, when do they start messing around, though?
Certainly not yet, I don't think. They've got to get closer to Georgia Taylor-Brown to make it work. As they go over the line, that's 130-something. 138 is the gap between our leader, Georgia Taylor-Brown, and the 2 chasing riders. We're going to take a final advert break, and then we're going to be back with uninterrupted coverage at the end of this women's elite race here at the British Gravel Championships in Dalby Forest.
Just wanna hang with the gang, but sometimes chill on my own. Just wanna do me, just wanna dose. Just wanna live and see how it goes. And the goals just keep on going, yeah. This life we live is a war. When there's love in the rave, you know. When there's love in the rave, you know. All inside you, all in the soul, 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 soul. You know when the calling's calling you, and the calling's calling more. You know when the calling's calling you, it's calling, calling more, 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 more. You know when the calling's calling more.
Welcome back to Dalby Forest. We're in the closing stages of the Women's Elite Race here at the British Gravel Championships, presented with Ribble. The TV coverage being brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire, and it's going to turn out to be a cracking finish because Georgia Taylor-Brown, the multi-medal winner in triathlon, was miles ahead of the rest of the field, but that gap is going down and down and down, and two chasing riders are after her tail. Here we are, this is Moto 1 live out on the course. We are uninterrupted with you right to the finish. This is Georgia Taylor-Brown. And the last gap was 1 minute and 38 seconds back to two chasing riders, Lizzie Hermel of Das Hutchinson and Sophie Wright of Ribble Outliers. And she's lost 2 minutes in a lap.
Yeah, that's a big hemorrhage of time, isn't it? Cracking.
And you can see the shoulders are hunched around the neck now.
Yep.
The arms are getting a bit locked out. She's definitely tired.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. This really gives you an idea of just how long these big long straights are, and this is going to play into hands 100% of the chasers. They're going to be able to potentially, in some of these next descents, get a bit of an eyeball on that motorbike, a bit of an eyeball in the rear of Georgia, and then that is it. They will be able to smell blood in the water.
That's a great shot. Look at that. She's a little bit more freewheeling as well around the corners, rather than sort of keeping on the gas, and
not attacking it as much as she was in the first couple of laps.
Well, just to recap, if you're joining us for the final lap here at the Women's Elite Race in Dalby Forest, the British Gravel Championships. Essentially what happened was the lady on your screen, Georgia, stay upright, and that is fatigue. That is being tired.
It's not just that though, Dave, it's time. It's all time. That's another 5-10 seconds gone.
Yeah, but what I mean, the cause of that is I'm now tired, I've missed it. Yep.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep. She almost went down there. Well recovered, Georgia.
Look, maybe she got a future in Speedway.
Maybe. Well, we did say we're going to go for grass track.
Yeah, definitely. Fatigue is definitely the biggest enemy right now.
But interestingly, as you're saying, this line has become smoother, more hard-packed. There's been hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of wheels going over it over the last couple of days on this race line. And another deluge of rain just makes it a bit slippy again. Slick as opposed to
you can see it here.
Else. Yeah, it is. Look, really slick.
Yeah, it's sodden now, isn't it?
So we were just going through the recap. On the first lap, it was a little bit nervy for the first 2 or 3 kilometres when we got to the first big climb. A couple of riders went to the front, and then into the climb about a third of the way up. This lady here, Georgia Taylor-Brown, winner of a gold medal in Tokyo and the Olympics for the sprint relay, decided that she was going to get on the front and just ride at the pace she wanted to ride at, and it just exploded everybody behind. They could not stay with her. The only rider who could was Sophie Wright of Ribble Outliers, and even she was tailed off in the end. However, she didn't give up, Sophie Wright, and along with 2 other riders, Abby Smith, who won the inaugural time trial here at the British Gravel Championships, and Lizzie Hermel from Das Hutchinson. So 2 riders riding in the Low Countries and 1 riding for Ribble. They stayed in, they worked and they worked and worked. Eventually Abby Smith just couldn't keep on the pace, but Lizzie Hermel and Sophie Wright have cut out 2 minutes from the lead of Georgia Taylor-Brown in the last lap. On to this long climb now.
This bit's going to be really telling, David. This is these two short, sharp, really steep little digs. The previous 2 laps, she looked really, really smooth up here, but you can now see the shoulders are rolling, Dave.
She's having a real problem here.
Yep, she's almost at the top of the block at the back as well, and that's not even the steepest section yet. So I think, it's been such a courageous ride here by GTB. It was so interesting to see what's happening and how close those two are getting to her now. They've definitely got to be on that descent.
I love the way you call her GTB.
It's easier than saying 3 words.
Yeah, exactly. Georgia Taylor Brown. We could call it MGBGT.
That's the one.
No, that's the one.
That's the one. I think she's getting tired and I'm getting tired, so we'll make it easy.
It's been a fantastic race. I mean, totally different to the men's elite race, where we had a bunch that was really much more like a road race with people going backwards and forwards, attack, a counter-attack, bringing people back, riders having to work for themselves, riders working in pairs, and this has just been one long battle of attrition. This is hard work. She's right on the edge now.
There is the sign. We spoke about this in the last 3 laps. Every time up that climb, she's been in the saddle.
Yep.
This now on the bike, out of the saddle, literally wrestling the bike up that little gradient. Looking over the shoulders, never a good sign.
No. That's the first time we've really seen her do that for a long time. That was a glance, not to see where the bike was and say, how am I doing? That's a glance of like, they must be behind me soon.
Yeah, she'll be sensing it now.
Yep.
But that was a real telltale sign that it's just... And this is, again, this has all got to do with experience and pacing and really looking after yourself. To be honest with you, this kind of effort, she's been on her own now. If she makes this to the finish, she'll have been on her own for pretty much 100k.
Yeah, and that's an issue in itself, isn't
and
it? Riding by yourself.
Pushing wind, no other interactions, just you. And when you're on your own, the only voice you can hear is your own.
Yeah, and sometimes that voice, even for a top athlete, is going, I'm not quite sure, I'm really suffering here, or just that layer of doubt.
Yep, and before you know it, it's a spiral. You don't feel like you've climbed as quickly, or you get a little twinge of cramp in your calf or your hamstring. Like she's having issues with her hands. It's all these things that just start to slowly unravel itself.
Yeah, we tend to think of these athletes as being supermen or superwomen, but actually they're just human beings who feel all the same sort of doubts about things as they go along.
Yeah, absolutely. But it'll be interesting to see if we can get another time check on this. I think the last time check we had was 1:38.
1:38 at the start-finish line.
Yeah, you can tell the dramatically slower up here this lap for sure, which is indicative of just the length of the event, but also these climbs just knocking the lumps out the girls at this point.
We've got to remember that in the last lap, the two chasing riders, Hermol and Wright, managed to take out nearly 2 minutes in a full lap. So as we get halfway around this lap, if that's being maintained, we'll see the other two riders join her.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe make a junction and maybe potentially after the next descent on the next climb. The next climb is the longest climb on the course of 4.2k. So that's really where, if you've still got it, that's where money's to be made.
Yeah, she's definitely labouring at those pedals now, is Georgia Taylor Brown.
It's so hard to watch as well, from being so far ahead to be looking so comfortable.
Ooh, look, this is not far behind.
I'm reckon this is just over a minute now, David.
Yeah.
In fact, when they turn left here, they're almost on the same straight.
They won't quite be able to see her because I think she's just dived into the forest again. Yeah, but they're not far off. And that's also a psychological turning point, because these two riders, when they can see her up ahead, they will know they're in with a shout of not just a podium place, but a gold medal jersey, Champions jersey winning place. And likewise, if you happen to be Georgia Taylor Brown, you look over your shoulder and you see these riders coming up again, that big, massive hammer blow to your confidence.
Yeah, it's amazing the power of a full year ahead riding gravel with the stripes on of the national champion can really, really inspire you and just pull you that extra 5-10% out of nowhere. And I think they're two are just trying to get a time gap off the motos right now.
Yeah, interestingly, we were talking about nutrition. Lizzie Hermol has gone for the pack on the back, as you prefer.
Yep.
She's probably the only rider in this group that in the peloton, the women's peloton, that did.
Yeah, I didn't see many others who were in the front group. Yeah, Sophie here, nice bit of a poker face.
Yeah.
Just real full concentration, getting the job done.
It was interesting. I was watching Lizzie Hermol, then she was talking to herself, coming up the climb here. Now she's talking to moto camera, see if she can get some sort of idea of how far ahead Georgia Taylor-Brown is.
Yeah, I still wonder what happened to Abby Smith. Did she have a technical issue, or did these two just light it up that much?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult, isn't it? We didn't get that information, but I don't know. Maybe she's either going to have to explode it off the back, or she's had some sort of technical issue that put a lot of time between them very quickly, because they didn't seem to be that bothered. They weren't looking over their shoulders saying, you know, have we dropped her, have we dropped her? They knew she'd gone. So what was the issue there?
I think she definitely struggled on the bit with the next climb on the previous lap, because that little steep section just before the top, it's absolutely horrible.
Right turn from Georgia Taylor-Brown, crossing this metal track, the tarmac track.
It's 3:16.29 when
This
she
is
crossed that.
this is a fairly long section as well, you know.
Yeah.
If they are eating up that gap, they might catch sight of her towards the end. You never know.
Yeah, it's definitely not over, that's for sure.
I think Georgia Taylor-Brown will just about getting to that that right-hand corner before they get to see it. And you know, she'll know this. She'll be looking at it, going, you know, if they are behind me, they're going to be in sight soon.
Yeah. Depending on how much information she's got now, she's got two choices. You definitely don't give it up for nothing. You try and keep on the pedals, try and keep that gap, but it's going to get to a point where psychologically she's going to start questioning herself. She's going to keep saying to herself, do I just take a minute? Take a minute, recover, shake the legs out, get the head back in the game, get anything that I've got left in my pockets or in my water bottles down into me, get that energy into me for this last lap, because we've still got a best part of another 300 to 400 metres of climbing to do on this lap, so this is not over by any means.
Not at all. There's another 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes in the saddle. And, you know, you might say you're on the last lap, but with 40 odd minutes still to go, that's an awful long way.
So that, from my recollection, GTB crossed that Tarmac Metals Road at 3:16:30. And it looks like our chasers crossed it in 3:17:50. So 1 minute 20, I reckon, is the gap at the moment.
Okay, well, they are still eating up into that lead, but it's not quite as quick as it was. Is that because they're slowing down? Who knows? Is it because Georgia Taylor-Brown's just found a little bit more to keep going?
Yeah. But this is the point where you've got these big, long straights now, and this is where being the hunter is the best place to be. You can see them. You've got that little thing just dangling in front of that carrot that's going to make you just keep on pushing, keep optimistic, and keep positive.
It'd be so interesting to see the shot from Moto 2 coming up into this.
And they're on the straight as
still,
well.
Yeah, they still can't see her.
No,
not
slightly
quite.
out of sight.
Lizzie Hermol at the back. Sophie Wright just pulling across, letting Lizzie Hermol come through. They're working well together. They're not playing silly games at the moment. They know they've still got work to do if they're in sight of a top step of the podium. It's not till they're both close enough to think about, you know, think for themselves.
Yeah.
It's a funny old game, isn't it, cycling? You think you are thinking for yourself, but in order to think for yourself, you've got to think about helping other people and them helping you. And then suddenly there's a switch point, isn't there?
Yeah. I think
they must be able to see her from here. Must be able to.
Yeah, she's just over that little roller, I think, just as she comes into the trees. But that in itself is, you know, a minute, slightly more. But fair play to these two, though. They've been really, really, really cohesive. They've played it out in the line. They're fully committed to it. And obviously they're getting some information from the side, which has kept that motivation really, really high. There's obviously going to be people around the course. In the feeding stations, they'll have their team. But there's patches where your team can be around about the circuit. And we've seen someone run alongside them a moment ago. No doubt it's a family member or a team member, giving them as much encouragement and a little G up and a little time check.
Georgia Taylor-Brown, for the last time, comes into this sort of left-right flicking section. We've seen her here before, just really comfortable, pedaling down here or tucking in for the descent.
thing is, on these descents, because they are so steep, you are having to really use your arms to keep the bike nice and stable, and that comes at a price as well. The arms ain't going to be feeling too fresh right now, because this has been like almost like, this will be descent 14.
Yep.
So it's all accumulating.
But you saw before her body position was slightly more like you can see right now. But lock up of arms.
Yep.
You know, it's not as good as not as flowing as it was. Just taking a much wider line into this corner now, slowing right down into.
Yeah. Really slow
big
around that
climb.
time. And this climb in itself it's infuriating, because you think you're at the top, and if you're anyone yesterday who's riding or today is riding with a head unit, on your head unit it tells you that the climb's like 4.5 minutes. You get 4.5 minutes up and it suddenly refreshes. It tells you there's another 4.5 minutes.
Here to go.
You're like, oh, you're kidding me. This is killing me.
And part of that slow cornering is the fact that it's rained again.
Yeah.
Part of it's fatigue.
Yeah, there's also a big, massive puddle on the apex, which you don't
Yeah,
know how
you
deep
don't want
it
to go
is.
through that, do you?
Nah, you don't want to get wet.
Exactly.
Or
Stay
dirty.
dry.
Or dirty.
Stay fatigued, knackered, worried, but don't get wet.
Massive fail. But this, I think, is really the climb where the two behind, if they can, they now need to start shifting. If you're in that group of two, now is the time probably to make a move.
Let's see if Lizzie Hermol's got it in the legs. She's certainly been climbing better of the two chasing riders, Sophie Wright and herself. But the descending is not so good. So she may well be out of touch at the moment with Sophie Wright, who descends much quicker, much more fluid, and was pulling out 50-60 bike lengths.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that you can only imagine if Lizzie can just tidy that up a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, she's going to be a massive force in gravel racing across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. If she's got that strength, she's got that sort of almost like a time trialist's power. She's a big ruler.
Yeah, massive engine. You can see that every descent she's just got it done. She's obviously got a process in her head. She's went, listen, just get down the descents.
Yeah.
You can climb well, just rely on your power, just do your own thing and not get kind of pulled into it and get shaken by it, because it's very easy to get shaken by some of that sort of stuff on these descents. You start to see the grimace now across the face of GTB.
She's digging in, though. I have to say, she looks a little. She's tired, but she's looking a little less on the rivet than she was perhaps a half lap ago, and that can happen. You can start to sort of dig in and find some sort of level that you can work at.
Yeah.
Whether it's enough is another question.
She's at that point though in the race where you just start to chunk things down. You're like, okay,
I've got
now
this much. I've got this
now
much.
it's 4 climbs. Okay, this climb is another 8 minute. Right, let's just deal with this now.
Yeah.
And then recover, and then do the same on the next climb, and the same on the next climb, and do your best to just kind of wring it out as much as you can on each of these climbs, and then hopefully recover in time in each of the descents to be ready for the next one.
Well, that's the big thing. If you are a little bit too fatigued, or you're starting to tense up on the descents, you're really not recovering at all.
Yeah.
Because your body is just it's still pumping that adrenaline around, going, I've got to make sure I'm good on this descent. Whereas earlier in the race, she was able to flow, to relax, and that would have given that little bit of a recovery time, that micro recovery. If you're now descending and you're on the rivet, you're not getting that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're totally right on the micro recovery, but unfortunately, there's not many options for micro recovery in
not
here.
Really.
You know.
Or micro recovery.
But very, very much so, yeah.
Super mega micro recovery.
Quasi. Here we go, same again.
Look at this on the right-hand side. Sophie Wright. Again, it was on the descent, though, because she's taken a big chunk out of Lizzie Hermol. But watch Lizzie Hermol, just in a bigger gear, grind, up to the rear wheel of Sophie Wright again. Every single climb, you've said the same all the way through, Jimmy. It's just been, she's had that ability to claw her way back to the rear wheel. And she knows this is the best performance she's had this year. She knows she's not going to let it go.
No. She's you can tell right away, her face is really composed. There's no you don't see that big grimace on the face, the teeth out, that sort of stuff. Head's not, her style is quite bobby and quite busy in general.
Yeah.
But you can just see the difference and like the amount of speed that she's carrying up this climb as she chases back onto the back of Sophie.
She is a big gear turning rider though, compared to the two riders ahead of her. So compared to Sophie, who always turns a fairly light gear, and the cadence is quite a lot higher. And also our leader, Georgia Taylor-Brown, slightly lighter cadence. She's a proper big gear rider there.
Yeah, and you get away with it on this kind of gradient, you know, and this is the kind of style that I would climb these climbs. As big a gear as I can roll.
Yeah.
Try and take the pressure off the cardiovascular system. Rely on that muscle strength. Rely on the big muscles, the glutes, the quads, and the hammies. Roll that gear around. Just try and compose yourself as much as you can, all the while turning that big gear over and just making sure you're maintaining a good speed.
Yeah, and for some riders, it's absolutely the way to ride, isn't it? I was the same. When you're to push maybe one sprocket more than everybody else, I found it much easier, much more capable of being able to just, as you say, take that stress out of your system and just roll with it all the time.
Yes.
Because it has its disadvantages. You can't sprint away suddenly.
No,
when
absolutely.
Responding to attacks is a bit more difficult, but you know, it's horses for courses.
But that's where you're using the two different systems. The aerobic system, if you're pedaling 90 to 100 RPM, you're more aerobic. So there's less weight on obviously your muscles, but where if you go the opposite end, that sort of 40 to 60 RPMs, it's all muscle.
Yeah.
And you get a little bit more control of your breathing as well when you're doing that.
Yeah.
So it's just really interesting how certain riders default in different ways, but I think it's also got to do with your makeup. You know, Lizzie's obviously a lot more muscular rider compared to Sophie here at the back of the pink. So as you say, it's horses for courses, and it's really good to see the difference in riding styles and showing that you can be polar opposite bike riders but still be in that sharp end.
Yeah, it's a lovely illustration. They've still been working together really well. There's no tit for tat, no argy-bargy between these two. They know they've got to keep working together. They still haven't got Georgia Taylor-Brown in sight. Georgia Taylor-Brown, top right-hand side of your screen. She stopped smiling at the cameraman. I'm not surprised.
I think she's just ticking down the kilometres, just praying to get over each of these last sort of 3 climbs we've got in the course. And of course, this is the worst of them all at the moment.
It's just going on and on and on. We're just sat here, we're just waiting for that point when we can say, there she is, we can see her. And that's essentially exactly what these riders are going to do. They're going to catch sight of maybe a pedal, of a helmet, or something that just up ahead. She's going to pop into view, and suddenly they realise they're on for not just a podium, but they're on for a win.
Yeah, it's quite a tantalising prospect, this next 10 to 15 kilometres.
As you say, they will have people around the course, friends, people at the feed zone, that have been counting down that gap as they've been going around. So the last time they came around through the feed zone, somebody will have said, you've got 1 minute 30 or you've got 2 minutes or whatever it happens to be. And that's come down 1.5 minutes. They know they've just got to keep focused and keep going for it here. Long turn on the front by Lizzie Hermel.
Yeah. They're in this situation now. They've got nothing to lose. They're on the podium.
Yeah.
Just what colour of medal you're going to walk away
Exactly.
with right now.
This is entirely the point, isn't it? They're not going to lose a place on the podium, so you could almost throw caution to the wind, can't you?
Yeah, and I think
there's Sophie Wright looking like she's suffering a bit.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap appearing there behind.
There is. She's
Sophie,
gone. I think she's going.
Hermel
She
had
is.
a
That's
look.
an attack.
Yep.
Lizzie Hermel has put the hurt on the left-hand side of the track then, and Sophie Wright has had to get out of the saddle. That's the first time we've seen that for a long time. She's just going to put the power down. Keep going.
It's the first
Well
time
done,
we've
Lizzie.
actually seen Hermel actually use her power at the productive way, not in the chasing back on, really pushing on, and you can just see that difference in pace. Sophie's really struggling just now to hold that wheel.
Why is she going to get away? She looked over her shoulder a couple of times, seeing if Sophie Wright was going to go with it. That's it. That is the break. The elastic has snapped, and Sophie Wright, you could almost see the disappointment in the shoulders. She's hunched down. She's trying as hard as she can to get back up there.
Yeah, as Georgia Taylor-Brown just takes the top now, the KOM. The Ribble climb.
Right-hand turn here. This is where Abby Smith just backed off the pedals on the end of lap 1, and that was the end of that. You know, she was instead of being in the lead group, she was suddenly in the chasing group, and it only took 25 meters, and that was that. Oh, she's really gone now, Hermel. This is now a real battle that we've got on our hands.
Yep. 2 more climbs to go.
Georgia Taylor-Brown, who attacked on the big climb that she's just finished again now on lap 1. Oh, that is a very, very less than a minute gap, I think.
Yeah, I would say that's roughly 50-odd seconds max.
That is great riding by Lizzie Hermol. She crests the King of the Mountains. She can take that right-hand bend. 53 is the official time check. 53 seconds between the leader, Georgia Taylor-Brown, and Lizzie Hermol. Definitely suffering. Look at that.
Yeah, you can tell by the head movements.
So tired now.
Riding on vapours at the moment.
But what a ride by Hermol. Oh, she'll get her head down now and see if she can.
Lizzie Hermol has just disappeared, though. She's warped.
Well, do you know, that is... I mean, we knew she was strong enough to eat up any losses from the descent, but that's a big move. Big move. Look at the gap she's got.
That's easily 25 seconds, isn't it?
Well, I tell you what, it might have been 53 seconds to the top of the King of the Mountains, but it ain't now.
No.
I think that's probably closer to 40 seconds.
Yeah, so there's a difference right now in what both these riders are doing. The rider in the front at the top right, GTB, she's using this descent for recovery. She knows she's on the back foot. She knows she's been struggling. She's been out front now for over 105 kilometres. She's thinking about the climbs.
Yeah.
Lizzie Hermol, she smells the blood. She is going full, giving it a full punt down here, and that's the difference right now.
Yeah.
It's just all about how much time Lizzie can pull back before this descent starts proper, so that she can actually probably get a visual at the bottom of the next climb of GTB.
You've got to say that this is probably the most useful point for Lizzie Hermol to be attacking on a descent, because it's a reasonably long, smooth descent. We know she's not massively comfortable on the descent, but she's got the ability here to put it in a big gear and go as hard as possible. And this is where a lot of off-road riders fail to realise that they lose out in a race, is that they think they coast down here, or they take it a little bit easier in recovery. Yeah. The thing is, put it in the biggest gear possible and pedal as hard as you can.
Just roll it. Get it moving.
Yep. Yeah, she will. She might lock up his arms a little bit. What would be interesting to see as she comes down off this section here. It does get a lot steeper, a lot faster. Will she lock up again, or has she got that bit between her teeth and thinking, you know, I've just got to give it a go? Because sometimes that does happen. As you know, Jimmy, you've seen this with riders. You've probably done it yourself. I know I did it in mountain biking. You think, right, I've got nothing to lose now. I'm going to give it everything or crash, one of the two.
Yep, just going to pin it. Yeah, I reckon we're still roughly about that 50-second mark.
It could be because there's a faster descent on the other side. We shall see. That's our leader.
Yeah, it's the rabbit and the fox now, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. There's no tortoise and hare here. It's definitely hunting territory. Wide line.
Yep.
I don't think she realises that Lizzie Hermol is so close behind now.
Sophie has got back.
Oh, there we are. You see, there's exactly what we said.
What a descent.
Oh,
that is incredible.
God.
Where did she come from?
Lizzie, what are you playing at, girl?
Wow. What a descent by Sophie Wright.
Oh,
she is just...
That's an amazing piece of descending.
Just keeping it lit.
I wish we'd seen that. Look how far ahead she is.
She's went from 20 seconds behind to 15 seconds in front.
It's like, I'm going to show you. Do you know what?
And she's not a big rider either. No. She's really light and a pretty dainty figure.
Awesome. I wish we'd had a camera on that, because my goodness, that would have been super fast. So fast. And honestly, all that effort that Lizzie Hermol's put in is just thrown out the car. It's just, what are you doing?
But here we go. Wind it back up. Wom, 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 wom. She's going to come back again.
Well, you'd have to think so, wouldn't you? But
yeah.
What an effort.
Impressive descending though by Sophie Wright.
Yeah, I'd
really
love to see
impressive.
that. Love to see that.
At one point, Lizzie wasn't even in the same shot on that straight, and then suddenly the tables have totally turned.
And look how far away she is. There she is.
I mean, that's like she's basically put 30 odd seconds into her for
Easily,
free.
yeah. But she's only got another big descent to do that. That's the issue. Well, the thing that has to happen to Lizzie Hermol here is that she can't be phased by seeing Sophie Wright going past her. I mean, she knows that Sophie Wright has been a much better descender through the entire race. She mustn't allow herself to be phased, and it just doesn't look from her body language as though she's being phased. She's just sort of standing in there. But you still got even this sort of minimum descent here.
Yeah, I think she'll hold a little bit of confidence though from the way in which she rode her off the wheel in the last climb. So relying on that it's good to have up your sleeve, but I wouldn't want to rely on that for the next two descents and be using that as my trump card up my sleeve for the final climb.
That's a lovely shot of Lizzie Hermol, but you can see how far Sophie Wright is ahead. She's leaving it all on the road now, I think.
Yeah,
that's all she can do.
It's all in. Sophie just needs to take this opportunity. She's got the silver medal right in her grasp, potentially the gold medal. I mean, this gap is pulling. There's a gap pulling out between these two, but the gap between these two and the leader is also coming down at the same time. So we've got basically 3 riders within about 50 seconds.
Well, you know, potentially this could come down to entering the arena within sort of 10 seconds of each other.
Yeah,
the way it's going, which is extraordinary.
Just absolute purgatory, isn't it?
It's painful to watch, let alone do it. Moto 1 coming up past Sophie Wright. She's dug in. She's really giving it everything she can. Then good on her. And you saw the shoulders drop when she was distanced at the top of the KOM, and she's clearly thought, no, I'm not going to give this up. I'm going to go for this. There's a lot of effort going into that.
It's like 2 riders using 2 tactics against each other constantly. Yep. One's using the climbs, one's using the descents.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're going up top to our leader.
Ooh.
This is Georgia Taylor Brown.
That can't be any more than 40 seconds back to
and that looks like
Sophie Wright.
That looks like slightly like recovery pace. Do you know what I mean? It's not. It definitely the sting has gone out of her riding.
Yeah, you can see the head kind of bobbing a little bit as well.
It could be very, very shortly, for the first time in 2.5 laps, that a rider will be able to catch sight of Georgia Taylor Brown.
Should hope maybe see what's happening in this nice long shot here.
Here's our leader, Georgia Taylor Brown. The rider who's chasing her at the moment is Sophie Wright, but let's not discount the 3rd rider on the road here, Lizzie Hermol. There we are. That's the first time in a lap and a half. And Sophie Wright will see that just little glimpse of the. They won't actually. She won't actually see Georgia Taylor Brown. What she'll see is the motorbike, the moto camera bike, and you're going, "Ooh, we know who's there." And more to the point, this leading rider will look over her shoulder, and there they'll be.
So I've just taken a quick time check when we passed that timing check there. 30 seconds now, David. 30 seconds to Sophie Wright from the Ribble outlier, so it's all still to play for here. And you can just see the body language of GTB at the front. On the tops, just trying to... it's the first time she's actually taken her hands off the hoods on any of these climbs. Just on the tops, just kind of looking around, trying to reassess what's happening.
Yeah, it's not quite panic stations, but it's certainly she's aware that she's under serious pressure now. Somebody's hunting her down.
But where's Lizzie Hermol? She can't be far behind here, can she?
Well, you'd like to think that given her form all the way around that she's going to be able to eat up onto the wheel of Sophie Wright, but full marks to Wright because she's giving it absolutely everything. She knows how much better Lizzie Hermol's been. Well, there we are. That answers the question.
There
My
you go.
God, look at that.
I'm back.
I'm back, and you wait for it. You wait for it any second. She'll give it about 20 seconds of recovery, and bang, she'll be off.
Yeah, it must be so demoralising for Sophie to look around and see her again.
Yeah. Although, I guess she knew that was going to happen.
You just got to hope, though.
She's got to hope that she's going to explode and there's going to be nothing there.
Yeah, but they've also got these two, when that's came back together, there's always going to be a moment or two when a group comes back together, whether it's one rider or 5 riders, there's always a lull. And they can't afford to have any lulls here because they're on the front foot now. They're the ones who've got the, JTB is in their sights.
But it's amazing. It is amazing how many times you do see it where riders get back together. They're in a position where they should have the authority and they should have the advantage, the initiative as well. But they don't. They sit there and look at each other and think, oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Well, why would you do that?
Yeah, got to keep it rolling.
They do.
Keep it rolling. Lizzie's back on the tools. In the front, grinding away.
And Georgia Taylor-Brown definitely looking, should we say,
There you
focused.
You can see the moto just ahead of him.
Yeah.
Little gap
And
here.
there we
Going
go
out
again.
Sophie again.
She's gone again. She's going to push on those pedals just a little bit harder. Same gear. Just a little bit harder. And, yep, Sophie. No,
Shake
she's
her
a
head.
rocket ahead. No, she can't go with it. Surely that's going to be the last time. She's trying. God, what a battle she's putting up. She's going to try. She's going to ride to the back.
Good on her. That's real
Come on.
gutsy. Good
Come
on
on.
you. Awesome riding.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. The head goes down again. And then back out. If she's going to explode, it'll be now.
And this is that heavy part under tyre of this climb as well. That really muddy section where they've been doing all the logging as well. So if you're going through a hard time right now, this is the last thing that you need.
Sophie Wright trying so hard to stay in contention with a rider who she knows can pull her to the top, pull her to within a whisker of maybe at the top of the step of the podium.
What a fighter though, eh? Absolutely amazing ride by Sophie Wright.
Terrific fight, but the gap is just eking out. And Lizzie Hermol is just that little bit stronger on all the climbs.
Tell you what, Dave, if we look in the top of the screen on the right-hand side there on that track, you can see that log pile. And that log pile is the exact same log pile that Lizzie Hermol on the left has just passed. We're talking 25 seconds, I think.
Yeah. It's just a little bit difficult to see because you've got that right-hand bend. Battling fight by Sophie Wright, but you can see the gap is just extending and extending. But you never know. I mean, in the last descent,
Sophie could come right back again and go past the both of them.
We just saw essentially 20-second drop to a 20-second advantage.
There we go. All 3 riders can now see each other. Hermol has now just got to go. Don't think, just go. Get your eyes on the back of that motorbike, focus on it with laser eyeballs, and just keep on whacking those pedals over.
I'll tell you what, she will know that because Moto2 has come up beside her, she'll know that the Moto2 has left Sophie Wright, which means the gap is significant enough to do so. And I think the gap is going to be around the 30-second mark between Hermol and the front of the race here.
Look at that. That is not something you want to be looking around and seeing a motorbike coming at this point in the race.
It's getting, the clouds have rolled over. It's getting a little bit on the darker side, and suddenly there's those blazing lights behind you.
So roughly, I'd say about maybe 10 kilometres left of the race.
It's a super exciting finish. It really is. They are going to be so close when they get towards the end of this lap.
What a battle. this is now, David, where it's all about what's between the ears.
Yeah, absolutely.
All between the ears now, telling yourself that we can do this. Come on, I just need to get there. Let's just get there. GTB will be saying the exact same thing. So just get to the top of the climb. Come on, get to the top.
And it's not as if she hasn't been saying that to herself over an entirely long career. But she knows she's being hunted down by one rider. She won't know which rider it is yet. I think she'll find it difficult to tell which one it is, but it doesn't really matter to her. She's got to dig in. And at times, sometimes, in a race, you can see that somebody coming up on you, and you just find that extra 1-2%, and you can stay just far enough ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking at probably only about maybe 15-20 minutes left, I reckon, of racing.
8 kilometres to go, and what is that? 20 seconds behind, something like that?
Lizzie is just taking lumps out of this gap.
But out of the saddle on this climb, and her hunter, Lizzie Hermol, is still sitting in the saddle. And look, she knows how close she is, and looking sprightly, I would say.
Yep, looks like Momentum's got a new postcode.
Yeah. What a great phrase. It's all between the ears in that postcode. He's full of them. That's fantastic. What a ride by this woman.
This section of course is going to suit Lizzie down to the ground. She goes up here, takes a right, and it's that wide open moor section, really open flat, where she can really start to lay down the
down
power.
on the drops, and away you go. It was like time trialing.
Yep.
Time trial across the
just going to
gap.
take this right-hander, and that's her on that really long section. Oh, man.
Onto the drops, trying to take the smoothest line possible. Looking back from Moto 1, just around the corner. Any second now will be Lizzie Hermol. There she is.
Yeah.
And round we go. She's seen the leader up ahead of her. She'll be banging on the drops any point now, and just really going for it. Oh, you can run, but you can't hide.
There's nothing worse than being in a solo breakaway for so long and feeling so in control, and then just feeling your world falling apart around about you. Oh, I really feel for Georgia here.
Yeah.
Still not there yet. She's got to get there first.
Yeah, to win you've got to be there, haven't you? And she's not giving it up without a fight. Georgia Taylor-Brown, top right hand of the screen. She's pushing as hard as she possibly can. She knows there's a rider behind her now. She probably will know that it's Lizzie Hermol as well. And absolutely giving it the full gas that she can at this point. But Hermol's still on the top of the hoods. Look at her. She's absolutely built for this sort of terrain.
Yeah.
And I have to say that for me, and we don't know if she's going to win yet, but definitely ride of the day.
Yeah.
Coming back time after time after time on the climbs.
She has not made it easy for herself, has she?
No. TV moments of the day in this race. The attack by Georgia Taylor-Brown that left everybody trailing in her wake, and that descent we've just seen. A quarter of a lap ago from Sophie Wright, where she went from 20 seconds down to 20 seconds ahead of this ride. I mean, what a descent. I mean, super battle.
Crazy. Good skills.
Yeah.
Just shows you it's not always all about going uphill, is it?
No, not at all.
She can almost reach out and touch her, can't she?
Yeah. In fact, if you're good at if you're really good at descending, there's huge gains to be made.
It's just what's going through the riders' heads right now, eh?
Well, the gap was, I reckon, just under 20 seconds. I'm sure it must be similar.
Yeah, it's not. They're going to be in that same wooded section now. It's literally GTB's almost 3/4 way through as Lizzie just enters it.
I'll tell you how exciting this is. This is so exciting that our director, Bruce, is actually commentating. from behind the director's desk. It's brilliant. We should patch him through. He's so enthusiastic. Has been a brilliant race, and the coverage has been fantastic. Thank you to Visit North Yorkshire for supporting us in this, and for Ribble, of course, for helping us present the British Gravel Championships, and to Bruce and all the TV team, because this has been, well, in my mind, I've done a lot of commentary over the years, many years of it, and so have you, Jimmy. I think this is the best gravel racing TV I've ever seen.
Yeah, across the board, it's been really great production across the board. The images have been brilliant.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's great to see the first version of this being done with such great quality.
For goodness sake, Lizzie, just relax.
It's pain.
It's like watching Amateur Hour, isn't it? It really, this is not good for she's had such an amazing ride, and it's interesting. I think she'll work on this. I mean, we shouldn't be so disparaging when we're not. It's just almost frustrating to watch, to see that she does so much hard work, and you feel for her that she takes it nice and cautiously, but very slow, and she could lose out so many seconds. The time check on that corner is now 38 seconds. So she went from under 20 seconds to 38 seconds, and that's how much you can lose. And at the very top end of racing, if you're doing something like the World Championships and you have descents in it, that's going to win or lose you a title.
Yeah, you just like you say, you just need 4 descents like that, and it's a minute.
Yeah,
you know, easily. But the thing is that Georgia won't know about the descending skill of Lizzie. She'll just be sending it. Whereas if she maybe had known that, maybe a little bit later on the brakes, maybe a little bit more commitment to keep on putting her on the back foot, but we'll never know.
And she won't know till she looks back at any coverage that we've had here.
Yeah. But what a ride, though, eh? It's you've got to, take your hat off to Georgia here. She's just taken the race by the scruff of the neck from lap 1. 100k plus, pushing wind on her own. Really impressive.
She's actually ridden 2 races in one. She's ridden the first half of the race where she just absolutely dominated the field. And she's ridden the second half of the race where she's tried to protect every inch of ground that she gained in the first half. It's not even a sort of level out and then just cruise to the line at the same sort of gap. It really has been 2 halves. Take out all that time from everybody else, and then suddenly have to try and fight to protect all that time that you have.
Yeah, you could just see there in our camera shot a second ago that Sophie Wright's still not out of this.
Yeah.
She's probably equidistant from Lizzie Hormel as well. But this is where it's all about how much do you want it.
Yeah.
This is where it all comes, as we said moments ago, what's between the ears, how much do you want this title? What are you willing to do? Because you've got to remind yourself that at some point the pain will stop. You know, it's another 15 minutes of pain. You've just got to go all in that pain and just deliver everything that you've got. Focus on yourself, focus on your breathing, and just eke out every last bit of energy that you've got in there.
Our leader here, Georgia Taylor-Brown, she's been away for the best part of the race. She went away in the big climb in the first lap. She is now being hunted down by Lizzie Hormel of Das Hutchinson. They've just gone through the 5 kilometre to go mark. And there is the woman who is trying to track her down. Lost a little bit on the last descent, having got to within 20 seconds or so. She almost went back out to 40 seconds. That's a huge amount at this point in a race.
Still looking so strong, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you can see it's hurting now.
That is really hurting. She's giving it everything now.
Yeah.
And there's nobody to latch onto the back of. There's nobody to think about except yourself and the pain, as you say. You've just got to dig in.
There's no respite, and the only respite that you're going to get right now is by literally sitting up. That's the only option you've got to make it all stop right now. She can't afford to do any of that. She's got to keep on digging herself deeper and deeper into that hole that she's put herself in over this last 100 kilometres. Horrible place to be. But I tell you what, she's not caught yet.
No, she's not caught. And if she does take the title with a ride like this, that sort of digging in will feel absolutely fantastic.
So worth it.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, David, this could come down to getting pretty much the last kilometre.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the question is, what do they do in that last kilometre? They'll all be knackered.
Yeah.
and do they all sit around each other? They sprint? Does one go past the other? This is what makes cycling in any format, and today especially, so incredibly exciting. It's never, ever over till it's over.
Yeah, I would put a lot of money on describing it as a really slow motion sprint. Because they're both on their knees right now. But you can just see the difference in how quickly Lizzie's covering the ground here. It's just maybe that little K an hour, a little bit quicker.
That's all it takes. It's all it takes. 1 kilometre an hour, and it will just that will really, really contract that gap.
Yep. Oh, to be inside their heads right now, to hear what they're saying to themselves would be so amazing right now.
I'm not sure I want to be. There might be several expletives.
Oh man, it's the situation I tell a lot of riders that I've looked after the years. When it's really hard, just tell yourself one word: yes. Just keep saying yes to yourself. Yes, 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 yes. And you're trying to trick your brain. You're trying to stop that little voice that's just trying to tell you no, 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 no.
Yeah.
And you just got to
Look how
shout
close
out.
she is.
Yeah.
Look how close she is on the left-hand screen.
What do you reckon? 15 seconds?
Something like that. Not much more than that, or not much less. That's and you could see the image of Lizzie Hermol getting bigger and bigger and bigger in the shot. She's growing in that rearview mirror, so to speak.
She is absolutely churning through that gap
now.
this
is it. She's going to catch her. She's definitely going to catch her. You can see Sophie Wright just coming around the corner in the distance. She's out of this fight for first and second at the moment.
Oh, do you don't want to look round?
No, just keep going.
Oh, man.
No, she's done that now. She's looked around, and I think there's almost a little bit of a spark gone out there. She knows she's still plugging away, but once you look behind and see a rider coming up quickly behind you, that's that could be the death knell.
Yeah. Yeah, our one is going to become two pretty quickly. Just look at the size of the gear that Lizzie's in. She's just absolutely mulling it up here.
Does she sit on the wheel for a couple of seconds, or does she go straight past?
I would go straight past. Stunner. Straight away. Boom. Other side of the track. Go for it.
And there we go. She's going to go straight past, and then inside the inside line past the moto, and we have to see if Georgia Taylor-Brown can hang on to that wheel whatsoever. I doubt it very much indeed.
Oh, she's hanging though. She is still hanging there.
Well, that's the Olympic champion in her. She doesn't want to give up.
Yep. Look over the shoulder though.
Wait for it. 3, 2, 1. Bang. She's going to go out the back door. 3 Ks to go. And Lizzie Hermol, probably the least likely candidate for being here in this position that I could have thought of in the race, is going to take, if she keeps on going the way she is, the British champion's jersey. Yep, that gap has gone far enough.
Yeah, you can just see the difference in physically.
That's it.
The signs are there. Lizzie is all in now.
Still trying to battle away Georgia Taylor-Brown, but the gap is too big now. You are looking at your new British gravel champion, bar any mechanical incidents or a crash, because she's just got the bit between her teeth. She's really on her. She's really up and high on this now. She knows that she's got it in the bag.
Yep, no more descents. Just this little roller onto the muddy corner, and then it's straight, where she can really lay down the power and keep trying to establish an even bigger gap on GTB.
Oh, well, you have to say, in the words of the French, chapeau, because that is just a brilliant ride. You have to wonder exactly how far ahead she'd been if she had been a little bit more confident on the descent.
Yeah.
She'd just have absolutely saved herself so much effort.
It's just the thing is, though, if you've got the power and you've got the legs on the day, this is what happens sometimes with riders. You can be in the wrong place all the time and you can still win.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What a magnificent ride. Last race she did in the UK was the Wentworth Woodhouse GP. And She was placed 28th. So, you know, she didn't come into this event looking as though she might be on super top form. That was at the end of August. Nice little shot of Sophie right there.
I tell you what, she's still not out of it here. She must be maybe 10, maybe 15 seconds behind
Georgia Taylor Brown. Yeah. She's definitely not given up, because there's a silver medal all to go for here.
Yeah.
It's just not looked. I mean, if you were looking at the form book, looking at the Palmares, you would not have guessed that this the lady who is in first place at the moment, Lizzie Hermol, would have been up here at the front.
Yep. Looks like the season is going to be flipped on its head for her. Big victory this is going to be. Just needs to keep it and hold it together. Just be as safe as possible around all these last couple of corners, but yeah, there should be no stress.
A big period in August of riding in Belgium. So long, flat races with some sort of steep climbs in. It's really helped her out, I would imagine.
Yeah. You can just see that in the way in which she's ridden all day today.
Yeah.
Just whacking that big gear around constantly. Picking the good line as well there.
Yep. This is Sophie Wright on the right, just in third spot. And the Ribble Outliers rider has had a great day in the saddle, I have to say. She's really, really put up a fight. Probably one of the rides of the day. The best three riders in the race are definitely going to be on the podium. I mean, there's no sort of luck involved in this one whatsoever.
No, it's the rider who's, you know, the most durable, tactically astute, looks after their kit, got themselves through any kind of the technical areas the best they could. They're the riders who actually deserve to be at the front, and those three are the ones who we're looking at right now.
Was that the 1K road that we just passed?
Yep. Don't think she can believe it yet.
I think we're probably on the wrong camera. This is the one we need to be on. This is Lizzie Hermol. She's gone through the 1K mark. She knows she's just powering on now, giving it everything.
Just needs to keep it together. 2 more minutes and it's all over.
She'll know that. She really will. Again, the big gear just cruises along, doesn't she?
Yep, here's the right-hander.
Careful, careful, careful.
Right, tight apex this one.
You know what? They do say that most of the crashes on a motorbike, for example, come within the last quarter of a mile of your home. The same can be said of people fatigued on bikes as well. You know you're close to the finish. In the last quarter mile or something, you just ease off the gas, or you get a bit too edgy.
Yeah, it's like that phrase that you don't like to utter when you're mountain biking is, let's just do one last run. End up running to hospital with your mates.
Exactly, unless it's one last run down the pub, which is what...
I tell you, somebody deserves to be in the pub tonight. It's this lady on screen.
Absolutely wonderful, wonderful race. I mean, she just clawed back, climb after climb after climb. 16 of them. She was dropped. 16 of them. She clawed her way back up until she had the leader, Georgia Taylor Brown, in her sights. And then it was almost all over. You could see it.
It's an incredible ride, just across the board by all three of these riders. You've had GTB go out early and dangle that carrot the whole race. You had, obviously, Sophie Wright was with her for such a long period, got popped, went back to the group, got the group motivated, chased down. Her and Lizzie ended up establishing the second chase group, and now here we have Lizzie Holborn.
This is
rolling in
along the tarmac. She's soon going to come in over the gravel. Little flick to her right. Hermol, who rides for the Das Hutchinson team, 31 years of age. And she has just clawed away back up every single climb and eventually hunted down the early leader, Georgia Taylor Brown. Lizzie Hermol will be the British gravel champion. What a ride. And she is happy about that for sure. The question is, how much gap is there between Georgia Taylor Brown and this woman here, Sophie Wright, who's still battling away?
That's a huge, huge result for Das Hutchinson. I know the director sportif and the owner of that team, Simon Howes, will be absolutely over the moon. So good for the British domestic team to get that jersey.
Well, I'm looking at Moto 2 here. Does this mean that Sophie Wright has overhauled Georgia Taylor-Brown? Up there is Georgia Taylor-Brown just coming through the start-finish gantry, so she does take a silver medal. But Sophie Wright not giving up, pushing as hard as she possibly can to the line. Georgia Taylor-Brown, leader for so long, takes second spot.
Your heart bleeds for her, eh? So close. But what a battle.
And our third place rider, Sophie Wright, comes charging over the line. She never give up. Never, ever give up.
Looks like GTB's been suffering from the cold a little bit there.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, she's getting waterproof on straight away. Well, what a magnificent race. I mean, I enjoyed the men's race tremendously this morning. It was great to see all those sort of tactics that you often get on a road race. And Connor Swift being able to hang on to the jersey. The Swifts working together at Ineos Grenadier.
Yeah.
What a race. Oh, my word. I have to say, that was just so exciting. And who'd have thought? That's a winner I've never predicted.
No, and it just goes to show that never count yourself out. Always back yourself. And, you know, Lizzie had a lot of challenges today and overcame every single one of them and just now British champion. It's so impressive. But all three of those girls deserve to be on that podium. They all rode their heart out. Yeah. They all were so important and integral to the actual entertainment of the race. And, yeah, nothing but absolute respect for all three of them.
And that was exactly it. You could not get three more different riders in style.
It was shuffling all the time, you know, and it was like just that last lap was just so interesting and so exciting. But my heart is absolutely bleeding for GTB though.
Yeah, what an amazing effort. Lap one, lay it all out on the road, show everybody how strong you are. Possibly just ate a little bit too much out there.
Yeah, it looks like you can see as she crossed the line during the race quite a lot. She was shaking her arms out, and sometimes that's a sign that your hands are getting cold. You're trying to get blood back into your hands. So we thought it might have been just to do with terrain and the rough surface, but it looks like it might have actually been the cold getting to her.
Yeah.
And we spoke about this several times this morning, and we spoke about it this afternoon, that fueling and food eating constantly is so important, because the minute the rain comes and you get wet, temperature drops on the descent, a little, half a degree in body temperature can be the difference.
Yeah, and it wasn't anything to do with her ability to ride. I mean, it was clearly super strong, and descending was super strong. Her climbing was fantastic. That it just, at some point, it got to the thing where I'm beginning to suffer here, and it never ever came back.
Yeah.
There was a glimmer of hope maybe at the beginning of lap 3, but it really never came back to her at all.
Yeah, she probably just redlined a little bit too much. A little bit excited in that first couple of laps, but hey, you can't take anything away from it. No, absolutely
Let's talk very briefly about Sophie Wright. What a ride. I mean, really, again, completely different type of rider.
Yeah.
Good on the climbs, awesome on the descents, and just didn't have that sort of same, I think, power ratio that some of the other big...
I think the climbs are probably not steep enough for Sophie, if I'm honest, today, so it definitely fell more into the strength of that kind of real sort of rouleur. Probably Sophie's looking more at that kind of 10% sort of climb, which there wasn't really an awful lot of today. But no, for a course that I would have said on paper didn't really suit her that much, another great
Fantastic ride.
Yeah, brilliant ride.
Well, I think we've managed to grab some of the podium riders already, so we're going to throw straight out there for you.
Okay, I'm here with Lizzie, the winner of the Elite Females Gravel National Championships. What a comeback. Obviously, Georgia was out there on her own for so long, and you timed that to perfection. What a ride. I mean, congratulations, and how do you feel about that?
Yeah, really happy. Me and Sophie were working hard together, just like chipping away, and eventually we could tell that she started to tire because the gap was getting less and less, and I just wound up on the climbs on the last lap and just managed to catch her on the last climb.
Incredible. I think that gap went out to 3 minutes at some point, and you brought that down, timed it to perfection. Yeah. I mean, what a ride. I mean, have you done how was it out there on the course generally?
It was tough. It was the descents were hard, and then it was just straight into the climb. So climbing, I'm good at climbing, so I managed to kind of get back on the climbs, but yeah, the descents were tough, so it's good.
Oh, well, congratulations again. What a ride, and yeah, a well-earned stripy jumper for you.
Thank you.
Cool, yeah. Is Sophie come in?
Lizzie got so coming up to the line now. is going to be Abby Smith. For Team Picnic Post NL.
I'm using this one now.
We're desperately trying to get in to do a quick chat with Georgia Taylor-Brown. I'm not surprised, but I mean, she said it herself here. The descents were tough. I'm a climber, and that was she played to total strengths today.
Yeah, and that's it. You've got to always got to back yourself, haven't you? Even if your plan's not the perfect plan, her plan was to survive the descents and nail the climbs, and she absolutely nailed that as a plan. So yeah.
Well, it's been a terribly exciting day. If you were watching us earlier, we were covering the men's elite championships as well. Connor Swift actually keeping his jersey from last year. Ben Swift, his cousin, coming in at second spot, and Matt Holmes trying desperately to hang on to the two of them, was getting a bit worked over in proper roadie style, taking a third spot on the podium. So a fantastic ride from him, but a great women's race as well. Totally different in character. Totally different type of racing, but no less exciting for that. In fact, probably right up there for one of the best races I've seen on gravel. Well, it's been a terrific day here at Dalby Forest for the British Gravel Championships presented by Ribble, and all that wonderful coverage coming from Visit North Yorkshire. I don't know what you thought, but I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
It's just so nice to get such a nice perspective and get a feel for your surroundings. Those drone shots were brilliant.
Yeah.
I thought even just like the nice pan and long shots, you can see all the big long lanes. Really, really cool. Really, really great to be part of it.
Yeah, I have to say our moto riders did a very good job. One of them took a little tumble and they were absolutely fine, but really, really hard to get out there and film all this off-road, especially with all that slippery, muddy conditions. Thanks to Forestry England for helping us to close off all the trails, because it wouldn't have been racing like this if we hadn't been able to do that whatsoever. Red Bull. I could do with a Red Bull right now, to be fair. To keep going. Red On Sports have had a brilliant weekend. They started off on Friday with the inaugural British Gravel Time Trial Championships, which was absolutely terrific, and I think is going to be firmly established in the calendar as something that people really come to. It really heavily supported by the pros as well. And Saturday, all the age categories in which you rode in as well, all qualifying for, maybe getting to the World Championships. Everyone having a great time, and two wonderful elite races today for the men and the women. We have an ad break to take before we finally round up our coverage here at Dalby Forest. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. It's been 2 wonderful elite races today, the men's and women's. We're still running around catching up with some of the winners, and we're going to talk to Max Whistler of Red On Sports as well. We're glad you're with us. We're glad we're still here. There's a small stream running underneath the table here now where it's been raining all afternoon, but it's been a wonderful experience. If you've just joined us, you've missed all the racing. Sorry about that, but you will be able to catch up through the website from Red On Sports. So it's been a terrific experience all around. Earlier today, we saw Connor Swift managing to hang on to his British Gravel Championships title with his cousin Ben Swift, wanting to split it out with him, but just leaving it a little bit too late. And Connor just powering home over the line with Matt Holmes coming in third spot. Terrific race, very much like a road race. And you've seen so many of those ends of road races where you've got 5, 6, 7 riders and they're all just working each other over, especially with 2 from the same team in there. And this time round, it was Ineos Grenadier with the 2 Swifts. In the ladies' race, so totally different. 3 totally different styles of riders, one after another, adding to the entertainment, working at it. We had Georgia Taylor-Brown, who is a multiple gold medalist in triathlon, who really went and hammered the rest of the field in the first lap. And then we had 2 riders eventually pulling the back. And Lizzie Hermol, the strongest on the day, taking the title, much against probable expectations, but a terrific race. I think we're ready to get onto the podiums and we can finally see the jerseys being given out.
Okay, hello, thanks for sticking with us. So we are about to get underway with the elite men's presentation here at the British Gravel Championship. So can you please welcome to the stage our elite men's podium.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. The men's race was so good, we were going to show you the podium again. It was just terrific. Yeah, the podium was the best bit. I think we managed to grab Sophie Wright for an interview. So while we're teeing up the right VT, we'll talk to Sophie Wright.
Sophie, congratulations, 3rd place. What a thrilling final lap. The way you closed the gap and working really well with Lizzie to get back to Georgia. I mean, What a race. Congratulations. How was it for you out there?
Thanks. Yeah, it was a really tough race, actually. I think, I've been preparing for this race for a long time. It's been like my A race of the year, really. To be honest, my legs didn't feel as amazing as I thought they would, but they also weren't bad, you know? And I just think, I played it pretty smart the whole race. And yeah, me and Lizzie worked really well together. Georgia was very, very strong. And yeah, I mean, I'm kind of, to be honest with you, I'm just relieved that it's now over, because I was honestly so much anticipation for this race. And yeah, I think I've done myself and the team proud. Podium's a podium. It's not the win, but I've got 364 days to prepare for the next one, and
absolutely,
hopefully I can get those stripes again.
Yeah. So are you off to the World Championships as well?
Yeah. Well, next week I've got European Champs. So yeah, going to be all in for that. Maybe get the starry jersey. Yeah. Who knows? And then a race in Spain, and then finishing my season with the World Championships.
Fantastic. And we've seen that you've got a lot of Vittoria tyre liners as a prize for your 3rd place. Will they be going into your bike for the European Championships, perhaps?
Yeah, I'll check out the course, because if there's the kind of risk of potential snake bite punctures, then they'll be ideal. And I've heard that they're only 45 grams, so yeah.
Perfect, excellent.
May as well.
Yeah, congratulations again. What a race.
Thanks for organising this event, and better go and get warm and have some food.
Absolutely, go recover. Well done again.
The super keen Oscar, he's been like that all afternoon, folks. He's not been any different whatsoever. It doesn't matter what it is. Managing to get Sophie right. I mean, terrific ride for her. She's absolutely right. She's got 364 days to the next one.
Yeah, but she's carrying some good momentum, as she says. She's got Europeans and then a couple of other races in the lead up to World Championships. So looks like it could be a really strong finish for her this next 4 weeks of the season.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed watching her race. She knew she had to work with Lizzie, and they did, and they didn't argue about it. They got on with it. And at the end of the day, you know, that if the rider is stronger in those last climbs, that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah, but she also managed to back it up after the time trial on Friday evening as well. So that's 2 medals at 2 British Championships. You can't really go wrong with that, can you?
No, Ribble will be very happy with that. Thanks to Ribble, of course, for helping us present this entire weekend. We've had a great time. It's been a wonderful event all round. In fact, big event village, lots of vendors, lots of exhibitors here. Ribble, of course, big stand in the middle, and they've allowed us to make this sort of production here as well, which has been a great thing indeed. So a great weekend of Red On Sports activity. We'll be motoring up towards the Gralloch in May next year. A lot of these riders will be there as well.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Already thinking about the Gralloch.
Are you?
Already.
Yeah, well, that's. Do you have nothing else to do?
No. I'm sure my wife's making a list for me right now, so that's I may have
fix the
take
list,
that bit out, please.
That's fair enough. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We've tried to make it as interesting as possible. We've had a great time here. It's been really good. It's been a real pleasure to be able to commentate on two such great races with a truly international stellar field, and also to be able to sit here and do really good coverage, which is something that is always a pleasure for commentators. I think we're probably beginning the podium ready to come on when it's all teed up, and maybe we won't get the men's podium again this time.
Fingers crossed.
With us here, this is the podium presentation for the elite women. So can you please welcome to the stage your elite women? I think some dry robes are coming off, some jackets are coming off. It's been brutally cold and brutally wet. So then, in third position, riding for Ribble Outliers is Sophie Wright. And in second position, taking the silver medal for Specialised, is Georgia Taylor-Brown.
Max, we're at the end of the British Gravel Championship.
And then the top step of the podium, your new elite women's national gravel champion for Das Hutchinson is Lizzie Hermele. So can we please get one more massive round of applause? Sophie Wright, Georgia Taylor-Brown and Lizzie Hermele, your new national gravel champion. Thank you very much.
Some very cold-looking riders on the podium. Georgia Taylor-Brown definitely suffering from the cold on the last lap, and you can see she's super chilly, putting a load of stuff on, rubbing her hands there. But a great win for Lizzie Hermele, and good placings all the way around. It's been an absolute pleasure. I think we managed to get hold of Max Wussler, who is the brains behind, or half of the brains behind. Not that he's got half a brain. He's half of the brains behind Red On Sports. Along with Malcolm Smith, we managed to get hold of him just to talk about the weekend.
Max, we're at the end of the British Gravel Championships. What a weekend! How does it feel? How's it all gone?
I mean, I think it's been a great success. You know, the weather's not been too friendly on us, but we had...
It's been epic, hasn't it? It's been really, yeah.
Correct. It makes for more drama, and we like more drama.
Speaking of drama, what a final closing race we just had there. What an amazing final lap.
It's phenomenal. We really thought Georgia ran away with it, and then she just got reeled in. and a thrilling finish. So it's been amazing to watch.
With an amazing finale like that, I think that brings a perfect close to the weekend. Anything you want people to know next? Where the next Red On event, and where can people go?
Look, I'm hoping people enjoy the coverage of this event. It's a new step for Red On Sports. It shows our commitment to the sport, commitment to gravel, elevating the game. And we'll do this across our events, looking to invest and really make an incredible experience for everyone who's participating.
Absolutely, and I think there's some big news coming soon. Perhaps some moves into a new gravel series, perhaps.
Look, there's a lot we're working on, and stay tuned for Red On Sports updates. We're looking to bring these types of events, these incredible experiences, to new places in the UK and beyond. So keep an eye on that. And then obviously the Growler coming up in May next year again, looking to grow to new heights with that as well. So look to see a lot of people there.
Amazing. Well, there we go. British Gravel Championships 2025, over and out.
Thank you to Max, and thank you to Oscar for all your hard work. We've had a great time here. I don't know about you. I've had a wonderful time presenting this. We hope to see you again. Thanks very much for joining us for our coverage of the men's and women's elite races here at the British Gravel Championships, presented by Ribble, and also brought to you courtesy of Visit North Yorkshire. We'll see you again soon. Wherever you are around the world, ride safe.